The Seat Beside Me. Written by R.J. Simmons.
Chapter 1, 1929, The Empty Seat. Tom Whitaker pressed his forehead against the cool glass of the school bus window, watching dust spiral lazily in the late summer air. The bus driver had already started to ease the old vehicle forward, the engine coughing as if it too were reluctant to face another day of squealing children and rutted roads. Tom's eyes flicked down the dirt lane one last time. Nothing. He frowned. Anna was late again. He should have expected it. Anna Rose Hayes was always late. Late to school, late to church, late even when they met by the creek just to skip stones. Somehow, though, Tom always hoped today would be the day she arrived on time. He tugged at the strap of his satchel, jaw set with quiet resolve. If the bus rolled on without her, she'd have to walk the 2 miles to school. That thought needled at him. "Hold up, Mr. Grady," Tom blurted, leaning across the aisle toward the driver. His voice cracked a little, betraying his 10 years. The driver sighed, shaking his head. "She's not here, Tom. Can't wait all day." "She's coming," Tom said firmly. "I promise." And then he saw her. A blur of chestnut hair and flailing elbows appeared at the far end of the lane. Anna barreled forward, school books clutched under one arm, her ribbon sliding loose from her braid. She was half running, half stumbling, her shoes kicking up small clouds of dust. Even from this distance, Tom could see her lips moving, muttering to herself the way she always did when nervous. "See? There she is!" Tom called, triumph lighting his face. Anna's cheeks were flushed pink, her brow furrowed with worry. Tom could almost hear her thoughts. "Don't leave, don't leave, don't leave." He grinned despite himself. She looked like a wind-blown sparrow fighting to keep pace with the world. The bus lurched as Mr. Grady pressed the brake, muttering something about girls who couldn't tell time. Tom hardly noticed. He shoved the window down, sticking his head out into the morning air. "Hurry up, Anna," he shouted, waving an arm. "Don't trip." She did anyway, catching her toe on a stone and nearly tumbling before righting herself. Tom's heart thudded, then eased when she kept running. "Wait for her." Tom pleaded again to the driver, then turned back to the lane. "You're gonna make it. Come on." Anna's eyes lifted, locking on the bus. She must have seen him leaning out the window, his hair already sticking up from the breeze, his grin wide. Her shoulders straightened as if his voice pushed her the last few yards. The bus hissed to a full stop. Children pressed against the glass to watch. Tom slapped the cracked vinyl seat beside him, loud enough for her to hear when she boarded. "Saved you a seat," he hollered, his voice carrying across the dust and chatter. Her answering smile bloomed bright and crooked, like sunshine breaking through clouds. She bounded up the steps, breathless, hair wild. Mr. Grady gave her a look that said again, but waved her past with a sigh. Anna stumbled down the aisle, nearly dropping her books as she slid into the spot beside Tom. Her shoulder bumped his, warm and trembling from the run. She pressed her books to her lap and tried to catch her breath, still flushed but grinning. "You really did save me a seat," she whispered, brushing hair from her face. "Course I did," Tom said, trying to sound casual, though pride swelled in his chest. "Told you I would." Her laugh bubbled out, soft and musical. "One of these days, I swear I'll be on time." "No, you won't," Tom smirked. "And that's all right. Means I get to be the one to save it for you." She nudged him with her elbow, but she didn't deny it. The bus jerked forward again, sending a ripple of chatter through the rows. Tom leaned back, steadying his satchel, but his mind lingered on Anna. She always seemed like she belonged in motion, hair flying, cheeks flushed, always arriving in a rush, as though the world had started spinning just a little before she was ready. Tom, by contrast, was steady. He rose early, tied his shoes tight, made sure his books were stacked square. He liked order. He liked knowing things would be as they should. Yet with Anna, he didn't mind the disruption. Something about keeping that space beside him open felt right. As the fields blurred past the window, Tom glanced at her again. She was still catching her breath, strands of hair plastered to her forehead. Her smile lingered, though, the kind that made his chest ache in a way he didn't have words for. "Thanks, Tom," she said quietly, so no one else could hear. He shrugged, ears hot, but he didn't look away. "Anytime." Anna rested her head briefly against the back of the seat, closing her eyes. The bus rattled, children chattered, sunlight streaked through the dust. Yet for Tom, all of it faded beneath the simple truth that she was there, sitting beside him, and he had saved her seat, just like he always would. The bus lurched forward, tires bumping over the ruts of the dirt road. Dust drifted through the windows, carried by the warm breath of late summer, and the children's voices rose to match the engine's growl. Tom steadied himself against the cracked vinyl seat, one hand braced on the rail in front of him, the other clutching his satchel. Beside him, Anna still panted lightly from her mad dash. Her hair had slipped from its braid, spilling across her shoulder in wisps that caught the light. She fanned her face with one of her school books, cheeks pink from the run. "Nearly gave Mr. Grady a heart attack," Tom said, straight-faced, though the corners of his mouth twitched. Anna peeked at him through the strands of hair stuck to her forehead. "Nearly gave me one, thinking you'd let him drive off." "I wouldn't." He shrugged, trying to sound nonchalant. "But you sure looked like you were about to keel over back there." Her gasp was dramatic. "You try sprinting with half a library under your arm." She clutched the stack of books to her chest as though to prove her point. Tom glanced down. One corner of a paper was already crumpled where she'd held them too tight. He shook his head, grinning. "You could have tied your laces tighter. They were flapping around like ribbons. Surprised you didn't trip on every stone in the road." Anna followed his gaze to her shoes. The laces dangled, one knot barely holding. She wrinkled her nose. "They're fine. They're always untied." Tom leaned closer, lowering his voice into mock seriousness. "If we measured time by your shoelaces, you'd always be late by 5 minutes." She burst into laughter, the sound bubbling and bright enough to draw a few looks from kids in the row ahead. "You take things far too seriously, Tom Whitaker. If my shoes want to breathe a little, who am I to stop them?" Tom rolled his eyes, but the warmth in his chest betrayed him. "Shoes don't breathe. Maybe yours don't, mine do." She crossed her arms with exaggerated dignity, chin tilted high. The bus rattled over a rut, sending them both bouncing in their seats. Anna's books slipped, nearly tumbling to the floor, and she squeaked, clutching them again. Tom caught one with a quick hand, pressing it back into her stack. "See," he said, raising an eyebrow, "if your laces don't trip you, your books will." Her smile lingered, mischievous. "Lucky for me, you're here to keep me from falling on my face." Tom's ears went hot. He opened his mouth for a retort, then shut it again. She was right, though he'd never admit it aloud. The bus jolted again, rattling like it might come apart. Children squealed and laughed, clinging to seats. Anna braced her books against her knees, then leaned closer to Tom. "You always sit so stiff," she teased, "like the bus might notice if you relaxed." "I'm just making sure I don't go flying." "You'd probably land perfectly straight, feet together, hands in your lap." Her grin widened. "Meanwhile, I'd tumble into the aisle with my laces in knots." Tom tried to glare, but it melted into a chuckle. He could never quite hold a stern look with her around. "Well, at least you know it." Her laughter joined his, ringing out above the bus's roar. For a moment, the whole world seemed to shrink to the space between them. The worn seat, the dust motes dancing in sunlight, her elbow nudging his as though it belonged there. Tom glanced out the window to steady himself. The fields rolled past, stalks of corn swaying, a scarecrow tilting at the edge of a plot. The world was steady out there, ordered and calm. In here, beside Anna, it felt unpredictable, but not in a bad way. When he turned back, she was watching him with mock solemnity. "You know, Tom, if you keep saving me seats, people will think you're my butler." He snorted. "Some butler you'd have. I'd make you tie your own shoes." "Oh, how cruel." She pressed a hand to her chest as if wounded. Then her grin returned quick as lightning. "But you'd still keep my seat." Tom hesitated just a fraction, then nodded. "Yeah, always." The words slipped out more earnest than he meant, and for half a second her playful expression softened. She studied him, something thoughtful in her eyes, before looking down at her shoes again. "Well," she said lightly, tugging at the frayed laces, "then I guess I can keep being late." Tom chuckled, though his chest felt tight in a way he couldn't name. The bus rumbled on, carrying them closer to school. Children argued over marbles and candy, sang half-remembered songs, and shrieked when the bus hit another bump. But Tom hardly noticed. He was too busy stealing glances at Anna, at the way her hair caught the sunlight, at the way her grin seemed to brighten even the dust-filled air. The bell clanged, its shrill echo ricocheting down the hallways. Books snapped shut, chairs scraped across wooden floors, and a stream of children poured into the corridors, their chatter rising in a familiar din. Tom lingered near his desk, tucking his pencil neatly into his satchel. Orderly, steady. He liked things in their place. Anna, of course, was already halfway to the door, her ribbon barely clinging to the end of her braid, her books teetering in an unsteady pile. She flashed him a grin over her shoulder. "Hurry up, Tom," she called, voice bright above the clamor. He shook his head but quickened his pace, catching up just as she collided with another girl in the crowded hallway. Papers flew like startled birds. "Sorry!" Anna exclaimed, dropping to her knees to gather them. Tom crouched too, scooping up loose sheets before they were trampled. He stacked them carefully and handed them back. "You've got to slow down," he murmured. "And you've got to speed up," she retorted, though her smile softened the jab. The two of them joined the surge toward the cafeteria. The smell of soup and bread filled the air, a mix of yeast and something faintly burnt. Children pressed shoulder to shoulder, shuffling trays along the counter, voices rising in waves. Tom scanned the room automatically. Lunchtime was always the same: who sat where mattered. The older boys claimed the back tables near the windows. The girls with ribbons that never slipped from their braids clustered near the middle, giggling as though they were in on secrets. The rest of the students scattered in between, jockeying for a place in the unspoken pecking order. Anna was never good at these battles. She didn't seem to notice half the rules, and when she did, she didn't care. But Tom noticed. He cared. They reached the end of the line, trays laden with steaming bowls of potato soup and thick slices of bread. Anna's tray wobbled precariously in her hands, and Tom steadied it without a word. "Thanks," she said, already craning her neck toward the crowded tables. The nearest one was packed tight, children arguing in half-shouts. "This spot's for Mary." "No, I was here first." "Move over, you're hogging the bench." Tom frowned. He knew how this worked. If Anna tried to wedge herself in, someone would roll their eyes, maybe tell her to go find another spot. She'd laugh it off, maybe even joke, but he would see it. How her shoulders tightened, how her smile dimmed for just a breath. Not today. Tom slid his tray onto the end of the bench and planted himself firmly. A boy named Curtis was already there, gangly and loud, waving his spoon around as he argued about marbles. He glanced up, surprised, when Tom sat down. "This spot's taken," Curtis said. "Not anymore," Tom replied evenly. He patted the space beside him, catching Anna's eye. "Saved you a seat." Her grin was quick, dazzling, though she tried to hide it as she slid in beside him. She set her tray down, bumping his elbow as she settled. "Guess I'm lucky you got here first," Curtis scowled. "We were saving that for someone else." Tom's gaze stayed steady. "We're sitting here." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried the quiet weight that often made others pause. For a moment, Curtis looked ready to argue, but then he caught the expression on Tom's face, firm, unyielding. With a huff, he turned back to his soup, muttering something about brown noser. Tom ignored him. He focused on his bread, tearing it neatly into pieces. The noise of the cafeteria swirled around them, clattering spoons, bursts of laughter, the scrape of benches. But here, at their small stretch of table, it felt quieter. Anna dipped her bread into her soup, swirling it until it nearly dissolved. "You didn't have to fight for me, you know," she said lightly. Tom shrugged. "Wasn't a fight?" Her lips curved. "Still, you make things easier." He didn't answer right away, staring down at his soup. What he wanted to say sat heavy in his chest. "I'll always make things easier for you. I'll always keep a place for you." But he only tore another piece of bread and dipped it into his bowl. "You'd have found a seat anyway," he said after a moment. "Maybe." She leaned closer, lowering her voice so only he could hear. "But I'd rather sit with you." Tom's ears warmed, though he kept his expression carefully neutral. He took a bite, chewing slowly. Anna smiled like she hadn't said anything important and turned her attention back to her soup. The rest of lunch passed in small chatter. She teased him about how he held his spoon like a soldier, straight-backed, precise. He teased her about spilling crumbs down her dress. She giggled, brushing them away, and nudged his knee under the table. When the bell finally rang, children scrambled to stack trays and hurry back to class. Anna gathered her books, still smiling. "Thanks again," she said softly, almost lost beneath the noise. Tom shouldered his satchel and walked beside her toward the door. "Any time," he murmured, and he meant it. Even at 10, even in a noisy cafeteria with soup gone cold, Tom knew this much was true. No matter how many arguments flared over who sat where, no matter how crowded the room, Anna would always have a place beside him. The recess bell clanged across the schoolyard, its sharp edge cutting through the laughter and shouts of children. The call was clear. Playtime was over. A line of boys abandoned their game of marbles, girls dropped their jump ropes mid-swing, and the tide of students flowed toward the schoolhouse doors. Tom brushed dust from his knees, standing from where he had been crouched by the fence, sorting his books back into order. He liked things neat, even after running about. His satchel lay at his feet, strap buckled, ready to swing over his shoulder. He cast a glance around. Anna wasn't there. Of course she wasn't. She had darted off toward the far end of the yard just before the bell, chasing a stray ball that wasn't even hers. Tom sighed, shaking his head, then spotted her finally jogging back, hair flying, shoes untied as usual. "You'll be late," he called, already moving toward the door. "I'm right behind you," she said, though her tone was breathless, distracted as she scooped up her books from the bench where she'd left them. Tom stepped inside with the others, the cool dimness of the classroom wrapping around him after the sunlit yard. Desks scraped as students returned to their seats. Miss Alder, stern and sharp-eyed, tapped her ruler against the desk to quiet the chatter. "All right, everyone, open your readers to page 63. Tom slid into his desk, laying out his books in neat stacks. His eyes flicked to the door again. Anna wasn't through it yet. His stomach tightened. A moment later, the door creaked open. Anna slipped inside, cheeks flushed, braid unraveling, clutching her books awkwardly to her chest. The room hushed for a beat, dozens of eyes swiveling toward her. "Miss Hayes," Miss Alder said, voice cool and clipped, "late again." Anna froze mid-step, color rising higher in her face. She opened her mouth, but no excuse seemed to form. Tom could see it, her stubborn streak battling her embarrassment. She would laugh it off, maybe shrug, maybe mutter an apology, but Miss Alder had no patience for late arrivals. Before Anna could speak, Tom's voice rang out. "She was helping me, ma'am." The words left his mouth before he'd even thought them through. Every head turned toward him. Heat crept up his neck, but he kept his gaze steady on the teacher. "I had too many books to carry, and she stayed behind to help." Miss Alder's eyes narrowed. "Is that so?" "Yes, ma'am." He forced his tone into calm certainty, the way his father used when stating something that brooked no argument. A long pause stretched. Tom could hear Anna's shallow breathing behind him, feel the weight of the class's curiosity pressing down. Finally, Miss Alder exhaled through her nose. "Very well. Take your seat, Miss Hayes, but see that it doesn't happen again." "Yes, ma'am," Anna said quickly, nearly tripping as she hurried to her desk. The classroom rustled back into motion, pages turning, pencils scratching. Tom lowered his head over his book, though the words swam before his eyes. He could feel Anna's gaze burning into the back of his neck. When the lesson ended and the students bent over their arithmetic, Anna leaned sideways in her desk. Her whisper brushed his ear. "You didn't have to do that." Tom kept his eyes on the numbers scrawled before him. "Didn't want you to get in trouble." "You lied." "Didn't lie," he muttered. "You did carry books, just not mine." She stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. Miss Alder shot a warning glance their way, and Anna bent quickly to her work, though her eyes still sparkled. The afternoon dragged in the way school afternoons always did. Lessons on geography, copying sentences, reciting from memory. Yet Tom felt strangely alert, his chest humming with the weight of what he had done. He hadn't planned it, hadn't thought it through. The words had leapt from him like a reflex, as natural as breathing. When the final bell rang, students surged from their seats, eager to escape into the sun again. Tom gathered his books into his satchel, straightening each edge before sliding it closed. Anna appeared at his desk, arms crossed, a half-smile tugging her lips. "So, my hero." Tom rolled his eyes, standing. "Don't make a big thing of it." It was a big thing. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "You got Miss Alder to let me off. No one ever does that." "I just didn't want her yelling at you," Tom said quietly. He shifted the satchel on his shoulder, suddenly uncomfortable under her steady gaze. Her smile softened. Well, thanks. They stepped out into the warm afternoon together, the air full of buzzing cicadas and the smell of chalk dust clinging to their clothes. The other children scattered across the yard, some running for home, others dawdling in small groups. Tom and Anna fell into step side by side, the familiar rhythm of their walk settling around them. Anna skipped once, then fell back into step. You know, you don't always have to look out for me. Yes, I do. The words escaped with more weight than he intended. She arched a brow, eyes dancing. Confident, aren't you? Not confident, just certain. Someone has to. For a few steps they were silent, only the crunch of gravel under their shoes filling the space. Then Anna smiled again, lighter this time, as though the moment in the classroom had already been folded into the fabric of their friendship, stitched tight. I guess I'll let you keep saving me then, she said with mock grandeur, but only because you're so good at it. Tom huffed a laugh, shaking his head, but inside his chest warmed. They walked on, the sun dipping lower, their shadows stretching long before them. And though Tom would never have said it aloud, he knew. Whatever trouble Anna found herself in, he'd always step forward. Always make sure the seat beside him, the space beside him, was hers to claim. Heat rose from the packed earth, rippling over the yard where the bus had dropped them off. Tom adjusted his satchel so the strap lay flat against his shoulder, straight, no twist, and waited while Anna wrestled her books into some kind of stack. You sure you've got those? He asked. Absolutely, she said, and then the top reader slithered sideways. Tom caught it with a palm before it fell. Absolutely, he repeated, deadpan, sliding the book back into her arms. She wrinkled her nose at him. Don't say a word. He didn't bother. They fell into step the way they always did, through the side gate and down the lane where the dust was soft and fine, past the schoolyard oak and the fence with the loose slat Tom always nudged back into place. Fields opened on either side, corn high and whispering, a patch of alfalfa blushed with purple bloom, a scarecrow slumped as if napping on its post. Anna's laces were loose again. He tried not to look at them. He looked anyway. Don't say it, she warned, catching his glance. I didn't. You were thinking it. He let that pass, but when the lace snaked under her heel, he sighed and stopped. Just hold up a second. He shifted his satchel, knelt, and tugged each lace into a firm, square knot. His fingers were quick from practice. The dust left pale crescents on his knees. You'll ruin your pants, she said, but she was smiling like she always did when he fixed something for her. They were already dusty, he said, standing. There. They walked on. A grasshopper sprang from the ditch with the sound of a struck match. Blue dragonflies stitched the air over the creek where the lane bent. Tom's town, small, steady, sat a mile off, shingled roofs and a church steeple pricking the sky. You could smell bread sometimes when the wind came right from the bakery. Today it was warm dirt and clover and the faint tar smell of the road. Anna hiked her books higher. Miss Alder almost skinned me alive today. You were late, Tom said. She gave him a look that said he knew. He did. He kept his eyes on the lane. Anyway, she went on, lighter again, if I had really been helping you carry books, you would have stacked them in size order and tied them with string. String stretches, he said automatically, and then felt foolish. She laughed, bright and easy, and some tight place in his chest softened. They cut off the lane where it bent toward the long way and hopped the low fence into the field. It wasn't stealing when your father worked these rows, Tom figured. And besides, the footpaths between furrows were half town anyway. He led her along the narrow ridge where the fields sloped toward the creek, the dirt fine and warm under the soles of his shoes. Hungry? He asked as the river flashed in the sun, bright as hammered tin. Starving, she said. It usually meant she'd only managed lunch that day. Her family often couldn't spare breakfast. He'd suspected as much. They ducked into the willow shade where the roots knuckled the bank. Tom set his satchel in the grass and worked the latches with care. Inside waited the wax paper parcel he'd carried untouched through noon, a peanut butter sandwich cut corner to corner because halves fit better that way. He'd packed it not for himself, but because some days like today, Anna came hungry. Peeling back the paper, he split the sandwich and held one half toward her. Her brows lifted. First a seat, now a sandwich? Careful, Tom. Folks will think we're a pair. They can talk, he said. You need to eat. She took the triangle and bit the corner. Peanut butter glued her smile for a second and made her eyes crinkle when she tried to talk. "'Sgood?" He nodded, chewing his own half. The sandwich was the kind with more peanut butter than bread, the kind his mother spread when the jar was almost gone and she scraped the bottom for every smear. It stuck to his tongue in a way that forced him to slow down. He didn't mind. Eating slow had a way of making a thing last. They shared his canteen too, with Anna making a show of wiping the rim with the corner of her sleeve before she drank. "Proper," she said, pinky extended. Water splashed down her chin anyway, and she laughed, and Tom had to look away because his chest was doing that tight, loose feeling again, the one he'd learned not to call anything in particular. The creek purled along the stones, and in the breeze the willow leaves' undersides showed like silver fish. Tom set his empty wax paper flat and smoothed it with his palm. Anna flopped onto her back with her book still clutched to her chest, then sat up because the grass would stain her dress. She rested her chin on her knees instead, watching the current worry past a snag of branch. "Think that stick will make it to the river?" she asked. "Depends if it catches again," he said, "or if there's a drop farther down." She made a doubtful sound. "You always have an answer." "Someone should," he said. He didn't mean it to sound sharp. She tipped her head to look at him. A mosquito hovered near her ear. He swatted it without thinking, and she blinked and grinned. "Thanks." "Anytime." They sat like that for a while, not talking much, the kind of silence that wasn't empty but full of the ordinary. Tom counted dragonflies. He traced the grain of his satchel strap with a thumb. He thought about the classroom hum and the scrape of chairs and how everything felt loud until moments like this, when all the noises pulled back and his thoughts could stand up straight again. A train whistle moaned far off. The sound lay on the air and then thinned. Tom imagined the tracks beyond the ridge, the long line of cars moving through wheat and creek and town, carrying people he'd never see. He wondered if trains saved seats for anyone, or if you had to buy them all at once and hope. "Tom?" Anna said. He looked over. Her ribbon had come loose entirely. He could see where the braid would fall apart if she shook her head. He had to sit on his hands, not to fix it. "Do you think," she asked, "you'll always save me a seat?" She tried to say it like a joke. He knew that tone, but her eyes didn't joke. They were the color of creek water when a cloud passes. He could answer lightly. He could say, "Only if you're late," and she would laugh and they would move along the path they always did. But something in her face held him in place. The question felt bigger than the creek bank, bigger than the afternoon. "Yeah," he said, and heard the word settle. "I will." Her mouth twitched like she might turn it into a tease, but she didn't. The breeze fussed with the loose hair at her temple. He felt the shape of the promise as he spoke the rest, and it surprised him how steady it was. "Even when we're 100, he added, trying for a grin and not quite making it a joke. "I'll save you a seat." 100? She repeated, and now she smiled with her eyes. "That's old." "We'll be bent and creaky," he said, warming to it. "I'll make sure you don't trip on your cane because your laces will still be untied." "My cane will be very offended you think it can't keep me upright," she said, drawing lines in the soft dirt with her fingertip. "But all right, if you're saving me a seat at 100, I'll be late just so you don't feel silly waiting." "You'll be late anyway?" he said. "True." Her gaze slid to the church steeple in the distance, then back to him. She nodded once, as if confirming something to herself, and leaned her shoulder against his for just a moment. It was a quick press, there and gone, but Tom felt its echo. He stared very hard at the water until his face settled into what he hoped was ordinary. "Come on," he said after a minute, clearing his throat. "We should go, or my dad'll ask why I stopped to fix every fence post between here and the road." "You probably would if I let you," she said, getting to her feet. Her book slid. He took half without asking, and she didn't protest. They climbed the bank, shoes leaving neat prints side by side, and crossed back through the field, Tom choosing the firm ground out of habit, Anna wandering toward the patches of clover and then skipping back when she realized he'd drifted away. They hopped the fence, and he paused to drop the loose slat back into place. She waited, one hip cocked, like she'd been expecting it all along. By the time the lane met the road, the sun had lowered, gilding the edges of everything, so the world looked like it had been burnished with a thumb. A dog barked somewhere behind a hedge. From the bakery end of town, a warm smell drifted and made Tom's stomach remember it was still a little hungry, promise or no. "Race you to the corner?" Anna asked. "You'll trip," he said. "I'll fly," she said, and ran before he could say ready or not. He could have outpaced her. He knew the best line past the ruts, the places where the road packed firm. But he matched her stride instead, just behind and to the side in case a toe caught or a book slipped. At the corner, she pulled up, breathless and triumphant, and he let her win because it mattered to her and didn't to him. They walked the last stretch slower. Where their roads split, they stopped the way they always did, at the mailbox with Whitaker hammered crooked into the side. She balanced her books against her hip and stuck out a hand, solemn as a judge. He shook it. "Thank you for saving my seat," she said, formal voice slipping into a grin. "Any time," he said again, the word familiar now, comfortable in his mouth. "Tomorrow, too." "Tomorrow, too," she echoed, "and when we're 100. He watched her go until the turn swallowed her, ribbon coming looser with every step. He thought about calling to tell her, just once more to fix it. He didn't. He stood there in the warm dust with the promise sitting steady in him, like a book placed square on a shelf. Then he turned up his own path toward the back steps, where chores and the smell of supper waited, where a place at the table would be empty until he sat, and where, if he closed his eyes, he could still feel the brief weight of her shoulder against his. Chapter 2. 1931 church pews and peanut butter. Sunday mornings had their own rhythm in town. Bells tolling from the white-steepled church, shoes clicking against boardwalks, voices hushed in greeting as families filed inside. For Tom Whitaker, the morning always began with the same small battle, his collar. His mother tugged it straight, smoothed the fabric with firm hands, and sent him along with a pat that was half blessing, half warning to behave. The Whitakers claimed their usual pew, third from the front on the left side, the one beneath the window that caught the morning sun and lit the pages of hymnals gold. His father sat square-shouldered at the aisle end, a quiet wall of steadiness. His mother next, then Tom, then his little brother wedged close, fidgeting with the buttons of his vest. Tom's gaze swept the aisle automatically. Empty pews filled quickly as neighbors settled, hats removed, hymnals passed. But there was one seat he always measured, the space beside him. The organ swelled, voices lifted in the familiar strains of "Come Thou Fount," and still the space was empty. She was late again. He shouldn't have been surprised. Anna Rose Hayes was late to everything. But church felt different. Reverend Carter had no patience for stragglers, and every head turned when the heavy doors creaked mid-hymn. Tom's stomach tightened at the thought. And then they did. The doors eased open with a groan that cut across the organ's thrum. A few voices faltered. Anna slipped inside, cheeks flushed, braid askew, eyes wide as though she could will herself invisible. She clutched her hymnal to her chest like a shield. Tom's lips twitched despite himself. Sparrow in a storm, he thought. Always flying in at the last moment. He shifted down the bench, bumping his little brother closer to their mother, making space that hadn't been there a moment before. Anna's gaze swept the pews, darting like a bird seeking branch. When it found him, already sliding aside, hand pressing the wood as if to mark her place, her shoulders eased. By the time she reached him, the congregation had returned to the hymn. She slid into the space he'd made, her dress rustling, the scent of soap and clover brushing against him. Tom leaned just enough that she could hear his whisper under the organ's swell. "Saved you a seat." The flush on her cheeks deepened, but this time it curved into a smile, quick, grateful, crooked in the way that made Tom's chest tighten. "Course you did," she whispered back. They lifted their hymnals together, pages fluttering. Her voice joined the song a beat behind the rest, breathless but bright. Tom kept his eyes on the words, but the sound of her just off-tempo, just late, like always, settled beside him as naturally as if the pew had been built for it. The hymn ended, voices trailing into silence. Reverend Carter stepped to the pulpit, spectacles glinting in the sunshaft, and called the congregation to prayer. Heads bowed, murmurs rose, and Tom bent his own. Yet beneath the solemnity, his awareness stayed fixed on the girl at his side, The way her ribbon had slipped loose, the way her shoes dangled a little above the floorboards, heels scuffing nervously. When the amens faded and the congregation shifted back into the wooden pews, Anna leaned toward him, voice barely a breath. "Your brother doesn't look pleased to be squished." Tom glanced at the younger boy, who was indeed scowling, elbow pinned between Tom's side and their mother's sleeve. He smothered a grin. "Worth it," he whispered. Anna bit her lip, shoulders shaking with a silent laugh. She straightened quickly when Reverend Carter cleared his throat. The sermon began, a rolling cadence about patience and perseverance, about keeping lamps lit for the bridegroom even when the night stretched long. Tom tried to follow, he really did, but Anna's presence tugged at his focus. Her hymnal lay half open across her knees, a stub of pencil tucked in the spine. As Reverend Carter's voice droned on about oil and wicks, Anna slipped the pencil free, shielding the page with her palm. Tom angled his head just enough to see. A stick figure appeared in the margin, arms flailing, hair streaming like wild straw. Underneath, she scrawled, "Guess who's late again?" Tom's mouth twitched. He tipped his pencil from his pocket, careful not to draw his father's notice, and added a second figure beside hers, straighter, with a square jaw, one hand extended toward the pew. Beneath it he wrote, "Seats still waiting." She smothered a snort into her sleeve. A woman in the pew ahead glanced back, disapproving. Anna lowered her eyes quickly, cheeks pink. But when she dared another glance at Tom, her grin lingered, conspiratorial. They passed the hymnal back and forth like that, scrawling small notes between lines of printed verse. A crooked pew sketched at the bottom of a page, a loaf of bread with crumbs trailing toward the word patience. Tom drew a watch with its hands pointing nowhere. Anna added a caption, "Broken, just like me." He frowned at that, more serious than he meant, and wrote, "Not broken, just late." She read it, blinked, and then pressed the hymnal closed with a soft snap, as if that was answer enough. Reverend Carter's sermon wound on. Sun shifted through the window, striping the floorboards. Tom's brother fidgeted. Their mother hushed him with a touch. Tom sat still, shoulders square, but inside he felt oddly light, like carrying a secret weight that wasn't heavy at all. When the final hymn rose and the congregation stood, Anna's voice came quicker this time, truer to the rhythm. Tom added his own, steady and even. Their voices braided together, two notes in a larger chord, distinct yet fitting. As the last chord faded, Reverend Carter raised his hands in benediction. Hats settled back onto heads, pews creaked with shifting bodies, and the slow current of parishioners flowed toward the double doors. The Whitakers filed out with the rest. Tom's father shook the Reverend's hand. His mother exchanged greetings with neighbors. Tom lingered just inside the doors, waiting. Anna emerged from the pew a little behind, pausing to smooth her dress as though the lateness could be pressed away. She looked up, found him waiting, and quickened her steps. The bell in the white-steepled church had only just finished tolling when the congregation spilled out into the bright August sun. The gravel path crunched beneath polished shoes and scuffed boots alike. Mothers herded children, fathers tipped hats, and the air buzzed with a mingling of voices relieved to be free of Reverend Carter's long sermon. Outside, the churchyard buzzed with chatter, families gathering baskets for the picnic, children darting toward the shade trees. Anna brushed her braid back, cheeks still pink from her hurried arrival. "You always save me," she said softly, not quite teasing, not quite serious. Tom shrugged, eyes on the gravel path. "Somebody has to." Her smile tilted. "And it's always you." He felt the truth of it settle in him, quiet as a hymn. Tom Whitaker walked at his father's side, the familiar order of his family intact. Father leading, mother just behind, his younger brother tugging at her hand. Tom moved steadily with them, satchel slung crosswise, but his eyes kept straying toward the corner where the Hayes family lingered. Anna's mother was speaking to a neighbor, head tilted, expression taut with polite patience. Anna herself, however, was leaning against the hitching post, braid fraying, shoe tapping idly at the dirt. She spotted Tom watching and lifted her brows, mouth curving in a grin that looked far too mischievous for a Sunday. He smothered his own smile quickly when his father glanced back. "Order," Tom reminded himself. But when the Whitakers turned toward the town green where the picnic tables waited, he drifted naturally, inevitably, until his path aligned with Anna's. The green stretched wide at the edge of town, a patch of grass where maples cast their shade across quilt-spread families. Long tables had been hauled out, their planks bowed with the weight of Sunday dishes. Fried chicken crisp in wax paper, jars of pickles, loaves of bread, pies set to cool in the open air. The air smelled of clover and yeast, and the faint tang of coal smoke from the blacksmith's forge down the lane. Children had already abandoned shoes to race through the grass. The town's hunger, for food, for company, for a moment to breathe after a hard week, hung over the gathering like sunshine itself. Tom's mother joined the cluster of women arranging baskets. His father bent to confer with a neighbor about a balky plow horse. His brother darted after a group of boys with marbles clutched in his pocket. That left Tom, standing a little awkwardly, his hands in his trouser pockets, until Anna sidled up beside him. "You look like you're guarding a fort," she said, tilting her chin at his stance. "Maybe I am." He glanced down at her, trying to sound nonchalant. "Important things in these baskets. Somebody has to keep watch." Her grin deepened. "Or maybe you're just waiting for me." He flushed but didn't answer. She took that as victory enough. Plates were filled. Tom's mother pressed a portion into his hands. Bread thick with butter, a drumstick wrapped in paper, a single cookie tucked carefully beside the slice of pie. He carried it steady, shoulders square, as Anna trailed him toward the edge of the green. They claimed the spot beneath a broad oak, its trunk wide enough to hide them partly from the gaze of elders who might scold for not sitting properly at the tables. The grass beneath was cool, flattened by years of children's play. Tom settled cross-legged, plate balanced on his knees. Anna plopped down more carelessly, skirts pooling, braids slipping over her shoulder. They ate in companionable silence at first, the kind of silence that hummed with the surrounding life of town. Voices drifted across the lawn, laughter rose when someone spilled lemonade, a baby cried and was quickly soothed. Above them, the leaves stirred, dappling sun and shadow across Anna's face. She bit into her piece of chicken with unabashed relish, grease shining at her lip until she swiped it away with the back of her hand. Tom tried not to stare. He tore his bread into neat halves, butter smudging evenly across each bite. "Careful," she teased, nodding at his plate. "If you cut that bread any straighter, you'll ruin the fun of it." "Food should be tidy," Tom said. "Food should be eaten," she countered, already reaching to pluck a bite from his half. He caught her wrist midair, but she only grinned wider. "See? You'd starve without me." Tom rolled his eyes but let her have it. She popped the morsel into her mouth with exaggerated triumph. When his plate was nearly bare, only the cookie remained. A small round sugar biscuit, browned at the edges, dusted faintly with cinnamon. His mother had pressed just one onto each child's plate. Tom had saved his for last, the way he always did. Anna noticed. "You're not going to eat that, are you?" she asked, eyes sparkling. "Course I am." "Then you'd better hurry." Before he could react, her hand darted out. She snatched the cookie clean off his plate, already halfway to her mouth by the time his brain caught up. Anna rose. She took a triumphant bite, crumbs spilling down her dress. She said through her grin. "Best thing I've ever tasted." Tom tried for outrage, but it didn't quite hold. He scowled as convincingly as he could manage, arms crossed. "That was mine." "Not anymore." She polished off the rest with deliberate slowness, licking a crumb from her finger just to emphasize the point. "You're impossible. And you're predictable," she shot back, laughter bubbling. "You always save the best for last. Somebody had to rescue it before you stared it to death." He wanted to stay angry, he tried, but the grin tugging at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. She leaned closer, bumping his shoulder with hers. "Tell you what," she said with a sly grin. "Next time, I'll be the one saving you a seat for dessert," he snorted. "That'd be a first. You'd have to beat me there." Still, the thought settled warm in his chest, stubborn as sunlight that refused to fade. Around them, the picnic swelled into its Sunday rhythm. Men gathered at the far table to argue crops and weather. Women swapped recipes and gossip. Children chased each other across the grass until Reverend Carter's wife reminded them, "Not in your church clothes," to which the children paid half a mind at best. Tom and Anna stayed under the oak. She plucked blades of grass, knotting them into awkward braids before tossing them at his lap. He ignored the first two, but when the third stuck to his trousers, he flicked it back at her, and soon they were both laughing, trying to hush each other lest adults notice. "Do you ever think," Anna said after the laughter ebbed, "that this is all folks will ever do? Same pews, same sermons, same picnics till we're gray?" Tom considered. He liked order. He liked the sameness of Sundays, the steady routine. But when he looked at her, eyes sharp even under the lazy summer shade, he knew her question meant more. "Doesn't sound so bad," he said at last, "if the same people are there." Her expression softened, playful edge fading just a little. She didn't answer right away, just leaned back on her hands, watching the sunlight sift through the leaves. By mid-afternoon, the crowd began to thin. Families gathered baskets. Children were corralled back into shoes. The hum of voices shifted toward farewells. Anna's mother called her name, sharp across the green. Anna groaned. "She'll want me to help pack everything." "Probably." Tom rose, brushing crumbs from his trousers, then offered her a hand. She took it, springing lightly to her feet. For a second she didn't let go, her small fingers warm against his. Then her mother called again, and the moment broke. Anna sighed, releasing him. "Thanks for sharing your sandwich and your cookie. Especially your cookie. You stole it." "Same thing." She flashed him one last grin before darting off to her mother's side. Tom stood a moment longer beneath the oak, watching as her braids slipped farther loose, as her dress swished through the grass. He shook his head, half smiling. The last of the baskets clattered shut. Reverend Carter's booming farewell rolled across the green. Tom's father gathered their family with a nod. They would head home soon, chores waiting, supper still to be made. But as Tom fell into step with them, he glanced back once. Anna caught his eye, just before disappearing into the bustle of her own family. She mouthed something. 2 words, no sound. "Saved you." He grinned to himself, the afternoon sun warm on his back. The afternoon sun was dipping westward when the picnic began to break apart. Quilts were folded, pie tins scraped clean, baskets repacked with what little remained. Voices thinned into farewells. Tom helped his mother gather the last of their things, slipping jars into the wicker basket she carried. He liked the order of it, the way each dish had its place. But even as his hands worked, his eyes strayed toward the edge of the green, where Anna stood with her arms folded loosely across her middle. She was waiting for her mother to finish talking with the women, toe-tracing idle patterns in the dust. Her braid was fraying again, ribbon half untied. That was when Curtis Miller ambled past. Curtis was 14, 2 years older than Tom, already taller and broad through the shoulders. He had a way of strutting, chin tilted, as though the whole town was a stage built just for him. Tom had seen him pull wings from grasshoppers behind the schoolhouse and brag about it. He didn't like him. Curtis slowed when he spotted Anna. His mouth twisted into a smirk. "Well, if it ain't Miss Hayes," he drawled, loud enough for those nearby to hear. "Late again, weren't you? Always coming in halfway through. Guess lazy folks don't know how to tell time." Anna froze, color rushing to her cheeks. She tried to laugh it off, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, but her eyes darted down to the ground. Something hot flared in Tom's chest. Before he even realized he'd moved, Tom was crossing the grass, jaw set. He planted himself square between Anna and Curtis, feet firm like his father when bracing against a mule. "Take it back," Curtis blinked, then let out a low chuckle. "Take what back? Only said what's true. Girl's late to everything. Ask anybody." "She's not lazy," Tom snapped. His voice carried sharper than he intended, and a few heads turned. His ears burned, but he didn't back down. "You don't know anything." Curtis cocked a brow, clearly amused. "And you do, I suppose? Always sitting by her, always covering for her in class. What are you, her guard dog?" The heat in Tom's chest turned to fire. Better than being a bully. For a heartbeat, the green went quiet around them, as though even the cicadas paused. Curtis's smirk faltered. He stepped closer, and Tom caught the smell of grass and sweat. Curtis was taller by half a head, shadow falling over him. "You want to say that again?" Curtis asked, voice low. Tom's fists curled. He'd never been in a fight, not a real one. He knew his father would tan his hide if he came home with a black eye. But looking at Anna's flushed face, at the way she hugged her arms tight as if bracing against the words, Tom didn't care. "I said," Tom repeated, forcing his voice steady, "you're a bully." Curtis's jaw flexed. His hand twitched at his side. For a moment, Tom thought he would swing. Tom's heart thudded so hard it rattled his ribs, but he planted his feet, ready. He wasn't going to step back. Then Anna's hand touched his sleeve. "Tom," she whispered, urgent. Her fingers tightened, tugging. "Don't." He glanced at her. Her eyes weren't angry. They were wide, startled, but there was something else there too. Something soft. Curtis barked a laugh, breaking the moment. "That's what I thought." He gave Tom a shove against the shoulder, hard, but not a full punch, then turned away, tossing over his shoulder. "Keep chasing after her if you want, Whitaker. Won't change what she is." Tom staggered back a step, but didn't fall. Every muscle in him screamed to lunge, to prove Curtis wrong with more than words. But Anna's grip on his sleeve held firm. She tugged again, pulling him away from the watching eyes. They stopped beneath the oak tree where they'd eaten lunch, the shade cooler, the noise of the crowd muffled by distance. Tom's chest still heaved. He hadn't realized he was shaking until he tried to unclench his fists. "I could have taken him," he muttered. Anna stared at him, then let out a laugh. Small, shaky, but real. "Curtis is twice your size. I don't care." Tom's jaw tightened. "He doesn't get to talk about you like that." Something in her face shifted. The teasing slipped away. She reached up, tugged lightly at his sleeve where she'd held him, and her voice softened. "Thank you." He blinked at her, caught off guard. "I mean it. Nobody ever stands up like that for me. You didn't have to." Tom felt the heat climb his neck again, different from the fire moments ago. He rubbed the back of his head, suddenly awkward. "Course I did." For a moment, neither spoke. The sounds of the picnic carried faintly, the scrape of benches being hauled, a child calling for his mother, the drone of Reverend Carter bidding farewell. But here under the oak, it felt like the whole town had faded. Anna smiled then, small and crooked. Her eyes glistened in the dappled light. "You're always saving me," she murmured. "Seats, sandwiches, now even from Curtis Miller." Tom tried to shrug, to make it sound casual. "Guess it's what I do." Her smile deepened, touched with something gentler than mischief this time. She let the silence linger before stepping back, smoothing her dress as though the moment had grown too heavy. "Well," she said lightly, "let's hope you don't make a habit of nearly fighting people. Your mother would have words." He huffed a laugh, shoulders loosening. "Yeah, she would." They walked back together across the green, their steps slow, neither in a hurry. And though Tom's chest still thrummed with the remnants of anger, beneath it lay something steadier, a fierce certainty. Curtis could smirk all he wanted. Tom knew one thing for sure. As long as he was around, nobody would ever make Anna feel small without going through him first. The sun hung low when the Whitakers' basket was emptied and folded shut, and when the Hayes family finally finished their lingering farewells, and the last of the town drifted from the green. Dust rose behind wagon wheels. Children's voices carried faint and tired, and the organist's son latched the church doors with a groan of iron. Tom walked at Anna's side along the narrow road home. Their families trailed behind, caught up in separate conversations, which left the two of them free at the edge of the lane. The air smelled of clover and wood smoke, of pies cooling in someone's kitchen half a mile away. For a while they didn't talk. Their shoes scuffed the dirt, the rhythm of their steps falling into an easy pattern. Tom liked the quiet. It wasn't the stiff silence of Reverend Carter's sermon, but something looser, companionable, filled with crickets starting their evening song. Anna tipped her head back, braids slipping almost entirely free, ribbon trailing. "I love this time of day," she said suddenly. "Everything's softer, like the world finally remembers to rest." Tom glanced at the horizon. The fields on either side were brushed with gold, the stalks bending beneath the fading light. The sky was painted orange near the rim, cooling to violet as it stretched overhead. He nodded. "Looks clean, like someone washed the sky." She laughed at that, a sound that scattered birds from the ditch grass. "Trust you to make sunset sound like a chore." He flushed, but he smiled too. They reached the split in the road where fence rails lined the property boundary. Anna hopped up, skirts swishing, and perched on the top rail. The wood creaked beneath her slight weight. She patted the space beside her. Tom hesitated. His father would tell him fence rails weren't meant for sitting, that wood wore down faster that way. But Anna was already swinging her feet, eyes shining in the last of the light. He sighed and clambered up, settling carefully so the post didn't shift. From up here the land spread wide, the wheat fields rolling toward the horizon, the creek glinting like spilled silver, the town's rooftops just visible in the dip beyond. For a few moments they sat in silence, side by side. Anna leaned back on her hands, watching the sun drag itself lower. Tom kept his palms braced on the rail, posture straighter, though he kept sneaking glances at her profile in the orange glow. She caught him. "What?" "Nothing." He looked away quickly, her grin curved, sly. "You were staring?" "Was not. We're two." He huffed, ears hot, but she didn't press. Instead, she leaned her shoulder gently into his, just enough to jostle him. He held still, afraid any movement might break the moment. After a long while, Anna spoke again, softer this time. "You know, when Curtis said those things today," Tom stiffened. "Don't listen to him." "I'm not." She toyed with her loose ribbon, winding it between her fingers. "But it mattered. You stepping in like that. Nobody else would've." He swallowed. The memory of Curtis's smirk, the shove against his shoulder, still made his fists tighten. But more than that, the memory of Anna's face, flushed, a little ashamed, like the words had cut too deep, was what had driven him forward. "I'd do it again," Tom said simply. She looked at him then, really looked, and the fading sunlight made her eyes seem more gold than brown. "Why?" The question hung heavier than he expected. He could have brushed it off, made a joke about hating bullies. But that wasn't the truth. Not all of it. He picked at the edge of the rail, splinter rough beneath his thumb, and found the words before he could second-guess them. "Because you matter to me. And because it's my place. To keep a seat for you. To stand up if someone tries to push you out of it." The words slipped quiet into the air, but once spoken, they couldn't be gathered back. Anna blinked. For a moment, she didn't move. Then her lips tilted into a small smile. Not mischievous this time, not teasing, but something steadier. She looked back toward the horizon. "Always saving me a seat," she murmured. "Always," Tom said. He meant it more than he could explain, more than he fully understood. It was bigger than the pew at church, bigger than the picnic under the oak, bigger even than the school bus where it had all begun. It felt like a promise stretched beyond their small town, beyond the summer air thick with crickets. The sun kissed the horizon, spilling its last fire across the fields. Shadows lengthened, cool and blue. Anna hugged her knees to her chest, resting her chin there. "Even when we're grown?" Tom nodded. "Even then. Even if we don't end up in the same place?" Her voice had a playful lilt, but he caught the flicker of worry beneath it. "No matter where," he said, the words steady in his mouth. She smiled faintly at the ground, as if the answer was enough. The evening deepened. Fireflies began their faint dance above the grass, winking like shy stars. The fence creaked as Tom shifted, finally daring to let his shoulder brush hers again. She didn't move away. They sat like that until their mothers' voices carried from down the road, calling them along. Anna hopped down lightly, brushing dust from her hem. Tom followed more carefully, boots crunching on the hard-packed earth. At the crossroads where their paths split, they paused. Anna's house lay east, his north. She rocked back on her heels, ribbon dangling loose, braid barely holding. "Thanks," she said softly. "For what?" "For today." She hesitated, then added, "For always." He felt his chest tighten. He only nodded. Words seemed too clumsy for the shape of what he felt. She smiled one last time before turning down her road, skirts swishing. Tom watched until the bend swallowed her, then started home himself, the echo of his promise steady inside him. He would always save her a seat, no matter where life pulled them, no matter how far. And though neither of them knew what paths lay ahead, war, loss, years marked by empty chairs, the vow lingered in the warm summer dusk, as sure as the setting sun.
1936. Schoolyard promises. The gymnasium always smelled faintly of varnish and chalk dust, a mixture that clung to the wooden rafters even when the tall windows were propped open. Afternoon light slanted across the polished floorboards, bright enough to glint off the brass of the climbing ropes and the scuffed surface of the basketball backboards. Anna stood in a ragged line of girls along one wall, trying to keep her shoes from squeaking as she shifted. Across the floor, the boys mirrored them, lined up, fidgeting, pretending not to care. "Today," Mr. Hawthorne declared in his booming baritone, "we begin with the box waltz. When the fall dance arrives in a few weeks, at least you'll know one step." He strode between the rows like a drill sergeant, his mustache bristling with authority. "Nothing fancy, just rhythm and respect. Gentlemen, you lead. Ladies, you follow. Now meet in the middle." The groan that rippled through the boys made Anna smile. She'd seen them act tough in baseball, but now most looked like they'd rather face a firing squad. A few girls whispered and giggled behind their hands, trying not to look eager. Anna rolled her shoulders back, telling herself it didn't matter who she ended up with. It was only a class. Then Tom Whitaker's eyes found hers. Her heart gave a small, traitorous leap. Of course it would be him. Somehow it was always him, on the bus, in church pews, under the oak tree at picnics. He was steady as sunrise, and still she never seemed ready for the way his gaze steadied on her like that. She stepped forward at the same moment he did, and the lines melted into pairs. He stopped in front of her, taller now than the boy who used to tug her braid. His shirt collar looked a little too stiff, his ears a little too pink. "Guess it's us," he said, voice low. "Guess so." She tried for casual, though her palms felt damp. "You'd better not ruin my shoes." His mouth twitched. No promises. They took their places as Mr. Hawthorne clapped out a steady beat. Tom held his hand out stiffly, the way he might offer to help her cross a muddy ditch. She placed her hand in his, smaller and warmer, and immediately noticed how rigid he was. His other hand hovered near her waist before finally settling there, careful as if she were made of glass. "Relax," she murmured, trying not to grin. "I don't bite." He made a face. "That's debatable." Then the record player crackled to life in the corner, violins waltzing out of the horn. Mr. Hawthorne counted aloud, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and the pairs began to shuffle. Tom moved like a soldier learning to march. His steps were square, deliberate, and utterly graceless. Anna tried to follow, but within the first few beats his shoe landed square on her toes. "Tom?" she yelped, then laughed despite herself. "You're supposed to avoid my feet, not crush them." His eyes went wide, horrified. Sorry, I... He shifted too quickly, and in doing so caught her other toe. She dissolved into laughter, clutching his shoulder to keep balance. "At this rate, I won't have toes left." He scowled, though his ears turned bright red. "You're not exactly light on your feet, either." "Oh, so now it's my fault," she teased, lifting a brow. "Maybe you're just hopeless." "Hopeless?" he echoed, tightening his jaw. "I can do this." "Prove it, then." They tried again. Step forward, side, together. Back, side, together. The rhythm was simple on paper, but Tom's concentration was so fierce he looked like he was reciting scripture in his head. His hand at her waist was warm but tense, and every so often his brow furrowed as though he meant to conquer the floor by sheer will. Anna bit the inside of her cheek to stop another laugh. He was trying so hard, too hard. She tilted her chin up, catching his gaze. "It's supposed to be dancing, not arithmetic. You can breathe, you know." He exhaled sharply, muttering, "Easy for you to say." "Not that easy," she said honestly, "but more fun if you let it be." For a fleeting moment their steps matched. The sway of the music carried them in a smooth arc across the polished floor, and she felt the faintest thrill of flight. Then he misstepped again, nearly sending her sprawling. She squeaked and clutched at him, and he steadied her instantly, face crimson. "Sorry," he whispered. She shook her head, still laughing. "You're impossible." "And you're not," he muttered, but there was no heat in it. His lips twitched like he wanted to smile. Around them the gym rang with a mixture of groans and giggles. Pairs stumbled into each other, Mr. Hawthorne barked corrections, and the record spun on. But Anna barely noticed. Her world had shrunk to Tom's hands steady at her back, the awkward rhythm of his feet against hers, and the quiet storm of his concentration. "Don't think so much," she said softly. "I'm trying to lead," he grumbled. "Maybe leading isn't about forcing the steps," she said before she could stop herself. The words slipped out like instinct. "Maybe it's about listening, about noticing." That made him glance at her, surprised. Their eyes caught, held for half a beat too long. Anna felt her cheeks heat, but she didn't look away. "You always have something to say," he murmured. "And you always need to hear it," she shot back, though her smile softened the jab. When the song ended, Mr. Hawthorne dismissed them with a stern warning to practice. The students scattered in a flurry of chatter, some limping, others laughing. Anna lingered, adjusting her sleeve where Tom's hand had rested. It was silly. Just a dance lesson. Just a clumsy boy and a girl trying not to trip, yet her chest felt light, fizzing with something unnamed. Tom tugged at his collar, looking everywhere but her. "I'll get better," he muttered. She tilted her head, watching him. "I don't doubt it." He glanced up, and for once his smile wasn't crooked or teasing. It was small, earnest. It made her throat catch. "Thanks for not giving up on me," he said. Her laughter returned, soft this time. "Well, someone has to keep you from stepping on every girl in school." "Guess I'll save all my missteps for you," he said dryly. It was meant as a joke, she knew, but something in his tone made the words linger. She felt her cheeks warm again, and she quickly busied herself with straightening her skirt. "Just practice," she said, aiming for Breezy. "Next time maybe I'll escape with a toe or two intact." His grin widened. "Next time." By last bell, the gym still smelled like varnish and the ghost of Mr. Hawthorne's cologne, and Anna's toes remembered every place Tom's shoes had found them. She didn't mind. Hadn't, even when it stung, because he'd looked so serious about doing it right that she couldn't help laughing. Now the doors yawned open to late afternoon sun, and the schoolyard spilled children the way a jar spills marbles, scattering in bright clacks and chatter. She paused on the top step to retie her laces that would not stay tied for any power under heaven. Tom waited at the bottom, hands jammed in his pockets, hair lit like copper where the light caught it. His tie was normally crooked. Today it was his shirt collar, turned under on one side, and it made something warm move behind her ribs. "You walkin'?" he asked. "If my toes forgive you." She tried to sound stern and failed. "2 casualties in gym today." "4, he said, face grave, and she laughed again because he counted his missteps like a ledger he meant to balance. They made it off the step before trouble found them. A knot of boys leaned against the brick, trading sweets and boasts. Eddie Sloane, thin, sharp-nosed, always talking, pushed off the wall and sashayed 2 stiff waltz steps toward them, one palm held out in a mockery of a gentleman's pose. "Watch your feet, Whitaker," he called, loud enough for the crowd. "Else you'll flatten poor Anna same as you did in there." Laughter skittered along the bricks. Anna kept moving. She could take a joke. She did take them, all the time, about her shoelaces, about never being on time, about arriving just as the bell tolled. She was already forming a retort when Eddie added, "Course, she trips over air anyhow. Hard to dance with a girl who can't keep her feet or keep time." That one slid under her skin. Heat crawled her neck. She didn't stop, wouldn't give him the show, but her heartbeat stumbled. Tom's did something different. She felt it without looking. The air beside her went taut as a rope pulled snug. "Knock it off, Sloane," Tom said, voice flat. Eddie grinned, sensing an edge he liked to press. "I'm just saying, some folks weren't born for fancy steppin'. Maybe Anna ought to sit and clap. Or better yet, somebody save her a seat so she don't fall on her face." More laughter. Anna's feet kept going because that's what she knew how to do. Walk past. Let words fall behind the way dust does. She had learned long ago that if she hurried, she'd trip, and if she stopped, she'd cry. So the best thing was to move through it like creek water around a rock. Tom didn't move through anything. He turned. The change in him was quick as a match struck. He wasn't loud. He didn't need to be. He stepped into Eddie's space, and the joking drained from the boys on the wall like water from a tub. Tom's hand went to Eddie's shirt front, not quite fisting it, just a touch that said if I wanted to, I could. "Say it again," he told Eddie, not loud, not shaking. His eyes were a color Ma and Anna suddenly didn't have a word for, something darker than their usual river brown, like the creek when a storm swells it. Eddie tried his grin again, but it wobbled. "You taken this personal, Whitaker?" "Yeah," Tom said. "I am." A teacher's voice carried faint from somewhere, Miss Alder reminding someone about arithmetic pages, but the corner of the yard had gone its own kind of quiet. Boys who loved a show edged closer. Girls slowed, whispering. Anna's face felt hot and cold together. She reached for Tom's sleeve and found only air. He'd stepped too close to be reached without stepping between. "Tom," she said, trying for easy, but her voice scraped. "Leave it." Eddie, fool that he was, colored by the attention, puffed himself like a rooster. "What's it to you if I say she's clumsy? The girl trips every Sunday coming down the aisle, and late? She was born with the clock running 5 minutes behind." He shot a glance at the boys to make sure they were catching his cleverness. Heck, you'd think she'd show up on time once, if only two. Tom's hand closed in Eddie's shirt then, clean and fast, dragging him half a step off the wall. It wasn't a punch, not yet, but it was the step right before one. The drawn breath, the pulled arm. Eddie's mouth dropped open. Someone hissed. The world narrowed to the square of sun-warm brick, the close press of breath, the sound of the record player from the gym still scratching out the last of a tune. Tom? Anna's palm found his wrist this time, skin and bone hot under her hand. He didn't look at her. His jaw had gone hard, that stubborn line she knew from 100 small moments, when he asked the bus driver to wait, when he slid down a pew, when he stood his ground in lunchroom scuffles. But there was something else now, too, something that scared her a little because she didn't know how to soften it. "If you swing," she said quietly, "you won't be doing it for me." It slid in under the heat of him. His grip held one slow heartbeat longer, then loosened. He set Eddie back against the brick like he was placing a jar on a shelf and stepped away so fast it made the air feel bigger. Eddie shoved his shirt smooth with shaky hands and tried for swagger. It came out thin. "Didn't want to fight anyway," he said, but nobody was looking at him. Every eye was on Tom. Tom turned his back on all of them, the bravest thing, and found Anna's face. She didn't know what her own expression had on it. Too much, probably. She made her mouth into something that wasn't a tremble and tipped her head toward the gate. "Walk me." They left the boys to their mutters. Gravel crunched. A breeze tugged the last brittle leaves on the maple by the pump. Anna kept her hand wrapped around the strap of her book satchel, the leather edging warm where her palm pressed. It kept her from reaching for Tom again, and also from not. They didn't speak until the school's shadow fell behind them and the field path opened, brown stubble underfoot and the creek glinting through bare willow branches. The quiet out here didn't press, it held. "You can't do that," she said at last, because someone had to put the words in the air. "I didn't hit him," Tom replied. He sounded tired, which surprised her more than anger would have. "You nearly did. Nearly's a country mile from did." She huffed out a breath that wasn't quite a laugh. "If Mr. Hawthorne had seen—" "I know. Miss Alder would have—" "I know." He kicked a stone. It skipped, then died in the grass. The path narrowed by the fence where the boards leaned and always had. He went single file and let her pass first, as he always did without saying, and that small courtesy softened something in her. She drew them both to a stop by the split rail where they sometimes balanced. But today she didn't climb. She set her satchel on the lowest rail and faced him. "You can't be my fists," she said more softly now. "I don't need fists." His mouth tugged as if at the edge of a smile that never quite formed. "Didn't feel like fists," he murmured. He dragged a hand down his face, then peeked at her through his fingers, no longer the bristling boy from a moment ago, just the one she'd shared 1,000 ordinary days with. "Felt like standing where I'm meant to." The words pulled at her chest. The creek murmured. A crow barked in the stubble. Somewhere a dog threw a short warning at a passing wagon. Anna looked at his knuckles, the skin unbroken, a ghost of white where the grip had been, and only then realized she'd held his wrist hard enough to leave a faint mark. She reached without thinking and rubbed it with her thumb, as if that could smooth it away. He watched her hand, not moving. "He shouldn't talk about you that way." "He shouldn't," she agreed, "but I'm not glass." "I know you're not," his voice dropped. "You're you." It undid her a little, the way he said it. She pulled her hand back and hugged her arms around herself, because if she didn't, she would do something foolish like lean her forehead into his chest just to hear his heart and know it had slowed. She stared instead at her shoe. The lace she'd tied so carefully on the step had loosened again, treacherous as ever. Of all days for Eddie to choose? She tried for lightness and almost made it. "My feet are already casualties," and he had to add his mouth. "You handle most folks," Tom said. "You laugh and they look silly," but he wasn't teasing. He wanted to make you feel small, and you wanted to make him smaller. She lifted her gaze back to him, steadying. "That's not like you." He flinched a little. "Maybe it is, but I don't show it. My dad says the trick of a mule team is you don't yank. You hold. You keep a line firm and even, and they learn you won't give." "That sounds like your father," she said, and now she did smile. Tom's mouth pulled, rueful. "I could have held and I didn't." "You did," she said after a moment. "You stopped." He glanced toward the field where the dry grass bent and straightened in the breeze. "I stopped because you called me." "And you listened," she said, her voice gentler now, pride plain in it. "So maybe there's hope for you after all, even for those clumsy feet." That won a real smile, brief, crooked, the one that showed the boy she knew under the jaw he was growing. The smile made the tightness in her chest loosen enough that something else could rise there, something she couldn't quite name and didn't try to. "I meant what I said," he added, quieter, "about where I belong." "I know," she said, and she did. It had been there since the bus window years ago, since pews and picnic blankets and his seat at the edge of every room. It had a weight now she hadn't felt before, heavier, steadier, as if some side of their seesaw had settled on a new plank. She tipped her head toward the rail. "Walk me the rest of the way. You can practice not stepping on me." "I only step on you in approved settings," he said, mock solemn. And there was their old ease again, like a hand to hold as they crossed. They started up the lane, shoes whispering in the dust. The worst of her heat had faded. Embarrassment cooled into a kind of humming. Gratitude, yes, threaded with a thin wire that might have been fear, and under both a shine that felt like the creek when sun finds it after cloud. She was late to everything, she thought, and somehow right on time to this. "Tom?" she said, though she didn't know yet what question she meant to ask. Back there? If I hadn't said anything, would you have hit him?" He didn't answer right away, and she found herself liking that. The way he handled words, the same way he handled tools, or fence posts, or the careful folding of his shirt, with patience. "Maybe," he said at last. "I don't want to. I don't like the part of me that rises up like that." She cast him a sidelong glance. "Then I'll just keep saying your name, remind you before you go too far." He nodded, something like relief loosening his shoulders. "And I'll try to keep my hands for a better purpose." Like driving nails. They passed the mailbox with Whitaker punched crooked into the side. It made her smile, as it always did. Tom would fix it one day and then miss the crookedness. At the fork where their roads parted, she stopped. Wind tugged at the ribbon she'd shoved into her pocket earlier. Without thinking, she pulled it out and offered it across the space between them. "Here," she said, "for your collar next time. Can't have you going crooked, too." He looked at the ribbon in his palm, confused and pleased in the same breath. "You know this is yellow." "I can see," she said. "It'll look ridiculous." "Then it will match the two of us," she said, and the laugh they shared at that washed the last grit of the day away. She could have ended it there, walked off with a quip and left the rest unsaid, but she didn't. She stepped closer, close enough that her shoulder brushed his. "Don't be my fists," she repeated softly. "Be my place." His eyes warmed in that way that made her feel a little braver than she was. He didn't reach for her. He didn't need to. She felt the reach anyway, invisible and sure, like a chair slid out in a crowded room. "Always," he said. She nodded, turned, and headed down her road, laces already working loose, heart already working something tighter, something like a knot that held. Behind her, she heard his footsteps linger and then turn toward home. Between them, the space felt different, no wider, but deeper, as if a line had been drawn on the ground not to divide, but to mark what they'd crossed. The October night had turned sharp and cool, the kind that carried the smell of dry leaves and chimney smoke. Anna tugged her sweater close as she climbed the rickety bleachers behind the schoolyard. The boards creaked underfoot, weathered gray from years of sun and rain. From up top, the whole town felt small, tucked into the curve of the fields, lanterns winking here and there like earthbound stars. Tom was already waiting, sprawled across the highest bench with his long legs stretched, hands folded behind his head as though the bleachers were made for comfort. She grinned at the sight. Typical Tom, acting like he belonged wherever he sat. "You're late," he said without looking, his voice carrying up to her in mock gravity. "You'd faint if I came on time," she shot back, settling onto the board beside him. Finally, he turned his head toward her, that grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Maybe. Ruin the whole order of the world. She laughed softly, then tilted her head back. Above them, the stars spilled thick across the dark, a river of light too wide to hold in her eyes at once. It was the kind of night that made her chest ache, so much beauty pressing down, and yet she sat on a splintered bench in her scuffed shoes, as wondering if she'd ever find a place that felt as wide and sure as the sky. They sat in silence for a while, letting the chill wrap around them. The hum of crickets filled the pauses. Tom shifted once or twice, like he was trying to catch the right words. Finally, he said, "Ever think about what you'll do? After this? After school? After everything?" Anna hugged her knees, resting her chin on them. "Sometimes." "And?" She hesitated, searching for words. "Dreams always felt too tender to hold up to the air. I don't know, I suppose I just want a place." "A place? Not somewhere on a map," she said quickly, trying to explain. "Just where I fit. Where people want me, even if I'm never on time. Somewhere I don't have to wonder if I belong." Tom studied her, his brow furrowing the way it always did when he thought too hard. "You already belong," he said simply. She felt her cheeks warm. "You say that like it's easy." "Because it is," he answered, shrugging one shoulder. "At least to me." Anna looked away before her smile could give too much away. She traced a splinter in the wood with her fingertip, breathing deep to steady herself. "What about you? What do you want?" He didn't answer right away. When she glanced at him, his eyes were fixed on the horizon, far beyond the fields. "Adventure," he said at last. The words sounded big in his mouth, bigger than the town around them. "I want to see places nobody from here's seen, climb mountains, sail oceans, maybe even fight battles if I have to. I don't know, just more than this." Anna's stomach dipped. She should have expected it. Of course Tom would dream of more. He was restless in a way she wasn't, shoulders too broad for this narrow town, always looking past the hedgerows as though he could see the edges of the world. Still, hearing it stung, like a reminder that one day he might walk into those dreams and leave her behind. She forced a smile. "You and your adventures. Probably trip over your own boots the first mile out." "Maybe." He grinned back, but it faded quickly. "But I don't want to go alone." Her breath caught. "Who would you take?" He looked at her then, steady and unflinching. "You if you'd come." The words knocked the air right out of her. She ducked her head, hiding behind her hair. "I'd only slow you down. Then I'll walk slower." She laughed, but it was shaky. The sincerity in his voice wrapped around her, warmer than the sweater she clutched tight. He didn't say things like that often, earnest, without a grin to soften them. And when he did, she never knew what to do with the flutter it caused in her chest. For a while, they just listened to the crickets and the occasional bark of a dog down the lane. Anna tried to memorize the way the stars looked above the oak trees, in case the moment didn't last. "You know," Tom said finally, his voice softer now, "wherever I end up, there'll be a seat for you. Always." Anna blinked at him, sure she'd misheard. "A seat?" He nodded, a crooked smile tugging at his lips. "Doesn't matter if it's a train, a ship, or just the steps of some place I'm passing through. I'll keep one empty until you show up, even if you never do." Her throat tightened. "That's ridiculous." "Maybe," he shrugged, "but it's true." She wanted to laugh it off, to call him silly and change the subject. But the look in his eyes rooted her still, steady, certain, like he'd already made the promise in his bones. She pressed her chin harder into her knees, staring at the dark stretch of fields so he wouldn't see the way her eyes burned. "You really think you'll go?" she asked after a moment. "I have to," he said. There was no bravado in it, only conviction. "There's more out there, I can feel it. But I don't want you to ever think adventure means leaving you behind." Anna's heart twisted. She wasn't sure which was harder to bear, the thought of him going or the thought of him staying because of her. "You don't have to promise things like that," she whispered. "I want to," he said. The silence stretched again, heavy and fragile. Anna wished she could say something clever, wished she could lighten the weight he'd just placed in her lap. But instead she reached out and touched his arm just briefly before pulling back. "You're impossible," she murmured. "And you're always late," he countered automatically. "It's kind of our thing." They both laughed, the sound a little too loud against the quiet night. When it faded, Anna tipped her head back again, letting the stars fill her eyes. Adventure. Belonging. Two different dreams, and yet here they sat, shoulder to shoulder, sharing them as if both could be true. Maybe they could. She glanced at him once more, at the boy who had been saving her seat since she could remember, and now, under the stars, he was offering her something she didn't know how to name. "Then I guess I'll hold you to it," she said quietly. "Wherever you go." His smile was soft, sure. "Wherever I go." And for the first time that night, Anna believed she might belong, not just in some far-off place, but right here, beside him. Chapter 4. 1938, 2 left feet. The Hayes old clock chimed 6 as Anna Rose fought with her hem for the third time. The fabric snagged against her stockings no matter how she tugged, and her ribbon, new, pale yellow, chosen special, had already slipped from her braid twice. She twisted it tighter, muttering under her breath. Late again. Always late. The whole school gym would already be buzzing, lanterns lit, records spinning. Anna Rose. Her mother called from the front room. "You'll miss the opening song." "I know," she called back, though knowing never seemed to help. Her fingers fumbled with the ribbon one last time before she abandoned it, letting loose strands frame her flushed cheeks. She snatched her coat from the hook, shoved her feet into shoes that never stayed tied, and darted into the cool October night. The air smelled of wood smoke and fallen leaves. A harvest moon hung low over the rooftops, and the dusty road to the school stretched ahead like a gauntlet. Anna half ran, half tripped over her laces, clutching her coat closed as the chill nipped her collarbone. She dreaded what she'd see when she reached the gym. Rows of classmates already gathered, girls in pressed skirts, boys trying not to look stiff in their father's ties. They'd all notice her slipping in the way they always did. Her stomach twisted. But when the tall brick building loomed into view, its windows glowing amber, she spotted a figure standing just outside the double doors. Tom? He leaned against the rail, hands shoved deep in his pockets, his posture both awkward and certain at once. The porch light glinted on his hair, and his tie hung crooked at his throat as though he'd lost patience with it. Anna slowed, breath catching. He was waiting. When his eyes found hers across the gravel, his face broke into that grin she knew better than her own reflection. Relief loosened her chest. "'Bout time," he said as she trotted up the steps, panting. His voice carried warmth instead of reproach. He tugged at his tie, scowling at it. "Guess we're both a mess." She laughed, breathless. "You? You look proper as a preacher's son." He tilted his head toward the doors. "Saved you a place inside." The words landed with a weight that wasn't new, but felt deeper now, heavier in her chest. She ducked her head, trying to hide the smile tugging at her mouth, and pushed the door open. The gymnasium was strung with paper lanterns, their colors soft as peaches and pumpkins. Streamers sagged from the rafters and the floor gleamed from fresh polish. A phonograph spun in the corner, scratchy notes of swing music filling the room. Boys stood in nervous clusters, shuffling their polished shoes. Girls giggled in pairs, tugging at their hems and whispering. Anna froze just inside, overwhelmed by the bright press of bodies. But Tom's hand brushed her elbow, steady, anchoring. He guided her toward the row of chairs set along the wall. One near the center sat conspicuously empty. "See," he said, patting it. "Didn't let anybody else take it." Her laugh was softer this time, colored by something she didn't quite name. She smoothed her skirt and sat, heart still racing from the run. He dropped into the chair beside her, knees angled toward hers. The record changed, a new tune spilling out, faster and brassy. Couples hesitated, then braved the floor. Anna watched them spin awkwardly, feet tangling, faces red. Her own palms went damp. Tom shifted beside her. "Reckon we'll have to, sooner or later." She blinked at him. "Dance?" He gave a single sheepish nod. Anna bit her lip, fighting the nervous flutter in her chest. Tom Whitaker, steady as the North Star, looked almost shy. She liked it, liked seeing that steadiness tremble, if only a little. "You step on my toes and I'll never forgive you," she teased. His grin returned, crooked. "Then I'll just have to guard them like I guard your seat." The evening wound on in fits and starts. Other boys asked her to dance, nervous, clumsy requests. But each time she glanced at Tom, he was already watching, and she found an excuse to stay put. He was the one she wanted to step on her toes, though she didn't dare admit it aloud. Finally, halfway through a slower tune, he stood abruptly and offered a hand. "Come on." Her breath snagged. She slid her fingers into his, the warmth startling, and let him lead her onto the floor. The music wrapped around them, violins lilting, a bass thrum steady. Tom's palm pressed lightly at her waist, his other hand still clasping hers. His movements were stiff at first, too careful like a boy trying to walk on ice without cracking it. She stumbled once, then again, and laughter bubbled out of her before she could stop it. "You're terrible," she said, though the words carried no sting. His ears flushed red. "Told you I'd step on your toes." "You did. Twice. 3 times," he corrected grimly, which only made her laugh harder. She caught her breath and softened, resting her hand more fully against his shoulder. "Doesn't matter, long as you saved me this dance." He looked at her then, really looked, eyes steady and unflinching. And for a moment the crowded gym vanished. It was just him and her, swaying clumsily in a bubble of lantern light, her heart pounding with something she didn't dare name. By the time the record ended, her feet ached and her cheeks hurt from smiling. Tom walked her back to their seats, still holding her hand longer than necessary before letting go. She folded her fingers into her lap, trying to trap the warmth there. Around them, the dance whirled on. Other couples, louder laughter, teachers patrolling near the punch table. But Anna felt the night had already given her everything it needed to. Tom slouched beside her, tugging again at his crooked tie. He caught her watching and gave a helpless shrug. Never could keep the thing straight. She leaned closer, fingers twitching before she dared reach up and tug the knot into place. Her knuckles brushed his collarbone. He froze, eyes wide, as though the world had tilted. "There," she whispered, withdrawing quickly. Her pulse thundered. For once, Tom had no ready words, just that look, soft, certain, burning quiet in the lantern glow. Anna pressed her palms flat against her skirt, trying to still their trembling. She was late to everything, always late. But tonight, sitting beside him, she felt exactly on time. The night air felt cool and clean against Anna's flushed cheeks as she stepped out of the gymnasium. Behind her, the muffled hum of the dance continued. Laughter, the shuffle of shoes, the squeak of instruments working through another tune. Out here the quiet was softer, filled only by the chirp of crickets and the whisper of dry leaves stirring in the fields. Tom was waiting, leaning against the fence post at the edge of the schoolyard. His jacket was slung loose over one shoulder, his tie still crooked. He looked rumpled and a little tired, but the grin he gave her when their eyes met was easy and sure, as though the night belonged to them alone. "You made it," he said, "as if I'd leave you standing here by yourself." She brushed a strand of hair from her face and joined him on the road. They started walking, gravel crunching beneath their steps. The moon hung low, pale and heavy, throwing their shadows long across the ground. Anna pulled her shawl close around her shoulders, breathing in the crisp air. For a while they were quiet, and Anna found she didn't mind. The silence felt companionable, not strained. She listened to the rhythm of his steps beside her, steady and sure, and the small sounds of the night around them. Finally, Tom asked, "Do you remember that time you fell asleep in class and the teacher's ruler snapped when it hit your desk?" Anna gasped, laughing before she could stop herself. "How could you bring that up now? I wanted to sink straight through the floor." His grin widened. "I thought you were going to." "I was exhausted. My brothers had me up all night with them playing marbles on the wood floor. Sounded like thunder." She shook her head, but she was smiling now too. "I nearly got sent out for laughing," he admitted. "Couldn't help it, you looked so." He stopped, searching for the word, then said simply, "Peaceful." The warmth that crept into her cheeks had nothing to do with the chill in the air. She looked away quickly, pretending to adjust her shawl again. "You always remember the worst things?" She said lightly. "Not the worst," he said. His voice had softened, so much she almost missed it. Anna glanced at him, but he was looking at the ground ahead, scuffing his shoe against the gravel. Something in her chest fluttered. She tried to turn the focus. "Do you remember when I made us late to church because I couldn't find my hat? Your father looked like he might drag you by the ear himself." Tom laughed at that, the sound warm and unguarded. "I remember, but I'd wait again." Anna blinked, surprised by the seriousness that edged his words. She studied him, the way his profile looked in the silver wash of moonlight. Older somehow, though he was the same boy who'd made peanut butter sandwiches for her by the creek. "You mean that?" she asked quietly. He nodded. Yeah. For you, I would. Something shifted between them then, subtle but undeniable. Anna's throat felt tight, though she managed to smile. You make it sound like I'm worth waiting for. You are. The words hung there heavy and bright before either of them dared to breathe again. They walked on, shoulders brushing now and then, neither moving away. Anna's pulse quickened every time their arms touched, but she didn't step aside. She found herself wanting to ask him something she hadn't dared before. Tom? Do you ever keep secrets? Things you don't tell anyone? He glanced at her, his brow furrowing slightly. Sometimes, don't you? Of course, she said. Her voice dropped, almost a whisper, like how I hate thunder. I act like I don't care, but I feel it in my chest every time it shakes the windows. Tom was quiet for a moment. Then, softly, he said, I'm afraid of failing. The honesty in his voice startled her. She looked at him, but he kept his eyes ahead, his jaw set. Failing at what? At all of it, he shrugged. At being who people think I am, at not being enough. Her chest ached, hearing him say it out loud. To her, Tom was the one who never wavered, always steady, always there. She hadn't imagined he carried doubts, too. You are enough, she said firmly. You've always been enough. He looked at her then, and for a long moment their eyes held, steady and unflinching. Anna's breath caught. Her hand brushed his again, and this time she let her fingers linger against his, testing. He didn't pull away. Slowly, as if neither wanted to spook the moment, their fingers twined together. The simple touch felt enormous, louder than the crickets, brighter than the moon above. They walked on that way, hand in hand, the night stretching out before them. Neither spoke for a while, but Anna didn't need words. She felt the shift deep inside. Whatever they had been before, this was something new. At the curve of the road where the football field came into view, Anna slowed. The bleachers rose empty and dark, the grass silvered with frost. She turned to look at him, her heart hammering in her chest. Tom? She whispered. Tom? She whispered. Yeah? Don't let go, she said, nodding at their joined hands. Even if I lag behind. His mouth curved into a small, certain smile. I won't. And Anna believed him. The road home narrowed to a ribbon of pale dust, the fields on either side gone dark and whispering. The dance had left music buzzing faintly in Anna's bones. Now the night quiet pared everything down to footfalls and crickets. She and Tom walked close enough that their sleeves brushed now and then, and each light touch felt louder than the frogs by the creek. She needed something to do with the newness pooling in her chest, something to trim it into a shape she could carry without dropping. Jokes had always been her knife for that, so she lifted her hand between them and tried a boxy little step in the air. Careful, she said lightly. Your waltz nearly took my right foot as a trophy. It was nothing, really, said with a smile, said to tease herself as much as him. But the moment the words left her mouth, she saw him flinch. His pace shortened, their sleeves no longer brushed. I know, he muttered. The two words were flat as a board. He fixed his eyes on the road as if it had done him a personal wrong. Anna blinked, smile faltering. Tom, I'm just funny, he said, and even his humor sounded tired. Real funny. She stopped walking. The dust lifted around her shoes and settled again. I wasn't trying to be cruel. He didn't stop. He took 3 more strides before halting like a mule brought short at a fence, shoulders drawn hard toward his ears. When he turned, moonlight cut a thin line along his jaw. Everybody laughed, he said. You too. I didn't. She bit the rest off. She had laughed. Not at him, she thought. At the knot their feet couldn't unpick, at the way his face went solemn, then sheepish, then determined again. She had laughed because she hadn't known what else to do with the fizzing inside her. It hadn't felt like laughing at him, but she heard how he'd heard it. I was laughing with you, she tried. I wasn't laughing. He scuffed the toe of his shoe into the dust, working up a crescent. I was trying not to crush you. Something pricked behind her eyes, frustration, sharp because she cared. You didn't crush me. Felt like it, he said, and his mouth pulled apologetic, then shut against it like a door slamming. Anyhow, you don't have to say it out loud. 2 left feet, the whole gym saw. The night cooled another degree. Somewhere a dog barked twice and went silent. Anna crossed her arms as if she could hold the moment still long enough to name it. I wasn't parading you for sport, she said. If I wanted to be mean, I'd have said it to Eddie Sloan, not to you. Eddie already knows, he shot back, heat flickering in his voice. He was smirking every time I missed. I could feel it. He blew out a breath, tried to sand the edge off and failed. Doesn't matter. It does, she said, softer now. She hated the way his shoulders sat like that, braced as if waiting for a blow. It matters that I didn't mean to hurt you. He looked past her to the fence line where the wire sang a little in the wind. You don't have to explain. I was clumsy. You were you. He shrugged, a gesture that was supposed to be easy and wasn't. We can leave it. She had half a mind to let it slide off, to step back into the quiet and pretend her joke had landed true instead of sideways. That was her way. Laugh, dodge, keep moving. But something in his voice, how small he'd made himself to tuck the hurt inside, caught her by the wrist and kept her there. It isn't the dancing, is it? She asked. He didn't answer. The moon laid a pale stripe across the road between them. It's me, she said, the words coming out before she could soften them. The way I said it. That made him look at her. Not long. He wasn't reckless with his eyes, but long enough for her to see the color under the embarrassment. Pride bruised, yes, and something more brittle under that. He cared what she thought. Maybe too much. The realization made her want to cradle his jaw in her palm and apologize and also argue with him all at once. I'm not a joke, he said. You're not. She stepped closer. The dust breathed under their feet. You're. You. If you say steady, I'll scream, he muttered, but the edge was blunted by the smallest twitch of his mouth. She huffed, almost a laugh. No, I was going to say stubborn. Comes with steady, he said, and for a moment the ground between them felt almost sure again. Then, because the truth was still sitting there like a nail half-hammered, and she couldn't leave it, she added, I was nervous, Tom, at the dance. My skin felt too tight. I laughed because I didn't know what to do with my hands, with all of it. With me? He asked, and the question was honest in a way that cracked her a little. With you, she said. Something shifted in his eyes, hope or worry or both. He reached for the back of his neck, found nothing to fix there, and let his hand fall. You could have said that. So could you, she said, gentler than the words looked. He took that like a man takes a fair hit. He didn't like it, but he didn't spit it back. The wire hummed again along the field. A breeze lifted the hair at Anna's temple and set it back down. They started walking because standing still hurt. Their steps didn't sink this time. Where the road bent toward the football field, the bleachers rose up out of the dark like ribs, gray and spare. I don't like feeling foolish, he said into the space between strides. I can fix a fence. I can line a row straight as a string, but ask me to move my feet in time with a band and my brain goes to sawdust. You asked me anyway, she said. That counts for something. Does it? He kicked a stone, harder than it deserved. It skittered into the ditch and was swallowed by weeds. It does to me. He didn't say he believed her. She could tell by the way his jaw worked that believing anything nice about himself felt like trying to chew leather. Besides, she added, trying for a sliver of light, you didn't step on me once. He glanced sideways. That's a lie. She bit the inside of her cheek. Twice, then. 3 times. Fine, 3. She let a smile live at the corner of her mouth. And I still have all my toes. That should have worked. On any other afternoon it would have. Instead of easing, his shoulders tightened again, small but there. He was still stuck on the gym floor with everybody watching, she realized. He hadn't walked out of it as easily as she had. Tom, she said, and let his name carry something of the steadiness he usually lent her. I wasn't laughing at you. He stopped. She stopped because she always had, because some quiet part of her already moved when he did. I know you, she went on. You make things better when they go wrong. You build, you hold. You wait. She felt her face heat, but she didn't look away. That's what I was laughing at. Me, the mess I make of simple things when it matters. He took that in. She could feel him weighing it like a fence post, turning it to see if it would hold. After a long beat, he nodded once. Okay, he said, but the word was tired. I didn't like it. I know. They reached the gap in the fence that cut toward the field. The grass there was silvered with dew, the bleachers skeletoned against the sky. Tom slowed, then stopped, and the space filled with all the things they weren't quite brave enough to say. Can we try again? Anna asked. The words surprised even her. They felt bigger than the question. Not the dance, the talking. I don't want to spoil it. He looked up at the bleachers instead of at her. "I just need a minute." The minute felt like a door easing shut, not slammed, not locked, just closed softly between them. She swallowed and nodded. "All right." He shifted his satchel. She hadn't noticed he still had it slung across his shoulder, habit stitched so deep it followed him everywhere. "I'll be back," he said, as if they were leaving a porch and not each other. Then, after a second that stretched, "Don't." He started over. "Don't go far." The request was so him that it made her throat ache. "I won't." He turned toward the bleachers, cutting across the short grass with his head down, a broad shadow moving through the pale. Anna watched until he reached the lowest row and sat, elbows on knees, hands clasped, looking out at nothing. His tie, still crooked, always crooked, was a slash of darker gray against his shirt. She stayed at the edge of the road. The night pressed cool against her cheeks. Somewhere beyond the church, a train called low and long, a sound that always made her think of leaving and coming back and how some places could be both at once. She hated fighting with him. It wasn't shouting that did it. There hadn't been much of that, but the way his quiet turned sharp, how he folded himself up when he was hurt. She had never known someone whose pride was woven so tightly with gentleness. Pull one thread and both tugged. Her first instinct was to make a joke big enough to cover the gap, then take it back when he smiled. She knew better now. Jokes were dull knives when what needed cutting was knotted deeper. She leaned her hip against the fence post and made herself breathe slow. She thought of his hand at her waist in the gym, tentative and warm. She thought of his fingers steadying her tray in the lunchroom so often when she nearly dropped it, of his voice making up a reason when she slipped into class after the bell and flustered and couldn't find any words at all. She thought of him on the porch of the schoolhouse this very evening, waiting like it was the most natural thing in the world. Maybe she hadn't laughed at him, but she hadn't made it easy for him either. A faint rustle drew her eyes back to the bleachers. Tom had straightened, hands scrubbing hard over his face like he could wipe off the last 10 minutes. Then he leaned back and stared at the sky as if it had a blackboard he could copy answers from. "Stubborn," she murmured to the post, and the word was fond. She could leave. Let time do the work, let morning soften everything. But she didn't want a night kept by silence curling under her pillow. She wanted to hand him something true and small enough to hold. The grass wet her shoes as she stepped off the road. She made her way toward the bleachers, not hurrying. At the bottom step she paused. He didn't look down, but his hands unclasped, fingers loosening like they'd hurt her before his ears had. "I'm sorry," she said. The words felt clean in her mouth. "I wasn't careful." He tipped his head enough to see her. His face was unguarded in the dim, young and not young both at once. He didn't answer, but the set of his shoulders gave. "I liked dancing with you," she added, "even if we were terrible." One corner of his mouth tugged. "We were. We'll be less terrible if we practice." She almost smiled. "You can step on me on purpose next time. Get it out of the way." That earned a soft breath that might have been a laugh. He nodded toward the row beside him. "Sit?" She almost did, but the outline in her head, the way the next moment needed space to grow, sent her a step back. "In a minute," she said. "I'll be right there." She tipped her chin toward the road. "So you can think the way you like to." He looked at her a heartbeat longer, gratitude flickering quick, and then back at the field. "Okay." Anna moved back to the fence and rested her hands on the cool top rail. The quarrel hadn't burned the bridge, it had only shown them the river under it. Fragile, yes. Uncertain, yes. But there. She waited. Not far. Not gone. The crickets stitched the dark back together, and in the quiet between their notes she could almost hear the next thing forming. The first word of an apology he wouldn't love saying. The first word of forgiveness she'd be glad to give. When he stood, she'd go to him. When he sat, she'd sit. And somewhere in the middle of the bleachers and the road, their newness would stop wobbling and learn where to put its feet. That night, as she unlaced her shoes by lamplight, Anna noticed the faint ache in her toes. She should have been annoyed, maybe even cross with him. Instead, the soreness only made her smile. Because every misstep, every stumble had been his way of trying. Awkward, earnest, clumsy, and somehow entirely Tom. And if she was honest with herself, she didn't mind. Not at all. Chapter 5, 1939, Stadium Lights. By the time Anna turned the corner onto Maple, the night was already bright as day. Stadium lights stacked the sky in white squares, and the whole town seemed to have poured itself into the high school field. Coats and scarves, thermoses and hand-drawn signs, the brass of the band flashing like teeth whenever the drumline cracked. The air smelled of damp leaves, hot cocoa, and the sweet smoke that drifted from the concession grill. Somewhere beneath it all was the cold of November, slipping neatly through every open seam. The sight of the bleachers made her pulse snag. The aisles were crammed with knees and blankets, people leaning, waving, squeezing. She tugged her hat lower and tucked a strand of hair back into place. If she'd left 5 minutes earlier, she might have walked in like anyone else instead of feeling every pair of eyes notice the girl who couldn't arrive on time if someone paid her. "Excuse me, sorry," she murmured, weaving past a row of toddlers with pennants, a cluster of old men in newsboy caps, a girl she recognized from choir who had rolled the waistband of her skirt to look like the cheerleaders. And then she saw him. Tom stood at the end of their usual row, one hand on the rail, scanning the crowd as if he'd known exactly where she'd appear. He wasn't wearing a tie tonight, just a flannel under his coat and a knit cap his mother must have made. But the way he held himself made her think of that crooked tie anyway, of the careful fingers that had guided it straight when he couldn't manage it himself. When his eyes landed on her, his mouth eased into a grin that felt like the truest thing in the stadium. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "You made it," he called over the brass and the roar. "Barely," she said, breathless, skin stung pink by the cold. "I had to make a detour past every person in town." "Then I guess it's a good thing," he said, stepping aside and lifting his coat from the bench, "that I saved you a seat." It was the same line he'd said 100 times, and somehow it wasn't the same at all. It hung in the air with a kind of quiet weight, like a chair pulled out at a table, like a promise old enough to be part of the wood. Anna couldn't help the smile. "Thank you," she said, and the two words felt bigger than politeness. She squeezed past him, knees knocking the backs of boots, and dropped onto the sliver of bench he'd guarded with his coat. The metal held a slice of cold, and she yelped, laughing at herself. Without a word, he set the coat across her lap like a blanket. She tucked it in at her knees. Their shoulders fit close, closer than last fall, close enough that when the crowd surged to its feet and then settled again, their arms had no choice but to settle together too. "What did I miss?" she asked. "About half of the first quarter," he said, leaning just enough that she felt his breath at her temple. "We fumbled. They returned it for 6, but they botched the extra point. We're down by 3. She nodded like she'd been following the game all season instead of stealing glances at the field through the gaps in the lending library's stacks on practice days. A whistle shrieked. The line of boys collided like a row of felled saplings. The crowd dropped into one long inhale. Even the air seemed to brace. Tom tracked the play with his whole body, a slight forward lean, hands clasped as if he might catch the ball himself. He didn't cheer loud, never had, but he made a low sound in his throat when our halfback broke through the tangle and took off. Legs pumping, numbers flashing, the stands erupted. Without thinking, Anna grabbed Tom's sleeve. Without thinking, his free hand closed over her fingers. They held like that for the 4 seconds it took the halfback to get dragged down, and longer than that after, lingering into the penalty call, past the referee's arms beginning to windmill. Heat rose through Anna that had nothing to do with the coat across her lap. He released her first, a rueful glance, as if to say, "I know, and also I don't know anything at all." "Cold?" he asked, voice a shade too casual. "A little," she said. He passed her his cocoa without taking his eyes off the field. The lid had a notch exactly where his mouth had pressed. She turned it a fraction and drank there anyway. Sweet, thin chocolate, a hint of cinnamon. She swallowed and tried not to notice the weight of the cup and what it had just carried. Around them, the town moved in all its familiar ways. Mr. Hensley taking off his hat and shouting like he'd coached the team himself 40 years ago. Mrs. Poe reminding the children not to hang on the rail. Someone shaking a cowbell so hard it sounded like the world coming loose. But next to Tom, the noise felt a little distant, like a river heard from across a field. You were helping at home? He asked after a while, still focused on the tangle at the 50. Dinner ran long, she said, and then Danny couldn't find his scarf and I couldn't find my gloves and there was a splinter situation. She'd been the one with the splinter, though she decided not to confess that part. She'd panicked in the utility drawer and then laughed at herself, bleeding, and heard her mother from the other room say, "What now, Anna?" in a voice that meant both, "Don't be silly and be careful, please." Tom made a small sound that might have been a laugh if he wasn't busy agonizing over a 3rd and 1. Crisis averted? Danny marched out like a general. She almost told him how she'd used her teeth on the splinter and imagined for a moment she might never feel that thumb again. She almost told him how her mother had kissed the top of her head like she had when Anna was 5. Instead, she nudged him with her shoulder. "What about you? You were going to fix Mrs. Gleason's porch hinge after school." "I did." He shrugged, the motion something she knew in him like a signature. "Wasn't the hinge. The post is sunk wrong. Told her I'd come back tomorrow." "You always do," she said, and didn't realize she'd said it out loud until he glanced at her, something small and private in his smile. The band struck up without warning, brass bright and shameless. Halftime. People spilled into the aisles for coffee and pie. A boy Anna didn't know shouldered past with a brown paper bag and muttered an apology. The bag bumped her knee, sent the cocoa tipping. Tom steadied the cup with a quick hand, his palm closing around her wrist, fingers warm. For an instant, the rest of the world dulled to a hum. She could feel the steady beat of his pulse in his thumb and the ridiculous rabbit thud of her own. "Sorry," she said, though she wasn't sure for what. "No harm," he said, and released her. The shape of his touch stayed in her skin. They watched the band file into straight lines that softened at the corners, watched the majorettes do something twirly that made the boys behind them elbow one another and look away when their mothers looked back. When the drum line hit its 5th rolling cadence, Tom scooted an inch closer, a movement designed to look like nothing at all. The coat on her lap caught at the bench and slid. He caught it without thinking, fingers grazing her knee. She didn't move. A breath she hadn't meant to hold slipped out of her slow. "Mrs. Ellis says there'll be a review session for the calculus test," she said, as if anything at all about derivatives belonged in the same moment as the warmth on her knee. Tom huffed. "You'll be fine." "I'm not so sure." She turned the cup in her hands, tracing the damp ring it had left when she set it on the bench. "I've been staring at my notes for 2 nights and the numbers blur." He didn't look surprised. "Meet me at the library after last bell Monday. We'll go problem by problem." "We?" she teased, grateful for the easy opening. "I'm not letting Ellis chew you up." He shifted his cap like that settled it. "Besides, you'll get it. You always do. Eventually." She made a face at the word and he laughed, and the laugh shook something loose in them both. It was absurd how much it mattered that he'd offered, not just the help, but the we. The way he said it like there had never been an alternative. The band finished in fanfare. People flowed back to their seats. Somewhere behind them, a baby cried and stopped. Somewhere in front, a man told a story about a play he'd seen in 37, and everyone around him nodded as if they'd been there too. The teams returned, shoulders squared, helmets under their arms. The lights hummed a little. Moths battered themselves at the edges of the glow. 4th quarter unspooled itself in yards and inches. Anna found herself gripping Tom's forearm without realizing, and every time she unclenched her hand she could feel the shape of him there, the quiet strength of it. His jaw worked on a penalty that shouldn't have been. He swore under his breath only once, and the word felt strange in his mouth, like something borrowed and immediately returned. When our quarterback rolled and found a gap that shouldn't have existed, Tom breathed, "Yes," so softly she almost didn't hear it. When the clock stuttered and stopped, the horn went and the stands rose as if pulled by the same string. He didn't whoop or throw his hat like Mr. Hensley. He just smiled sideways at her, that almost shy "can you believe we made it here" smile, and her stomach did something foolish and lovely. They shuffled with the crowd toward the exit aisle, the bench drum of boots echoing the band's last cadence. At the end of their row, the flow paused, and they found themselves momentarily alone in a pocket of quiet. He looked at the empty space where his coat had been, and then at her, his eyes warm. "You always keep it for me," she said. It came out lighter than she felt. He answered without a joke this time. "I always will." The words landed between them like a folded note, small and easy to hide, and somehow everything. "Library Monday," she said, because if she didn't say something, she might say everything. "Library," he agreed. They stepped into the aisle, into the thick of the town, into the night that would carry them to whatever came next. As they moved with the press of bodies, their hands brushed and then did not move apart. She tried not to look at their fingers, finding the spaces they fit. She looked anyway. Under the stadium lights, it felt like the most ordinary thing in the world, and like a secret the whole town could see. They didn't name it. They didn't need to. The bleachers behind them rattled as someone jumped the last 2 steps. The band's last note went thin and disappeared. Ahead, the gate threw a rectangle of dark road and white breath, and the possibility of walking side by side a little longer, of letting this new warmth find the places it would live. "Ready?" he asked. She nodded, hand still against his, the coat still warm across her knees, the saved seat now a quiet warmth in her chest. "Ready," she said, and meant it. The library smelled of pencil shavings and old paper. That faint chalk dust tang that seemed to cling to the walls no matter how often the janitor swept. Outside the windows, November pressed itself against the glass, dusk gathering early. The clamor of the football field and the noise of the whole town felt far away here, muffled by the hush that asked for whispers. Anna leaned over her notebook, pencil tapping against the margin. Numbers swam on the page. Fractions bent into crooked ladders, and the letters beside them, X, Y, Z, looked less like symbols and more like a secret code meant to keep her out. She huffed softly and erased a line that had already rubbed the paper thin. Across from her, Tom bent easily over his own book, a crease in his brow as he read. He looked up after a while, noticing the mess of her page. "That's not how Ellis showed us," he said quietly. She shot him a look, though there wasn't much sting in it. "I don't need a lecture." "You do need a partner." He slid his book aside, reached over, and turned her paper toward him. The ease of it, how his hand brushed hers like it had always been meant to, made her throat tighten, though she tried to hide it behind an eye roll. He sharpened her broken attempt into a neat diagram, boxy letters standing like little soldiers. "See, you set it up wrong. That's why it doesn't work out." Anna slumped in her chair, tapping her eraser against her chin. "You make it sound simple." "It is simple." His grin bent crooked, familiar. "Or maybe you're just hopeless." Her mouth opened, indignation flaring, but the gleam in his eyes gave him away. He was teasing. She swatted at his sleeve. "I am not hopeless." "You just proved my point," he said, leaning back, smug. 3 wrong steps before you even started." She tried to glare, but the corners of her mouth betrayed her. The sound that bubbled out of her was halfway between a laugh and a groan. "You're insufferable." "And you're smiling," he shot back. Their voices weren't loud, but the old librarian lifted her head from the desk anyway, peering over spectacles with an expression that could wither grass. Tom ducked his head at once, biting back a grin. Anna covered her mouth, shoulders shaking. When the librarian looked away again, Tom leaned closer, his whisper warm against her ear. "You're going to get us kicked out?" "Me?" she whispered back, scandalized. "You're the one picking fights over algebra." "Geometry," he corrected. Still too close. The word sent a shiver through her, though she pretended it hadn't. She bent over her notebook again, focusing on the problem, willing her cheeks to cool. He explained the next step in a low voice, steady and patient. She followed along this time, sketching the lines, trying to see it through his eyes. "There," he said when she finished. His approval was quiet but certain. "That's right." The pride that rushed through her was ridiculous, considering it was only one problem. Still, she found herself grinning, leaning back in her chair. "Maybe I'm not hopeless after all." "Not tonight," he said. "We'll see about tomorrow." She swatted at him again, softer this time. Their banter carried on like that, a familiar rhythm, until laughter slipped from her lips without her realizing. Not loud, just enough to echo faintly between the stacks. The librarian looked up once more, and both of them froze, shoulders pressed close like guilty children. This time, neither of them moved apart right away. Silence stretched, the kind that wasn't awkward but thick with something unnamed. Anna kept her gaze fixed on her notebook. though she wasn't seeing numbers anymore. She was too aware of his arm brushing hers, of the warmth radiating across the small wooden table, of how the whole room seemed to shrink until it was only the two of them and the faint scratch of pencil on paper. Her heart beat too fast. She wondered if he could hear it. Tom cleared his throat, shifting, but not enough to break the closeness. "We should probably finish the set," he said. "Probably," she echoed, though her pencil lay still. For a long moment, neither moved. The world outside the windows had gone dark, the lamps glowing yellow against the shadows. Somewhere the clock ticked steady and unbothered. Anna forced herself to glance at him. He was already watching her, eyes softer than she'd ever seen them, something unspoken resting there. It made her breath catch, and she looked away quickly, cheeks burning. She bent over her notebook again, but her hand shook faintly as she picked up the pencil. The next equation blurred. She pressed her lips together, heart hammering. She didn't know what scared her more, that he might say something or that he might not. The bleachers looked different when the stands were empty. Without bodies and banners and drums, the long rows of aluminum felt like a quiet river, step after step, catching the pale afternoon sun. A light wind pushed through the chain link at the far end of the field and set the corner flag to a slow, tired wag. November had burned most of the color from the trees. The sky wore that thin blue it saved for days when the air had teeth. Anna climbed to their row and sat in the middle, the way she always did when she wanted to feel alone without being lonely. From here you could see straight down the 50-yard line, and if you looked past it, the 2-lane road where buses groaned and trucks trundled, and once last spring a red fox loped along the ditch like it was in a hurry for an appointment. She rubbed her hands together and breathed on her fingers. Library pencil smudges still shadowed her knuckles from the night before. The memory made her mouth tug. He'd said, "We'll go problem by problem," and it had sounded less like math and more like a way to live. Footsteps clanged below. She didn't have to turn to know who it was. There was a particular rhythm to Tom on these stairs. Steady, a little heavy at the edges, like he put more of himself into each step than necessary. "You beat me," he said, coming up level and dropping his satchel with a soft thud. "I needed the quiet," she said. "Me too." He sat, leaving the perfect gap, close enough that their sleeves could find each other if either of them were careless. He folded his hands between his knees and stared out at the painted lines like they might offer a better view than the week or the year or the tangle inside his chest. They didn't talk at first. The wind did the small talking for them, rattled the paper wrap on the far concession window, riffled the corner of an old program someone had wedged under a bolt. Somewhere down by the field house, a door banged and then banged again as it worked itself back into being shut. "How'd Ellis go?" Tom asked after a while, still looking straight ahead. "She assigned twice as many problems as last time," Anna said. "I think she likes watching us suffer." "She does," he said, with such certainty that she snorted. He smiled, quick and sideways. The smile faded almost at once. He rubbed his palms on his jeans as if he'd touched sap. "I asked you here for a reason," he said, and there was something in his voice that made the air between them tighten. Anna turned to look at him. Really look. He'd come without a cap today. The wind was teasing his hair into its own loose thoughts. He wore the same flannel from Friday night and the same jacket, as if repeating the clothes might keep the world from shifting under his feet. His jaw worked like he was chewing on words that didn't want to break down. "Tom?" she said quietly. "Yeah." He exhaled, a long, uneven sound. "I'm going to say this wrong." "You don't have to say anything." "I do." He dragged his hands over his face and let them fall. "I do, Anna." Her heartbeat tripped. She wanted to slow it with a joke and found she couldn't remember a single easy thing to say. He didn't look at her when he said it. He kept his eyes on the field, on the end zone nearest the scoreboard where the paint always scuffed off first. "I love you." The words were unadorned. No drum roll, no brass. Just 3 solid boards laid end to end and pushed across the gap between them. For a second, Anna didn't understand English. The letters arranged themselves into shapes she recognized, but their meaning hit her with a delay, like thunder. She felt it first, something opening under her ribs, something she'd been holding shut without knowing, and then she heard it all at once. He had said, "I love you," and he had said it like a truth he'd been living, whether or not he'd named it. Her mouth went dry. "Tom," she said, and it was a sound more than a word. He pushed on, words tumbling. "I tried to keep it to myself. I thought if I said it, it would make everything weird. I don't want to break what we have. I don't." He stopped, swallowed. "But I can't walk around with it like a stone in my boot. I trip on it anyway." A laugh escaped her, quiet and stunned and almost a sob. Her vision sharpened and blurred in the same breath. She looked back at the field because looking at him felt like stepping out onto ice you weren't sure could hold. "I don't know what comes next," he said, softer now, each word chosen like a footing on a rocky bank. "I just know that when I save you a seat, my chest settles, that when I see you come up the steps at the game, I can breathe deeper. That when the librarian shushes us and your shoulders shake because you're trying not to laugh, I feel like there's nothing else I'd rather be doing with my life than making sure you have a chair and a pencil and a way to hear the joke." He gave a helpless little shrug, as if embarrassed by the plainness of it. The wind lifted the hair at his temple and set it down gently. Anna realized she was holding the edge of the bench so hard her fingers hurt. Love, she thought, and the word rang through her like a bell struck close. Fear came with it, as if the clapper had two ends. If she said it back, everything would change. If she didn't, everything would change differently. She thought of the library table and how silence had felt like a too small sweater. She thought of the walk home after the game and the warmth that had settled at the place where their hands kept almost finding each other. She thought of his cocoa and the notch in the lid and how much smaller the town felt when he wasn't beside her. "What if we break it?" she heard herself ask. "What if we say it out loud and it can't hold?" He nodded without surprise, as if he'd walked that circle in his own head 1,000 times. "Then we'll fix it," he said. "I'm good at mending things." She barked a laugh that was mostly a cry. "You can't hammer a friendship straight." "No," he agreed, "but I can hold a line, and I can tell you the truth." He finally turned to her. His eyes were steady and there was no pleading in them, only offering. "I love you, Anna, whether you can say it back today or next week or not at all. That part is true." He looked away quickly as if giving her privacy with her own face. The space between them felt suddenly precious and enormous, like the clean part of a page you were afraid to spoil. Somewhere below, a groundskeeper's cart coughed and stuttered and then quieted again. A crow flapped up from the fence, tossed by wind, found balance, and cut toward the tree line. Anna could feel her fear standing there, proper and exact, hands on its hips. It listed all the ways this could end badly, all the invisible strings they might tangle. It reminded her of every time she'd arrived late and hated the way people turned to look. It told her that speaking a thing made it fragile. Joy stood there too, soft and ridiculous, pointing at the simplest things, his hand steadying her cup. The way he'd taken a step closer on the bleachers without making a show of it. The fact that he had saved her a seat at a football game like it was a sacrament, and it had felt like one. She let the silence be, just long enough to hear both sides and then decide. Her fear didn't leave. It only sat down. The way you do when someone pulls a chair out for you and you realize your legs are tired. "Tom," she said again, and this time she made herself look at him when she said it. His name had never felt so heavy in her mouth or so right. He glanced over, cautious and brave at once. She didn't rush. The words she wanted weren't fancy. She only wanted to place them carefully so they wouldn't tip. "I'm scared," she admitted, "but not of you." His shoulders loosened a fraction. "And I think," she huffed out a fragile laugh, "I think I've been walking around with the same stone in my shoe." The smile that flickered across his face startled her with its relief. She pressed her thumb into the seam of the bench until it hurt, as if she could press herself into steadiness. "I love you," she said. The second the words left her, the world didn't end. It widened. He closed his eyes just for a heartbeat, like someone who has been swimming too long and finally found ground. When he opened them, everything in his face had gentled. He didn't grab for her hand or lean in or try to prove anything. He only let out a breath that seemed to empty something heavy from him and fill the air around them with warmth she could feel on her skin. "Okay," he said, almost a whisper, and his grin came crooked and young, the way it had on the playground and the bus in 100 summers. Okay. They laughed then, quiet, ridiculous laughter that bent them both forward. Anna pressed her sleeve to her eyes and then felt foolish for crying and laughed at that too. The bleachers held them through it. Old wood and new metal, the place where they'd shouted themselves hoarse for boys in helmets and where now they said softer things that mattered more. "What do we do now?" she asked when they could breathe again. The question sounded like a child's and a woman's both. "We keep saving each other seats," he said, immediate, as if he'd carried the answer around for years waiting for the question. "We keep showing up." She nodded, swallowing past the brim of her throat. "Library after last bell," she said, because it was the smallest version of showing up she could think of, and because she wanted to say yes to something she could touch. "Library," he agreed. His knee knocked hers, a clumsy, perfect oath. Down on the field, the lights ticked as they cooled. A switch somewhere clicked. One bank of stadium lamps blinked back to life, testing themselves for the evening's practice. In the sudden rectangle of bright, the painted lines looked truer. The wind thinned, everything sharpened. Tom stood and offered her a hand up. She took it, feeling again the easy fit of their fingers, the way it had startled her the first time, and somehow not at all. He didn't let go right away. Neither did she. "Do you want to stay a little?" he asked, glancing up as the rest of the lights began to hum awake. She understood what he meant without him saying it. "I've got a seat," she said. "Might as well use it." He laughed, soft and certain, and together they climbed one row higher to watch the field come fully alight, the world below them brightening like a stage just before the curtain lifts. The stadium lights hummed overhead, buzzing faintly like a swarm of summer cicadas. One by one they had clicked on, flooding the empty field below in pale silvery glow. From the top row of the bleachers, Anna could see the whole stretch of grass lit up as if the night had parted just for them. She sat with Tom shoulder to shoulder, their knees bent against the cold metal step, his jacket sleeve brushing hers every time the wind nudged them closer. Their hands weren't joined now. They'd let go to climb higher after his confession, but the echo of his touch lingered like warmth, even as November's chill seeped into her palms. Her heart still hadn't steadied. "I love you." She had said it, and the words kept playing back in her mind like a bell rung too hard, reverberating long after the strike. It should have scared her more. It did scare her, but in a way that also made her feel taller, braver, as if saying it had unlocked a part of her she hadn't realized she was missing. Beside her, Tom leaned forward, elbows braced against his knees, his breath fogged in the light. He looked older suddenly, not in years but in weight, as if saying the words had placed a crown of responsibility on him that he accepted without flinching. For a long while, they just sat like that, watching the wind stir the corner flags, listening to the echo of the empty bleachers beneath their sneakers. The world felt paused, holding its breath for them. Anna swallowed hard. Her voice felt too small to match the moment, so she said the first ordinary thing that came to her. "We're going to freeze if we stay here." Tom gave a soft laugh, muffled and shaky. "Probably." Neither of them moved. Anna pulled her knees up, wrapping her arms around them as if that could ground her. She snuck a glance at him. He wasn't looking at the field anymore. His eyes were fixed somewhere lower, nearer. On her, she realized with a start. She turned her face toward him and their gazes collided. The air between them shifted, charged with something that wasn't quite spoken, wasn't quite hidden. He didn't look away. His jaw worked as though he were holding back another confession, one even more dangerous than the first. Anna's breath caught. She knew, in a sudden, terrifying rush, what might happen next. Her whole body went still, except for her heart, which seemed determined to drum loud enough for him to hear. "Anna," he said softly. Her name sounded different on his tongue, weighted, reverent, as though he'd carried it his whole life only to discover tonight how it was meant to be said. "Yes." The word came out hushed, shaky. He hesitated, then gave a lopsided grin that almost undid her. "This is probably a mistake." Her lips twitched despite the thundering in her chest. "Then don't make it." He tilted his head, eyes searching hers. "Do you want me to?" The question held no teasing. It was raw, unguarded, waiting for her to close the distance or step back. Anna's throat worked. Her instincts warred, her stubbornness that hated being late, being unprepared, shouted at her to retreat. But another part of her, the part that had followed him across playgrounds and sidewalks and years of small promises, leaned forward without asking permission. "I don't think it would be a mistake," she whispered. His breath hitched. For one long second, neither moved. Then Tom leaned in, slow enough that she could stop him if she wanted, steady enough that she knew he'd stand in place forever if she asked him to. Anna's eyelids fluttered shut. Their lips met, awkward, tentative, the softest brush of skin against skin. Not the fireworks she'd imagined in girlish daydreams, but something quieter, something deeper, a pulse of recognition that made her knees weak and her lungs forget what to do. She pulled back a fraction, blinking at him. He looked as startled as she felt, eyes wide, breath unsteady. Then he gave a half laugh, nervous and incredulous. That was not very good. Anna let out a laugh too, shaky but real, the tension snapping like twine. Awful. Actually. Terrible, he agreed, grinning now. And then, before she could second-guess, before fear could reassert itself, she leaned back in, quicker this time. Their mouths found each other again, a little surer, a little less clumsy. The kiss deepened, still tender but warmer now, like stepping into sunlight after too long in the cold. When they finally broke apart, Anna was breathless, cheeks flushed. Tom's grin was crooked and boyish, and for once she didn't mind being late to wherever she was supposed to be. This was the only place she wanted to sit. "Better," she murmured. "Much." His voice was hoarse, but the certainty in it steadied her. They sat in silence after that, not needing to fill the air. The field below gleamed under the lights, waiting for the next game, the next noise. But for now, it belonged to them alone. And Anna knew she would never forget the feel of the cold bleachers beneath her, the hum of the lamps overhead, and the taste of her first kiss. Awkward, sweet, unforgettable. The walk home had never felt so strange, so alive. Anna's hand was in Tom's, fingers laced with his as if they'd always been meant to fit that way. They walked slowly, not out of tiredness, but because the world seemed to have shifted into something worth savoring. The night air smelled faintly of smoke. Someone nearby had their chimney going, and the sky stretched wide above, pricked with cold stars. Neither spoke at first. Their footsteps scuffed the gravel shoulder of the road, in sync without effort. Every so often their shoulders bumped, and each time Anna felt her stomach give a little flip, half nerves, half joy. She replayed the kiss in her mind, the awkward start, the laughter, the second one that lingered just long enough to leave her lips tingling. It felt unreal, like a secret she'd stumbled into. She wondered if she looked different now, if anyone passing by could see what had just changed between them. "You're quiet," Tom said softly. His thumb brushed the back of her hand, tentative but steady. Anna glanced at him, caught his crooked smile, and felt herself smiling back. "So are you." "I don't know what to say." His voice held both wonder and fear, as if he was trying not to spook something fragile between them. "You don't have to," she whispered, and she meant it. Just walking like this, hand in hand, felt enough. But after a few more steps, words began to push at her chest anyway. "Do you think—" She hesitated, then tried again. "Do you think everything's going to be different now?" Tom looked down at their joined hands. His brow furrowed like he was considering an equation more complicated than any Ellis had ever put on the board. "Yes," he said at last, "and no." Anna tilted her head. "That's not an answer." He laughed softly. "It is. Everything feels different because I know you know how I feel, but also it's the same. You're still you and I'm still me, and we're still walking this road home like always." Her chest warmed. He had a way of making things simple, steady, even when the ground felt like it was shifting under her feet. They walked a little farther in silence, the houses thinning as they neared the stretch of farmland at the edge of town. The fence posts lined the road like old sentinels, the same ones they'd perched on as children, legs dangling, talking about games or chores or the little worries of grade school. Anna glanced at them now, and her throat tightened. They'd grown older, taller, but the posts hadn't moved. Tom must have noticed too. He slowed near one, tugging her gently to stop. "Remember when we used to sit here after school?" She nodded. "You always claimed the middle one." "Because it had the best view," he said with a grin. "And because I wanted you on the one beside me." The admission sent a shiver through her, though she tried to laugh it off. You always had a reason. I still do. His voice was quieter now. He squeezed her hand, his eyes searching hers in the dim light. I don't care where we end up, Anna. I don't care if it's a football game or the library or a church pew or a porch swing when we're gray. I'll always save you a seat. Wherever I am, there'll be a place beside me waiting for you. Her breath caught. The words settled deep, heavier than teasing, more than playful. They weren't just promises for the moment. They felt like a vow for all the years ahead. She squeezed his hand back, hard enough that her knuckles ached. Then you'd better not get tired of me, she said, her voice trembling with a smile. Not possible. They stood there for a long moment, the world quiet around them except for the sigh of the wind in the bare branches. Anna wanted to memorize it, the way his hand felt solid in hers, the earnest look in his eyes, the fence post that had been their perch years ago now bearing silent witness to this new turning in their story. Finally, she leaned her head against his shoulder. I'll hold you to it, you know. I hope you do, he murmured. They started walking again, hand in hand, and the rest of the way home the silence wasn't empty at all. It was full of the promise that wherever they went, whatever came, they'd walk with a seat saved for each other.
Chapter 6, 1940, The Dance of Hope. Tom had never seen the gym look so full. They'd strung bunting in the school colors from rafter to rafter, looped paper bells at the corners of the stage, and set 2 flags, state and country, so close behind the podium that the stripes seemed to ripple every time the principal cleared his throat. Folding chairs stretched in neat rows across the polished floor, each with a printed program tucked on the seat. Heat rose off the crowd in soft waves. Wool suits and Sunday dresses pressed shoulder to shoulder, talc and hair tonic, and the faint tin smell of the big electric fan in the doorway chopping the air. He'd come early, of course he had, and found their row front and center. He set his cap under his chair and laid his program sideways across the seat beside him, like a do not enter sign only he could read. Then he checked his tie by feel, even though Anna always said he tied it straight when she wasn't there to fix it. He smoothed the edges of the program again and told himself he wasn't nervous. Son, you holding that place? A man in a brimmed hat asked mildly, pausing with his wife in tow. Yes, sir. Tom shifted just enough to make it plain. For Anna Rose Hayes. The man tipped his hat as if the name were explanation enough and moved along. It felt that way to Tom, too. Some things required no argument. The graduate section filled in fits and starts. Boys thumping each other on the shoulder, girls whispering and smoothing skirts, caps bobbing as tassels were adjusted and readjusted. Mr. Hawthorne, coach coat buttoned so tight his mustache bristled with effort, marshaled stragglers into the last row. Miss Alder, with a pinched smile that was nerves more than disapproval, handed out extra bobby pins to a trio of girls giggling behind their hands. A teacher Tom didn't know flapped her arms like a heron in tall grass and hissed, "Shh, families," as if the word itself were discipline enough. Families. He could see his own midway up the bleachers, his father with his hat brim creased between 2 thick fingers, his mother a neat figure with a flower pinned wrong side up on her lapel. Anna's people, her mother, brothers squirming and already scolded, were 2 rows above. Danny spotted Tom and lifted his chin in a brave little nod. Tom flicked his own up in reply and felt a twist at the sight of their empty seat. It's not empty, he told himself, and set his palm lightly on the program he'd used to keep it that way. Someone behind him whispered, "Radio said the British pushed back at Tobruk," and someone else muttered, "Long way from here." And then the piano struck a bright chord that skittered across the gym. The processional began. The principal, Mr. Andrews today, though Tom suspected he'd be principal forever, stepped to the podium and waited for the music to hush. "Ladies and gentlemen," he boomed, and the bleachers answered with a swell of pride and throat clearing and handkerchiefs already out. "Class of 1941, welcome." Applause rolled forward and broke softly around the first row of caps. Tom clapped because that was what you did, and because his hands needed work. Then the clapping died, and his hands went back to the program on the chair beside him. He tried to hold his body casual, as if he weren't keeping watch on the front doors the way he'd watched for her on playground edges and bus steps and church aisles since he was small enough to be picked up and turned around. He told himself to look ahead, to listen, to be present for the words meant for this day. He watched the principal's mouth moving shapes about horizons and duty and the future waiting just beyond the county line. He heard none of it. The double doors at the back drifted open, let in a square of bright morning, and the county road beyond it. And there she was, squeezed sideways through the gap, breathless. One ribbon escaped from her hair like it had decided to arrive on its own schedule. Her cheeks were pink with hurry. Her eyes skimmed the packed bleachers, the wide sea of caps, and then arrowed to the front row and found him. He didn't mean to grin. He meant to be dignified, but his face did it for him, that old pulled-at-the-corner smile that felt like a gate he'd kept oiled for years. She mouthed sorry, and he shook his head once, slow. Don't be. Tom stood just enough to make the path. Knees lifted, a program lifted, a bag tucked under, and then she slid past the row of shoes and sat, folding herself into the space he had kept as if the chair had been carved with her name. Her shoulder pressed his for a second longer than necessity. He set the program on his lap and leaned an inch to be heard under the principal. "Don't worry," he said, low and easy, the words older than either of them now. "I saved you a seat." Her mouth curved, the pink on her cheeks deepened, whether from hurry or the line he'd used 100 times he didn't know. "Of course you did," she breathed. He wanted absurdly to fix the ribbon on her hair. He put his hand flat on his own knee instead. "And so," the principal pronounced, "as we send you forward, remember that the measure of a life is—" The rest blurred. Tom had always been a good listener when he had something to fix or mend. Speeches gave him less to hold. He watched the dust drift in a thin beam of light near the rafters, watched the gym flag lean and settle and lean again in the breeze from the fan, watched Anna's hands still and then rest one on top of the other, the way she did when she needed to make herself quiet. When the valedictorian spoke, a pale boy Tom knew better with his head under a car hood than behind a lectern, Tom clapped hard enough for his palms to sting. The boy made a joke that wasn't much of one. People laughed anyway, grateful for the chance. The girl next to Anna handed her a tissue, misinterpreting the sheen in her eyes, and Anna took it with a soft thank you even though she wasn't crying. They started calling names. Lila Whitehall, applause. Thomas Whitaker. The row ahead stood and shuffled. Tom rose, the world making a long bright tunnel between his chair and the stairs to the stage. He became aware of his body the way he was aware of it when hauling fence posts, hands, feet, breath, order. He stepped onto the riser, took the 2 boards that passed for steps, and felt the unsteady give of the stage under the long marching line of graduates. The principal's hand was dry and warm. The diploma board slid slick against Tom's palm. For 1/2 second he looked into the bleachers and found his father's hat brim lifted, his mother's eyes shining, and above them Anna's gaze, steady and bright. He grinned at that. He couldn't help it, and Principal Andrews smiled back as if Tom had told a joke there no one else could hear. "Hayes," Anna rose. Tom was almost to the bottom step when her name boomed the length of him. He turned enough to see her rise. She smoothed nothing. There was nothing to smooth, and mounted the steps with that mix of grace and hurry that was hers alone. When Andrews pressed the diploma into her hands, Tom saw the principal lean in and say something kind to her. He could tell by the lift at the corner of her mouth, the way her eyes crinkled. She scanned the crowd until her eyes caught him, standing still against the stream of graduates. When their gazes met, his grin broke free, the familiar, knowing one that said, "I saved it, you found me, and that's enough." They collected at the far end of the row, diplomas held like fresh-cut boards that still smelled of sawdust. Someone down the line started the school song too low. By the second line, a dozen voices had found it, and by the chorus, the whole gym was pulling the notes up together. Tom's voice wasn't pretty, but he sang anyway, because he'd learned somewhere between wrenches and hymnals that singing with a group made a different kind of sense than singing alone. Mr. Andrews talked again. There was a prayer that asked for guidance with hands folded and eyes shut, and Tom found his own hands doing it without looking at them. When they finished, Caps went up, some timidly. Some, like the boys who threw them, had been waiting 4 years to let go of something. One cap thunked off Tom's shoulder and landed in his lap. He handed it to the girl it belonged to, and she mouthed sorry, and he shook his head, because today didn't require apologies. "Let's get you to your people," he said to Anna when the crush shifted and the aisle opened a narrow path. "Let's get us to ours," she corrected, and the word us slid into him like a well-fit mortise. They stepped into the slow flood together, pressed by elbows and congratulations and the kind of laughter that rises when everyone is relieved to have made it somewhere they can name. On the way, women stopped Anna to touch her wrist and say, "Late but lovely," and "Your mother's so proud," and "Pretty as ever, child." Men clasped Tom's shoulder and said, "Work's waiting," and "Come by the shop, you hear?" and "Good handshake, son." He felt the handshake comment like a promise and a test, something solid he could pass if he kept his grip. At the foot of the bleachers, their families spilled toward them. Tom's mother kissed his cheek and left a powdery smudge he didn't wipe away. His father's hand swallowed his in a grip that said more than the few words he could manage in public. Anna's mother hugged her so tightly that the diploma board bent and then straightened again. Danny shoved his way between bodies to plant himself beside Tom, chin up, fiercely pleased to be caught up with the big ones. "We're going to the house," Tom's mother said to Anna's. "We've got a roast, small," she fluttered a hand as if to diminish even the roast, "and biscuits, if you'll come." "We will," Anna's mother said. "If we don't, she'll walk there anyway." Everyone laughed, and for a heartbeat, the sound seemed to hold all the ordinary days at once. The shared Sundays and fence post perches and lunches gulped on the school steps while bells threatened. Tom glanced at Anna. She was already looking back at him over the tops of their families' heads, the corner of her mouth caught up in a smile that belonged to no one else. He lifted his cap toward her, like a salute. She lifted her diploma board in reply, as if to say, "See what we did." Mr. Andrews mounted the stage one last time, asked the crowd to clear the gym in order, and reminded the seniors to return their gowns by Friday. A little ripple of laughter went through the graduates. Someone would forget, inevitably, and Miss Alder would stake out the front steps with a list and a pinched look. Tom filed that knowledge away with 100 small responsibilities. He could return a gown on time. He could set a table. He could turn his father's hat brim upright and walk his mother to the car. He could tuck the saved seat back into the row of chairs so no one would know it had been guarded for anyone at all except the one who sat there. Outside, the light from the high windows drew squares on the gravel like fresh paper waiting for ink. The electric fan's drone faded behind him as the doors swung shut. People spilled into the parking lot, into the afternoon, into the next thing. Someone shouted for photographs. Someone else called for pie. "Walk with me?" Anna's voice beside him. He didn't have to ask where. He never had. He offered her his arm because it felt right, and because she liked it that way, and because he wanted to anchor himself to this particular ordinary. She took it. Her hands settled at his elbow with the ease of a habit that had taken years to learn. "Congratulations," he said, though the word felt thin compared to the fullness in his chest. "You too," she said, "and thank you." "For what?" "For the seat," she said lightly, and then, because they were older now and the words were bigger, added, "For all of them." He didn't answer. He just smiled that grin she knew, the one that belonged to the two of them, and led her toward their waiting families and the small feast. The Whitaker farmhouse smelled of roast beef and biscuits before Tom even stepped through the door. The screen creaked shut behind him, the hinges squealing like they always had no matter how many times his father oiled them, and the sound was instantly followed by voices, familiar ones, crowding the narrow kitchen. "Set the table, Danny," Clara Hayes was saying, her tone warm but sharp enough to keep her youngest in line. "Forks, not spoons." "Yes, ma'am," Danny muttered, already balancing a stack of forks in one hand, the mismatched tines flashing in the light from the single overhead bulb. Tom ducked through the doorway, diploma board still under his arm. His mother, apron dusted with flour, was bent over the oven. His father stood nearby, carving knife poised above the roast like a soldier guarding the flag. And Anna? Anna was in the middle of it all, hair pinned half loose from her rush, laughing as she tried to wedge herself between his mother and Mrs. Hayes to reach the stack of plates. Her cheeks were still pink from the ceremony, her ribbon stubbornly falling out, and Tom thought he could watch her chase it all his life and never get tired of it. "There he is," his father said, not looking up from the roast, but shifting the knife in a way that meant pride more than words. Tom set the diploma on the counter and rolled his sleeves, easing into the rhythm of home. "Need me to mash the potatoes? You can carry them," his mother said, shooing him toward the bowl. "Your hands are too steady for smashing." He grinned at that, lifting the steaming dish carefully and following Anna into the dining room. The table was already crowded, extra chairs dragged in from the porch and the sewing room, everyone shoulder to shoulder. Danny darted around the chairs with the forks, scattering them like a farmer broadcasting seed. "Sit there, Tom," Anna's mother instructed, pointing to the spot near the head of the table. Tom set down the potatoes and pulled out his chair, but before he sat, he reached for the chair beside his. "This one's hers." Anna raised an eyebrow at him, carrying the stack of plates with both hands. "Think I couldn't find it on my own?" "Nope," he said, deadpan, "just saving you the trouble." The grin she tried to hide spread anyway as she slid into the chair. "Then I guess I'll always need you to save me a place at the table." She said it lightly, a joke meant for everyone to hear, but when her eyes flicked sideways to his, Tom felt the words land heavier than the laughter that followed. His mother chuckled as she set down the biscuits. "He's been doing that since grade school. Don't expect it to change now." "I don't," Anna replied, her voice as warm as the steam rising off the platters. Conversation rose as the meal began. Plates passed hand to hand, spoons scraped against dishes, and the roast disappeared slice by slice. Mr. Whitaker said little as usual, but when Tom carved his own piece, his father gave the faintest nod, approval carried in silence. Clara Hayes fussed at Danny for spilling peas, then relented and gave him more than he deserved anyway. Anna leaned close to Tom as she buttered her biscuit, whispering, "Your mother's biscuits are better than mine." "You don't bake biscuits." "Exactly." She bumped his shoulder, and he nearly dropped his knife. Tom laughed, the sound swallowed into the hum of the table. He tried to fix the image in his mind, her elbow brushing his, the lamp glow in her hair, both families together in a way that felt like more than neighbors. The world outside was shifting fast, everyone knew it, but here for a moment it was just bread and beef and the sound of Anna's laugh beside him. After dessert, apples stewed down with cinnamon, served in chipped bowls, the families lingered, chairs scraping as they eased back. Stories began to circle. Mrs. Hayes recalling Anna's first spelling bee, Mrs. Whitaker telling how Tom once tried to build a fort out of fence posts and nearly knocked himself senseless. Anna buried her face in her hands at that one. Tom rolled his eyes, though the corner of his mouth betrayed him. By the time the lamps burned low, plates were stacked and coffee poured for the parents. Anna rested her chin in her hand, eyes heavy-lidded but still bright. Tom caught himself watching her, not the conversation, and felt a quiet certainty settle into him. He'd saved her a seat tonight, but he knew, without words, that what he wanted was to save her a place beside him always. As the last cups were drained and the chairs pushed back, Clara Hayes sighed contentedly. "Well, a fine day." "A fine day," Tom's father echoed, and though the words were simple, they carried the weight of blessing. Anna stretched, then stood slowly, smiling across the table at Tom. "Thanks for the seat," she murmured, almost too soft for anyone else to hear. Tom rose too, his hand brushing the back of her chair. "It'll always be there." And for the first time, he let himself believe it was a promise he could make and keep. The town hall never felt so crowded. By the time Tom and Anna arrived, the benches along the walls were already full, and families spilled into the aisles, fanning themselves with folded bulletins or programs left from last Sunday's service. The overhead lamps cast a dull glow across the room, humming faintly, as though even they felt the strain of the gathering. Someone had tacked the latest newspaper clippings to a corkboard at the front. Headlines shouted in bold type, "German forces advance," "U-boat attacks in the Atlantic," "Roosevelt promises aid." Each sheet was already creased from too many hands smoothing them flat, Too many fingers jabbing at maps they didn't fully understand. Tom found a space near the back where he could lean against the wall. Anna slipped in beside him, her skirt brushing his pant leg as she folded her hands in her lap. She was quiet, too quiet for her. Normally she'd whisper some sharp remark about the gossip swirling around them. Tonight her eyes lingered on the clippings, her brow drawn tight. "Big crowd," Tom said, low enough that only she could hear. She nodded without looking at him. "Feels different? Heavier?" The mayor took the podium, his voice strained against the din. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. You've heard the news on the radio. Britain's calling for more help, and Washington's listening. They've started selective service registration in every county. We've not been called to arms yet, but we need to be ready." A ripple went through the room. Someone muttered, "It's coming, sure as winter." Another man whispered too loudly, "They'll need our boys soon." Mothers drew their children closer, even if those children were near grown. Tom felt the words like weights settling in his chest. He wasn't surprised. He'd been following the headlines, hearing the same whispers on the shop floor and outside the feed store. But standing here, pressed shoulder to shoulder with neighbors, the reality sharpened. This wasn't just noise on the radio anymore. This was their town, their generation, being counted before the storm. Anna shifted beside him, and he glanced down. Her knuckles had gone white where her hands clasped. "You all right?" he asked softly. She gave a quick nod, though her throat bobbed as she swallowed. "Just thinking." The meeting went on. Rationing, the Red Cross drive, talk of scrap collections and knitting circles. The words flowed past Tom, dull and distant, until the mayor finally folded his notes and dismissed the room with a half-hearted prayer for peace. As families began to shuffle out, the chatter rose again. Tom didn't move. He kept his back against the wall, watching the flow of people, listening to the fragments of talk. Enlistments already rumored in the next county, letters from cousins training down south, the certainty that things would not stay the same. Anna tugged at his sleeve. "Let's go." They slipped into the cooler night air. The crowd dispersed into the gravel lot, voices carrying under the pale wash of the moon. Crickets filled the silence between words, their steady chirp at odds with the heaviness pressing down. They walked a stretch in silence, their shoes crunching on the dirt road. Tom shoved his hands into his pockets, rolling his diploma board under his arm. He felt Anna watching him, waiting. He let the words out plain. "I've been thinking of enlisting." She stopped walking. Just stopped dead in the middle of the road, as though the ground had given way. Her face turned toward him, pale in the moonlight, her eyes wide. "Tom," her voice was barely a whisper. "You can't mean that." He kept his gaze forward, jaw tight. "I do. It's coming, Anna. We can all feel it. And I can't just sit here fixing fences while everyone else goes." She stepped closer, gripping his sleeve with both hands. "You don't owe the world more than your life. You don't. Not to prove anything." "It's not proving," he said, the words rough before he steadied them. "It's answering. If the time comes, I need to be where I'm called, beside the ones who stand up to evil, not hiding behind them." Her grip faltered, but she didn't let go. "And me? Where does that leave me?" The question cut deeper than anything she'd said before. He looked at her then, really looked, at the way her chin trembled though she held her gaze firm, at the shimmer in her eyes that she refused to let fall. "I don't want to leave you," he said, the words pulled raw from his chest. "But I can't pretend it won't happen, not with the way things are." For a long moment, neither moved. The night pressed around them, heavy with cricket song and the faint echo of voices still fading from the town hall. At last, Anna drew a shaky breath. "If you go," she swallowed hard, "if you go, then promise me you'll come back. Promise me I'll still have you to save a seat for me." Her attempt at the old joke broke on the edge of her voice, fragile as glass. Tom reached for her hand, folding it into his. "I promise," he said, though the promise felt too large for any man to make. Still, he held it steady, because she needed him to. "Wherever I go, your place is waiting, always." Her breath shuddered out, and she leaned against him, her forehead brushing his shoulder. He wrapped his arm around her, anchoring them both in the middle of that lonely road. Neither spoke again as they walked the rest of the way home. The silence wasn't empty, though. It was full of love, of a bond straining against the weight of a world about to change. Tom held her hand the whole way, and though he couldn't see what waited on the horizon, he knew one thing with a clarity that steadied him. Wherever the road led, she would be beside him in his heart, and he would save her a seat, even if it meant carrying it with him into the unknown. The evening settled warm and heavy over Maple Street, the kind of June heat that held the day's breath long past sunset. Moths battered themselves against porch lamps up and down the block. Radios murmured behind screens, ball scores, a swing tune fading in and out, a man's voice talking about Europe in the even cadence of people trying not to scare anyone. Fireflies stitched bright, unsteady stitches along the hedges. Tom stood at the foot of the Hayes' court steps with his hands jammed in his pockets and the box digging a stubborn corner into his palm. He'd taken off his cap and smoothed his hair back twice. The second time made no difference. Nothing would, except doing the thing he'd come to do. He told himself he'd wait until the right moment, when the cicadas eased, when the house quieted, when the porch swing creaked just so, when courage squared itself in his chest. But the truth was, courage had already arrived and was pacing. If he didn't let it out, it might wear a hole straight through him. Anna's mother had answered when he knocked. "She's out front," Mrs. Hayes had said, opening the door just enough for the music and the smell of lemon oil to slip past her. The look she gave him, measuring, kind, said she knew why he'd come. She tipped her head toward the porch and let the screen fall back. Anna sat in the swing, one foot idly brushing the porch floor to keep it moving. The lamplight cut a soft oval around her. Beyond it, the yard pooled into shadow. She'd braided her hair and then given up on it halfway. Loose strands had sprung free and caught the light when she turned at the squeak of the hinge. "You walk too quietly," she said, smiling as her foot stilled. "I almost didn't hear you." "I can stomp if it helps," Tom said, stepping onto the boards. His voice sounded rougher than he meant. "Please don't. Mama's set on pretending this swing won't fall if we treat it nice." She patted the space beside her, then tugged the swing into rhythm again. The chain answered with a soft, steady clink. "Sit." He lowered himself to the far end. That felt safer. It didn't help. The swing kept bringing them close, setting them apart, bringing them close, like a question asked and almost answered, over and over. "Town hall was a lot," she said after a moment, picking at the hem of her sleeve. "Mama says we'll join the ladies sewing on Thursdays. I told her I can't sew a straight line to save anyone's life." "Straight lines are overrated," he said. He meant it to be light. It sagged under its own weight. They rocked. The porch clock inside struck the half hour with a tinny certainty. Down the street, a dog gave one short bark and thought better of it. "I talked with my dad," Tom said. That wasn't where he'd planned to start, but the words came and he let them. "About the shop, about if I go." He didn't say enlist. The porch didn't need the word. It was sitting there between them like another guest in the corner chair. "What did he say?" she asked quietly. "That he'd hold the place for me." Tom felt the truth of it even now, the way his father had gripped his shoulder and then, after a long silence, squeezed once. "He didn't make it a speech. Just said he would." He huffed a breath. "He's not much for speeches." "No," she said, and he could hear the smile in it. "You both save your words for when they count." He nodded. The box dug a new corner against his skin. He took his hand out of his pocket and put it palm down on his knee, like he did when he needed to keep from fidgeting around small parts. He should wait, he told himself. Make conversation, let the air loosen, do this neatly. But the neatness had deserted him. All he had left was the simple fact of what he knew. "Anna?" he said. She turned her head. He felt it more than saw it. "I can't think 2 days ahead without seeing you in it," he said, the words plain as boards. "I don't know what the next year is, or 10, or however many God gives, but I know the chair beside me is yours, and I want to make it so in every way a man can." It wasn't poetry. He didn't own any. Her breath caught, a small sound that seemed to ring the porch railing like a struck glass. He pushed the box across the last of his fear and into his lap. It wasn't much. A narrow square of worn velvet he'd borrowed from the back of his mother's drawer and returned with a ring in it that had been his grandmother's. A simple band, the gold softened by decades of hands in dishwater and Sunday gloves. He'd polished it the way he polished wrenches when he needed the comfort of making something shine. It had shown anyway. "I asked my mother," he said, thumb rubbing the hinge. "She said my grandmother would be glad to see it worn. She said to tell you it's not new, but it's true." He tried to smile. His mouth resisted. "I know it's sudden, and I know it's not the way we thought this summer would go. But if war comes, if I go, I don't want to leave you as a habit or a hope. I want to leave you as my wife." He slid off the swing before his nerve could argue with his body and knelt on the boards. They dug into his knee, honest and rough. Her hands had flown to her mouth. Her eyes were bright and too full for the light. For a heartbeat, she didn't move, and he had time to catalog every wrong way this could be. Too soon, too heavy, too much like grabbing something before it was ripe and bruising it in the taking. "Say no if you need to," he said, breathless. "Say wait if you need to. I'll keep the chair. He swallowed. "Anna, will you marry me?" The swing eased to a stop. A moth flung itself once more at the lamp and then fell away, dazzled. She lowered her hands. Her chin trembled. She steadied it with stubbornness he loved so much it hurt. "You don't have to ask me because you might go," she said. "Don't make war our reason." "It isn't," Tom said, so quickly he surprised himself. The relief of saying it right knocked something loose in him. "It isn't. I'd ask you if the world were quiet as a library and the biggest storm we faced was Ellis's exam. I'd ask you if we had 10 years to walk the long way around to it. I'm asking because I can't picture a table or a pew or a porch without you in the seat beside me. I'm asking because I know, and I want you to know I know." Her laugh came out crooked and wet. "You make it sound so simple." "It is." He almost laughed too for the first time since he'd climbed the steps. "It's the first simple thing I've had in days." She looked down at his hands. One white-knuckled around the little box, the other braced on the boards. And then at his face, like she was checking the fit of something she'd tried on 100 times in secret. The swing chain ticked once in the quiet. "Yes," she whispered, and then more firmly, as if she were marking it for herself. "Yes." Tom didn't have a word for what went through him. He only knew he was suddenly lighter without feeling unmoored, as if something had been set right in him that had been listing for years. He opened the box with clumsy fingers and nearly dropped the ring, then laughed at himself and held out his hand. She offered hers, palm steady, though the rest of her shook. He slipped the band over her finger. It hesitated at the knuckle and then slid home as if it had been made for her today instead of decades ago. It looked small on her and also perfect. She pulled him up, not letting go of his hand, and he sat beside her again because his knees had started to argue with him. She leaned into him with a softness that had weight to it. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, fitting the curve of her close in the place he'd carried like a question all spring. "Does my mother know?" she asked into his coat. "She knows I came." He pictured Mrs. Hayes's measuring look, the way it had warmed and then steadied again. "I'll go in if you want." "In a minute," she said, and tightened her grip. The porch boards creaked in approval. "I want to sit here first and listen to you breathe." He could do that. He could do that forever. They sat like that, watching the fireflies lift and sink in the yard. A couple strolled by on the far sidewalk and glanced up, saw them, and kept going with the smile people save for good news that isn't theirs to speak. The radio inside spun through a song and into a voice from somewhere far away. Mrs. Hayes turned the dial lower. The house fell into its night noises, pipes settling, a clock offering the hour like a neighbor's knock. "Tom," Anna said after a while, her voice small and clear as a bell. "Hmm? I'm happy." She gave a watery laugh. "I'm scared, and I'm happy." "I am too," he said. He didn't try to untangle the two. He didn't think a man could. "But the scared part doesn't mean the happy part's wrong." "No," she agreed. "It just means we know what we're promising." He turned enough to see her face. Her eyes shone, but the tears there had steadied. They looked like the kind of water you could drink. He kissed her forehead, the corner of her eye, the place at her temple where the loose hair escaped. He thought of the bleachers under the lights and the two of them pretending not to shake. He thought of the library and her pencil tapping and the way the librarian's shush had pushed them closer together until they could feel the same mistake as if it were one heartbeat. He thought of a table earlier this week and a chair he had kept while people laughed and passed the biscuits. "I'll tell your mother," he said finally, "because the ordinary steps after are how you keep big moments from floating away." "Together," she said, and he heard how much she meant it. "We'll tell her together." They stood. The ring flashed once in the porch light. Modest, bright. He reached for the screen door. She caught his sleeve. "Wait," she swallowed, finding herself again. "If you go, we'll wait for each other the same way we always have. You'll save me a seat, and I'll do the same." He smiled, and this time it felt like the grin that had belonged to him since he was a boy with scabbed knees and a habit of turning up early. "Wherever I am," he said, "there'll be a place for you." She nodded, believing him the way a person believes the ground will be under their foot on the next step. "And wherever I am," she said, lifting her hand so the ring flashed again, "you'll have a way back to me." They pushed the door together. The cool of the house reached for them, lemon oil and coffee, and the quiet of a woman waiting just inside for news she already knew. Behind them, the swing rocked once, twice, and came to rest. Ahead, the kitchen light made a soft square on the floor like a stage set and ready. Tom squeezed Anna's fingers. She squeezed back. Words would come, blessings, plans, the naming of a date. Fear would come and go. Work would come in its plain clothes and demand their hands. But right now, there was this step, and the one after, and a chair being pulled out in welcome. He walked forward with her, certain as he had ever been of anything in his life that this was the place he was meant to stand. The Hayes parlor smelled faintly of lemon polish and the faint sweetness of Anna's mother's rosewater. The rug beneath Tom's boots had gone soft with years of wear, and the armchair in the corner sagged where her father had always sat after supper. A brass clock on the mantel ticked steadily, the sound filling the quiet after the porch conversation. Tom stood awkwardly in the center of the room, shoulders tight, hands uncertain now that the weight of the proposal was gone and a different weight had taken its place. Relief, yes, because she had said yes. But also awe, because he could hardly believe she had. Anna tugged him by the hand further into the room. She was still laughing softly, a watery laugh that broke in the middle and reformed, braver each time. The ring gleamed on her finger as she brushed hair back from her face. "Sit if you want," she teased, though her voice trembled. "Or pace a hole in Mama's rug." Tom shook his head. He didn't trust himself to sit still. He still felt like the porch boards were beneath him, the echo of her yes circling through his ribs. Then the radio crackled. A low tune wound out, a scratchy trumpet, the soft swing of strings carrying a ballad through the static. Not the bold marches they'd been hearing so much lately, but something quieter, almost shy. Anna tilted her head toward it, a smile curling at the edges of her mouth. "It's almost like it knows." "Knows what?" "That we need a little music." Before Tom could answer, she slipped free of his hand and crossed the room, turning the dial just enough to make the melody clearer. Then she looked back at him, eyes shining, lips curved in mischief and something more, and held out her hand again. "Dance with me." Tom blinked. "Here? Where else? Unless you'd like to march down Main Street and show the whole town your two left feet." Her teasing landed differently now, not sharp, not careless, but warm, inviting. He groaned anyway, because it was expected of him. "You know I'm no good at it." "You don't have to be good." She wiggled her fingers at him. "You just have to try." He stepped forward, taking her hand. It fit into his as though it had been waiting there all along. She pulled him closer until his free hand found its way to her waist, tentative at first, then steady as she leaned in. The room was small, hardly enough space to stretch their arms, but the swing of the melody gave them a rhythm. They shuffled more than glided, turning slowly in the oval of worn carpet. Anna rested her cheek near his shoulder, and for a long moment Tom forgot everything else, the rumors, the enlistment forms, the uncertain road ahead. "You know," she murmured, "you stepped on my toes less at the dance." Tom winced. "Sorry?" She tipped her head back to grin at him. "Don't be. I like knowing you're trying." He huffed a laugh, his chest loosening a little. "Doesn't matter if I can't get it right." "Not really." "No?" she asked, eyes narrowing in mock challenge. Tom shook his head. He tightened his hold just slightly, enough to keep her close as the music swelled faintly. Doesn't matter if my feet go wrong. So long as I'm dancing with you, it doesn't matter where they take me." Her smile softened, the teasing melting into something else. She laid her head back against him, and he felt her breath steady against his chest. They kept moving, slow circles in the small room, the radio carrying them along. The house around them seemed to fade, the clock, the armchair, the world outside waiting with its headlines and shadows. All that remained was the circle of their steps, the warmth of her hand in his, the certainty of her yes still ringing between them. Anna drew back slightly, just enough to look up at him. "Tom? Promise me something?" He swallowed. Promises carried weight. He knew that. But he also knew he'd give her anything she asked. "What?" "That no matter what happens, no matter where you go, we'll still have this. Dancing in the living room, laughing at nothing, saving seats for each other." Tom's throat tightened. He bent his head until his forehead brushed hers. "We will. I swear it." The music wavered, the trumpet climbing toward its last note before the static swallowed it whole. They slowed with it, until they stood still in the quiet hum of the radio, their arms still twined. Neither spoke for a while. The promise had already settled in the space between them, as real and steady as the floor beneath their feet. At last, Anna let out a long breath, half a sigh, half a laugh. "You really are terrible at dancing?" Tom grinned. "Guess I'll just have to keep practicing with you." "Good," she said, lifting her chin, "because I don't plan on letting anyone else have that job." They stood there in the lamplight, two awkward teenagers at the edge of adulthood, holding each other against a world that was about to change. And for that moment, just that moment, it felt as though time had been kind enough to pause, letting them claim their first dance of hope before the music carried them on.
1941, The Farewell Promise. By late morning, the little house had turned into a hive. Doors opening and shutting, voices crossing like threads, the iron on the stove ticking itself cool and then hot again as her mother pressed the last crease from a dress that they borrowed. The sun pushed through the thin curtains in bright squares and made the dust look like a celebration all its own. "Hold still," Mama said, her mouth full of pins. "I am," Anna said, and immediately shifted her weight because the shoes were a half size too big and the borrowed hem skimmed them in a way that felt like a trick. The dress had belonged to a cousin who'd married in spring, lace browned a shade with time, the skirt simple and soft as if it remembered other vows. Someone had tacked on a narrow ribbon at the waist. "For a little joy," Mrs. Whitaker had said the day before, sliding it across the table with a conspirator's smile. It refused to stay tied. Danny barreled into the room and stopped short, panting, holding the bouquet like a captured bird. "They're here," he whispered too loudly, as if the neighbors might be skulking under the window to hear. "Mr. Whitaker's truck is out front. Mrs. Poe says the church is filling and the organ's already going." His eyes, usually full of mischief, went wide at the sight of her. "You look... wow," he decided, and flushed, pleased with himself. Anna laughed, the sound catching on a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "That good, huh?" "Don't you make her laugh," Mama scolded, reaching for another pin. "I just set that seam and I won't be doing it a fourth time." The house smelled like soap and starch and the rose water Mama dabbed behind her ears on Sundays. Every small thing felt magnified. The click of pins in the saucer, the hush of the iron, the canvas-soft whisper of skirt against skirt when she turned. Anna tried to take a long breath and found it could only be short ones. The ribbon surrendered another loop. She wanted to laugh and cry and run and sit all at once. "Here," Mama said, softer, pushing the last pin into the bodice with a swift, sure twist. "Hand me that ribbon again." She retied it, firmer this time, and smoothed the bow flat. Then she stepped back and looked at her daughter, not like a seam that needed setting, but the way she looked at a field in summer, measuring the fullness with pride she didn't show often. "You're going to be late," she said, but her smile undid the sternness. "I know," Anna said, and the old joke steadied her better than a prayer. "But I'm ready." They piled into the truck in a flurry that felt too ordinary for what they were doing. Mr. Whitaker's Ford grumbled as if it had opinions about Sundays. Tom's father tipped his hat without ceremony, as if he'd done this 100 times. Mrs. Whitaker squeezed Anna's hand as she climbed up, and Mama tucked the hem in so it wouldn't catch. Danny sat on the running board until Mama barked and he scrambled back into the cab, clamping down his grin. The bouquet, wild daisies, a handful of Queen Anne's lace, something blue borrowed from Mrs. Ellis's garden, sat in Anna's lap like a tame thing. Maple Street was already half empty, porches deserted, only a stray pair of shoes left on a stoop as their owners hurried toward the church. From a block away, Anna could hear the organ practicing its patience, swelling and subsiding as if it too had pins between its teeth. The truck pulled up to the curb with a soft wheeze. Men in ties and girls in pressed frocks were still slipping through the red doors. Fans tucked in palms, hats held like benedictions. They had strung a few paper bells under the eaves. Someone's little sister had looped summer flowers along the rail with a piece of twine. It was all small and earnest and beautiful in a way that made Anna's chest ache. "Go on," Mama said, straightening the veil where it sat on the comb like a tame bird. "And lift your feet, please. We made it this far." Anna stepped down, careful, then immediately caught the heel of her too big shoe on the trailing hem and saved herself only by clutching Danny's shoulder. He yelped, a sound halfway between pride and terror. "You'll be fine," he said, patting her hand as if she were the child and he the older sibling. "He's waiting." The vestibule was cool and dim, a relief after the brightness of the street. The air smelled of wood polish and old hymnals. Mrs. Poe fussed with the veil again, then gave up and patted Anna's cheek instead. "Everyone's turned," she whispered, as if gossip itself were a blessing. "It's time." Time. The word slid through Anna like a bell tone. She stood just inside the doors and looked down the narrow slice of aisle left between bodies and prayer books and fans. Faces she'd known since she knew what a face was watched her with open joy. Mrs. Gleason, whose porch hinge Tom had fixed twice this spring, wiping under her eyes. Mr. Hensley, hat clutched in both hands like the organ had sucked all the air out of him. The choir girls leaning as one to see over each other's shoulders, ribbons trembling. And at the end of it, Tom, everything else went quiet. He looked taller at the altar, which was ridiculous. He'd been the same height yesterday. His suit fit good, but not fancy, pressed the way his mother pressed. His tie was straight for once, though she doubted it would stay that way if she put her hand on it. His hair had refused, as always, to lie entirely down. But his eyes had that steady warmth that found her the way a hand finds a chair in the dark without knocking it over. When he saw her, his mouth did that pulled at the corner thing that always felt like a secret meant only for the two of them. The organist, perhaps sensing the bride's tendency toward dawdling, began again with more determination. Mrs. Poe's hand shooed the doors wide. Someone chuckled gently. Only here could a congregation laugh with love and not unnerve a bride, and the sound loosened Anna's knees just enough to make her first step true. She took another. The hem whispered, the veil tickled her cheeks, the bouquet made her arm ache with the importance of not letting it droop. She felt each face like a bead on a string, nodded to some, smiled at others, careful not to look down to check her feet because she knew if she did, she'd catch the toe and tumble and never stop. Halfway, her breath ran ahead without her. She caught it. It waited. She let the old moments come up like handholds. The first time he'd rescued her tray in the lunchroom when she slipped, the crooked tie in the school gym, the night they'd said yes to a future neither could map. The fence posts where they'd balanced as children and called the space between them theirs. Closer. The world narrowed until it was just the line south of center aisle and the man at the end of it. Tom's mouth moved, nothing dramatic, just that familiar, almost smile made into words. And though she couldn't hear him over the organ, she knew what he said because he'd said some version of it her whole life. The last few feet she barely remembered. She reached the step, and there he was, right there, handing the bouquet to Mrs. Whitaker because his hands needed to be free for hers. When his fingers closed around hers, the jitter in her knees stopped like someone had turned off a switch. "You're late," he murmured, low enough that only she could hear it, and not as a scold, but as the gentlest fact in the world. "I know," she said, finding that her breath behaved itself now. "But I'm here." His thumb pressed against her knuckles, warm and sure. He tilted his head just a fraction toward the two plain chairs set off to the side beneath the chancel rail. the ones for the hymn between vows, the ones she hadn't noticed in all her looking. "Saved you a seat at the front," he whispered, and at that the fear fell clean out of her. "Of course you did," she whispered back, and had to swallow twice to keep from laughing and crying both. The preacher cleared his throat gently, and the organ softened to a kindly hush. The summer heat had crept in on the hems of every dress and trouser. Hand fans stirred in small breezes. Tom's father stood straight as a fence post on the first pew, hat held at his chest. Mama dabbed her eyes and smiled at the same time, an expression Anna had seen maybe twice in her life and would carry with her forever. Somewhere behind them, Danny's whisper carried forward despite Mrs. Hayes's hand on his sleeve. "She didn't trip?" The preacher smiled the way a man does when he likes the people in front of him and has watched them hunt for their places in a hymn book since they were both short enough to stand on the pew. His Bible looked worn where hands had held it open. "Dearly beloved," he began, voice mild and certain, "we are gathered." Anna heard the words and didn't hear them, the way you hear rain on a roof and know the shape of every drop without counting. Tom's hand stayed on hers like a steadying rail. When the first hymn came, soft, familiar, he led her to one of the two chairs and she sat, careful with the stubborn hem, the veil gathered so she didn't sit on it, her heart quieter than it had been all morning. He took the other chair, leaning slightly toward her, their elbows nearly touching. She felt, with a rush she hadn't expected, the rightness of the line of their bodies, the ease of their sitting together even here, as if the front of the church were only an aisle seat on a bus they'd always shared, only a bleacher where they'd shouted themselves hoarse and then whispered the truer things when the lights cooled. She glanced at him and found him already looking. The corner of his mouth lifted. She tried to keep a straight face and failed, a small laugh escaping that no one but him noticed. He shook his head minutely, steady, and the word made its own little vow in her chest. When they stood again for the vows, her hands trembled only a little. The preacher's questions were simple, weighty, with a catch that would make her smile through tears. She felt it gathering already like a summer thunderhead just beyond the tree line. But now here, she let herself stand still and feel the curve of his fingers around hers, the cool of the ring waiting in a pocket, the murmur of friends and neighbors who had watched them grow from knees in the dirt to heels on this step. The ribbon still thought for itself. Her shoes did not quite fit, and he, steady, warm, impossible, had saved her a seat. The rest would follow in its good time, hymn by hymn, word by word. The preacher's voice rose and fell. The organist found the right key. Somewhere a baby fussed, was quieted. The little paper bells stirred as if a breeze had found them. Anna drew a breath that reached all the way down, and when she let it go, she did not feel lighter so much as more solid, as if the aisle beneath her feet and the hand in hers and the chair at her side had all agreed on the same simple truth. I am here, and so is he. The church seemed both too small and too vast at once. The ceiling's wooden beams arched like the ribs of some great ship, and Anna felt as though she were being carried along on a tide she could neither stop nor slow. She stood at the altar, Tom's hand clasped in hers, and tried to steady the tremor that ran from her fingers to her heart. The preacher's voice was calm, measured, a rhythm as old as faith itself. Reverend Carter had baptized them both, had preached sermons they doodled through as children, had clasped Tom's shoulder after his confirmation. Now his voice wrapped around them like a mantle. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here in the sight of God. Anna swallowed hard, her throat dry. She should have been thinking only of the words, of the sacredness of this moment, but she was Anna Rose Hayes, soon to be Anna Rose Whitaker, and her mind always ran a few steps faster than her feet. She thought of how Tom had looked when she stepped through the church doors, that grin tugging at his mouth, the whisper saved you a seat, how the whole congregation had chuckled softly when she came in, as if lateness was so much a part of her that even on her wedding day it had to appear. It should have embarrassed her. But when she saw Tom's eyes, steady and sure, the heat in her cheeks had melted into something else. Now, standing beside him, Anna's knees wobbled beneath the layers of her borrowed dress. Tom's grip on her hand tightened the faintest bit, as though he could feel her sway, and the steadiness of him grounded her. Do you, Thomas Whitaker, take Anna Rose Hayes to be your lawfully wedded wife?" The words rang solemn and sure. Tom's mouth moved, and his answer broke through the hush like a bell. "I do." It was only 2 words, but his voice cracked, rough with something deeper than nerves. The sound snagged in Anna's chest, tugging at her until her eyes stung. He meant it with his whole being. That was Tom, every promise in his life spoken like it was binding for eternity. Reverend Carter turned toward her, and Anna blinked hard, straightening her shoulders. "And do you, Anna Rose Hayes, take Thomas Whitaker to be your lawfully wedded husband?" Her tongue caught. She felt the weight of every eye in the room, the hush of friends and neighbors, Mama's tears muffled into a handkerchief, Danny leaning forward on the pew, wide-eyed. She thought of how Tom had stood up for her since they were children, how he'd waited outside dances, saved her seats, carried her through quarrels and reconciliations. Her lips trembled, but her voice found its way clear. "I do." Relief surged through her as the preacher nodded. They repeated the vows, for better, for worse, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish. Her voice shook on the word cherish, but Tom steadied hers, the 2 of them weaving the words together like threads in the same cloth. When it came time for the rings, Walter Whitaker stepped forward with a small, plain band of gold. It gleamed modestly in Tom's hand, no jewel, no flourish, only the promise it bore. Tom slipped it onto her finger, his calloused hand shaking just slightly. His eyes never left hers. Anna's turn came. Her hands fumbled a little. Of course they did, and she almost dropped the ring. A murmur of laughter rolled through the pews, and her cheeks flamed. Tom's grin softened, almost proud, as if her clumsiness was the most natural thing in the world. She slid the band over his finger, whispering, "Sorry," even as she smiled. "Don't be," he whispered back, so low only she heard. "It's ours." Her throat ached, but she managed a nod. The final words rose from Reverend Carter's lips, warm and unshakable. "I now pronounce you husband and wife." And just like that, the air seemed to rush out of the room, as though every breath they'd ever held together came free at once. Applause burst softly from the pews, fans waving, feet shuffling, neighbors leaning to smile at each other. Anna realized she was grinning through tears. When Tom leaned down, the kiss was brief and awkward, the veil tickling her cheek, but it felt like standing on the edge of something vast and steady, like stepping into sunlight after a storm. Afterward, as they turned to walk back down the aisle together, Anna nearly tripped on the hem of her gown. She caught herself, laughing under her breath. Tom's hand slid to steady her elbow, his grin widening. "Nearly made it," he murmured. "Don't sound so surprised." She shot back, eyes dancing despite the tears. The congregation chuckled again, warm and affectionate, as if her clumsiness was simply part of the vows they'd all witnessed. Anna flushed but smiled, realizing this too was woven into their story. She was late and she stumbled, but Tom was always there, steady as ever, holding her upright. As they reached the doors, the summer sun poured in bright and unrelenting. Anna blinked against it, the air heavy with honeysuckle and the faint tang of dust from the road. The bells on the eaves stirred faintly, as though even the wind had come to watch. Her hand in Tom's, the ring warm on her finger, Anna stepped into the light with him. And for the first time in her life, she wasn't worried about being on time or being clumsy or less than perfect. She was his, he was hers, and in front of everyone they loved, they had vowed forever. The town hall had been dressed as fine as it could be managed, white paper streamers looped from the rafters, tables lined with borrowed lace cloths, and jars filled with summer flowers crowding the windowsills. The air smelled faintly of sawdust from the floorboards and something sweet from the pies cooling along the counter. It wasn't grand, but it was theirs. And as Anna walked in on Tom's arm, the sound of neighbors clapping and cheering nearly bowled her over more than the sunlight had at the church. "Mr. and Mrs. Whitaker!" someone hollered from the back, and a cheer went up, laughter breaking like waves across the crowd. Anna felt her cheeks flame, but Tom's hand squeezed hers with the same calm steadiness he'd carried through the vows. She caught his glance and saw that crooked grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. As if he'd known all along the town would raise the roof just for them. The tables were soon crowded, plates heaped with fried chicken, potato salad, biscuits, and every kind of pie. The Whitakers had roasted 2 hams, and Anna's mama had baked enough bread to fill a small barn. Food was love here, and love overflowed. Anna sat with Tom at the head table, though it felt strange to be stared at from every angle. She fidgeted with her bouquet until Tom reached over and slipped it from her hands, setting it gently aside. "You'll wear it to pieces," he murmured. "I already nearly dropped the ring," she muttered back. He chuckled, low. "That's how I know it's ours. If you didn't stumble once, it wouldn't feel right." She rolled her eyes, but warmth rose in her chest. Even here, surrounded by half the town, she felt the tether between them like a secret line no one else could see. After the meal came the music. A record player had been borrowed from the schoolhouse, and a few boys from church took turns manning it, switching out scratchy vinyls that hissed before they sang. The floor had been cleared, lanterns strung up overhead, glowing soft as dusk settled outside. Someone called for the bride and groom's first dance. Anna froze. Her hands turned clammy. She'd been dreading this part since the preacher said, "You may kiss the bride." Tom looked at her and saw it instantly. He leaned down, his voice only for her. "It's just me, that's all." She swallowed. "You remember the gym, don't you?" "How could I forget?" His grin flashed. "Your toes forgave me eventually, though." The crowd had already begun to clap in rhythm, calling their names. Tom offered his hand, palm up, steady as ever. Anna rose. "I promise, if I stumble, I'll stumble with you. Come on." She let him lead her to the center of the hall, the crowd circling close, clapping and whooping. The record hissed, then spun out a soft waltz, sweet and old-fashioned. Tom placed one hand at her waist, the other holding hers, and she set her free hand on his shoulder, trying not to notice how many eyes were watching. They swayed at first, cautious, both of them stiff as fence posts. His shoes scuffed against the boards, and once, just once, he caught the edge of her hem. She laughed, nerves spilling out of her. "Still 2 left feet," she whispered up at him. "Don't care," he whispered back, grinning wide, "as long as both are pointed your way." Her laughter softened, rolling into something steadier. He wasn't graceful, but he was hers, and the warmth in his eyes made the whole hall fade into background noise. They moved clumsily but together, their steps finding rhythm even in their missteps. Neighbors cheered when Tom spun her once. Clumsy, yes, but he caught her elbow before she wobbled too far. Anna blushed as they came back together, faces close. She could hear his breath, could see the flush at his neck, and for a moment the noise of the crowd blurred into a single pulse in her chest. "See?" Tom murmured, his forehead nearly brushing hers. "Told you, it's just me." The song wound down, the record crackling before a fiddle tune kicked up. Others rushed to the floor, couples twirling and stomping, children darting between legs. The hall filled with laughter, the clap of shoes, the squeak of chairs pushed back. Anna and Tom retreated toward the edge, her heart still racing. She sank into her chair, breathless, and fanned herself with her hand. Tom leaned against the table beside her, his arm brushing her shoulder, the smile still playing at his lips. "You know," she said, her voice low, teasing, "if you keep stepping on my hem, you're going to have to mend it yourself. I've always been good at fixing things. I'll give a needle and thread a go." He said dryly, and she laughed until her ribs ached. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of dancing and pie and laughter. Anna found herself watching Tom in small, quiet moments. How he leaned down to shake hands with Mr. Hensley. How he took Danny's wild shouts with good humor. How he held her plate steady when someone bumped her elbow. Every time she glanced his way, he seemed already to be looking at her. Not the kind of looking that made her flustered or shy, but the kind that felt like home, like she was right where she belonged. When the music finally slowed and the lanterns burned low, Anna leaned against him, tired and giddy all at once. The townsfolk were still laughing, still clapping each other on the back, but the world had narrowed to the chair they shared and the warmth of his shoulder under her cheek. She thought of the vows spoken only hours before, of the way his voice had cracked on "I do," of the ring still warm on her finger. The reception was a celebration, yes, but beneath the laughter and pie and scratchy records, she felt the weight of something more enduring. Tom shifted slightly, his lips brushing her hair. "Still glad you didn't trip down the aisle." She smiled against his shoulder. "I'm sure somehow you would have caught me." He chuckled. and the sound wrapped around her like a blanket. She closed her eyes for a moment, listening to the rhythm of his breathing, the low murmur of voices around them, the record spinning its last tune. The night was theirs, clumsy feet and all, and as the hall pulsed with the joy of their families and neighbors, Anna knew this laughter, this hand steadying hers, this chair saved at his side, was the beginning of forever. By the time the pies were picked clean and the last fiddle tune wound itself out, the lanterns had burned low. A golden haze filled the town hall, flickering off paper streamers and making shadows dance across the walls. Children dozed in their mothers' laps, men loosened their collars, and women leaned together with soft laughter. Anna leaned against Tom's shoulder at their table, her eyes heavy with weariness, but her heart still floating, full. All evening she'd caught herself smiling at the ring on her hand, as if it were some miracle that had landed there instead of slipping through her clumsy fingers. Now, sitting close to him, the world felt safe, wrapped in the warmth of neighbors' voices and the thrum of his heartbeat under her cheek. But then the door banged open. The sound startled everyone into silence. A boy darted in, breathless, his cap askew. It was Harold, the preacher's youngest, a paper clutched in his fist. "Extra!" he shouted, as though the whole town wasn't gathered right there. "Extra, straight from St. Louis," he waved the folded sheet above his head. Someone whistled for him to bring it forward, and he clattered down the aisle of tables, the newsprint smudged from his hands. By the time he reached the front, a knot of men had already gathered. Mr. Whitaker, Anna's Uncle Henry, a few of the older veterans who always stood together at parades. The room, so alive a heartbeat ago, quieted into a waiting hush. Anna sat up, her pulse thudding, and felt Tom's hand still warm against hers. "Mr. Hod," Whitaker cleared his throat and read aloud, his voice carrying over the room. "President Roosevelt announces further mobilization. Selective service numbers increasing. Expanded draft calls expected before year's end." A ripple moved through the hall, low and uneasy. The words seemed to hang above the tables, heavier than the lantern smoke. Anna's stomach tightened. She turned to Tom, searching his face. His jaw was set, his eyes fixed on the paper as though he could read through it, past it, into something only he could see. Someone muttered from the back, "Means war's comin' sure enough," another added, "Already started, just not here yet." The older men nodded gravely. Mothers pulled children closer against their skirts. The young men shifted on their feet, a nervous energy buzzing now that had nothing to do with dancing. Anna's throat felt dry. She squeezed Tom's hand, but he didn't look at her at first. Only after the murmur had swelled and ebbed did his gaze drop to hers. He gave a small smile, meant to steady her. It didn't. "Tom," she whispered, low enough that only he could hear. He tilted toward her, their shoulders brushing. "Yeah?" "You're thinking about it." It wasn't a question. She could see it. The way his breath came a fraction deeper, the way his hand tightened around hers. He didn't answer right away. He never did when the truth was heavier than words. Finally, he said, quiet, "Feels like it's coming closer every day, and when it does, I can't sit it out, Anna, not if it's ours to bear." Her breath hitched. She gripped his sleeve with both hands, holding fast as though she could keep him rooted in that moment, in that hall, in the safety of tonight. "Just don't try to be more than flesh and blood. I only need you to come back whole." His voice cracked sharper than he meant, and he softened it quickly. "It's something I have to do." Her eyes burned. She wanted to argue, to shout, to demand he stay where her hand could reach him. But the words tangled in her chest, because she knew him, had known him since they were children, and this had always been inside him, the same quiet resolve that made him stand up for her in schoolyards and save her seats at dances. "Tom," her voice broke, "what if?" He pressed her hands between his, steady, sure. "Don't borrow tomorrow's worries before it comes. Tonight's ours." The lantern light flickered across his face, catching the solemn line of his mouth, the soft determination in his eyes. For a moment, Anna wanted to freeze the room, to lock them there forever among the flowers and pies and laughter, safe from the shadow creeping in through that crumpled newspaper. But time moved forward. It always did. The paper was folded and set on the front table. The older men drifted into quiet clusters, voices low, the women joining them with worried eyes. The younger boys stole glances at Tom and the others. measuring themselves against what might be asked. Anna stayed at his side, her hands tangled with his. She tried to smile when neighbors passed, but her lips felt stiff, her cheeks aching. The music hadn't started again. No one seemed in the mood for dancing now. At last, Tom leaned close, his lips brushing her hair as he whispered, "I'll be all right." She turned her face up to him, desperate to believe it. His smile was small, but it was his, the smile that had carried her through 1,000 small days and nights. Anna forced her own lips to curve, though her eyes stung. She clung tighter to his hand, as though that alone could tether him to her side against whatever came. The night had started with laughter, music, and pie. But as the last lanterns guttered low, Anna felt the shadow of war settle into the hall, draping itself over their joy like a heavy cloak, and beneath it all she held onto Tom's hand, whispering silently to herself the promise she would have spoken aloud if she could. Don't go. Not yet. Not ever. The room they'd rented for the night was small and square, with a brass bed that creaked if you breathed too loudly and a window that took in the dark line of cottonwoods by the depot. Someone had set a blue vase on the dresser with a few leftover daisies, sagging now after a long summer day. When Anna lifted the glass shade on the bedside lamp, the light pooled soft and golden over the quilt, and she had the oddest urge to cry, not from sorrow exactly, but from everything being too big inside her all at once. Tom closed the door behind them and stood with his hand still on the knob as if steadying the whole world from the inside. The hush that fell at the reception when the newspaper came out was still ringing in her ears. Mobilizations. Training camps filling. Names on lists. Someone's brother already sent word from Fort Leonard Wood. She had smiled for the last toasts and even teased Tom when he stepped on her hem, because he looked like he needed teasing. But under it all, a tightness had drawn around her ribs and never let go. "Sit," Tom said gently, like he always did when he suspected she was 2 thoughts from running. He tapped the edge of the bed and gave her a half grin. "Saved you a seat." She laughed, or tried to. It came out thin. "That line is going to follow us everywhere, isn't it?" "That's the plan," he said, crossing to her. He set his hat on the chair by the window and then, after a beat, lifted the hat again and placed it on the dresser instead, leaving the chair empty. She noticed. He meant for her to notice. The old joke, his promise, made into a little altar of wood and open space. She reached for his hand. Their rings had felt strange and perfect at the same time all evening. Cool circles they kept bumping together when they passed plates or shook hands. She turned his palm up and traced the pale lines that work had already started making there. That, too, made her want to cry. How young they felt and how old they already were. "Tom," she said. Her voice caught. What if? He knelt in front of her before the if could unfurl. "Anna." He didn't say anything else for a moment. He rested his cheek against her knee like he had when they were kids, and the teacher sent her to the hall and he came and sat beside her, both of them pretending the scuffed baseboard was a horizon they could walk into. In the quiet, the depot bell clanged once in the distance. A night train, slow and heavy. "Today was ours," he said finally. "Tomorrow, too, if I have anything to say about it. And whatever comes after, we'll make that ours as well." She thought of the white aisle and the way his voice had broken on cherish. She thought of the preacher's good hands and the crinkle beside Tom's eyes when he smiled at her from the altar. She thought of the way the town hall had smelled like lemon oil and coffee and sawdust when they danced. And she thought of the newsprint smudges on the fingertips that handed the paper around like a piece of bad cake no one wanted but everyone took. "You always sound so sure," she said. "I don't," he said, the honesty of it softening her fear. "I just know what I can promise." He stood and set his hands on either side of her, caging her lightly. Up close, she saw where the barber had missed a wisper of hair at his collar, and she had the ridiculous urge to smooth it with her hand. Instead, she lifted her chin and met his eyes. They were steady, the same steady that had kept her from getting into worse trouble when being late to class turned into being late to curfew, the same steady that had spoken to her mother when Anna forgot the bread again, and the same steady that gripped her hand when she nearly tripped down the church steps that morning. "What can you promise me?" she asked. He leaned down so his forehead touched hers. That no matter where I go, he murmured, there'll be a place beside me with your name on it. On the bus, on a train, at some chipped mess table, in a pew if I can find one, on the edge of my bunk, on a patch of ground under a moon I don't recognize. I'll make it yours. I'll keep it empty until you're in it. The words worked at the knot around her ribs. She let out a breath she hadn't meant to hold and felt it shiver through him, too. No matter how long it takes me, no matter how late I am, she whispered, because joking was a way to keep the world from tipping. He smiled against her mouth before he kissed her. Especially then. The kiss was not like the hurried, bright ones they'd practiced at corners when no one could see. This was slower, threaded through with all the afternoon had been and all the night might be. When they broke apart, her cheeks felt hot and her hands steadier. He sat beside her and toed off his shoes, and she set them neatly side by side on the rug because it felt important that something be in order. I'm going to write to you, he said, pulling at his tie with less success than usual. She took pity and unknotted it for him, the silk slipping like a sigh through her fingers. Every chance they give me, and at the top of every letter, first line, I'll draw a little chair. You'll know it's yours. I'll keep them, she said, imagining a stack tied with ribbon, a family of paper chairs waiting in a drawer. I'll set out a place at supper. Not every night, she amended because superstition prickled at the back of her neck, but Sundays, maybe, and I'll sit on the porch and leave the spot to my right open. And I'll slide over in the pew and glare at anyone who tries to take the seat next to me. He laughed, head tipped back, the sound knocking the gloom like a pebble against a window pane until it cracked and let in air. Terrifying Church Anna, I wouldn't cross her. You shouldn't, she said, lifting her chin. She knows people in high places. He said, amused. Your grandfather? Or higher? She didn't answer. She squeezed his fingers instead. And I'll be early sometimes, she added, surprising herself, just to show you I can. You don't have to change, he said, serious again. Not for me, not for anyone. I fell in love with the girl who comes running with leaves in her hair and no apology on her tongue. She swallowed. You fell in love with the girl who needed you to hold the door a little longer. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I'll hold it as long as it takes. For a while they talked small things on purpose. Whether they should paint the kitchen yellow when they had a kitchen of their own. Whether the little radio her mother gifted them would pick up St. Louis games if Tom fiddled with the antenna and swore at it a gentle amount. Whether daisies could live in a blue vase without looking like they regretted it. They laughed at their own nothingness and watched the lamplight turn the room to honey. But the bigger thing kept circling back, and at last she touched it again. I was scared when everyone went quiet, she said almost apologetically. I keep thinking, what if they call you before the leaves turn? What if they call you before we've even figured out how to be married? He rubbed his thumb along her knuckles. Then we'll learn two things at once, he said. You know me. I'm not bright enough to worry about more than I can carry. I'll carry this us with both hands. She felt the truth of that as much as she heard it. He had always been the one to shoulder to say, I've got it and mean it. But even he couldn't stop a train with his palm. Even he couldn't turn back a tide already set rolling. She leaned into him until his shoulder pressed in a comforting line against hers, until their rings touched again, the faint click a metronome for whatever life would play next. Promise me one more thing, she said, eyes on the window where a moth kept testing the dark for a way in. If you're afraid, really afraid, you'll write it plain. Don't tuck it between lines and make me hunt for it. I'd rather hold the whole of what you feel than pretend away pieces. He was quiet a long breath. All right, he said, on the condition that you do the same. No pretending to your mother you're eating just fine if grief makes your stomach small. No telling the ladies at church you're managing if you're not. You can tell them I said to sit with you, and if they don't, you can send me their names. Tom, she said, half scolding and a little in love with him again for saying it like that. I mean it, he said. A seat isn't always next to me. Sometimes it's next to the person who will hold you up when I can't. I want you to have 100 seats if you need them. She turned that over. He had a way of turning her jokes into something tender and more durable. "I'll start with one," she said, touching the chair by the window with her gaze. "Here. Tonight." "Tonight," he agreed, and the word was a blessing. They slipped off the heavy weight of the day as best they could, the way you shake dust from your skirt before you step inside. They spoke of the morning, how the lace at her sleeve snagged on the church door, and he freed it with clumsy, gentle fingers, how she nearly missed the cue to walk, how his voice had cracked, and he'd thought for a second he would have to start the vow over, and then decided better to let it crack. These pieces, told and retold, seemed to fly up like sparks and settle over them as a warm layer. Much later, with the lamp turned low and the window open to the night air, Anna lay on her side facing him. His profile was a paper cutout against the spill of light, strong nose and honest mouth and lashes she'd always secretly envied. She pressed her palm to the sheet between them where heat met heat and closed her eyes. "In case I'm late," she whispered, surprising herself with the simplicity of the words as they came, will you wait for me?" He was quiet. She could hear the small catch in his breathing as sleep tugged at him, and he tugged back, unwilling to surrender this last waking minute. At length he reached across the space and set his hand over hers, anchoring it there. "I'll wait," he said. "I'll be early." She smiled into the pillow. "Show off." "Only for you," he said, drifting. She lay awake a while longer, counting the slow pulses in his wrist with her fingertips. When she finally slept, the chair by the window sat like a promise in the room, holding shape against the dark. And if she dreamed of trains she did not board and platforms edged with soldiers, she also dreamed of a hand held out down an aisle, of a spot kept open in a row of hard-backed seats, of a boy on a school bus making room beside him with a stubborn grin. In the morning, nothing would be settled. The papers would still smudge and the talk would still hush. But tonight, there was a seat with her name on it, and the man who saved it for her had said the only thing that could make sleep come. "Only for you."
Chapter 8, 1941, Ink Across the Sea. The platform smelled like hot iron and coffee gone bitter, the morning already pressing heat between his collar and skin. Tom shifted the strap of his duffel higher on his shoulder and glanced again at the station clock. Its hands tugged forward with a stubborn patience that made his ribs feel too tight. Around him, the crowd breathed in ragged, overlapping rhythms. Mothers with damp handkerchiefs, boys in uniforms still stiff from newness, fathers who tried to look like pillars and looked instead like men bending under a load they didn't want to name. The locomotive hissed and shouldered steam into the summer air, a great animal pawing the ground, ready to be off. He had slipped out before dawn because that was how the orders read. The regiment was moving by train at first light, and soldiers were expected to be in place well before. It felt like the sort of thing a husband, and now a soldier, was meant to do, though it left him with too many dark hours to sit with his thoughts. Sleep hadn't touched him the night before. His mind kept circling back over the 6 months they'd had together. Her laughter spilling across the kitchen when supper burned. The way she leaned into him as they walked home from church. The quiet discovery of what marriage really meant. The ring on his finger had grown familiar in that half-year, yet it still caught his eye with its steady gleam, a reminder of promises larger than himself. He hadn't let her come with him through the night. The walk would have been long, the hour unforgiving, and he couldn't stomach her standing out in the chill waiting for a train full of uniforms to swallow him. So at the doorway, after midnight, he kissed her and told her he'd meet her at the station when the sun came up. She had nodded, determined and trembling, pressing her forehead to his, as if willing time to stand still. "I won't be late," she whispered, daring the world to test her. And though he smiled, they both knew the joke between them. She was always late. Even in this. Especially in this. The clock blinked past 8:10, and the old ache stirred. The same one he'd felt 100 times when she was running behind to school, to church, to the Saturday picnic. He had never minded the waiting once he understood that it was part of her. Like her laugh, like the way she read the last page of a letter first and then went back for the beginning after. He found a spot against a column, set the duffel at his boots, and craned his neck over shoulders and hats, scanning for a familiar hat pin, a familiar way of cutting through a crowd as if the air were water. "First call!" a conductor shouted down the line, and a wave rolled through the platform as if someone had let go of a rope. Doors slid, boots stepped up, knuckles knocked hull. A boy next to Tom, no, not a boy, a man just his age with a chin full of new razor burn, giggled something nervous to his worried mother and tried to sound brave. Tom gave the man a small nod, and the man returned it like a pact. A bugle somewhere attempted a tune and then gave up. Tom set one foot on the rung of his car and kept his eyes on the street beyond the station gates, on the place where he knew she'd appear if she could. A gust of grit stung his throat. The station master's pocket watch flashed as he snapped it shut. Tom told himself the things his father would have said. The train won't wait. You go when it's time to go. There is honor in showing up when the hour calls. He climbed the step and moved into the car, the air cooler inside, the windows all thrown open. The aisle clogged with duffels and elbows and the tired, jolly banter of men pretending the same joke for each other's sake. He took the nearest bench, pushed his bag under with his boot, and left the seat beside him open without thinking. Habit, he supposed. Or hope shaped into a place. Second call! The car shook like a throat clearing. He leaned to the window and let his breath fog the glass. The platform had become a painting of faces, smudges of color and light and grief. And then he saw her, shocking in her ordinariness, her Sunday dress not quite zipped at the shoulder, a string of pearls borrowed from her aunt sitting slightly off-center at her neck. Her hat had surrendered somewhere along the way. She clutched it in one hand and a paper-wrapped parcel in the other. She was moving fast, late and not even pretending otherwise, slipping around bodies with apologies and smiles, getting caught, pressing forward again. His heart gave that old, ridiculous leap, like it was 15 again, spotting her across the schoolyard, braids swinging, knees skinned. He slapped the window with his palm and shouted her name, but his voice drowned in steam and wheels. She looked up anyway, as if hearing had become a habit with them. Her eyes found him. She lifted the parcel high, laughing breathlessly, and tilted her head in that way that meant, I know, I'm here. The last inches closed between them by sight alone. He pressed his face to the glass, the cool a little shock across his cheekbones, and shaped the words slowly so she would see. Saved you a seat. He pointed to the empty space beside him, spread his hands like, see? She made a face at him, half cry, half grin. And then she tried to hand the parcel through the window as if she could unmake physics by will. He reached instinctively and knocked his knuckles against the frame. Between them, the glass held firm. A porter barreled past her with a luggage cart and jostled her to the side. She recovered with that little stagger he'd seen 1,000 times and never failed to love, the one that made it look like she'd planned to trip and turned it into a dance step. She pressed the parcel to her chest and leaned close to the window, so close he could see the tiny freckle beside her left eye. You forgot lunch, she mouthed, slow and careful, a teacher giving a dictation. He spread his hands again, guilty, and she nodded, triumphant. He could read her lips as if they were touching, peanut butter, diagonal, like you like. He felt foolishly, fiercely lucky, as if peanut butter and diagonal cuts were a code that could keep a man safe overseas. He reached into his pocket and pulled the small thing he'd tucked there before dawn, the church program from yesterday, folded until the paper went soft at the edges, his thumbprint ghosting the word processional. He lifted it to the window. She laughed again, eyes bright and damp. The engineer's whistle blew, long and low, a sound that seemed to pull at the bolts in his knees. Men shifted, stood, sat, pretended to spit into their hands and rub away fear. Tom swallowed. The taste of oil and cinders sat heavy on his tongue. Time, the conductor barked. The train trembled. Tom wanted to say 100 things and found that his mouth had forgotten the business of making something as simple as goodbye. He lifted his hand instead and laid his palm flat to the glass. She matched him on the other side, her hand smaller, the line of her wedding band flashing like a promise cut from sunlight. They held like that for a breath, then two. Then whatever lay inside the tug of the engine made the car lurch forward, and their hands slipped apart as if someone had unstitched a seam. The platform began to move, though of course it didn't, and he knew that. But still, the world slid, and she slid with it. She walked with the train at first, quick little steps, her hat still trapped in the crook of her elbow. She kept the parcel aloft like a torch, and he reached toward it with a pantomime he hoped would count for receiving. He saw her mouth shape the words again, eat, and then another word that broke his chest open in a soft, private way, husband. He tried the word back, feeling how new and enormous it was, how it barely fit in his mouth, wife. She laughed, scrunch-nosed, watery-eyed, and put her free hand to her heart. A boy darted between them, pressing a newspaper to the glass. War updates, words that looked like crows. For a second, she disappeared behind the boy's cap. Then she was back, trotting now, lagging as the train gathered confidence. People around her blurred. He hooked 2 fingers at his lips and blew her a kiss he would deny later if teased, and she caught it, made a show of tucking it into the pocket at her waist, as if kissing could be stored like coins. The gap widened. She slowed and then stopped, breath hitching, watching him as if the watching itself could hold the train in place. He pressed his palm to the glass again and mouthed it once more, slower even than before, the creed of their foolishness and their faith. Saved you a seat. She lifted the parcel high in a kind of salute, then cradled it and stood very still, small and brave and stubborn, while the car pulled her away. The platform became a ribbon, then a smear. The station roof slid backward over their heads like closing eyelids, and then there was only track and trees. Telegraph poles ticking off distance like seconds on a metronome. The car settled into its long rocking. For a moment, Tom held himself awkwardly, as if he'd been cut from a photograph and pasted somewhere new. The bench squeaked under his shift of weight. The seat beside him waited, empty and exact, as if keeping the shape of her. He kept his hand on the window a few breaths longer, feeling the calm coldness through skin, then let it fall. He reached under with his toe and dragged the duffel closer, the familiar canvas scraping the floor, a homely sound inside all this iron. When he bent, something in the pocket of his jacket tapped against his ribs. He pulled it free. A stub of pencil and the envelope he'd carried since dawn, stamped but still blank. He thought he'd begin a letter right away, while her face still filled the inside of his eyes, before the motion of the train could blur her into just the idea of her. He propped the envelope on his knee and tried to steady his hand. The pencil caught in tiny stutters as the car jolted over a seam in the rail. Around him, men had begun to claim loudness or silence in equal measure. Cards slid from decks, someone started a song and lost the verse at the second line. Someone else prayed into his sleeve. Tom cleared his throat and wrote the salutation large and dark. Anna. It felt like opening a door. He paused, then smiled to himself despite the ache in the smile. The first sentence came easy because he wasn't really composing. He was just telling the truth as he'd wanted to tell it through the glass. I left a seat open beside me, just in case you came aboard after all. He stopped and read that twice, trying to decide if it was silly or something truer than dignity. The ring on his hand caught the light. He turned it once, and the memory slotted neatly, the weight of her palm meeting his on the window, the quick, ridiculous bite of peanut butter in his future. A shadow crossed the page. The man with the razor burn, Hank, he'd finally said when his mother let go, sat down across the aisle and tipped his chin toward the empty spot at Tom's side. "Anyone claiming that?" he asked, respectful of a territory he didn't understand. Tom shook his head and then nodded, both at once. "Yes," he said softly, and then louder, correcting himself. "No, it's yours." He patted the cushion once, and Hank slid in with a grateful groan. Tom tucked the envelope back into his pocket for a moment and pressed his palm flat to the bench a second longer, as if the wood could keep a secret. When he looked out again, the town had already peeled back to fields. The telegraph wire flashed in the sun, a bright thread running forward, forward, forward. He imagined words flying along it, letters faster than trains, faster than anything, and pretended for a moment that if he spoke into the rattling window, the wire would carry his voice straight to her kitchen table. He leaned in anyway, because pretending had kept them alive more than once. "Saved you a seat," he said again, out loud this time, so quietly he barely heard himself. The bugle's wail split the gray dawn like a blade. Tom groaned before his eyes even opened, rolling from the thin mattress onto the chill planks of the barracks floor. Around him, a chorus of shuffling feet, muttered curses, and creaking bunks filled the long wooden room. Men yanked on boots and buttoned uniforms with fumbling fingers still clumsy from sleep. Boot camp had a way of teaching speed. You either learned to move faster than your body thought it could, or you learned to endure the wrath of the drill sergeant. Tom, never one for tardiness, had adjusted quickly. He was usually on his feet before the second blast of the horn, but that didn't mean he liked it. By the time the sun crawled over the horizon, he and the rest of his company were already outside on the hard-packed field, rifles in hand, boots pounding dust. The sergeant's voice barked over them, sharp, relentless, like a crow determined to peck the weakness out of their bones. Tom's arms burned from push-ups, his calves ached from endless marches, and his palms blistered where the rifle stock rubbed raw. Yet he did not complain. Complaining wasted breath. And besides, he'd promised Anna, on the train platform just days ago, that he would come back to her. Complaints didn't win wars or bring men home alive. Discipline did. Still, when the day's drills ended, when the men dragged their sore bodies back into the barracks and collapsed onto their bunks, Tom found himself thinking of her. Always her. That night, he pulled the stub of a pencil from his kit and smoothed a sheet of government-issue stationery against his knee. The barracks were noisy, men telling jokes, some singing snatches of song, others writing letters just as he was. But the sound faded for him as he bent low over the paper. "Dearest Anna," he began, the words stiff at first. He wasn't practiced at pouring his heart onto paper, but the pencil tip scratched steadily, loosening as his thoughts found rhythm. He told her about the drills, about how the sergeant seemed convinced none of them had ever walked straight in their lives, about how one fellow tripped over his own rifle and sent the entire company into punishment push-ups. He wrote about the dust, the sweat, the hunger that gnawed at him even after mess hall suppers. Then, because he couldn't help it, he shifted tone. "I keep catching myself saving you a place," he scribbled, smiling faintly at the absurdity of it. "At chow, I'll set my tray down and leave the space beside me open. Old habit, I guess. The fellas don't know what to make of it. One asked if I was waiting for someone special. I told him, she's always late, but I'll save her a seat anyway. They laughed, but they don't know how true it is." He paused, staring at the words, imagining her laughing at that line, head tilted, eyes bright, the ache of missing her pressed into his ribs. He continued, "Don't worry about me, Anna. The days are long, but I'm strong enough. And every mile I march, I tell myself it's one step closer to home. I'll write whenever I can. Until then, remember, there's always a seat waiting, wherever I am." When he signed his name, his fingers lingered over the letters. Thomas Whitaker. Too formal. He crossed it out, writing simply Tom. That was how she knew him best. Life in camp hardened them quickly. The drills grew fiercer, the runs stretched longer, blisters toughened into calluses. By the end of the second week, Tom hardly recognized his own reflection in the cracked barracks mirror. Jaw leaner, eyes sharper, posture straighter. But what startled him most was how easily laughter wove itself into hardship. Evenings when drills ended and supper trays were cleared, the men swapped stories like coins. Jokes about clumsy marches, about letters from girls back home, about the sergeant's terrible temper. Tom wasn't the loudest, but he listened, laughed when he ought, and every now and then offered a dry remark that earned a round of chuckles. And always, before lights out, he returned to his letter. He wrote in scraps of time, 10 minutes here, a half hour there, until the page was full. Then he started another. He wrote about the weather, dusty as Kansas in August. He wrote about the men. One fellow snores loud enough to rattle the bunks. He wrote about the ache in his legs, the constant polish required for boots, the way the sergeant barked like thunder, but sometimes, just for a moment, almost smiled. But threaded through every line was her. "I still see your face on the platform," he confessed in one letter. "You came running, late as always, but in time, in your time. You always are, somehow." In another, "Today, while we marched, I thought about walking home from school with you. Do you remember the fence posts? You'd climb them and balance like you were walking a tightrope. You nearly fell more times than I can count. I used to tell you to be careful, and you'd laugh at me. I suppose not much has changed." And finally, on one restless night when homesickness clutched at him like a fist, The bunk beside mine is empty tonight. Fellow moved to another squad. Strange thing, but I caught myself wishing you could sit there chattering about nothing while I fall asleep. Funny how quiet feels louder without you. The days blurred, a rhythm of drills, chow, polish, march, sleep. But each night, the rhythm cracked open with the scratch of pencil against paper. Sometimes the words came hard. He would stare at the page, muscles aching too much to think. On those nights, he'd write only a line or two. I miss you. I'm tired, but I'm saving your seat. Other times, the words spilled freely, a river of memory and hope. The men around him noticed. You sure write a lot of letters, Whitaker, one teased. Girl must be something. She is, Tom answered simply, and that was all he needed to say. Toward the end of training's first month, their company completed its first long march, 10 miles under full pack. Tom's shoulders screamed, his throat burned, but he pushed forward, boots pounding in rhythm with the men around him. When at last they staggered back into camp, the sergeant surprised them all with a rare word of praise. Not half bad, he barked, and the men grinned through exhaustion. That night, Tom's letter was shorter than usual, his hand trembling from fatigue, but he still forced the pencil across the page. Anna, today I thought I might fall over, but then I remembered your face, the way you smiled at me on the train. I remembered the words I mouthed through the glass, saved you a seat. I kept marching because I couldn't stand the thought of breaking that promise. I'll always keep it, always. He folded the letter carefully, sealing it as though it held more than paper, as though it carried a lifeline stretched across the ocean. When he lay down that night, the bunk hard beneath him, the barracks full of snores and murmured dreams, Tom closed his eyes and whispered into the dark, "Saved you a seat, Anna." And for a moment, despite the distance, it felt like she was right there beside him.
The kitchen smelled faintly of soap and onions, and the June air drifted in through the screen door, heavy with the sound of cicadas. Anna sat at the table with her elbows braced against the wood, pen poised above the lined paper. The house was quiet, her mother humming faintly in the garden, her father long since retired upstairs, but her thoughts were noisy, restless, tumbling between worry and memory. A half-finished letter lay before her. The words didn't seem enough. She had crossed out one sentence already. I miss you too much. It looked childish, desperate, and Tom deserved better than desperation. He needed to hear the things that would tie him back to home, to laughter, to the familiar rhythm of their lives. So she drew a steadying breath, pushed her hair back from her forehead, and began again. Dearest Tom, she wrote, and her hands softened with the words. The days since he left had dragged like heavy skirts, each one long but strangely hollow. She filled them as best she could, with chores, with errands, with helping her mother at the store, but every task felt like it carried his absence tucked inside it. The garden rows stretched longer without his voice teasing her for pulling weeds slower than he hammered fence posts. The walk to church felt lonelier without his long stride matching hers. She wrote about these things, but with a twist of humor. Yesterday at church, she scrawled, I came in late. Yes, you can stop smirking now, and our pew was empty. It seems the whole town knows that is our spot on Sundays. Everyone noticed me slipping in as usual, but I still looked down the row as if you'd be sitting there waiting, tapping the hymnal against your knee. Old Mrs. Garner said I looked like I'd lost something. I told her I had, but not forever. Her lips curved, though her eyes stung. She told him other little stories, too, things she hoped would make him smile at the end of his grueling days. Do you remember the Miller boy who once tried to tie firecrackers to the school bell? Well, he's grown no wiser. He tried to set off sparklers behind the church this week, nearly singed his eyebrows. Reverend Carter said the boy had best pray for more sense than he was born with. The whole town laughed, even me, and I laughed extra, just for you. Her pen scratched across the paper quickly now, eager to share everything, as if words might shorten the distance. She wrote about her mother's garden, about the gossip in town, about how the summer heat made everyone sluggish by afternoon. But always, always she circled back to him. I keep a chair empty at supper, she confessed in neat, careful script. Mama shakes her head at me, but I can't help it. Feels wrong not to leave you a space. Even if you're half a world away, it steadies me. So you've a seat here, Tom, every night. I suppose we're both saving each other spots." When her hand cramped, she set the pen down and massaged her fingers. She leaned back in the chair, gazing at the bare wooden seat across from her. The lamplight threw a faint glow on the table, and for a moment she pictured him there, hair mussed from a long day, elbows resting heavy, voice low and warm. She imagined him teasing her tardiness, imagined herself tossing a retort back at him until the ache in her chest eased just slightly. She reached again for the letter. "I read your words aloud sometimes," she admitted, smiling ruefully as she wrote. "I hope you don't mind. It makes the silence easier. Yesterday I read the part where you saved me a seat in Chow Hall. Mama said I blushed like a schoolgirl. Perhaps I did, but it was the first laugh I'd had in days, and it felt like you were in the room, rolling your eyes at yourself." At the bottom of the page she added a sketch, crooked, childish, but hers. A little pew with a stick figure seated, one space left open beside it. She captioned it, "Your place is here, Tom, whenever you come home." Folding the paper carefully, she slid it into an envelope and pressed the flap down firmly. Then, as she always did, she kissed her finger and tapped the seal, a silly habit but one she couldn't break. Later that week, she wrote again, perched on the porch swing as fireflies winked in the dusk. Her pen moved more easily in the open air, the smell of honeysuckle drifting on the breeze. "Tom," she began, "if I tell you everything that happens here, you'll think our town the dullest in the world. But you asked for every detail, so here they are. Mr. Finch painted his barn red again, though it was already red. Mrs. Callahan had twins, 2 boys this time, and the choir is rehearsing hymns for Sunday, though I can't keep time to save my life without you nudging my elbow." She hesitated, then added, "Sometimes I feel so small without you here. But then I remember what you wrote, that every mile you march brings you closer to home. I'm counting miles too, Tom. I'll keep counting until you're back." She tucked the letter against her chest when it was done, eyes closed, rocking slowly on the swing as if she could rock herself straight into his arms. Her third letter of the week came one night when she couldn't sleep. She lit the lamp low and sat again at the kitchen table, scribbling with urgency, needing him to know what sat too heavy in her heart. "Tom, I worry. I try not to, but I do. I know you'd tell me not to waste tears, but sometimes they come anyway. Please forgive me if my letters ever sound too heavy. I'll try to keep them filled with light. But I can't pretend you aren't my first thought when I wake and my last before I close my eyes. I want you to know that wherever you are, whatever you're enduring, you're not alone. You're carried in prayer here every day by me and by Mama and by Reverend Carter. Even Mrs. Garner prays for you, and you know she doesn't hand out prayers easily." She signed it quickly before her tears smudged the ink. "All my love, Anna." By the end of that first month, her stack of outgoing envelopes was thick, tied with string until she could deliver them all to the post office. She carried the bundle pressed to her chest, the paper warm from her hands, as though the letters themselves were a part of her she was sending across the ocean. At the counter, she hesitated a moment before sliding them forward. The clerk gave her a gentle smile as if he'd seen it 100 times before. Perhaps he had. She squared her shoulders and left the bundle behind, her heart both heavier and lighter at once. That night she sat again at the supper table. A plate sat opposite her, empty and untouched. The chair pushed back just slightly. She whispered softly into the quiet room as though he might hear through distance and walls. "Saved you a seat, Tom, always." And with that, she bowed her head, folded her hands, and prayed aloud, not just for his safety, but for the letters themselves, that they would find him whole, that her words would be enough to bridge the ocean until he returned. The next Sunday, the church bell tolled, its sound drifting down Main Street like an old, steady voice calling the town to gather. Anna tightened her shawl around her shoulders and quickened her step, the hem of her dress brushing the dust of the road. She hurried up the steps and through the tall wooden doors, breathless. Inside, the sanctuary already hummed with the sound of hymnals opening, the organ piping the first notes of the morning song, the smell of beeswax candles and old hymn books wrapped around her. She pressed her hand to the doorframe for a moment, steadying herself before moving into the aisle. Her eyes went, by instinct, to the second row on the right, their row, and there it was. empty. The sight hit her like a physical blow, stealing the air from her lungs. Every Sunday since he'd gone, she had slipped into that pew, half expecting, half hoping to see him waiting, smiling as if she were the only one who mattered. But today the space gaped wider than usual, as if the whole sanctuary conspired to remind her of the missing. She slid into the pew quickly, cheeks warm under the gaze of a few parishioners who noted her tardiness with knowing looks. Normally she'd laugh it off, make some quip about keeping the preacher humble, but today humor felt far away. She opened her hymnal, but the words blurred. Around her, voices lifted, strong, earnest, carrying the weight of wartime prayers, but her own throat tightened. She closed her eyes, clutching the hymnal as if its leather spine might anchor her against the sudden swell of loneliness. At supper that evening, the house felt too quiet. Her mother set a plate down before her, the sound of china on wood loud in the stillness. The chair across from Anna sat bare, the way it always did now. She tried to fill the silence with chatter, talk of Reverend Carter's sermon, of the Miller boys' antics, of the garden beans that had finally sprouted, but her words thinned out, stretched, and died. Her fork scraped against her plate, a lonely sound. She pushed food around, appetite lost. At last her mother reached across the table and set a hand over hers. "He'll be all right," her mother said softly. Anna nodded, but her throat burned. "I know, She broke off, eyes fixed on that empty chair. "Sometimes it feels like half of me is missing." Her mother squeezed her hand. "That's love, Anna, the kind that aches, but it's also the kind that endures." Anna swallowed, forcing down both tears and food, as though either could steady her. Nights were hardest. Lying awake, listening to the tick of the clock and the far-off whistle of trains, she felt the distance like a wall pressing in. Sometimes she whispered his name into the dark, as if the sound might carry across the ocean. Other times she whispered prayers, clutching his latest letter until the paper softened under her fingers. But loneliness had a way of creeping into daylight, too. At the market, she caught herself turning to point something out to him, the price of apples, the chatter of gossiping women, only to remember he wasn't beside her. At the post office, her heart leapt at the sight of envelopes, only to sink when none bore his handwriting. Even walking down Main Street, she would catch herself scanning faces, some foolish part of her still expecting him to appear from the crowd, tall and sure, with that grin that always made her late arrivals seem intentional. One Sunday in late July, the weight of it all broke open. She was rushing as usual, clutching her Bible to her chest as she slipped into the sanctuary. She looked automatically to their pew, empty. The sight tore something loose inside her. She sat down, but her eyes filled before she could stop them. The words of the hymn blurred, her voice vanished. Tears brimmed, then spilled, sliding hot down her cheeks. She pressed her handkerchief to her face, but it couldn't stop the trembling. Reverend Carter's voice carried from the pulpit, "Though I am with you in spirit, I am absent in body." He was quoting Paul, but the words cut too close. Anna bent her head, shoulders shaking. She tried to swallow the sobs, but they rose stubborn as waves. She felt a gentle touch, Mrs. Garner, of all people, sliding a hand along her arm. The older woman said nothing, but the pressure was steady, anchoring. Anna managed a faint nod of thanks. But when the service ended, she slipped out quickly, head low, not wanting the sympathetic eyes of the congregation. She hurried down the steps into the blinding sunlight, blinking away tears. The bell tolled again behind her, but it sounded distant, hollow. That night, Anna sat at her desk with fresh paper before her, but the words wouldn't come. Her pen hovered, ink pooling at the tip. She wanted to tell him about church, about how the pew looked so wrong without him, about how the hymns broke her open, but how could she? He needed strength, not weakness, hope, not sorrow. She pushed the paper aside and folded her arms on the desk, resting her forehead there. For a moment she just breathed long and slow until her pulse steadied. Then she whispered into the silence, as though he might somehow hear through distance and ink, "I'm still saving your seat, Tom, always." The words weren't on paper, but maybe they didn't need to be. Maybe some promises carried themselves across oceans, through prayers and memory, and love too strong to be broken by absence. She lifted her head at last, dried her eyes, and reached for the pen again. This time she began with steadier hand. "My dearest, today was hard. But I thought of you, and it helped. The pew may be empty, but my heart isn't. You're here, in every song, every prayer, every quiet moment. I'll keep saving your seat until the day you walk through those church doors again." She sealed the letter with care, pressing the envelope flat as if her hands could carry him some of the strength she longed to give. And then, as the house fell into sleep around her, she set the letter on the pile and whispered again into the night, "Saved you a seat." The mail sack landed on the post office counter with a heavy thump, and Anna's heart leapt before her reason could rein it back. She had come every week, sometimes twice, clutching hope as though it were a ticket she could redeem. Most weeks the clerk shook his head gently. Sometimes there were letters, from her aunt, from neighbors, from her cousin in Chicago, but not the one she waited for. This morning the clerk dug through the pile, pulled out an envelope, and held it up with a small smile. "Mrs. Whitaker," he said, and that was all. Her knees nearly buckled. She reached for it with both hands, as though it might break if handled carelessly. The paper bore his handwriting, firm and slanted, her name spelled with the flourish she knew by heart. Anna Rose Whitaker. She tucked it against her chest, murmured a thank you, and hurried outside. The sun spilled across Main Street, but all she saw was the square of paper, its edges soft from travel, smudged with dust from countries she could only imagine. At home, she closed the kitchen door behind her and leaned against it, breath-catching. She wanted to tear the envelope open at once, but she forced herself to sit at the table. Her hands trembled as she slid a finger under the flap. The seal gave way with a sound that felt like a promise kept. The first line was simple. "My dearest Anna." She pressed her lips to the page before she even read further. Then, heart steadying, she let her eyes move down the lines. He wrote about the journey across the sea, how the ship had groaned and tilted, how some men had turned green and kept to their bunks. He wrote about watching the horizon, endless and unbroken, and how he whispered her name against the wind, wondering if she could somehow hear it on the breeze. He told her about the camp overseas, rows of tents pitched on foreign soil, drills in mud instead of dust, rations of bread that tasted faintly of salt and smoke. But between each detail there was her. "I close my eyes and picture you walking into the kitchen, hair falling loose, hands busy with something ordinary. That thought keeps me steady when the ground feels unsteady. Ordinary with you is better than anything else without you." Anna pressed her palm to the words as though she could absorb them into her skin. Halfway down the page, she found the line that undid her. "There's an empty chair beside me in the mess tent. The fellows don't question it anymore. I suppose they've learned it belongs to you, even if you're an ocean away. I know I can't hold that seat forever, but keeping it open helps me remember I'm not alone here." She covered her mouth, tears spilling quick and hot. Not from sorrow this time, but from relief so sharp it almost hurt. He was alive. He was writing, and he was still keeping her close even there, surrounded by strangers and war. The letter grew lighter near the end, his voice tugging toward humor the way it always had when he wanted to keep her from worrying. "You'd laugh to see us learning to march in this muck. Boots stick so deep it feels like the earth is trying to claim us back. One fellow lost a shoe entirely. The sergeant says the mud is thicker than our skulls. I think he's right." She laughed through her tears, the sound surprising her. For a moment she could almost hear his voice, that dry twist at the edge of his words. And then the final lines, written more slowly, the ink pressed deeper, as if he had lingered over each word. "I don't know when this will reach you, or when I'll be able to write again. But wherever I am, no matter the distance, you are with me. I've carried your letters folded in my breast pocket near enough I can feel the weight of them. They remind me that home isn't a place I've left, it's a person I love. It seems like much more than months since I last held you. I'll come back to you, Anna. Hold my place until then. P.S. They've gone and made me a sergeant. I'm not sure what to make of it. Means I'll be the one trying to keep the younger fellows in line. Don't worry, I'll save my bark for them, and my heart for you." Her hands shook as she lowered the page. She pressed it flat on the table, then bent over it, resting her forehead against the ink until her tears smudged the edges. That evening she carried the letter with her everywhere. Into the garden, where the rows of beans climbed taller than she remembered. into the parlor, where she read it aloud softly, her voice breaking on the parts where his steadiness met her longing. Into bed, where she slid it under her pillow, needing the nearness of his words to keep her dreams kind. Her mother found her once, standing at the window with the letter clutched to her chest, staring out at the fields bathed in twilight. "News?" her mother asked gently. Anna turned, cheeks flushed. "Yes, he's safe. He's himself. I can hear it in his words." Her mother nodded, eyes glistening. "Then that's enough for tonight." The next morning, Anna sat down at her desk with fresh paper. She knew she couldn't match the depth of his words nor the comfort they gave her, but she could try. She wrote of the garden, of the Sunday school children reciting verses, of her father fixing the roof and nearly falling through. She wrote of how the town seemed smaller without him, how the evenings stretched too wide. And at the end, she answered his promise with one of her own. "Your place here is kept, Tom. At the table, at church, in every part of my days. I'll hold it as long as it takes. You are not forgotten, not for a breath, not for a heartbeat. Come back to it. Come back to me." She sealed the envelope, kissed the corner, and whispered into the still room, "We'll both keep watch." For the first time in weeks, she felt peace settle over her. His letter had crossed an ocean. Hers would follow it back. And between them, however long it took, they would keep the thread unbroken. Chapter 9, 1942, A Double Blessing. She woke to the tin taste in her mouth and the small, mean certainty that she wouldn't make it to the sink. Anna swung her feet to the floorboards and pressed the back of her wrist to her lips, breathing shallowly through her nose. The cottage was still blue with earliest light. The little clock on the mantel hadn't yet coughed itself towards 6. She took 3 careful steps, then 4, and then she was kneeling on the rag rug with her arm braced on the wash basin, her whole body bowing in a hard, helpless wave. When it passed, she stayed there a long moment with her cheek against the cool enamel, counting her breaths. The world steadied. A sparrow pecked at the window, bright and indifferent. She sat back on her heels and said it aloud, as if the room needed convincing more than she did. Late, and not just to church or to supper or to the last dance at the Grange Hall. Late in a way that made her hands tremble as she reached for the dishcloth. She rinsed the basin and wiped her mouth and stood, palms spread flat beneath her ribs as if she could steady whatever had already begun. On the peg by the door hung Tom's jacket, the one he'd left behind because the sleeve needed mending. She had done it the week after he left, stitches small and even, then hung it up and never put it away. Now she went to it, working the fabric between her fingers until the shape of him rose up so sharply she had to look away. She counted days on the calendar tacked to the wall, touching each square like a stepping stone, then counted again. The little pencil X's marched along, foolish in their certainty. She had known for months, although she didn't want to accept it. She wanted to believe it was stress, but she knew. But now she couldn't deny it anymore. By the time her mother tapped at the door, the sun had lifted and the worst of the queasiness had gone. "You decent?" her mother called, pushing the door open without waiting for an answer, the way mothers did. She smelled of flour and wind. "I'm decent," Anna said, and then, because the words were too big to keep inside, "Ma." Her mother took one look at her, at the pallor and the wide eyes, and shut the door behind her with her hip. "Oh," she said. All at once the bustle went out of her. "Oh, my girl." They sat at the little table, their knees bumping. The kettle took forever to boil. Her mother didn't fuss, didn't say, "Are you sure?" or ask after the calendar, didn't sigh at the tightness in their money or the tightness in time. She just pressed Anna's fingers between her own. The sound of the kettle finally rising into a whistle seemed too loud for what was happening inside this small room. "Dr. Penfield can see you after lunch," her mother said, as if she'd already walked to town and made the appointment. "We'll have something light and go." "I don't have to," Anna said, because some part of her wanted to keep the knowledge unpinned by anyone else's voice, to hold it close and secret and safe from the way the world might change once other people knew. "You don't have to, but you would sleep better." The examination was brisk and almost embarrassingly ordinary. The office smelled of carbolic and dust. Dr. Penfield, his hair thinner since last summer, the lenses of his spectacles forever needing to be pushed up his nose, asked the questions he had asked so many women in this town, his pencil quick and neat. He was gentle in the way of men who had delivered calves and babies and terrible news. "You'll need rest," he said, after the quiet that came with paperwork. "And you'll need to mind yourself in the heat, late winter, if I had to guess." He said it in his mild, practical voice, and then he looked up and saw her watching him. "He's away," she nodded. "He'll be told," the doctor said, as if he had any power at all over oceans and war, "and you'll have every woman in this town telling you how to breathe and what to eat and how to swaddle. Brace yourself." His mouth tilted, kindness disguised as humor. "Congratulations, Mrs." He let the name hang because saying it seemed to disturb the air. On the walk home, the town felt both smaller and huge. The storefronts were the same. Mr. Dunn's hardware with its neat rows of hinges, the milliner's window with the good hats set out for no one who could afford them. But the light had shifted. The world carried a second layer she had not seen before, and every sound came through that layer altered. The clop of a horse, the farthest train whistle, the slap of a screen door. She pressed her hand where the doctor's voice had settled a season on her. Late winter. In the cottage again, with the jacket on its peg, and the calendar with its small brash X's, she sat at the table and pulled the writing things toward her. She laid out the good paper, the one she rationed for birthdays and for overseas, and the fountain pen Tom had left, with its scuffed black barrel and its way of sputtering when it was moody. The first words did not come. She wrote "Dear Tom" and stared until the ink made a soft feather at the end of the M. Then she blotted it carefully and set it aside and began again. "Dear Tom." She chewed the end of the pen and then stopped herself, thinking of the taste of tin from Dawn. She tried the words as if trying a dress, slipping in and out of them, considering their fit. They were all too small, or too large, or too everything. At last she wrote what she would have said if he had been at the table across from her. Elbows planted, hands making that small steeple he made when he was trying to be serious and not quite managing. "You will laugh at me for this," she wrote, "because I have never been on time for a thing in my life. But this, I think, is right on time." She told him about the morning, about the sparrow tapping the glass as if it knew. She told him about Dr. Penfield and the way her mother had said, "Oh," in that soft-toed voice. She did not tell him fear, though fear lapped at the edges of every sentence. She wrote joy instead, and truth, and she wrote his name 3 times and had to start the page over because the sight of it tilted the letters and made them unruly. She crossed out a sentence where she asked him if he was afraid too. She did not want that question to cross an ocean and sit heavy in a tent or a barracks beside him in the dark. Instead, she wrote about the garden, how the beans were finally climbing, and how the hens had taken to escaping their pen to stalk around like little dowagers. She wrote the weather and the names of people he knew and a careful account of what she was eating so he wouldn't worry she was starving herself on pride. Between those ordinary things, she tucked the line that made her breath catch when she read it back. "By late winter, if the Lord is willing, you will be a father." The pen had sputtered in the middle of father and made the F darker than the rest. She left it, a small imperfection inside something too big for perfect lines. She signed her name, folded the paper, and addressed the envelope with the strange new address he'd sent. Letters, numbers, a post office she could not picture. She added no sprig of lavender because the last time she had, the censor's stamp had left a neat rectangle over the place where it would have carried the smell of home. She had learned what could cross and what could not. At the post office, she stood in line behind Mrs. Turner, who was mailing a parcel of socks to a son in a different uniform. The floorboards creaked. When it was her turn, Miss Cowley weighed the letter and cleared his throat as if letters were something to say grace over before they were sent. "Safe travels," he said, tapping the stamp down with a care that made her like him better. The waiting began the way waiting always did, with the lie that this week would be the one. She swept and took in mending and shelled peas on the stoop, while the heat rose and heavy afternoon thunder rolled beyond the trees. The nuisance of queasiness gave way to a steady tiredness that settled behind her eyes and in her back. Sometimes she caught herself looking for him the way you look for a favorite book on a shelf, hand-lifting to the familiar place and finding only space. At night, when the cottage went quiet, she lay on her side and tried to measure time by the stretching of her skin. She could not feel anything yet beyond the ache of muscles and the new heaviness of being, but when she set her hand there, it was as if a small answer rose to meet her palm. She spoke into the dark, not words, just breath, as if breath itself could make a bridge. The letter came on a Tuesday, which had never been a generous day before. Harold the postman knocked twice and then peered through the screen with his cap in his hand. "For you, Mrs.," he started, then gave up on the rest and offered the little square with its foreign military feel. It was V-mail, the kind that arrived like a ghost of itself, photographed tiny and returned to paper again. His handwriting looked strange in miniature, the familiar lean shoved inward. She shut the door with the letter between her hands and stood a moment with her back to it. She did not hurry. When she unfolded it at the table, the first line seemed to rise from the page as if his voice had been caught in the ink. Anna. He had printed her name in careless capital letters, as if he couldn't write fast enough in the ordinary way. After that, the script returned, the loops too tight, the lines running together, whole phrases swollen with exclamation points he would have teased her for if she'd used them. "I read your words 5 times before I remembered to breathe," he wrote. 5 times, and I might as well have been 10 years old again, legs too long for the church pew, trying not to kick you with my knee. I can't stop smiling. The men think I've lost it. Let them. They're slapping my back like I did something heroic with a shovel and a seed, and I keep telling them the hard part is all yours. She pressed her fingers to the loop of S in yours, and then she let them fall, because the next line had that thinness to it, the careful phrasing she had come to recognize, the way you talk around a thing that cannot be changed. "If the brass has anything to say about it, we won't be home by Christmas," he wrote. He did not write, "I won't be there." He did not write, "I am more sorry for that than for all the other sorries I have." But there it was, anyway, plain as the white of the paper. He wrote instead, "I will count every day with you. Tell me everything. Tell me how the beans climb and what the doctor says, and if your mother is bossing you too much. Tell our—" He had started to write boy and scratched it out, the little blackened place on the paper like a wink. "Tell our mystery that I am learning the art of patience. I never was good at it, but I have reason to try now." He had drawn a small square where his signature would be and written inside it, "You know my name." It made her laugh aloud, ugly sudden, hand to her mouth. She read the letter again and then again. The part of her that had been unsure, the part that had wobbled in the hours before sleep and thought of ration books and the stove that smoked and the way loneliness could sink teeth into you, loosened its grip. She carried the letter to the peg by the door and held it up beside the jacket as if comparing shades. Then she tucked it into the top drawer of the little chest with the good towels and the birth announcements she'd bought and not yet written on, because it felt like daring the weather to change. When the cottage cooled that evening and the crickets took up their restless chorus, she boiled potatoes and sliced 2 tomatoes thin and left a plate out on the table the way she still did, habit and hope braided together. She ate at the edge of his chair, knees turned toward the empty place, and read his words once more by lamplight until the paper went soft under her thumb. When she finally blew out the flame and lay down, she slipped her hand beneath the quilt and rested her palm on the warm curve that wasn't yet a curve at all. "On time," she whispered into the dark, and in saying it she felt something in herself quiet. Outside, a train called from far off, a low, long note like a promise that had to travel a long way to be kept. She closed her eyes and imagined him hearing it too, wherever he stood beneath whatever sky, both of them turning their heads. Same sound, same moment, each in their separate night. Snow drifted sideways across the window pane, soft as torn lace, as Anna clutched the edge of the kitchen table and tried to breathe through another wave. The fire in the stove crackled low, but heat barely seemed to reach her. Her mother, Clara, moved briskly about the room, sleeves rolled to her elbows, face set in that no-nonsense calm Anna had grown up trusting. The midwife, Mrs. Fowler, was already pulling sheets from her satchel, her hands practiced and steady. "It's early yet," Clara said, though her voice carried a weight of urgency. "But those pains are real enough. We'd best prepare." Anna nodded, though the motion sent a tear sliding down her cheek. Not from fear, though she felt plenty of that, but from the hollow awareness of who wasn't there. Every throb of pain seemed to remind her Tom should have been by her side. He should have been pacing the floorboards, or fumbling clumsily to fetch hot water, or clasping her hand as though he could anchor her to safety. Instead, he was across an ocean, fighting a war that might take him further still. She bent double, the contraction cutting deep. A cry escaped before she could bite it back, her mother's hand pressed firm between her shoulder blades. "That's it, darling. Let it come. Don't fight it." Anna's thoughts spun. She had pictured this night countless times since confirming her pregnancy, imagined Tom's face when he finally held their child. She'd even dreamed of it once. He had walked through the door in uniform, snow dusting his shoulders, only to drop to his knees beside her with laughter and tears both shining. That dream stung now because the truth was stark. He would not walk through that door tonight. Another contraction racked her, pulling her down to her knees on the braided rug. She gasped, sweat breaking out along her hairline despite the cold. The midwife crouched, eyes sharp. "It's time. Let's get you to bed, Mrs. Whitaker." Mrs. Whitaker. The title still jolted her, even after all these months of marriage. She clung to it now as though it could tether her to him. She was his wife. He was her husband. No ocean, no distance, no war could undo that. Her mother and the midwife lifted her carefully, guiding her down the short hall to her bedroom. The walls there were plain, paper peeling at the corners, but it smelled faintly of lavender and home. Sheets were already pulled taut over the mattress, extra blankets stacked nearby. The midwife's movements were brisk, efficient, her mother's gentler, though lined with worry she tried not to show. Hours blurred. Pain rose like waves, crashing, receding, only to return fiercer. Anna clutched the bed frame, then her mother's hand, then the damp sheets beneath her. She thought of Tom, his crooked grin, the way his thumb brushed circles on her wrist when he wanted to reassure her. She tried to summon his voice, tried to imagine him saying the words he always said, "saved you a seat." The thought broke something in her, and she sobbed aloud. "Anna, listen to me." Clara's voice cut through the haze, firm but kind. "You're not alone. I'm here. He's here too, in the way that matters. Now breathe. We'll see this through." She tried. Breath in, breath out. The hours dragged, sweat slicking her hair, her throat raw with cries. The midwife murmured steady encouragements, checking, waiting, guiding. At one point, Anna thought she could not do it, that her body would shatter under the weight of it all. She whispered his name into the darkened room, and then the shift. The pain sharpened into purpose. The midwife's voice rose, urgent but steady. "Now, Anna, now!" She bore down, strength ripping through exhaustion. The cry that split the night was not hers. It was higher, smaller, miraculous. A baby's wail. Her head fell back, tears spilling freely. "Tom," she whispered. "Tom, we did it." But the midwife was not finished. "Again," she urged, surprised but calm. "There's another." Another? Anna's eyes flew open, but there was no time to question. Another wave seized her, and with it came the impossible truth. Not one, but two. Minutes stretched into forever. Then the second cry rang out, thin and strong, joining the first in a harmony of new life. Anna collapsed against the pillows, body trembling, mind reeling. Two swaddled bundles were placed in her arms, one small face turned upward, eyes scrunched, mouth seeking. The other blinked solemnly as though already studying the world. Tears blurred her sight. "Twins," she breathed, awestruck. "Two little girls." Her mother's hand brushed damp hair from her forehead, her own eyes shining. "Two blessings," Clara said softly. "Lillian and Catherine, perhaps? The names you used to whisper about?" Anna laughed, the sound ragged but true. "Lily and Kate," she whispered, testing the names aloud. "They fit as though made for the girls themselves." She looked down again at the tiny, perfect faces pressed against her chest. Awe and terror mingled in her heart. She was mother to not just one, but two daughters. How would she manage alone? Could she raise them without him here? But even as doubt gnawed, joy swelled stronger. She kissed each downy head, inhaling their newborn scent. "Your daddy will be so proud," she murmured. "So proud and so sorry he isn't here." She could almost hear his voice. That familiar teasing promise. "Save me a seat." "Yes," she whispered to the babies, her smile trembling. "We'll save him a seat, won't we? Right here between us." The room was hushed now, only the crackle of the fire and the soft coos of the infants. Outside, snow piled high against the porch steps. Inside, time seemed to still. Anna leaned back against the pillows, her body aching but her heart impossibly full. She had never felt so weak and so strong in the same breath. She traced her finger along Lily's tiny hand, then Kate's. They clutched at her as if afraid to let go. "I won't let you go," she whispered. "Not ever. And when your daddy comes home, he'll hold you too. Until then, I'll hold enough for both of us." Her mother adjusted the blankets, tucking them in close. The midwife cleaned her instruments quietly, giving the family space. Anna closed her eyes for a moment, exhaustion sweeping her. But even in the haze of sleep, she felt the weight of her daughters anchoring her to this moment, to this miracle. Snow kept falling outside, and though Tom was half a world away, Anna knew with a certainty deeper than pain or fear, that he was with them too. The cottage smelled faintly of starch and milk. Days blurred into nights now, measured not by clocks but by the twins' small, insistent cries. Anna had scarcely combed her hair since their birth, yet the rhythm of tending to Lily and Kate felt like something holy, bone-deep exhaustion stitched together by awe. It was Clara who suggested the photograph. "He should see them," her mother said gently, watching Anna rock both babies in the worn chair by the window. "Not just hear of them. He should see you together. It'll make the miles less cruel." Anna hesitated. She looked down at herself, hair loose and tangled, her dress plain and wrinkled, shadows beneath her eyes. A far cry from the image she wanted Tom to carry with him. But when she looked at the girls, Kate wide-eyed and alert, Lily dozing with her tiny fist tucked beneath her chin, she realized he wouldn't care what she wore. He would only want to see them. So 2 mornings later, when the pale winter sun slanted through the windows, Clara coaxed her into the rocker, with both girls bundled close. "Hold still, love," she murmured as the photographer, Mr. Fielding, adjusted his tripod in the cramped parlor. His cheeks were red from the cold, and he fussed over his camera like a man handling a newborn himself. "Now," he said finally, ducking beneath the cloth. "Just look down at them, Mrs. Whitaker. Don't worry about me." Anna obeyed, though her throat tightened. She smoothed Lily's gown and shifted Kate against her shoulder. The shutter clicked. Another exposure. The moment froze. When the photograph was ready days later, sepia-toned and faintly blurred at the edges, Anna stared at it for a long time. She looked tired, yes, and her hair was a mess. But her arms cradled 2 tiny miracles, and her expression, soft, weary, radiant, was truer than any posed smile could have been. She wrapped the photo in tissue, slipped it carefully into an envelope, and added it to her next letter. "Dear Tom," she wrote, "they say a picture speaks 1,000 words. This one will tell you more than I ever could. Here we are, your girls and me. They both have your nose. Kate kicks like you, too." She signed her name with a flourish, kissed the corner of the photo before sealing it, and prayed the picture would reach him uncreased and whole. The letter that came back weeks later bore the thin, familiar military paper. Anna recognized his hand instantly, tight, hurried strokes, as if the words had rushed out of him faster than his pen could keep up. She opened it at the kitchen table, the babies fussing in their cradle beside her. "My Anna, I don't know how the mail made it through with that photograph intact, but I swear to you it near undid me. I held it in my hands and could not breathe for a minute. I tried to be quiet about it, but the fellows in the barracks are sharp-eyed. They saw me go red as a fool, and then worse. They saw me cry. Yes, cry. Full on, with no hiding it. That's the truth of it. They laughed, of course, teased me something awful, said I'd gone soft, said I'd have to turn in my boots for an apron. But Anna, don't think I minded. I'd be laughed at 100 times over for those girls. For you. I kept telling them, those are mine, my wife, my daughters. I must have shown the picture around 24 times, though I'll admit I snatched it back quick in case someone's dirty fingers smudged it. They won't let me live it down, but I don't care. I carry it in my breast pocket now, right over my heart. It's worn already from how many times I take it out. Anna, when I look at them, I see every reason I need to come home. They're perfect. You're perfect. The Lord has been good to us. Tell Lily and Kate their father is a fool who weeps like a boy but loves them like a man should with all he is, and tell them I'll come to hold them, even if it takes 1,000 miles. That picture will keep me steady until then. All my love, Tom. Anna pressed the letter to her lips, tears springing hot and unashamed. She looked over at the cradle, where Lily's tiny chest rose and fell in sleep, and Kate's fingers curled around the quilt edge like she meant to claim the world already. She bent and lifted them both, one in each arm, settling back into the rocking chair. The old wood creaked under their combined weight. She rocked slowly, the letter resting open on her lap. "He cried when he saw you," she whispered to her daughters, her voice thick with joy. "Can you believe it? Your daddy, crying." The babies stirred, one sighing, the other whimpering, and she hushed them with soft kisses. The chair rocked on, carrying her into the evening, the words of Tom's letter warming her more than any fire could. For the first time since the night of their birth, she didn't feel quite so alone. It began with a knock at the door one morning. Mrs. Turner stood there with a steaming casserole cradled in her arms. "Don't argue, child," she said, bustling past before Anna could protest. "You've got mouths to feed, and your hands are too full for fussing with ovens." She set the dish on the stove, patted Anna's arm, and left with a wink at the cradle where Lily and Kate lay. The next day brought Mrs. Hawthorne with a basket of bread rolls still warm, and the day after that, young Mary Jenkins from church came by to scrub the floors. "My mama said you'd never ask for help, so I'm here before you can stop me," Mary said, grinning as she rolled up her sleeves. At first, Anna felt overwhelmed. The cottage, already small, seemed to shrink further as neighbors came and went, arms full of jars, knitted blankets, and the occasional ham saved from their own ration books. Gratitude swelled in her, but it mingled with an ache she couldn't set down. Each kindness only reminded her who wasn't there to share it. One afternoon, she ventured out for the first time since the birth. The snow had melted back to stubborn patches clinging to the shadows, and the streets were damp with thaw. She wrapped the girls in the pram Clara had insisted on bringing over and pushed them carefully down the main street. The wheels bumped against uneven stones, and the girls whimpered before settling again. People stopped her at nearly every corner. "Beautiful, both of them," said Mr. Dunn, the hardware man, tipping his cap. "Your Tom's going to be beside himself," Mrs. Hawthorne added, eyes bright with both joy and pity. Anna smiled, murmured thanks, and pushed on. It was easier to keep moving than to stand and soak in the looks that said more than words. The looks that reminded her she was doing this alone. At the grocer's, Mrs. Fletcher slipped a bag of sugar into her parcel and whispered, "Don't you dare tell." Anna nodded, throat thick, because she knew it had cost Mrs. Fletcher dear to give it. When she returned home, her mother was there, rocking on the porch with a shawl pulled tight. "You've stirred up the whole town, you know," Clara said as Anna lifted the girls out of the pram. "They'll be arguing over who gets to bring supper next." "I don't deserve all this fuss," Anna murmured. Her mother gave her a look. "Don't be stubborn. Folks need to give, especially now. You let them." That night, when the twins finally slept in tandem, Anna lit the lamp low and sat with Tom's last letter spread open beside her. She traced his words with her finger, remembering how he'd written about the men teasing him for crying over the photograph. She tried to imagine telling him about today. The neighbors, the pram, the sugar tucked away in the cupboard. "You should be here for this," she whispered, speaking into the quiet room. "They keep saying your name, like you're just around the corner, but you're not." Her voice faltered. "You should be pushing this pram with me. You should be the one they slap on the back." The ache swelled, sharp and sudden. She bent forward, pressing her forehead against the wooden edge of the cradle where Lily slept. The baby stirred, her tiny mouth working before she sighed back into slumber. Anna breathed deep, steadying herself. She thought of Tom's promise. "I'll hold them, even if it takes 1,000 miles. She thought of the photo he carried close to his heart. Those truths steadied her like a hand on her shoulder. The weeks went on, and the rhythm of help became a kind of chorus. Children from church carried water from the well. Reverend Carter stopped by with scriptures of blessing and news from the prayer circle. Even the men at the mill sent over a sack of flour, wrapped tight against damp. Still, when Anna walked the lane at dusk, pushing the pram under the bare trees, she felt the space beside her like an open wound. She imagined Tom's long stride next to hers, his easy grin, his hand steadying the pram when the wheels caught on a rut. Neighbors waved as she passed, and she smiled back, grateful. But when she reached the quiet stretch near the churchyard, she let her face soften, let the longing settle heavy in her chest. "You've got a whole town behind you," Clara said one evening as she folded fresh linens. "And when Tom comes home, he'll see what you've managed. He'll see how strong you are." Anna nodded, though strength felt less like something she possessed and more like something she borrowed day by day, from the Lord, from the neighbors, from the tiny hands that clung to her dress. She kissed her daughters' heads before bed, whispering the same words each night. "Your daddy loves you, and we'll save him a seat right here." The cottage was fuller now, full of blankets, full of food, full of neighbors' hot care. But as she rocked the twins beneath the dim lamp, she knew there was still one empty chair at the table, waiting. And she prayed, as she had every night since their birth, that the Lord would guard that seat until Tom could fill it again. The postman's knock came on a wind-bitten morning, the sort that made every sound sharper in the brittle air. Anna opened the door with Kate fussing against her shoulder and Lily drowsing in the crook of her arm. Harold tipped his cap, his breath white in the cold. "Letter for you, Mrs. Whitaker," he said, handing over the thin envelope. "From overseas. Looked important, so I put it right on top." Anna managed a smile of thanks before nudging the door shut with her hip. Her heart had already begun its quick, uneven race. She laid Kate gently in the cradle beside her sister, kissed each downy forehead, and sat at the kitchen table. The envelope trembled in her hand. She slid it open carefully, afraid of tearing what had come so far. The paper inside was folded small, the ink blotted here and there, as though written in haste and cramped conditions. She smoothed it flat against the table and began to read. "My Anna, you said once that pictures speak 1,000 words. Well, your picture still hasn't shut up. It talks to me every night, louder than the men snoring all around me, and now you've gone and given me more words that won't leave me alone. I don't know how to say it any other way. I love you. I love them. I love everything about the life we have, though I'm not in it like I should be. The fellas here think they're clever. They say I've gone soft as butter. Maybe I have. I told them butter's good. It keeps bread from being dry, keeps things together. They didn't have an answer for that. I get teased, yes, but I wear it like a badge. Let them see I've got something worth missing. Not all of them can say the same. When I look at that photo, Anna, I see more than tired eyes and 2 bundled babes. I see hope. I see the proof that all this fighting is for something real. 2 someones, in fact. I can almost feel their weight in my arms, and when I can't sleep for thinking on it, I tell myself what I need you to promise me. Save me a seat between those little girls. Keep it warm. Keep it waiting. I'll get there, even if I have to swim across the ocean to do it. Tell Lily and Kate their father already loves them bigger than the sky, even if he's clumsy at writing it down. Tell them I'll be home. Tell yourself the same, because I mean it with everything I am. Your husband always. Tom. Anna's hand flew to her mouth. She read the letter again, slower this time, as if drawing breath between the lines. The words seemed to thrum with his voice, playful, stubborn, fiercely loving. She could almost hear the grin in his description of the teasing, almost see the glint in his eyes when he spoke of butter and bread. But it was the line, "Save me a seat between those little girls," that undid her. She pressed her forehead to the paper, tears spilling silently onto the table. The ache of absence pulsed stronger for a moment, but it was quickly flooded by warmth. This was Tom, through and through, making a promise as impossible as swimming an ocean, and meaning it all the same. She lifted her head, wiped her cheeks with the heel of her hand, and stood. The cradle creaked as she leaned over it, brushing her fingers across Kate's fist and Lily's soft cheek. Both stirred but did not wake. "Your daddy wrote to us," she whispered, her voice shaking but sweet. "He says we're saving him a seat right between you." She touched the space between their tiny swaddled forms, an empty gap that suddenly seemed holy. "And we will. Always. The rocker beckoned from its corner, and she carried the letter with her, lowering herself into the chair with a sigh. She cradled the twins close, one against each arm, and began to read Tom's words aloud. Her voice was quiet, uneven, but steady enough for the girls who did not understand language yet, only the sound of their mother's love. She read the teasing parts with a smile, the tender parts with tears. By the time she reached the line about swimming across the ocean, her laughter and sobs mingled together until she could hardly tell them apart. She rocked, the chair creaking in rhythm with her words. The room was hushed except for the gentle sighs of the twins and the wind scratching against the shutters. In that small, dim light, Anna felt his presence close, not as an ache this time, but as a warmth that wrapped around the three of them. When the girls finally drifted into sleep, their breaths slow and even, she folded the letter carefully and tucked it into the same drawer as the photograph. Then she sat a moment longer, staring at the empty chair across from hers at the table. "Yes, Tom," she murmured, her voice soft but firm. "Your seat is saved, right here, between them, beside me, wherever you need it. We'll keep it warm." The lamp hissed low, the room quieting toward night. Anna closed her eyes, rocking gently, her heart steadied by his words. She carried the weight of two small girls in her arms, the echo of his promise in her chest, and the faith that one day, by ship, by train, by miracle, Tom would take that seat again.
Chapter 10, 1943, Behind the Wire. The first shell tore the earth open less than 50 yards from Tom's position. The blast punched the air out of his lungs, showering the foxholes with hot dirt and splinters. Before his hearing returned, the German machine guns found their rhythm, long, punishing bursts that chewed bark from the trees and snapped branches into kindling. Men flattened themselves into the mud, eyes wide and uncomprehending, waiting for a voice to cut through the noise. Their lieutenant raised a hand to signal a push and never got it down. The burst took him high in the chest. He crumpled backward, eyes startled at the sky, fingers pawing for breath that would not come. The line shivered, then began to break. Tom moved before he thought. He lunged from cover, boots skidding, and wrestled the lieutenant by the collar behind a ragged half-log. "Easy, sir," he said, though the man's eyes had already gone foggy. The cloth came away dark and wet in Tom's hands. He pressed down hard and felt nothing but the slip of blood. Not dead yet, but far from life. He turned back to the men and saw what he feared. Boys mostly, hands shaking on their rifles, each pair of eyes searching for the one that would tell them what to do and finding no one. A green recruit closest to Tom fumbled a cartridge, dropped it into the muck, and looked like he might cry. "Hold your fire until you see them," Tom shouted, voice riding the racket. "Aim low, one shot at a time, steady!" Several heads snapped his way. He wasn't their officer, but someone had to be. He forced his tone tighter, iron bar straight. "You want to go home? Then look sharp and do as I say." That gave them something to grip. When the next gray-green shapes pressed through the scrub, Tom called it, and the rifles spoke. Cracks and thuds, deliberate, paced. Two fell, then a third. The boys found a groove they could stand in. On the flank, the company's machine gun choked and went silent. Tom felt the absence like a floor giving way. Without that gun, the Germans would rake them sideways and peel them out of their holes. "I've got it," he barked. He slung his rifle, broke cover, and sprinted low across the open. The fire stitched the ground at his heels, the dry bite of bullets throwing dirt into his shins. He dove behind the sputtering weapon, shouldered the trembling gunner aside, and ripped at the bent belt with hands that knew more than his head did. The metal scorched his palms. He fed a fresh belt, racked the bolt. The gun coughed, then roared. Tom dragged the barrel across the tree line in controlled arcs. The German push hiccuped, then stalled as their men hugged what shelter remained. Tom kept the rhythm ruthless but measured. 3-count bursts, breathe, 3-count. The smell of oil and cordite soaked his throat. When his own men began firing with intent instead of panic, he let himself believe they might live out the hour. By dusk, the worst had burned itself down. The ground held, scarred, cratered, and slick with what it had cost, but it held. The groans of the wounded sawed through the dark. A medic crawled past Tom, muttering, keep your head down," as if it were a prayer that could be answered if spoken enough. They worked the rest of the light, triaging what they could. Tom moved on his knees from hole to hole, touching shoulders, speaking names. He learned them fast because he had to. Miller with the torn ear who refused to take the bandage because he could still hear with it. Harlan with his fingers blistered raw from a too-hot barrel. Pruitt, whose fear made him talk and talk and talk until the sound was a background hum that meant he was still alive. When darkness finally took the field, the men settled into a raw quiet. A corporal scrounged a tin of coffee from somewhere, and a handful of them passed the cup as if it were sacrament. Tom took a mouthful that tasted like rust and grit and felt it sink into him. He circled once more, making sure each hole had at least one soul who could still shoot and one who could still shout if needed. He checked on the lieutenant. The man's breath had gone thin as paper. Tom took off his helmet and stood there with it in both hands, not praying. He could never find the right words with other men listening, but promising in his chest the only way he knew, "I will keep them. I will keep them alive if I can." A voice from the dark. "Thanks for earlier." Pruitt's face was a pale oval 2 holes over. "Didn't figure I'd see sundown." Tom kept his eyes on the dark trees. "You shot when you should, and you kept your head. That's on you." A hitch of a laugh. "I dropped half my rounds in the mud. Then it's a good thing you had the other half." Tom let a breath out. "Get some sleep. First light will shift the positions." Pruitt was quiet then. "What if they come again?" Tom didn't say that they almost surely would. He tapped the rim of his helmet. "Then we do again what we just did?" He sat in his own shallow scrape only long enough to loosen his boots and flex his feet before lacing them again. He could feel the shape of fear in his stomach. Solid, unblinking. But it behaved when he had something to do. So he kept finding things to do until the night was mostly gone. At a gray slice of morning, a runner crawled up with mud from chin to chest. "Orders, Whitaker. Report to command." Tom stood, joints protesting. He followed the boy's low silhouette through the shattered woods to a tent where a lantern burned. Inside, a map lay under a paperweight fashioned from a rock. 2 captains and a major stood tight around it, faces sallow with fatigue. The major lifted his eyes. "Sergeant Whitaker," he said, then glanced at a paper. "Thomas Whitaker. You assumed control of your sector when your officer fell, held through repeated assaults, brought the machine gun back online." Tom's mouth felt dry. "We held because the men did, sir." "Men held because someone steadied them." The major let the words hang. He tapped the paper with a forefinger. "We're short of leaders who can do that. Effective immediately, you are granted a battlefield commission. Second lieutenant." The tent was too small for the size of it. Tom kept his shoulders square. "Yes, sir." "Supply can scare up a set of bars," one captain said. "You'll make your rounds, see who's missing, write the report, coordinate with the platoon sergeants on your flank, eat if you can manage it." The major's eyes softened by a degree. "Good work yesterday, but there may be harder work today." "Understood," Tom saluted, hands steady, because it needed to be. Outside, a quartermaster in a filthy overcoat fished through a tin and produced a scuffed pair of gold bars. "They're not new," he said, pinching one between forefinger and thumb. "But then, neither are you." He handed them over and, with a crooked grin, offered a short length of twine. "No pins left. Tie 'em till you find better." Tom threaded the twine through the eyelets, cinched a bar to each collar. They sat crooked. It felt wrong to touch them, as if the metal were hot. He rolled his shoulders, and the weight settled, not heavy in itself, but heavy in what it meant. When he walked back through the trees, the first man who saw him hesitated, eyes flicking to Tom's throat, then said, "Sir," like the word tasted unfamiliar. "Save the sir for when I'm wrong," Tom said softly. "Otherwise, it'll go to my head." That won him a tired smile. He began the rounds, counted rifles, counted men, counted the holes where someone's pack still lay with no one in it. He crouched with the sergeant to his left, a hard-jawed veteran named Vance, and made quick, neat marks on a folded scrap. Ammunition, water, wounded stable enough to move. He delegated a work party to deepen the foxholes and another to move the gun a few yards left where the ground gave a cleaner field. He sent Harlan with 2 others to haul in a pair of stretchers left in the gap. The lieutenant died just after noon. A medic pulled the blanket up to the man's chin and nodded once in Tom's direction. Tom nodded back and wrote the name carefully, trying to shape each letter as if neatness might be a kind of honor. He took off his helmet again for a moment in the wind and put it back on. By midday, the line looked like a place men could sit without flinching. The coffee made another circuit. Someone produced a tin of hard candy from a flattened pack and broke the pieces with his teeth, passing the fragments. The sugar hit like light. Pruitt drifted near, hesitant. "Ah, sir?" Tom turned. The word landed more easily this time. "Go on." Some of us were saying you should tell us where to be if it comes like that again. The way you called it. We listened." Tom let that sit a moment. He glanced down the battered line and felt the familiar stone of fear in his gut tilt a little, as if it had found a flatter place to rest. "All right," he said. "Here's what we do. If the trees start spitting again, you don't try any last heroics standing up to trade shots. You press low. You count to 10 before you move, and then you move to where I point. Don't bunch. Don't chase. If your rifle jams, you clear it slow or you pass it back and you take the next one handed forward. Understood?" Nods. A few yes sirs, more sure this time. "And eat," Tom added. "It tastes like a dirt, but it's food. You can't shoot straight on an empty belly." A laugh from someone down the line, honest and quick. It felt like a small victory. Night came by inches, the cold cut sharper. Tom took a turn on the splintered bench someone had dragged behind a fold of earth. Not to rest. Rest came in pieces now, but to be where his men could see him if they looked. In the dark, he found a bit of clear ground with the heel of his hand and smoothed it flat. He wrote her name with his forefinger, Anna. Each letter careful, as if carefulness could bridge oceans. He pictured her face, the small crease that came when she was running behind and knew it, the grin that followed when she found him, and the empty place he'd kept beside him anyway. He could hear her saying, "Not an accident. You were built for carrying others' burden." He didn't know if that was true, but he knew he would carry because there was no one else to do it here. A voice settled beside him on the bench. Vance, the sergeant, hands knotted together between his knees. "Hell of a day, sir." Tom nodded. "We'll have another tomorrow." Vance grunted, a sound that wasn't quite approval and wasn't quite doubt. "Men'll follow you," he said after a moment. "Not because of those bars." His chin flicked at Tom's collar. "Because you were in the mud with them." Tom looked at the ruined field, the pale smudge of the road beyond, the line of their holes like bad stitches. "I plan to stay there." "Good," Vance said. He stood with the small effort of a man who'd learned not to show pain and melted into the dark. Tom reached down and brushed his palm over the letters, smearing them back into earth until the ground was smooth again. He whispered into the cold so low that even he barely heard it. "I'm saving you a seat." He set his helmet down next to him, a placeholder. Somewhere out in the black, a night bird called once. The men shifted in their holes, found blankets, set rifles within reach. Tom stayed on the bench a little longer, letting the weight of the gold bars settle into his bones until they felt less like someone else's and more like what the day had made of him. When he finally stood, he did it not because he felt ready, but because morning would come whether he was or not. And when it came, they would need him standing. The forest was still when they moved out, only the crunch of boots in the damp earth and the soft clink of gear breaking the quiet. Tom walked near the front, map folded tight in his pocket, rifle hugged close. Weeks had passed since the commission, though he still felt like an imposter whenever the men addressed him as Sir. He had never wanted the title, but it clung to him now like the mud on his boots. The mission was simple on paper. Push deeper into contested ground, secure a ridgeline, and hold until relief arrived. Simple on paper, nothing ever was out here. Tom's men were worn thin. He could see it in the eyes of the younger recruits, boys with stubble that hadn't grown in full, boots rubbing blisters raw. He recognized that same weariness in himself. He kept his jaw tight, shoulders squared, because if he faltered even an inch, they would follow him into that falter. Anna's voice whispered in memory, "You were always meant to lead." By mid-morning, the mist had burned off, leaving the sky washed gray. They crested a low hill, the trees thinning toward the open field below. That was when the first mortar shrieked. It landed wide, too wide to be a warning. Smoke belched upward, choking the air. A second shell fell closer, then a third, and the world erupted. "Cover!" Tom roared, though most were already diving. Earth kicked up around them in violent bursts. The sharp chatter of machine guns split the chaos, raking the slope. Bark splintered from trunks. One man screamed and was cut off too quickly. Tom pressed flat, lungs burning from smoke. He could hear the greenest recruit, Jacobs, sobbing into the dirt. "Steady!" Tom barked, crawling to him. He gripped the boy's collar, shaking him once. Jacob's eyes darted, wild. "Look at me! Look at me! You keep your head down and your finger on that trigger, you hear?" Jacobs nodded too fast, but the panic eased enough for his hands to obey. Tom shoved him toward a shallow dip in the ground, then rolled back, firing in bursts toward the tree line opposite. He couldn't see the enemy, shadows and flashes only, but he knew they were everywhere. The trap had been set well. Mortars shrieked again, closer, deafening. Dirt showered down, stinging his face. Men yelled for medics, for mothers, for God. Tom's ears rang, but he forced his focus. "Fall back by squads," he shouted, voice cracking. "Keep fire steady, don't bunch up." They tried. God help them, they tried. Through the haze, he spotted their flank buckling, enemy infantry pressing in hard. He ran low, stumbling through craters, grabbing shoulders, shoving men into position. A bullet clipped the edge of his helmet, sending him sprawling. He hit the ground, heart hammering, ears roaring, but he pushed up, alive. They were being surrounded. He knew it with the sick certainty that settles in the gut before the mind can argue. Too many of them. A rifle butt struck him across the back of the helmet, driving him to his knees. He looked up into the barrel of a Mauser. Another blow sent stars bursting in his vision. "Drop it!" Someone screamed in English, voice raw. "Drop it, for God's sake!" The fight guttered out. Rifles clattered to the mud. One by one, his men froze under the rifles aimed at their hearts. Jacobs was dragged upright, tears carving streaks in the grime of his face. The rest stood, some swaying, some bleeding, all defeated. Tom's chest heaved, fury and shame burning hotter than any wound. He wanted to lunge, to claw, to spit defiance, but he saw the trembling faces, the hopeless eyes of the men around him. To fight was to slaughter them all needlessly. Slowly, he let the rifle slip from his grip. It landed heavy in the muck. The Germans shoved them into a column, boots sinking into mud as they were herded away from the field. The smoke thinned behind them, revealing the broken ground they had fought to hold. Craters gaped like open graves. Bodies lay still among the trees, scattered like discarded coats. The line had not held. Tom stumbled forward, wrists bound, shoulders aching. His boots felt filled with stone. Each step was harder than the last, not from exhaustion, but from the weight of what he carried, of what he had failed to carry. He tried to keep his chin high, to let the men see resolve in his face, but inside, something cracked. Anna? Her name was a drumbeat, pounding with each forced step. Anna at the kitchen table, ink smudged on her hand as she wrote him letters. Anna with her hair tumbling loose, laughing too loud in the quiet of their little house. Anna holding the twins, Lily, Kate, two tiny girls who didn't even know the sound of their father's voice. He thought of the photograph he still carried, creased and worn soft at the edges, the one she had sent after their birth. Her hair had been untidy, her smile weary but luminous. The girls swaddled in her arms, eyes shut tight against the world. He had cried over it in secret, teased in jest by his fellows, but too full of pride to mind. Would he ever see them again? The column trudged on, mud sucking at their boots. The enemy guards barked orders, rifles jabbing if anyone slowed. Tom kept his gaze ahead, jaw clenched so hard his teeth ached. He could not, would not, let the men see his fear. But his last thought, before the forest swallowed the field behind them, was of home. Of Anna's handwriting curling across a page. Of the sound of his daughter's laughter, imagined though it was. His last thought was of the seat left empty at their table, the one she promised would always be waiting for him. He wished he'd had one more night to fill it. One more letter. The gates clanged shut behind them with a finality that scraped the marrow. Barbed wire crowned the fences in cruel spirals, catching what little light the gray sky offered. Watchtowers loomed at each corner, black silhouettes with rifles slung at the ready. Tom stood shoulder to shoulder with the column of prisoners, the stink of sweat, blood, and fear rising off them in waves. He had thought battle was the worst a man could endure. The camp corrected him. The Germans herded them into the yard, barking orders that needed no translation. "Hands up, line there, move faster." Tom obeyed, not for himself but for the men around him, still looking his way even in chains. He felt the weight of their eyes like a shackle heavier than the rope binding his wrists. Inside the wire, the world narrowed. Rows of low huts hunched against the wind. Smoke drifted from a single stovepipe, faint and mean. The yard was mud, churned by countless boots before them, slick and sucking with each step. A bitter tang of latrine carried on the breeze. An officer in a black coat stalked along the line, eyes sharp as nails. He stopped at intervals, pointing. "Here, Dort." Sorting officers from enlisted, sick from sound, strength from weakness. When his gaze landed on Tom's collar, where the crooked twine still held the dulled gold bars, his mouth curled in a thin sneer. "Offizier." The word cracked like a whip. 2 guards seized Tom by the arms and shoved him into the smaller group, the one set apart from the bulk of the prisoners. The separation tasted like ash. The enlisted men glanced back as they were driven the other way, confusion in their faces. Tom wanted to call out, to tell them to hold steady, but his voice lodged hard in his throat. He was lifted out of their ranks by a scrap of metal he had never wanted, and it felt like betrayal. The officers' barracks proved no kindness. The hut was larger, yes, but the straw mats thin, the rations scarcely more than the others. Black bread like stone, a ladle of watery soup, sometimes a sliver of gray meat if the guards were feeling generous. Better treatment, they called it. Less beatings, not less hunger. Tom sat on the edge of his mat the first night, staring at the floorboards through the gloom. Around him, men coughed, muttered in fevered sleep, prayed softly into their hands. A few stared blankly at nothing, eyes already hollow. He swallowed hard, pressing his palms against his knees. He thought of Anna at the table back home, pen scratching across paper, her handwriting looping like a lifeline. He thought of the twins. How old would they be now? Walking? Laughing? He'd missed it all. He clenched his jaw until it hurt. "Don't you break here, Tom. Not here. Not ever." The days blurred. Dawn came too early. Reveille shouted in a tongue he could not mistake, and men dragged themselves from mats to stand in the yard for roll call. Guards paced with rifles and dogs, eyes cold. Work parties were marched out through the gates, returning hours later thinner, weaker, shoulders bowed. Disease crept easily among them, dysentery, pneumonia, fevers that burned a man hollow in days. Tom kept moving. That was the only way. He carried water, stacked crates, shoveled snow, anything they put in his hands. His muscles thinned, but he forced them to obey. If he stopped, if he sat too long, the despair would eat him like rot. He learned to ration every crumb of bread, to trade half his soup for a strip of cloth when blisters tore his heels. He learned to keep his eyes down when the guards' tempers flared, and he learned to watch the men. The younger officers cracked fastest. He could see it in the slackness of their shoulders, the way their eyes lost focus when they stared through the wire. Some lasted weeks, a few days. Tom forced himself to speak to them low and steady. "Eat, even if it tastes like sewage." Or, "Walk with me, just a lap round the yard." Words simple as nails, but sometimes it was enough to hold a man one more day. At night, he clung to memory like a weapon. Anna's laughter, always late, always grinning as if she'd beaten the clock somehow. The way her hand felt in his, small but certain. He would close his eyes and hear her voice calling his name across the churchyard, see her running breathless to the pew where he had saved her a seat. That memory lit a small fire in the dark, one the guards could not douse. There were moments, even in the filth, that drew him back from the edge. Once a fellow prisoner, a grizzled British major with a limp, passed him half a potato under the cover of his cloak. "Don't ask," the man muttered. "Just eat." Another time, when the guards weren't looking, one of his men from that day in the forest shuffled past and whispered, "We're still here because of you." Tom held those words in his chest until they felt like armor. Winter set its teeth into the camp. The huts leaked cold, breath fogging in the air, frost rimming the inside of the walls. Men curled against one another for warmth, pride stripped away by necessity. Tom wrapped his arms around himself and thought of Anna under quilts, of the girls bundled together in their cradle. He prayed, stumbling, half-formed prayers, that they were safe, that they were warm, that they would not forget him. He would not let this place take her from him. Not her voice, not her face, That was the one line he could hold, even here. One night, as the wind howled through cracks in the boards, Tom scratched her name into the dirt by his mat. Anna. The letters steadied his hands. He whispered it once, softly, before brushing the words smooth again. If anyone saw, they might think him mad, but it kept him whole. The despair was always there, crouching in the corners, waiting, but he clung to her laughter like a secret weapon. The guard held the clipboard like a judge. He read from a paper in clipped English. Rules Tom had already learned by listening, but rules sounded different when made official. One page, pencil only, no drawings, no talk of guard routines or camp layout, no numbers that could be troop counts or coordinates, no complaints about food or treatment, no coded messages. Family only, the guard said, tapping the line with a gloved finger. No politics, no military, you understand? Tom nodded. Understood. 5 minutes. The guard's eyes were flat. When I say stop, stop. A stub of pencil and a sheet of thin, yellowing paper slid across the table. The paper had a softness to it, as if it had been handled too many times before reaching him. Tom sat at a long, scarred bench with 3 other officers, each bent over his own page, each wearing the same starved concentration, as if a wrong word might cost more than a meal. He smoothed the page with both hands to keep it still. His fingers trembled, then steadied when he pressed the heel of his palm against the wood. The bench was splintered and unkind. The irony of that wasn't lost on him. He'd promised her a seat 1,000 times. Here he was, finally saving one in earnest. He put the pencil to the page, and for a heartbeat, nothing came. Not the things that churned inside, hunger, lice, the smell that clung to men who had stopped hoping. None of those were allowed, and even if they had been, he would not give this place the dignity of ink. Not in her eyes. He wrote, "My dearest Anna, the letters look too neat, schoolhouse tidy." He slowed his breathing and let his hand remember the old rhythm of grocery lists and fence measurements, the notes he used to leave in her apron pocket when he left before dawn. He wrote again, "I am well." He paused. The censor would like that sentence. He added another, safer, warmer. "I am well enough." He glanced up. Across from him, a British major's eyebrows lifted as if to say careful. Tom dipped his head, then pushed on. "The weather here is as changeable as a baby's temper and keeps us honest. We spend part of each day out in it and part under a roof that creaks like our old barn in a good wind." He could almost see their barn then, the winter light crawling across planks he needed to plane the nail he'd bent and left for another day. He felt a swell that was both ache and comfort. He aimed for steady. "You will be pleased to know I have found a seat on the dining bench that no one seems eager to steal. I can't imagine why. The splinters work hard. I keep it empty beside me whenever I can, and as always, I'm saving you a place. If you were here, you'd tell me I'm being foolish, and then you'd take it anyway and pretend you were on time." His mouth tipped before he knew it, a tired shadow of a smile. The guard paced behind them. The clock in Tom's head started to count. He wrote faster. "How are our girls? Are they still trading shifts keeping you awake? Or have they agreed to share? I like to think they've discovered the great joys of sleep now that they know the world is big enough to wait for them. Give them a kiss from me on each cheek, even if they squirm. Tell them their father is very proud of how fast they are growing, and that he is practicing being patient, which you know is a skill I have been late to learn." He almost wrote their names and stopped. Not for the censor. He doubted names would be struck, but because the thought of pressing those 2 small names into this paper felt like placing something soft on a wire fence. He chose another path. "I carry your last photograph with me, the one where you are smiling like you are about to laugh at something only you can hear. One of the fellows said it isn't fair a man can look at a thing like that and not expect to get dust in his eyes. I told him it must be the weather blowing sideways in here. The others made a great show of teasing me, said I was becoming sentimental, and then asked to see it too. I let them for exactly 1 second, because we share, but we are not fools." There, the truth, turned so it wouldn't cut. He could hear the men's laughter that day, the way they had gentled after the joke, passing the creased picture with care. He heard Pruitt mutter pretty little ones and then cough hard like he'd swallowed a stone. "I am eating. I am sleeping some. I have friends enough here to borrow salt when I need it and lend it back when I can. The days are long, but I have seen longer in harvest time and survived those too. Do not worry more than you must. Worry will take your strength, and I need you strong so you can keep the home lit. I think of you at the table in the evening, and that thought works the way a good stove works. It warms everything near it, even the parts not touching. He paused again, watching the pencil's dark shine. The guard's boots clicked. 2 minutes, the guard said in German. One of the other men translated under his breath. Tom's chest clenched. He forced himself not to rush. Rushed words looked like panic, and he wanted none of that in her reading. Church on Sunday. Are you still slipping in during the first hymn? I hope so. It would worry me if you were suddenly punctual. Tell Mrs. Albright I said her lemon squares are a scandal, and that I will argue the point with her in person when I come home. Tell Mr. Harrison, the fence line by the west field needs another brace post, or the winter will have its way with it. He'll pretend I'm wrong and then fix it anyway. He thought of the men who had not come back from the work parties, of the way the straw mats were reassigned without ceremony. He would not give that space words. He wrote instead, prosody. I have learned to be grateful for small things. Warm water, a button that holds, a joke shared low so the guard doesn't hear it. Today I am grateful most of all for this paper and for the thought of you holding it. The guard coughed a warning. Tom's hand flicked, almost panicked now. He wanted to cram the page with every small story he'd been hoarding for months, but there wasn't room. There was never room for everything a man carried. He closed his eyes, just a second, and saw her pushing hair behind her ear, smudging ink with the side of her hand because she wrote fast when she had too much to say. He opened them and finished. Please give my love to anyone who asks after me, and to those who don't know to ask. If you can, sit for me at supper and leave the chair to your left empty. I will try to do the same and think of your elbow there, nudging mine when I reach for the bread too early. We will have more to say in another season. For now, I love you. Be late if you must. I'm saving your spot. Tom. He set the pencil down. His hands would not stop shaking, not from cold. He folded the paper once, then once more, holding the fold down with a thumb until it accepted the crease. He wanted to kiss it, to press his mouth to the place where her hands might rest when she read, but he didn't. He slid it forward. The guard took each letter and stacked them, then paused to fan them out. He pointed at one line from another man, scratched it out, grunted. When he reached Tom's, his eyes tracked the sentences with a bored efficiency that was somehow worse than suspicion. He tapped once on I am well enough, as if debating the permissibility of enough, then let it pass. A stamp came down, inked and heavy on the corner. Geprüft, approved. The letters were gathered and taken away, not with ceremony, but like any other work. Collect, count. When the door closed behind the guard, the room seemed to exhale. The British major opposite Tom scrubbed his face with both hands and then laughed once, short and raw. Wrote my wife about the weather, the man said, as if she cares a fig about German clouds. Tom found his voice. Mine cares about anything that keeps me writing. He stared at his empty hands. They felt bare. She'll read it slow, he said quietly, like she's afraid the words will break if she rushes. You'll get one back, the major said, not unkindly. They come, like birds that forget a place and then remember. Tom wanted to believe that. He swallowed and stood, tucking the pencil stub into his breast pocket as if it were a keepsake. The bench groaned when he rose. He pressed a palm against the rough wood, feeling the embedded sliver sting. He didn't pull it free. It grounded him. Back in the yard for evening roll call, the cold bit without mercy. Lines formed, men counted, dogs paced. Tom fixed his gaze on the horizon beyond the wire, where the sky bruised purple toward night. Somewhere past that line, past fields and rivers and an ocean, a kitchen lamp would be turned low and a woman would tuck two girls into quilts and then sit at a table and rest her cheek on her hand for a minute before she reached for a pen. He could almost hear the scratch of it from here. Afterward, he ate his bread slowly and traded half his soup for a patch to mend his elbow. He returned to the officer's hut and sat on the same mat he'd worn thin for months. The straw whispered under him. Around him, men shifted, coughed, murmured. He drew his knees up, crossed his arms over them, and set his chin down. For the first time in weeks, the ache inside him loosened its hold by a notch. It didn't vanish, it never would, not here. But there was space in his chest where there had been none before. A small, cleared place where something like air could move. When he finally lay back, the mat hard under shoulder and hip, he angled himself so that the corner of the room where the wind whistled least became his sky. He spoke so softly that only he could hear. Anna. He closed his eyes, holding her name like a talisman. Sleep came in fits, but when it found him, it carried, for a time, the shape of a table and the warmth of a lamp and the feel of an empty space beside him that wasn't empty at all.
The twins had learned to crawl faster than she could manage to keep up. One moment they were on the blanket by the hearth, the next they were halfway across the floorboards, Kate's giggles egging Lily on. Anna bent to scoop them both back to safety, their limbs wriggling like determined little fish. "Mercy, girls," she panted, settling them back down. "You've inherited your father's stubborn streak. Heaven help me." But when she straightened, hands still braced against her aching back, the emptiness of the kitchen struck her like it always did. His chair still tucked at the head of the table, his Bible on the sideboard, a scrap of paper marking the last passage he'd read aloud. It was as if Tom had only stepped out for a while, except weeks had blurred into months. No letter, no word, not even the thin comfort of rumor. Every knock on the door made her heart leap, but it was never the one she wanted. Neighbors bringing casseroles, Mrs. Turner offering hand-me-down clothes for the girls, the preacher stopping by to pray. They all carried kindness, but not his handwriting. Until that afternoon. She had just laid the twins down for their nap when a sharp rap at the door sent her flying down the hall. On the stoop stood the postman, shoulders hunched against the wind. Mrs. Whitaker? His gloved hand extended a single envelope, thin and bent at the corners, but stamped with the mark of military censors. Her knees nearly gave way. She took it in trembling hands, staring at the scrawled ink. His hand, his letters. She hadn't realized until that moment how much she had feared never seeing them again. "Thank you," she managed, voice breaking. The postman tipped his cap, understanding, and left her to it. Inside, she dropped to her knees on the kitchen floor. The envelope tore ragged in her haste. The sight of his words blurred as her eyes flooded. She pressed her lips to the paper, tasting salt where her tears smudged the ink. The twins' sleepy whimpers drifted from the other room, but she stayed there on the boards, reading him back into the house. He wrote lightly, as if this were just another evening across the table. He told her he'd saved her a seat on a splintered bench where they ate, said the food was terrible, but at least the company was lively. He mentioned a card game he lost badly, blaming it on thinking of her instead of the cards. And at the end, "One day you'll have to come take the seat I've been holding for you. Until then, I'll keep it warm." She clutched the page to her chest, rocking herself in silence, whispering, "Thank you, Lord, thank you." Later, when the girls awoke, she carried them to the kitchen and laid the letter across their small laps. Their hands pawed at it, uncomprehending, Kate squealing as Lily tried to chew a corner. Anna laughed through her tears. "This is from Daddy," she told them, voice hushed as if naming something sacred. "He's far away, but he loves you more than all the stars." They didn't understand, of course, but one day they would. One day they'd know what it meant to keep faith through silence. That night she set her lamp low and began to write by its glow. Her words spilled quickly, the pen scratching as though afraid of running out of time. She told him of Lily's habit of tugging her sister's hair, of Kate's stubborn way of babbling over her, of how the girls fought for space in her lap until she felt split in two. She shared the church gossip. The Carter's son caught sneaking a cigarette, the women's group fussing over hymn choices. She told him she kept his pew empty every Sunday, sliding in after the music started as always, but leaving that one place waiting. At the table, too, she added, there was always a chair untouched, the plate beside it gleaming. At the bottom of the page, she paused, tears dripping onto her hand. Finally, she wrote, "Come home, Tom. Until you do, I'll save you a seat. Always." She sealed the envelope with a shaking breath, kissed it as though that could carry her lips across the ocean, and placed it on the windowsill for the morning post. Weeks later, across barbed wire and hunger, Tom would hold her words in his calloused hands, feel her strength running through him like water in the desert. But for Anna, that night, the act of writing was enough. It was hope, bound in ink and faith, sent like a prayer across the sea. She blew out the lamp and crept into the bedroom, the twins bundled together in their cradle. Sliding into her own bed, she laid her hand on the cold space beside her and whispered to the dark, "I saved you a seat, love." Sleep came slow, but for the first time in months, it came with peace. Chapter 11. 1944. A candle in the window. The first time she pressed a violet into his letter, it stained the page the color of twilight. She hadn't meant to. Kate's fist had come down on the bloom while Anna was reaching for the pen, and by the time she pried those strong little fingers open, the petal was a bruise on paper. She dabbed it with a cloth, decided it looked like a bit of evening caught in the white, and wrote around it as though she'd planned it all along. Outside the kitchen window, the trees were going the good kind of red, the kind that promised wood smoke and pies, and the twins were 6 months old, bright-eyed, newly round with sitting, and delighted by the discovery that they could make sounds on purpose. Lily said "bah" with solemn authority and then blinked, proud of herself, as if she'd invented language. Kate answered "da" at the top of her lungs and flung both arms wide. Anna laughed in spite of the ache that had taken up residence behind her ribs. She set the pen to the paper and told Tom everything she could fit between the margins, how Madam Carter had finally surrendered and let the choir sing the lively hymn, how the grocer tucked an extra apple into her sack for the little commanders, how the frost had taken the last of the tomatoes in the garden. She steadied Lily's hand and guided her wrist in a soft spiral. "Draw Daddy the moon," she whispered. The pencil made a comet of gray. Kate lunged and added a jagged little star. When they tired of art and demanded snack by squawk and grab, Anna stopped to mash up a baked apple with a fork, fed them by turns, and returned to the page with smudges of cinnamon on her knuckles. By the time she signed her name, the kettle had boiled dry twice, and she had missed the first post. She wrapped the letter anyway, slipped the thin sheet into its envelope, and laid it flat inside the big Bible so the violet could press itself into something the censors couldn't scold. She'd take it down in the morning, she told herself. The post wouldn't mind if she was late by a day. Tom never had. His reply came a month and a half later, the paper weary from travel, a rectangle of miles. The censor's stamp bit the corner, and the sentences were tidy and careful, but hope shone in the spaces between like sun through a picket fence. "My dearest Anna," he began, and her breath snagged on the curve of the A. "I am well enough to be a nuisance, and therefore well enough. The weather is honest. The bench where I sit has a talent for finding splinters, but I forgive it. I keep the space beside me empty, and tell the others it's reserved. They shake their heads and then guard it when I stand. Your last letter smelled like apple and October, which is not a smell I knew paper could keep." She read that line 3 times, fingers pressed to her mouth, and then one more for the sound of him in it. He didn't say hunger or cold. He didn't say fear. He said honest weather and a bench that found splinters, and she saw the truth without needing it spelled. She kissed the crease he'd made folding the page and carried the letter around the house until she could trust herself to set it down. So began the rhythm that held through the seasons, her long, rambling pages brimming with the life he couldn't live, his careful letters like small stones laid in a line she could follow through the dark. The weeks between were a place she learned to inhabit, the time it took for words to cross oceans and wires and come home. Winter came with a sting. The twins cut their first teeth. Kate first, then Lily in noble imitation, and Anna wrote to tell him how they gnawed the corners of everything, not nailed down. She described the way Lily could sit upright now, sway-backed and proud, and how Kate, impatient as ever, kept throwing herself forward onto her belly as if the floor might take her somewhere. She pressed a sliver of pine needle into one letter, stitched in place with a cross of thread so tiny the censor might miss it, and sketched the frosting of ice on the inside of the window panes. His answer arrived in January, the ink a shade paler, as if the cold had drunk half its courage. "The stove in our hut has opinions," he wrote. Sometimes it decides to heat only the left side of a man, so one ear will burn while the other grows icicles. I am lobbying for fairness." She barked a laugh that surprised her and then cried because he had made her laugh. Later, at the table, she tucked his letter beneath the salt cellar, and whenever her hands strayed there, she felt steadier, as if she were holding him by the sleeve. Spring peeled back the frost, and the girls learned that the world could be crossed on hands and knees. Anna wrote of grass stains and the triumphant wobble of two small bodies pulling up on the hem of her skirt, of Kate banging a wooden spoon against a pot like a parade marshal, of Lily discovering the mirror and falling in love with the other baby who lived there. She sent a flattened clover, 3 leaves luck enough, and traced 2 tiny hands on the last page, pressing each finger down gently on the pencil to capture its length. She worried the clover would be stripped away for contraband, but his reply mentioned it in a turn that made her close her eyes. "Tell the girls the green leaf found me. It's taped to the wall by my mat, and the fellows say it makes the place look like a hotel. I told them to be quiet in the lobby. Summer brought heat you could drink, and the twins' hair, flax pale and wild, stuck to their foreheads as they chased each other around the table legs." Anna's days were a braid of chores and chaos, washing nappies, stringing them on the line, hauling them in again when a sudden storm bullied the sky, counting ration stamps, standing in line at Mr. Harrison's for sugar, if there is any, planting beans in the narrow strip behind the house because everyone had a garden now, and the county ladies said it was patriotic to grow food as if potatoes knew about the war. She told Tom all of it. Not to burden him, but to build a bridge he could walk over in his mind. When she hadn't much time, Lily sweeping a cup of milk into her lap, Kate already halfway up the stairs, she wrote in quick bursts, sentences like laundry pinned between gusts. "Your mother sent me peaches. I canned them yesterday and hid a jar at the back of the pantry for when you come home. The choir is flat but faithful. The well is holding. Every day I save your place at the table. You would scold me for the lean roast we manage, and I would tell you to hush and eat." She decorated the margins with pressed petals from marigolds and zinnias, resistant flowers that refused to bow their heads to heat. She let the girls scribble with a dull graphite stub until the paper looked like a map drawn by a happy storm. She slipped in a lock of Lily's hair as soft as cloud, then thought better and took it out, too precious, too personal to risk to a censor's bored hands, and kissed the page instead, which no one could confiscate. His replies were less frequent. She learned to mark time by them, like a sailor does by tides, but they came sturdy and full of sideways light. "Your last pages were my vacation," one began. "The pressed orange petal has been promoted to sun and does the job admirably above my bed. The bench is unchanged but has stopped arguing when I sit. I told it a story about a girl who is always late. The bench says it understands her completely." Sometimes he risked a line that made the guard's stamp hesitate, she was sure of it, because it made her stop and hold her breath before reading on. "What we carry can be put down for a moment when a letter sits where it belongs, in a man's hands." She wrote back, heart thudding, knowing he wouldn't be allowed to say more, and saying it for him anyway. She told him how she had been late, of course, for Mrs. Albright's tea, and how the ladies forgave her in a burst of fluttering hands because Kate chose that exact moment to announce herself to the room by belching like a soldier. She told him that Mr. Harrison had come round to prop the west fence at last. "You were right," he admitted grudgingly. "I didn't like it being said, but I liked the fence standing." She told him that Lily had begun patting things she loved with her whole palm. Her doll, the dog at the parsonage gate, the cool glass of the window in the morning, and that when Lily patted Anna's cheek, she had to sit down because her knees gave out. Autumn circled back wearing a different dress, and the girls were 15 months, taller, faster, more themselves. Kate learned to open the lower cupboard and present Anna with the pot she wanted before Anna knew she wanted it. Lily took to lining up chestnuts along the windowsill and humming in a contented, private way. Anna gathered a handful of gold leaves from the big elm at the corner, and, after testing which pressed best, chose one small enough to lie flat under the paper's skin. She wrote to him that the tree had shaded the two of them since they were children, that she could still see him swinging from its lowest branch, scabby-kneed and grinning because he'd sworn he could fly. When the letter came back across the world, it was shorter than the last. She set the kettle on and read it standing, swaying a little because the words moved through her with their own weather. "I have not flown," he wrote, "but I have remembered the heat of a sun-warmed branch in August. I have remembered dust in my mouth from running too hard, and you scolding me for tearing my good shirt and then tearing yours the next day to keep me company. If remembering is a kind of traveling, I have been away and back all morning." She pressed the page to her chest until the kettle screamed, then let the twins pat the paper with hands still wet from the wash basin, leaving water-dark prints across the corner. She banished a pang at the thought of smudges. The truth was, this was what she wanted him to hold, the exact mess of their days. By the time winter lowered its shoulder and shoved them hard, the girls were 17 months and clever in the way that required all of Anna's attention. They spoke in almost words, bubbling consonants, inflections borrowed from adults with comic precision, and shadowed her heel to toe, two small moons tugged by her gravity. She told Tom as much, careful to save the truest firsts for their own space when they arrived. For now she wrote around them, sketching the curve of what was about to be. In the last letter of the year, after she had wrapped jars against the cold and tucked the girls into their quilts side by side, she sat at the table and stared at the blank for a long time. The house was so quiet she could hear the clock breathing. She set the pen down and traced her own hand on the paper, then lifted Kate's hand and added its smaller twin, and finally Lily's. 3 outlines nested together as if they might keep each other warm by touch alone. "We are here," she wrote under them. "Every night I set your place at the table and tell the girls not to grab your fork. They fail at least half the time. Come home to scold them yourself." She slid a petal of last summer's marigold into the fold, sealed the envelope, and sat a moment with it in her palm. It felt light, absurdly so for what it carried. The morning found her rushing to be on time for the post, as usual. She ran, laughing breathless at herself, the twins bundled up in the pram and shouting joy and harmony as the wheels rattled over the walk. At the counter, Mr. Leiter looked at his watch in exaggerated shock. "Mrs. Whitaker," he said, eyes bright, "you'll miss the train." "Not if it knows I'm coming," she said, and pushed the letter across the worn wood. "He'll wait. He always does." She knew he couldn't, not really. Not with guards and schedules and whatever cruelty the world devised to keep men from each other. But the thought steadied her just the same, like a hand at her elbow as she found her pew after the first hymn had already started. The letter slid into the canvas sack. She watched it go as though she could steer it with her eyes. Then she turned the pram toward home, where 2 little girls had already begun to kick free of their blankets, eager for whatever the day would ask of them, and she began to compose the next letter in her head. The envelope was the thin kind, creased from many hands. The ink on his name rubbed nearly pale at the corner. Anna turned it over twice as if it might vanish if she moved too quick. She stood in the doorway a moment longer, cold air sneaking under the hem of her dress, then shut the door with her hip and crossed to the kitchen table. Lily and Kate were on the rug with a wooden spoon between them, solemnly engaged in the daily business of deciding who owned it. When Kate looked up, her mouth shiny with drool, Anna made her voice bright. "A letter from Daddy." Both little heads swiveled, though neither could know what that meant yet. They knew the word daddy in the way a bird knows its own shadow, instinct more than understanding. She slit the envelope carefully. The paper inside felt tired, furry at the edges from travel. His handwriting still carried that same hurried slant, like he'd had to corral the words into formation before someone called him away. She smoothed the page and read, "My Anna," then 3 sentences about weather and health, then an odd skip. Space where something had been and was now gone, the censor's blade leaving a thin white seam. She had learned to read around those absences, to trace the shape of what he couldn't say and what he chose to repeat. He always asked after the girls, always called them his 2 miracles. He never wrote about hunger or cold. He did, however, tuck tiny notes between the careful lines, the smallest glints of himself, humor sidelong, Hope plain as the last word before the period. A rhythm had formed without their consent, his letters trimmed lean by other hands, hers long, spilling. She let the rhythm hold her when everything else felt unsteady. He had drawn a tiny square at the end of the page this time, a little bench with 2 stick figures. One figure had an arrow pointing to it, me, and the other, beside the space left open, had no label. Saved you a seat, he'd written beneath, the letters bolder, as if he'd pressed harder into the paper to make sure that part would cross. The sight made her laugh without deciding to, then sent tears hard after it. She folded the letter to her chest, pressing its tired paper heart against her own. On the rug, Lily abandoned the spoon and crawled toward the chair leg with dogged determination, bumping her forehead and blinking in affront. Kate considered the spoon hers now and banged it once against the floor as if completing a transaction. "Your father is silly," Anna said, swiping at her cheeks. "You'll see." By afternoon, the kitchen smelled like soap and starch and a little of carrots from a pot that wasn't doing what it was told. While the twins napped, she pulled out the stationery she saved for him. The good paper Mrs. Turner had brought after the birth, a little too fine for the house, but exactly right for crossing oceans. She dated the top corner and began. Tom. She tried to keep her sentences like stories, and her stories like rooms he could walk through. She told him about the twins' morning quarrel over a spoon, about the way Lily bit the rim of the wash basin lately and looked ridiculous and brave, about how Kate had discovered clapping and now applauded every event, including her own burp. She told him the town gossip, the milkman's new horse with the one white sock, the way Mr. Finch's barn leaned a little more each week. She told him of her mother's insistence on washing the windows in January because sunlight won't come in if it has to fight for a place to sit. When the words began to sound like work, she set down the pen and opened the little book she kept in the drawer. Pages flattened over saved petals. She'd learned to press them between waxed paper and the big family Bible, so they'd hold their shape instead of turning to dust. From autumn, she had a maple leaf, small as a child's palm. From last summer, clover and one stubborn cornflower that had grown along the fence. From spring, she could almost smell it, violets. She chose one of the violets, taped its stem so it wouldn't rattle loose, and slid it into the envelope with care. A pressed flower was not much, but it felt like she'd found a way to tuck their air into his pocket. The next week, a letter took longer than it should to arrive, and she told herself not to watch the lane, not to crane at the sound of steps. When it did come, she read it at the sink, hands still damp, leaving little thumbprints that dried to faint clouds. "My Anna?" he began, and she felt the first knot loosen. He described nothing in particular. Stars through slats, a man who snored, a chess game he'd invented on a scrap of cardboard. Between those things, "Tell Lily and Kate their father loves them larger than a field in June," and where the censor's white seam ran thin and long, the sentence at the end, "I am saving your seat." He didn't have to say where, she felt it. Beside him in the line to eat, beside him on a bench that was more splinter than wood, inside whatever tired hope he refused to quit. In return, she filled 6 pages. She sketched the kitchen and the chair he'd left empty, crooked, yes, but unmistakable, and beneath it wrote, "Your place is here, Tom." She tried not to apologize for the length anymore. The postmistress had stopped raising her eyebrows when Anna set thick stacks on the counter every Saturday. "I swear I can hear the ocean when I look at you," the woman had said once in a tone that could have been scolding or mercy. Spring turned up damp and abrupt. The ruts in the lane filled with water and reflected the house in broken pieces. Lily's first tooth announced itself with fever and fury, though Anna would save the way it finally cut through for a later page, a later scene when she could bear to name a first. She wrote instead, all understatement, "The girls have discovered they possess voices. The possibility of song is ruining naps." She signed that letter with a doodle of 2 music notes and a smile she didn't feel until the ink made it real. She began tucking the twins' marks into his envelopes, too, asked Lily to hold a pencil and smiled at the wild, heroic line that bolt-streaked across the page, guided Kate's hand to make a circle that looked briefly like a potato before collapsing into joy. "For Daddy," she would say. letting each girl press a palm to the paper, leaving the soft ghost of her hand there. She gathered up stray curls that came loose on the brush and tied one to a card. She knew the censors would cut what they liked, but hair seemed harmless as grass. On Sundays, she walked into church later than she meant to every time. She nodded at faces that tilted toward her, kind and knowing. She slid into the pew where his family always made room, and if her eyes went to the gap beside her, well, she kept that notice to herself. She had already written him about the choir's insistence on singing too slow and how the hymns made her breath catch lately. She saved what the pew itself felt like for another day. Summer arrived loud. The twins learned the trick of pulling themselves up by the edge of the washstand. This, too, she put off naming directly. Instead, she described the kitchen from 2 feet up. The view as a small person might see it. Chair rungs and the undersides of drawers, her skirt a moving curtain, the postage stamp of sun on the floor that traveled from the stove to the table over the course of a morning. She told him about the heat, the way it pressed the town flat at noon, about the relief of porch swing dusk. On those nights she wrote outside, letting the pen find its own pace, letting crickets keep time. If she ran out of news, she wrote memories about their first dance, his tie that never lay straight, the bench he saved her all through childhood. Sometimes she felt foolish for sending him the past when the present was starved, but he had asked for everything, and everything included the things that had made them. Even then, she was careful. She learned early that if she wrote the word ache, it stared up at her from the page like a thing begging to be fed. She wrote light where she could manage it. His replies, when they came, were steady sunrise, not sudden storm. He ashamedly thanked her for the pressed petals, said the men teased him, then admitted he'd pinned a violet inside his shirt for a day and it had dyed his collar faint blue. He confessed to showing the girl's potato circle to anyone who'd look, claiming it was a perfect likeness of his captain's face. He always ended with some variation of the same promise, and every version mended her a little, like a patch cut neat and stitched by hand. "Save me a seat," he wrote in one. "Save mine in another. I'll find it." She would lay those words on the table and smooth them flat and let herself believe them for a while. Autumn browned the hedgerows and made the town smell like apples and smoke. Mrs. Hawthorne organized a canning circle. Anna lined jars on the counter like an army and tried not to think of other kinds of lines. She wrote him about every jar, what went in, what it sounded like when the lids pinged shut, because it was something finished, and finished things were rare. She pressed a crisp, small maple leaf into one envelope and worried the weight would make the stamp insufficient. In the end, she added another and counted it dear. When no letter came for 3 weeks, she learned the precise geography of waiting. The path between the window and the gate, the stretch from the kitchen to the lane where the postman's bicycle bell didn't ring because his bell was broken and he scolded himself aloud about forgetting to fix it. She did not write that she dreamed of Tom walking through the door, snow on his shoulders, laughter in his eyes, and woke with the kind of ache that felt like falling. She wrote instead that Lily had discovered blueberries and now stained her whole face imperial, that Kate laughed whenever the kettle sang, as if the house itself were telling jokes. The letter finally arrived on a Thursday afternoon, when the twins were sticky and sleepy from a visit to Clara's. It was shorter than usual, the censor's seams longer. She read it standing up, one hand braced on the table, the other smoothing the paper like a cheek. He mentioned a splintered bench, a chess game on cardboard, the shape of the moon through wire. The last line was uncut, mercifully. "Then I'll look for your light until I'm beside you again." She frowned at the word light, made a note in her mind to tell him a story about lamps. She tucked the paper under the sugar jar, breathed once, twice, then sat down to answer. Winter returned, bright and uninvited. The twins turned from babies into little people whose opinions could fill a room. Their hair grew into soft curls, Lily's paler, Kate's the color of wheat after rain, and their hands found each other in sleep more nights than not. They would be 2 before long. She felt the calendar push at her and tried not to count what he had missed yet. That reckoning had its own scene to claim. This one belonged to the ordinary heroism of exchange. Paper going out, paper coming in, the slow trading of days for sentences, for a kind of company. On the last evening of the year, she sat with both girls asleep at once, a miracle greater than many, and wrote with the lamp turned low. "Tom," she wrote, "the girls have learned to wave. They wave at everything. The cat, the kettle, their reflections in the window when it gets dark. I think they're practicing for you." She paused, listened to the house creak. She drew 2 small hands at the bottom of the page, clumsy and sweet. Above them she wrote, "We're here. Your chair is warm." She sealed the envelope and pressed the edge with her thumb, the way she always did. Then she lay the bundle of letters she'd written that week together, tied them with string, and left them by the door where she would not forget to carry them to town. In the morning she would button coats, tug mittens, laugh when someone flung a hat down as protest. She would arrive at the post office, late as always, and the bell over the door would scold her and forgive her in the same breath. She would send hope out into the cold again and trust, stubbornly, that it would return. Sunday had learned the trick of sneaking up on her. One minute she was buttoning Kate's dress with her teeth because both hands were occupied corralling Lily. The next, the church bell was already wagging its iron tongue, and the twins were applauding the sound as if they'd made it happen. Shoes. She reminded them, breathless, fishing 2 right shoes from the basket by the door and sighing at herself. She found the lefts, coaxed small feet into leather with a patience she didn't quite feel, and tied ribbons into bows that would not survive the first hymn. Lily's curls refused their barrette. Kate had discovered that collars make decent napkins. By the time Anna wrestled everyone into coats and out into the light, the bell had given its last call and the lane was quiet except for the rattle of the pram and the twins' commentary on puddles. They were 19 months old now, quick as minnows and just as slippery. They waved at the sparrows, at the clapboard houses, at Mr. Leiter's bicycle leaning against the post office as if everything in town were a friend they hadn't seen in a while. Yes, all right, good morning to you too," Anna said, laughing despite the knot that lived beneath her sternum. It loosened a half-inch whenever the girls laughed. It tightened again when the church came into view. The red brick building stood square on its lot, white trim bright against the sky. She could hear the last measures of the opening hymn through the open windows, voices layered imperfectly, woven into something that sounded like home if she let it. She was running behind. Of course she was. She would always be late. The day she arrived on time would feel like a lie. Inside, the air smelled of varnish and old songbooks and the faint sweetness of the lilies someone always set up front. Fans shushed idly in warm weather, coats rustled in cold. She slipped through the vestibule and caught Mrs. Whitaker soft, triumphant. There she is, as if Anna were a bird who'd finally found her branch. Tom's family sat halfway down on the right, where they'd sat since before the church had paint. His mother, tiny and sharp-eyed, had left a space open in the pew as if it had been cordoned with ribbon. When she looked up and saw Anna, her face folded into a smile that was equal parts welcome and relief. Tom's father tipped his head, the brim of his hat resting on his knee between big hands that had spent their life turning soil. Anna slid into the waiting space, shifting the girls in ahead of her. The pew creaked its familiar greeting. Lily patted the wood as if testing it for truth. Kate made a grab for the hymnal, and finding it heavy, put her cheek against its cover in a gesture of sudden affection. "Morning, love," Tom's mother whispered, covering Anna's fingers with her own for a beat. The woman's hand was cool and dry, the squeeze quick. Strength transferred like a coin passed palm to palm. "Morning," Anna whispered back. She let herself breathe. The knot stayed. By the time she straightened, the hymn had finished and the congregation was settling. The open space beside her stayed open. She didn't need to look at it to know the exact length of it, the curve of the varnish worn smooth by years of Whitaker elbows. The emptiness had learned to keep company with her. She'd stopped flinching at it. She had not stopped noticing. The pastor prayed. He prayed for boys they all knew by name and for those they didn't, for mothers who sat straight in their dresses and stared at their hands, for fathers who nodded at the floor to keep their faces steady, for rain enough but not too much, for strength to do more than worry. Anna bowed her head with everyone else, but her prayer went sideways, slipping under the words spoken aloud. Bring him back to this place. Bring him to this very spot. Let him stand in the aisle and wait the way he always did, and then let him slip in beside me like it's the most ordinary thing in the world. Kate tugged at the hem of Anna's sleeve and held up a crumb of cracker as if offering communion. Lily's fingers found the edge of Anna's scarf and worked the fringe loose one thread at a time. Shh, Anna breathed, smiling, and settled them each with a half-hymnal to page through. The twins' mouths moved, imitating the shapes of words without finding any yet. They were learning to sing before they could speak. The thought undid her in a soft, private way. The sermon that morning was about waiting. It could not have been otherwise. Every sermon was about waiting when half the town had someone on the other side of water. The pastor spoke about lamps trimmed and ready, about bridesmaid foolishness, about the quiet work of keeping oil on hand. Anna listened, but also did not. She had learned to let certain words move through her like wind. She felt them, but they didn't knock anything over. Midway through, Lily decided her shoe was a prison and kicked it to freedom. It thumped into the open space beside Anna and turned on its side, the scuffed sole like a face pulling a mock grimace. Kate applauded the escape. A ripple of low laughter spread behind them. Anna reached over the gap, retrieved the shoe, and for a heartbeat her hand hovered above the empty place the way a bird hovers above water, deciding if it is a mirror or a mouth. She set the shoe on her lap and tied the bow again, slower this time, her throat tight with a feeling that refused to name itself. On other Sundays it went differently. Once in the cold of January she arrived to find a knitted scarf laid along the pew like a flag. Someone had left it to mark the space for her. She knew it by the stitches, Tom's cousin's way of turning yarn into rows of love, and by the color, a blue so steady it fooled the eye into seeing warmth. On a spring Sunday there was a small bouquet tucked into the corner, 3 violets and something green, tied with twine. No note. She had pretended not to know who had done it, and had carried the flowers home in her pocket, where their crushed sweetness surprised her all afternoon. Sometimes she made it through an entire service without looking to her left. Some Sundays she failed before the first amen. She never let her eyes linger long, as if the empty could be made greedy by attention. The girls learned the liturgy of the place at their own speed. Lily mastered the art of the whisper, leaning into Anna's shoulder to breathe secrets with exaggerated seriousness. "Bah, bah, bah," she pronounced, and Anna nodded as if entrusted with state matters. Kate believed in volume. She sang "La!" with zeal on the tail end of the doxology, late by a measure as if honoring her mother's timekeeping. Tom's father held Kate on his knee sometimes, letting her trace the leather cracks of his Bible cover with a finger. Tom's mother carried peppermints in her purse and rationed them like gems. When Lily's patience frayed, a mint placed silently in her hand could smooth the world. After the benediction, the aisle filled with bodies and talk. The Whitakers gathered themselves slowly, as if speed might jar something fragile. Neighbors leaned in with the same phrases that had been making their circuit through the town for months. "You're looking well, Anna," and "any word," and "we keep praying." The questions were mercifully gentle. The answers stayed the same. "We're managing," she said, which meant some days were made of laughter and starch and soap, and some days were made of holes. "Not yet," she said about word. "Thank you," she said for prayers, and meant it each time. Mrs. Albright's hand found Anna's elbow. "You come by this week," she instructed in the tone of a woman who brooks no refusal. "We're doing hymn practice Wednesday, and I need a high part. You can bring the girls. They can bang on the piano like mine used to." "I'll try," Anna said, smiling at the fiction tucked into those 2 words. She always tried. Sometimes trying meant not weeping into the dishwater. On the first Sunday of Advent, they lit a candle and someone's voice shook over the reading. The twins were old enough now to notice light and to want it. Kate reached toward the flame with both hands and said, awestruck, "Hot!" and Lily echoed, "Ot!" and the congregation's chuckle unknotted something in Anna. She stole a glance at the space beside her and, without meaning to, whispered a line into it. "They're learning words, Tom. They're learning light." On Easter, the church wore hats and lilies. And Anna arrived even later than usual because the girls had discovered the chaos that is ribbon. She stood in the vestibule a moment, adjusting bows while the opening hymn swelled, and caught a glimpse of herself in the wavy glass of the cloakroom mirror. A young woman with sleep marks she hadn't earned since girlhood. A thread coming loose on her cuff, eyes that had learned new depths. She thought of Tom in his boyhood suit, the one that never quite fit his wrists, and almost smiled. Inside the sanctuary, the open space waited as faithfully as any parishioner. She sat, and for one heartbeat, it felt like the pew itself leaned toward her, making room in a way that had nothing to do with inches. She prayed different prayers as the months overlapped. Early on, she had prayed the same words again and again, as if repetition could wear a groove deep enough to catch God's heel. Bring him home, bring him home, bring him home. Lately, she prayed smaller and more precise, for one letter, for strength on Tuesdays, for patience enough to let Lily pull apart the bread and eat the insides first, for Kate's cough to be nothing, for her own mind to turn away from the cliff edge of worry when it called her by name. And always, always, for that one place in the pew to be filled by the only body it was meant to hold. When the service ended and people moved toward the doors in a stream of wool and words, Anna lingered. She smoothed the hymn book on the rack until it sat square. She set the twins each on one hip in turn to pull their coats around small, warm arms. Tom's mother tucked a peppermint into Anna's palm as if she were a child too. Tom's father cleared his throat and said, to no one in particular, we'll keep that space, as if anyone had suggested otherwise. Thank you, Anna said. The knot shifted. It never left. Maybe it wasn't meant to, but it moved. And sometimes that was enough. She shepherded the girls into the aisle. The twins waved at the stained glass Jesus with the lamb, at the pastor, at the ceiling fan. At the door she turned and looked back once. The pew held steady, quiet as a promise. She let her eyes rest on the empty place, and leaning toward it the way she used to lean toward Tom when words didn't need to cross the gap, she said what she always said and never said aloud. Please. Then she gathered coats and curls and a diaper bag that always seemed lighter leaving than returning, and stepped into the bright, forgiving day. The bell in the steeple did not ring for the end of service. You couldn't unring what was done, but it chimed anyway in the beat of her feet on the steps, in the twins' delighted shrieks at a stray cat, in the slow, familiar rhythm of a town that knew how to save a place and wait.
The yard was chalk white with frost. Men stood in rows that wavered as if heat were rising off them instead of cold. The guard with the fox fur collar counted in German, the numbers snapping like teeth, 44, 45. Tom's breath smoked out in small, steady ghosts. He watched the line in front of him tug to attention, one man after another discovering he still had a spine. The counting stopped. A dog barked once, bored. The gate clanged. The yard spilled open, and work details began to form. Water party, wood party, latrine crew, the group that would be marched beyond the wire and come back smaller at dusk. Tom's name didn't land on a list this morning. He didn't trust the small mercy of it. He turned toward the hut to fetch the bucket assigned to him, and that was when he saw Harris fold. It happened the way ice gives under a boot. No grand warning, just a crack, and then the whole sheet surrenders. Lieutenant Harris had been holding together for months on a miserable combination of youth and stubbornness. Today, his knees unhooked. He sat hard on the packed earth and tipped forward until his forehead touched his fists. Tom crossed the distance before he could think of a reason not to. He set the bucket down, crouched, and put a hand on the young officer's shoulder. Up close, Harris's face looked like a boy's face that had borrowed too much worry from a man. The weeping wasn't dramatic, no arching shoulders, no sound, just water leaking steadily from eyes that had spent the night awake. "Breathe," Tom said quietly, not to be heard and not to be obeyed, but to break the silence into something that could be shared. Harris dragged in a breath and then another, as if each one were stubborn, mule-stiff. "I can't," he said, and then, more honestly, "I don't know how to do this any longer." Tom knew that feeling, how the yard narrowed and the sky pressed low and the math of days became impossible to balance. He didn't offer a sermon. Sermons slide off men in this place. He lowered himself until he was sitting in the frost beside him. The cold soaked his bones through his thin trousers. It wasn't clever, but it was near. Across the yard, the British major with the limp. Hobbs watched and shifted his weight as if to come and then decided to let Tom have first crack at it. The guards' attention slid across them and away. Men in these yards broke all the time. It didn't rate a rifle butt unless the breaking made noise. "You get any sleep?" Tom asked. Harris gave something that might have been a laugh if it had any air in it. I had a letter. 2 weeks ago. My Mary wrote that the baby says da. She wrote it like I'd be proud." His mouth twisted. "I am proud, and I'm not there." Tom nodded once. He didn't say I know. Knowing wasn't the point. He thought of Anna's last letter, the way she'd drawn 2 small hands at the bottom of the page and written, "We're here. Your chair is warm." He'd read it until the paper felt thin as his own skin. "Listen," he said, pitching his voice low so it sat between them like a secret on the ground. "My wife, Anna. She's going to be furious with me if I don't make it home." Harris blinked, thrown by the turn. "Furious?" "Absolutely." Tom kept his face solemn. "She'll have no one to save her a seat. Whole town will be in chaos. Church pews, supper table, the picture show if they ever fix the projector. No one to stake out the spot and glare at latecomers with love in his eyes. You want that on your conscience?" It was ridiculous. It was also the truest thing Tom owned. A habit worn into him since boyhood. A promise that felt like a rail he could grip in a moving train. Harris's mouth hitched. The sound he made this time was a laugh that remembered how to be a laugh. "Your wife glares with love?" "She's very talented." Tom leaned closer. "And she'll expect me there. I've spent my whole life telling her I'd keep her a place. She started believing me at some point, poor woman. If I don't show, she'll have to save her own seat, and that breaks every rule of the game." Harris wiped his face with the heel of his hand. The motion left a raw streak on his cheek. "Mary doesn't like to be late," he said slowly. "She makes lists, and then she makes lists of her lists. Then she needs you even more," Tom said. "Somebody has to teach your child the art of missing the first verse of the hymn and still hitting the chorus like you meant to." A couple of men within earshot grinned without looking at them. That was how humor had to work here. Aimed down, not up. Soft enough to slip past the guards, strong enough to catch a man by the collar and swing him back from the edge. Harris's shoulders loosened by the width of a thumb. He looked at the frost between his boots. "I don't know how to think past this hour," he said. "Every time I try, the wire gets in the way." "Don't," Tom said. "Don't think past the hour. Think to noon. At noon, the soup is worse than usual, and that means it's over faster." He jerked his chin toward the officer's hut. "And the bench will fight you for your backside. It's important work, besting that bench. I'm saving a seat. You can take it if you show up before me." "You're saving me a seat," Harris repeated, as if testing whether the words could hold his weight. "I'm saving everybody a seat," Tom said. "The bench doesn't know what hit it." They sat a few minutes more, pretending they weren't stealing them. Frost gnawed up through Tom's trousers until his legs hummed with cold. He let it. The yard felt wider by an inch. Hobbs limped over finally and produced 2 chips of something from his pocket. Hard candy, contraband scrounged from a barter that had probably cost him half his bread. He dropped one into Harris's palm and rolled the other into Tom's. "For your restaurant," the Brit said dryly. "You can offer Tic Tacs after the soup." Harris closed his fingers around the candy like it might leak away. "Thank you," he said, voice level now. "Don't thank me," Hobbs said. "Thank your lieutenant here. He has a talent for making empty places look reserved." He tipped his head toward Tom, eyes sharp with approval he'd never say aloud, and stumped off to bully a card deck back to life. When Harris stood, he swayed and then steadied. "I'll work the wood party," he said, almost a question. "Good," Tom said. "Chop like you're scaring winter. We'll meet at the bench." He watched the younger man join the line, shoulders still low but no longer folded. The yard carried on, guards shouting, buckets slopping, breath making the same old smoke. Tom picked up his own bucket and headed for the pump. The handle squealed, complaining like an old aunt, but water came. He filled, hauled, filled again, the rhythm a kind of mercy. By midday, the soup had the thin courage of boiled weeds. Tom took his ladle, the warm tin burning a stripe across his palm, and drifted toward the end of the table, where the bench listed like a ship that had taken one too many waves. He touched the scar on the plank where someone had carved a crooked initial. He couldn't swear it wasn't his doing. Harris arrived with the others, hatless, a wind-raw stripe across his brow. Tom slid a hip to the left, thumped the wood with his fist, and announced, without flourish, "Reserved." A few men laughed. Someone down the table, a farm kid from Nebraska with ears like sails, tapped the bench with a spoon to solemnize the claim. Hobbs murmured, "Hear, hear," and tucked in. "Tell us about the seat," a voice from the far end said. Pruitt, the talker, rescued from the enlisted yard and planted here by a clerical twist and Tom's stubborn insistence. "Is it as fine as they say?" "It's a rickety throne," Tom said. "Wobbles at the exact moment you think you've got your balance. Splinters on the hour. The view, however, is excellent." "What's it look at?" Pruitt said, grinning because he already knew the answer. "Home," Tom said. He let the words sit, unadorned. Then he added, to keep them from sliding into silence, "Also Hobbs's Nose, which is a noble mountain range." Hobbs snorted. "Careful, I'll sneeze and bring the roof down." They ate. The soup fought them and lost. Tom made a performance of discovering a potato scale as thin as a thumbnail at the bottom of his tin and declared it a feast. It was theater, but sometimes theater was what men needed to remember. They were still in the audience for their own lives. Afterward, while others drifted to their corners for the midday lie-down that wasn't rest, Tom stayed on the bench and mended a seam that had opened on his sleeve. The needle was a traded miracle, the thread a surrender from a sock. He sewed with a focus that quieted him. Across the yard, a guard smoked and stared at nothing. The sky was the flat tin of a winter lid. Harris lowered himself beside Tom, not quite touching. He didn't speak for a while, and Tom didn't make him. When he did, his voice was scratchy with use. "What's your wife's name?" Harris asked finally. "Anna." Harris nodded, as if that were a good name to build a bridge with. "Anna will be furious, you say?" "Outraged," Tom confirmed. "Legendary." Harris's mouth twitched. He looked out past the wire. "I can make it another day," he said. "I can make it to a bench." "That's it," Tom said. "That's the whole job?" A wind came up and ran its fingers through the wire. The sound was high and thin, like a far violin unwilling to play all the notes. Tom tucked the needle into the cuff and bit the thread clean. He imagined the letter he would write if they let him this week, the way he would tell Anna about the candy that tasted almost like peppermint, and the boy who learned to breathe again, and the bench that now held more than wood. He didn't allow himself to close his eyes, not here, but he did for a heartbeat lower them and see the kitchen he knew by memory. Light on the table's scar, the chair she'd kept empty until her patience became a habit, two small hands thudding approval at a kettle. In his head, he said the line that had become a prayer he didn't bother to aim upward. "I'm holding your place, keep mine warm." In the afternoon, the wood party returned with a new splintering to their hands and color in their faces. Harris managed a joke about the size of German trees. All trunk, no heartwood, and men pretended to be scandalized. Hobbs tried to teach Pruitt to play cribbage on a board scratched with a nail. The guard with the fox fur collar sneered in their direction and then lost interest, bored by a group that refused to provide his entertainment. As dusk thickened, Tom made one more circuit of the yard the way he had on other fields. He didn't wear stripes anymore, not the kind a man salutes. But duty isn't a shirt you remove when it's dirty. He checked the men he could reach: Harris, Hobbs, Pruitt, the quiet captain who always gave half his bread to the weakest among them as if he were paying a debt he couldn't name. He said nothing profound. He said things like, "See you at soup," and "Don't let Hobbs cheat," and "Stay warm." Small sentences that laid planks over a gap. Night bellied down. In the hut, the stove favored no one. Men curled toward heat and toward each other like commas. Tom lay on his mat, flat on his back, hands folded over the letter in his pocket, though he could have recited it by now. He stared at the seam where two boards didn't meet, and a strip of sky showed through, more suggestion than color. He thought of the pew in the red brick church, of an empty place that was not empty because people were holding it with their attention and their stubbornness. Someone in the dark coughed. Someone whispered a joke that earned the ghost of a laugh. Harris, across the narrow aisle, breathed slow and even, as if he had found shoreline enough for the night. In the morning, he would get up and do it again. The breathing, the bench, the business of keeping men from slipping under. Tonight, he let the ordinary courage of that promise be enough to carry him into sleep.
By mid-morning, the wash had frozen on the line into small white flags. Anna pinched each cloth to test it, breath fogging the air, then gave up and brought the basket inside to drape across chair backs like surrender. The twins were 23 months and had made it their work to undo whatever order she achieved. Lily ferrying wooden blocks from the hearth to the pantry one at a time, Kate climbing into the basket to sit among the damp clothes like a queen on a poor throne. Not a seat, Anna told her, tugging a sleeve free. A bicycle bell clanged down the lane, once, maybe twice. She didn't look up. Not looking was a skill she'd earned. Bells could mean anything. Mrs. Finch's flower, a notice about ration books, the pastor's reminder for choir practice. Not everything with a bell was the thing you wanted most. Kate had found one of Tom's old handkerchiefs in the basket and was learning the joy of waving. Lily copied her, solemn, as if a ritual were being taught. The bell rang again, closer. Then the knock, 3 quick, 1 slow. Mr. Leiter's pattern. Even then, Anna wiped her hands on her apron and told herself not to run. He stood on the porch with cap in hand, his mustache salted with frost. He had the particular careful look people wore when they came bearing news, how they arranged their faces to keep from giving away too much of the ending. Mrs. Whitaker. His voice had a softness she didn't trust. "There's a message for you from the War Department." Her fingers went cold from the inside out. For a heartbeat, she saw the church pew and the open space, the candle in the window, the field of letters tied with string. She saw Tom's handwriting on the mantel, the way he made his T's like fence posts. "It's—" Mr. Leiter cleared his throat. "I think it's good." The envelope was thin but stiff, telegram paper that made a papery crackle when she took it. She carried it to the kitchen table because her knees had decided that was where they would go. Lily and Kate followed in a 2-step, parroting the seriousness. She slid a butter knife under the flap and peeled it back. War Department letterhead. Her name spelled right for once. The first line swam. She blinked hard and read again. The War Department informs you that 2nd Lieutenant Thomas A. Whitaker, previously reported a prisoner of war, has been exchanged and is en route to Allied custody. Stop further details regarding port of arrival and transport to follow. Stop expect additional communications. Stop. She read it twice, 3 times. The words didn't change. Exchanged. En route. Ordinary words, train words, military words. Stepped into her kitchen and made the floor tilt. "Mr. Leiter," she said, and then nothing. The rest of the sentence didn't know how to happen. His eyes shone. "I'll bring the next note as soon as it hits the wire," he said. "You'll be the first." He stood there a second longer, as if ready to catch her if gravity got proud, then gave her his hat brim and left her to the blessed privacy of joy. Anna pressed the paper flat with both hands. Her palms trembled. A laugh rose and collided with a sob and came out as something that startled the twins. Kate's eyes went wide. Lily patted Anna's knee the way she patted the dog at the parsonage gate. "Girls," Anna said, and the word broke her all over again. She dropped to the floor and pulled them into her lap, telegram crinkling between them. "Listen, your daddy—" She couldn't finish. She tried again, half laughing now, because laughter was the only way the sentence could get across. "Daddy's coming home." "Da-ee!" Lily said carefully, looking around as if he might step out from behind the woodbox. Kate said with gusto, "Home!" and clapped so hard her palms turned pink. Anna pressed her nose into each soft head in turn and let tears run where they liked. She had cried down the length of the war, quiet tears into dishwater, quick ones in the pantry where no one saw. But these were different. These tears were loud inside, a rush that scoured and left something clean behind. She stood too fast and had to sit again. Then she stood slower. Telegram held against her like a talisman and did the first thing that made sense. She went for her coat. "We're going," she told the twins, and somehow the coat found arms, the shoes found feet, the hat sat cockeyed on curls. The lane to the Whitaker farm was hard with frost. The ruts remembered every wagon. Anna pushed the pram through them and heard the twin voices narrate the journey. Rock, bird, cold, as if greeting old friends. Tom's mother met her at the gate, eyes narrowing not in suspicion but against hope's bright light. "You got something?" she said, and it wasn't a question. Anna handed her the telegram because her own mouth wouldn't hold the news properly. Tom's father came from the barn, wiping his hands on a rag, saw the paper, saw his wife's face, yanked off his cap like a man confronted with God. His mother read aloud on the porch because she'd never learned to keep joy quiet. Has been exchanged en route. She put her hand to her mouth and made a small sound, high and deep at once. Tom's father sat on the top step as if the porch had buckled and needed his weight, then caught himself and stood again. He reached for Anna, big hand careful on her shoulder, and squeezed once. Nobody said thank you in words, not then, but the air was crowded with it. The house became a bell tower. The news turned over and over, ringing out in small, ordinary peals. His mother set out plates as if the table might need rehearsing. His father fetched the good wood for the stove that burned long and steady that they saved for company. Anna put water to boil as if tea could hold a man steady across an ocean. The twins found the broom and dragged it heroically until it knocked against the sideboard and made their grandmothers wince and laugh at the same time. At last the bustle had to sit down. They opened the Bible to the page where the pressed petals slept. Violet, clover, cornflower, fragments of months. The telegram lay across the tissue-thin paper like a new leaf grown overnight. Tom's mother traced the black type with a finger that shook, then laid her hand on the pressed flowers and said, "He kept them." Anna nodded, throat thick. He kept them. She could see it. The violet pinned above his mat, the cardboard chessboard, the bench with a space guarded by stubbornness. Practicalities intruded as they must. It could be weeks, Tom's father said gently, reading the telegram's silences. Depends on ships, on trains. Anna nodded. Joy was a bridge, but it still had to cross a river. I'll go to the station every morning, she said, and his mother smiled because of course she would, and of course she would be late, and of course the train would wait in all the ways that mattered. She went home with the telegram tucked into her coat, the edges warming against her ribs. The house looked suddenly unfinished in the best way, as if it had been paused mid-breath and could now inhale. She propped the broom in a corner, rolled the rag rug back and beat it on the porch until dust wintered out of it, opened the windows a finger width and let cold air march in like a band. She stripped the bed and shook the pillows until feathers sighed around her like snow. From the wardrobe she pulled his shirts, the ones she'd kept washed and folded because she didn't know how not to. Mothballs had tried to claim them. She shamed the smell with soap and sun. She mended a seam he would never have noticed and pressed a collar flat with a determination that made her laugh at herself. In the kitchen, she took down the plate she'd been keeping bright by habit and set it in its place for supper, not empty anymore, but expectant. The girls caught the change at once. Die? Kate asked, tapping the plate with one solemn finger as if invoking a spell. Soon, Anna said. Soon if the world minds itself. When the twins went down for their nap, she sat at the table with the telegram and a fresh sheet of paper and wrote, knowing the letter might not find him before he did her. Tom, she wrote, the War Department says you have been exchanged. It doesn't say when, only that you are on your way. I am trying to be sensible about it and failing. Your mother cried. Your father remembered to breathe. The girls waved at the telegram. It seemed polite, given the circumstances. She paused, smiled, and kept going. I have the kettle on and the bed made, and your chair, you should know, is offended we ever suggested it might be anyone else's. There is a candle in the window. I told you I would leave it, and I have. If you see a line of lights when you close your eyes, one of them is ours. Aim for it. If they make me wait at the station, I'll be there, even if I miss the first whistle. You've saved me a seat in 100 places. I am saving you this one, now and always. Come home. A. She folded the letter and sealed it and set it on the mantel under his photograph, knowing the post could wait until morning. Some things needed a night to bless them. In the late afternoon, she bundled the twins and walked back to town to tell the pastor because he would want to ring the kind of bell you couldn't hear with ears. Word went where word goes. Mrs. Albright hugged her so hard the girl's hat popped off and rolled under a pew. Mr. Harrison muttered that the west fence would look better with 3 men working than 2, and then turned away blinking like sawdust had gotten in his eyes. That evening, as the sky thinned to steel and the first star shrugged itself awake, Anna struck a match. The candle in the front window took flame like a sigh. The twins leaned on the sill, breath fogging the glass, and raised their hands in greeting to the small, steady light. "Hi day, Lily said softly, and Kate echoed, "Home." Anna stood behind them with a hand on each small back, feeling their ribs move under her palm. On the table behind her, the telegram lay between the salt and the sugar, ordinary among ordinary things. She found she liked it there. Joy ought to learn how to live in a kitchen. A freight train whistled far off, thin as a thread through cloth. She closed her eyes and listened as if the sound could spool toward her across fields and rivers and wire. "I'll be at the station," she murmured, not to the twins or to the room, but to the promise itself. "I'll be there, Tom. Don't you dare be late." For the first night in a long time, when she tipped her face toward heaven, her prayer did not have to climb so far to be heard. The light burned on, the seat was waiting, and somewhere on water or rail, a man she loved was pointed home. Chapter 12, 1944, between here and there. The station clock was wrong, or her feet were. Either way, she was late. She could hear the train before she saw it, a low animal moan rolling over the town, followed by the long, gritting squeal of brakes testing steel. She hitched her skirt and ran, breath turning the gray afternoon into scraps of fog. The twins were with his mother, bundled and bribed with peppermint, so she had only her own clumsy self to manage, which somehow made the lateness feel more like a choice she couldn't defend. "Lord," she panted, half a prayer, half a scold, "keep him there 2 minutes longer." The depot came into view, red brick gone dull with winter, the wooden platform shining dark where steam had settled. The train eased in with a shudder, black engine hulking, couplers clanking like knuckles knocked in greeting. Windows along the cars showed faces bright as lamps, some boys, some men who had forgotten how to be boys and were busy relearning. Voices rose in a jumble, mothers calling names, a child crying "Daddy" like a bell, the station master hollering the town's name as if he could claim it from the thunder of wheels. She shouldered through the crowd, "Excuse me, sorry, so sorry," catching snatches of talk, the warm sugar smell of Red Cross donuts, the sharper bite of coal. A porter swept her past a cart stacked with duffel bags, and for an instant the sight made her chest fold, so many lives reduced to canvas and rope. She craned, searching uniforms as if each one might turn into him if she wished hard enough. For a few terrible seconds she didn't see him. The platform stretched too long and too loud, every hat brim wrong, every jawline familiar and not his. The telegram in her pocket went hot, then cold, as if it remembered how thin paper was. Then she saw the shape of his shoulders. Not because they were broad, they weren't anymore, not like before. It was the set of them, the way they held more than their share of air. He stood a little apart from the press of people, near the end of a bench that had lived 100 winters on this platform. A Red Cross blanket was folded over one arm, a dented enamel cup in the other hand. His coat looked borrowed, the collar sat wrong at his neck. His cap was tucked into a pocket as if his head had forgotten how to wear it. "Tom?" The name leapt inside her, so strong that for a foolish instant she expected it to fly out of her mouth and carry across the clamor like a sparrow returning to a hand. She made herself walk the last yards, not run. He was here, and she was here, and there was a dignity in arriving without collision. He looked up when she was still 3 steps away. His eyes found her as if he'd rehearsed it. Whatever he had braced inside himself, whatever careful arrangement he lived in now, shifted a fraction. He smiled. It wasn't the easy boyish grin that had gotten him in and out of trouble since he was 12. It was smaller, a little crooked, but it was his. She stopped an arm's length from him, as if that was the distance across which the truth could be seen cleanest. Close. The changes showed themselves like old friends who had been away too long, cheeks thinned, a new seam from brow to temple that hadn't been there when she kissed him goodbye, the careful stillness in his hands as if quiet had to be taught to them. His eyes were the same, though, deep in a way that had always made so much room. She began, and the old words fell into place with no help from her. "I'm sorry I'm late." His mouth lifted on one side, and the old mischief flashed and was gone like sun slipping between clouds. He reached without rising and tapped the empty plank beside him. "Good thing I saved you a seat right here," he said, voice shaky and trying for light, the boy and the man finding each other in the sound. Her laugh came out on a breath that was almost a sob. "You would," she managed, and lowered herself onto the bench, the wood cold through her coat. For a second, neither of them looked at the other. They looked at the space their bodies had made together, as if it could be trusted. His hand hovered. She saw him catch the tremor, saw him steady it. "May I?" he asked, the politeness a strange, dear formality. "Please," she said, and the word creaked like a door that had waited too long. He set his palm over hers, and the feeling of his skin, bone and heat, familiar as a knot in a favorite board, unmade her in a way nothing else could. She leaned the smallest bit until her shoulder found his, and he let out a breath she felt more than heard. He smelled like coal smoke and wool and the faint, sharp soap they gave soldiers, and under that, him. "Tell me you got the wire," he said after a moment, as if all this might be a mistake that could still be corrected with paperwork. "I did." She swallowed the ridiculous laugh that wanted out. "Mr. Leiter nearly fell over on the porch telling me. Your mother cried. Your father pretended he didn't." He huffed something that looked like a grin's shadow. "That tracks." A Red Cross woman in a sturdy hat came by with a tray. "Coffee?" she asked, quick eyes flicking between them, measuring needs no one said out loud. Tom lifted his cup, and Anna put a hand over the rim to steady the shake that returned when he moved. He noticed and let her. She noticed that he noticed and didn't name it. The coffee scalded his tongue and made him blink hard. He drank anyway, as if heat were proof he could be burned by ordinary things. "Where are the girls?" he asked, and the question wore a kind of reverence. "With your mother. They would have tried to climb the engine." She smiled, felt her mouth do a thing it hadn't done in months, lift without effort. "They'll wave at you from the window when we get close. They practiced on the cat." "How big?" his voice caught. How old do they look?" "They'll be 2 in a breath." She held up her hand, pressing air to measure it. "Cat has learned to clap for herself after anything. Burps, sneezes, victories. Lily pats things she loves. You will be patted. I'll allow it." He went quiet for a heartbeat. "I'm sorry I missed." He stopped, jaw locking on the word he didn't need to say. Steps. It hung there between them, polite as a guest who knew better than to intrude. She slid her thumb along his knuckles, felt the ridge of a scar that hadn't belonged to her before. "They'll do it all again," she said softly, "in some form. You know how children are. Nobody ever told them firsts have to be rationed." He nodded, the motion small, then looked at her as if asking permission to look and not just glance. She let him. His gaze went over her hair, the few strands that refused their pins, over the creases at the corners of her eyes, the scar on her finger from the day a jar lid fought her. He touched that finger with his, very gently, the way a man tests a thing to see if it still holds. "You kept the candle," he said, not as a question. "I could see it with my eyes shut." "I kept it," she said. "It smoked the window something awful." He smiled again, and this time it lasted long enough to make a shape in her chest. "Thank you for the smoke," he said. Around them, reunion rolled and eddied. A boy shouted for his mama and got lost in her arms. A man lifted a toddler he had never met into the air and learned the weight of happiness. Someone laughed too loud, the sound like a pan dropped in an empty sink. Tom flinched so quickly she might have missed it if she hadn't been looking. His eyes cut to the far edge of the platform, to the gap between stacks of luggage, to the door into the station. Mapping exits, she thought, filing the knowledge without touching it. There would be time, later, to make room for what frightened him. Now she leaned her shoulder more firmly against his. "You look," she began, and then stopped, because the word she wanted, thin, felt like a kindness delivered with a needle. "You look like yourself," she said instead, and watched the relief of that simple mercy settle under his skin. "You look like 3 different kinds of brave," he answered, "and a woman who runs late." She snorted, grateful for the laugh as a place to breathe. "Some things refuse reform." "Good," he said. "I don't know what I'd do if you arrived on time. Panic, probably." He glanced at the bench, tapping the plank once more with 2 fingers. "This seat has been through it. I told it about you. Did it forgive me? It said it never doubted." He lowered his voice, private amid the public clamor. I didn't either, not really. The hours tried to convince me otherwise sometimes, but not really. They sat like that for a minute, that might have been more. When she could trust her legs, she stood. He rose more slowly, as if the air weighed a little heavy on him and he had to push through it. The stiffness lived in his shoulders. She could see it now. A square set that wasn't pride so much as a habit learned in a place where slumping had cost. There's someone I have to sign to, he said, glancing toward a knot of officers near the baggage cart. 2 minutes. I'll be right here. The words were an answer to this moment and to everything before it. He went. The officer, a reserve captain with spectacles, checked a list, nodded at Tom's name, murmured something Anna couldn't hear. Tom replied with brief, economical words. When he came back, the set of his mouth had eased. "Permission to depart, Mrs. Whitaker?" he said, offering his arm like a boy playing at gallantry. "Granted," she said and took it. The edge of his sleeve brushed her wrist, and that small contact felt like crossing a state line. They walked the length of the platform. He kept his duffel close, the strap taut against his shoulder. She didn't offer to take it. He didn't offer to give it up. It seemed important that he carry what he could. At the stairs, he paused and looked back. The bench sat where they'd left it, darkened by steam, indifferent and faithful. He touched the rail, old wood warmed by 100 hands, and said, almost to himself, "Home." Anna felt the word take the shape of a room around her. She tightened her hand on his arm. "We'll be late," she said, out of habit and hope. He smiled that small, sudden smile again and shook his head. "I've been late a long time." He tilted his cheek toward her, tentative and earnest. "Come on, then. Let's go make up for it." They stepped down into their town, into its patched streets and patient houses, into the afternoon that had stopped pretending to be anything but gray. She matched her pace to his without thinking. He matched his to hers on purpose. Somewhere, 2 little girls would be pressing noses to glass, practicing their waves. Somewhere, a candle would be burning down an honest inch at a time. "Don't hurry," she said, even as her feet wanted to fly. "I don't want to miss this part." "We won't," he said. His hand found hers, sure now, and held. At the latch, his hand hesitated, then closed. The door swung, and the familiar hinge squealed the same small complaint it always had. Coal smoke from the station came in on his coat and met the kitchen's clean soap smell and the faint sweetness of the apple butter she'd fussed over that morning, because doing something with her hands had felt safer than waiting with them open. He stepped inside and stopped as if the room were a photograph he had to study for what had changed. His cap dangled from 2 fingers. The duffel hung off his shoulder with the stubbornness of something that had learned not to be let go. He didn't set it down. Not yet. "It's the same," she said, and heard the untruth in it. "Homes keep living while you're gone." "Mostly the same. I put the kettle on." He smiled a tired, crooked smile that made more of the quiet than of her words. His eyes moved without his head, window, table, the peg where his Sunday jacket used to live, and where she'd hung one of his shirts because the sight of it had behaved like courage on bleak afternoons. He touched the shirt with 2 fingers, as if to confirm it would still hold a man's weight. "Tea, then," he said after a moment, the words carefully ordinary. "If you've got any left to spare." "I've got a whole store of it," she lied with cheerful precision and moved toward the stove. The flame ticked as it caught. Her hands remembered the rhythm of cups and sugar, the way to steady the thin clink of a saucer so noise didn't make anyone feel jarred. He moved with her shadow close, not hovering but within reach, as if proximity were a skill he had to learn again. On the mantel, the telegram lay under the salt and sugar where she'd left it. Beside it, the photograph in its simple frame, the one she'd sent to camp that had traveled only across a room instead of across the world. He saw it and stopped again. The picture was old enough to have gathered a little dust at the edges. He didn't wipe it. He let the blur be. "Do you want to see them?" she asked, lowering her voice without thinking, as if the twins might hear from rooms away. His throat worked. "More than I want air." She led him down the short hall. The floorboard by the pantry still popped under a careful foot. He avoided it on instinct and then noticed that his body had done that, remembering for him, and looked briefly startled, like a man caught being tender with himself. In the small bedroom they'd claimed for the girls, Twilight lay soft, as if someone had set it there with 2 hands. 2 little beds faced the window. Lily had somehow turned sideways in hers and slept with 1 foot propped on the railing, stubborn even in dreams. Kate was on her stomach, fists under her chin, hair a wheat blonde tangle over her cheek. Their breaths made the gentlest of tides. Tom didn't step over the threshold. He stood in the doorway and leaned his shoulder into the frame as though it could share the weight he'd brought home. He didn't reach to touch them. He traced their hands and hair and the slope of their tiny spines with his eyes, as if memorizing were a kind of protection. "Which is which?" he whispered, and the whisper broke into something else, not a sob. He had learned too much to let sound run wild, but a gasp that had forgotten it belonged to a soldier first. "Lily's nearest," Anna said. "She pats things she loves. You'll have fingerprints on your heart by morning. Kate applauds herself for everything. She'll clap you alive." He smiled toward the floor, teeth not showing, and nodded like a man receiving orders he was glad to follow. "They're more than I pictured," he said, and then, because the thing begged to be named true, "they're perfect." A car backfired out on the lane, 2 sharp cracks, harmless as lids popping when jars seal if you're in a kitchen and not in a camp. He flinched so hard the doorframe creaked. His hand flew to his side in search of what wasn't there. The breath he dragged in was ragged and too fast. He made a half laugh of it, quick and thin. "Old Ford," he said, as if he could identify models by the shape of panic. "Somebody ought to." He didn't finish. Anna didn't look at him full on. She let her gaze rest on Kate's hair, on Lily's foot and its ridiculous angle. "I'll speak to Mr. Harrison about his muffler," she murmured, same tone she'd use for a leaky roof. She reached back without turning and slid her fingers into his. No squeeze, no fuss, just her hand, warm and present. After a moment his knuckles eased under her thumb. They stood there until the room's quiet felt steady again. After, on their way back down the hall, he checked the back door latch twice, light as a habit, and she pretended to fuss with the tea towel so the gesture could be private. At the washstand he paused. The mirror held a man who had been through weather. He rubbed his jaw and grinned at himself, awkward, almost apologetic. "I keep surprising that fellow," he said. "He's not so strange," she said. "He looks like someone I know who needs a shave and a nap." She held up his old razor. He took it, considering as if it might be something delicate. Then he set it down. "Not tonight," he decided. "Let him be who he is for an evening." "Fine by me," she said, and meant it. They ate bread and stew at the kitchen table, knees almost touching. He took careful bites, as if his mouth had to learn ease, as if chewing too fast might startle him. Twice his eyes went to the window when a wagon rattled past. Once his hand sought a wall unconsciously when a dish slipped in the rack and clinked too brightly. He thanked her for the stew as if he hadn't earned 1,000 bowls of it already just by staying alive. She told him small things because grand things had too many vowels tonight. How the elm had dropped its last leaves all at once in a single wind that felt like a decision. How Mrs. Albright had taken to counting choir attendance like it was inventory. How the blue jar on the sill caught afternoon light and threw it into the room and made the twins chase it like cats. He listened like a thirsty man drinks, slow, avoiding greed so the stomach doesn't rebel, nodding, smiling in the proper places, asking for more about the jar and the elm and Mrs. Albright because the world needed furniture again, and these were pieces he could sit on. On the mantel, the candle stood where it had stood for months. She'd meant to light it, then thought it silly now that he was home, then thought maybe not silly at all. He noticed it. "If you don't mind," he said, "could we keep that one more night?" She struck a match. The wick took flame, small and sure. The window silvered with the reflection, and for a heartbeat the room contained 2 candles, the real one, and the one the glass made out of insistence. He looked at the flame like a man getting his bearings by a star. "For the fellows still finding their way," he said, "and for me if I wake up lost." "We'll make a habit of it," she said, "at least for a while." By the time they climbed the narrow stairs to their room, the day had grown heavy on his shoulders. He set his duffel at the foot of the bed and stood with his hand on its strap, not quite letting go. The bed looked larger than it had the night before, and smaller too. as if it had accepted both of them but didn't want to boast. He chose the side farthest from the window. She did not remark on it, only moved the quilt aside and fluffed his pillow as if this were a thing wives did when their husbands came home from ordinary days. He sat and bent to pull off his boots. His fingers hesitated at the laces, and she knelt to finish the knots without making a ceremony of it. His socks were darned, his work showing in small, neat scars, evidence of mending that had held. When he lay back, he did it with an alertness that didn't fit a bed. He arranged himself so he could see the door, and she had the sudden picture of him on that rickety bench he'd written about, body set to spring even while sitting. She slid under the quilt and turned onto her side to face him. In the dim, his face softened, the camp-thin planes of it made gentle by the commonplace miracle of blankets and a roof. "You don't have to be all the way here tonight," she said quietly, because pretending had never served them. "You can arrive in pieces. I'll keep track and hand them to you when you want them." His mouth tugged. "I thought I was the one always saving you a place." "You were," she said, and tucked her hand into his, where the blanket made a small cave of warmth between them. Turns out, sitting beside each other works both ways. He stared at the ceiling for a long breath. A wagon clattered far off. The house answered with a settling creak like an old hymn admitting it still knew the tune. He let out air he'd been hoarding and rolled his palms so their fingers fit better. "Good," he said, "because I feel between. Like the train braked and I'm still standing in the aisle." "We'll stand there together," she said, "until it feels like a room again." He laughed once, soft and real. "You and your rooms. Someone has to furnish them." She reached up and nudged a curl off his brow, the gesture so familiar it startled her to find it waiting. "Sleep if you can," he nodded. His eyes shut, then flicked open once at some memory she couldn't see, and then closed again. His breaths evened but never sank fully. Twice he tensed, the kind of small brace a body does when it expects noise, and each time she stilled her own breath until his steadied. The candle downstairs thinned itself by inch by inch. She could smell a hint of its smoke drifting up like a bedtime story's last page. When sleep came for her, it came from the edges. She drifted and returned and drifted again, anchored by the warm weight of his hand. Just before she slid under, he spoke, so quiet she wasn't sure it wasn't the house. "Saved your seat," he murmured, not a joke so much as a ritual, words placed carefully in the dark where they could do their work. She smiled into the pillow. "I know," she said. "I'm in it." Outside, a car coughed and moved on. He didn't startle. Not this time. She felt his fingers tighten once around hers, then loosen, and promised the ceiling beams and the stars beyond that if the night sent terrors before dawn, it would find them both awake to meet them. For now, the bed held. The house breathed. The candle burned low and steady in the window, keeping its quiet watch for morning. By 4 o'clock, the kitchen looked like a hymn about abundance. Casseroles multiplied without ever being announced. Ham and scalloped potatoes from his mother, chicken and rice from hers, a green bean dish wearing onions like medals, 2 pies that arrived with great ceremony and no explanation as to who had claimed which. The twins orbited the table like small comets, Lily patting chair legs as if to bless them, Kate clapping whenever someone set a new dish down, as though she had commissioned it personally. Anna had rearranged the chairs twice and then once more for good measure. She'd already learned the map of Tom's comfort in these first 24 hours home. Back to a wall, sightline to a door, noise kept to a brightness he could step away from. She switched her place card with his mother's without comment, slid his chair so he'd face the kitchen doorway and the hall beyond, and tucked his napkin on the left because he'd always reached wrong on purpose to make her laugh. Some part of her wanted to put a note on the chair, reserved, because that seemed the truest word in the room. "You're fussing," her mother said gently, arriving with a pot covered in a towel like a baby. "It doesn't need fussing." "It needs a little," Anna said, smoothing the tablecloth as if a wrinkle might trip someone she loved. "He needs places to land." Her mother's eyes softened. "Then give him yours." She kissed Anna's temple and moved into Marshall's silverware with the efficiency of a woman who had served 3 funerals and 5 harvest feasts without losing a fork. Tom came down the hall at the sound of voices and stopped on the threshold, shoulders doing that square thing that wasn't pride. He had shaved after all. She could see the carefulness in the line, the way the razor had hesitated at his jaw, and he had given it time to change its mind. For a breath, his gaze skittered over the room, people, dishes, exits, then settled on her. The look was a rope thrown across a gap. She caught it. His parents were on him first, the two of them forming an embrace that looked like they were placing him somewhere on purpose. His mother's hands were small, fierce circles on his back. His father's grip landed on his shoulder and stayed there a second longer than casual. Anna's mother hugged him after that, saying only, "You're here," like a benediction. "Daddy," Kate announced, as if the room might be in doubt. "Home!" She clapped once, hard enough to make her own eyes shine. Lily reached him slower, serious, and patted his sleeve. He went still under that small, steady hand, and when he bent to press his mouth to her hair, his breath shook. The twins took this tremble for laughter and giggled, which was as good an alchemy as any. "Come on," Anna said lightly, steering him toward the table before the swell of greeting became a tide. "Before your mother decides this is a buffet and not a supper." "That woman can outcook an army," Tom's father said, half proud, half warning. "If we linger, we lose." They bowed their heads while Anna's mother prayed. The words were simple, thanks for food, for surviving, for the work still to be done, but when she added, "and for the empty seats that are not empty because we hold them so," Anna felt Tom's thigh tighten against hers under the table. She slid her foot along his calf, steady as a spoke, and felt him exhale. "Dig in," his mother said, already ladling as if the command had been obeyed. Talk rose and braided itself automatically. Farm weather from his father, choir gossip from her mother, the mayor's new notice about ration books that nobody believed would be enforced properly. Tom smiled, nodded, asked after the West Fence, as if he hadn't been halfway across the world the last time he'd seen it. He ate like a man who remembered how to be grateful and was teaching his body to act accordingly. Small bites, careful chews, cup lifted in a rhythm that didn't startle his own hand. Twice he reached for his spoon and found it not where he expected. Twice he covered the pause with a joke about the kitchen elves moving things in the night. The table laughed. He flushed, then didn't. It was work to be ordinary. "Save some of that ham for the veteran," his father said, when Kate made a land grab across the platter with her fork like a pirate. "The man needs a second round to convince himself this isn't a dream." "Third," Anna said. "The first 2 rounds are for me and the twins." "Fair," Tom said gravely. "I've been gone a long time. My claims are junior." A plate slipped in the dish rack behind Anna, jumped free, and shattered against the sink. The sound cracked the room. Tom's chair scraped hard, his jaw cinched. His eyes went to the back door, then the window, then the hall. 3 points staked like a map he could run if he had to. Conversation faltered. Anna felt the table tilt as if the house itself had braked. She reached across the small gulf between her chair and his and got her hand around the back rung of his. Pulled, not much, just enough so that his chair bumped hers and the wood knocked softly as if greeting an old friend. She leaned until her shoulder brushed his. "Saved you a seat, soldier," she said, tone warm as bread. "You don't have to go anywhere." Laughter, quick and uncomplicated, went around the table. His mother's first, then her mother's, then his father's low chuckle like a bass note. Tom's breath let go at the edges. He unclenched his jaw 1 notch, then another, and set his palm flat on the table, not fisted. He looked at Anna with a gratitude that made her want to cry. "Clumsy old rack," his father said, rising to sweep the shards. "Been threatening to quit since 32. "You said that about the mayor, too," Anna's mother said, and the room tipped back toward its usual weather. The twins rescued the moment fully by discovering a pea on the floor and treating it as if it were a rare bird. Lily patted it solemnly. Kate applauded its existence. A second wave of laughter made the kitchen feel like a place a man could stay. Anna kept the talk moving, not bright exactly, but steady. "Mrs. Albright has decided we need 2 altos for every soprano," she said, which drew the expected groans. "The elm lost a branch in the last storm. Mr. Harrison says it was showing off anyway." She gave Tom easy questions he could step into without tripping. Tell Ma how to make that camp coffee that eats spoons. She's been trying to perfect it. It requires a bench that's at least part splinter, he said, deadpan, and a man named Hobbs to sneer at anyone who adds sugar. Hobbs, his father repeated, rolling the name like a marble. He British? Extraordinarily, Tom said, and the table took extraordinarily as a toast and lifted cups. He lifted his with them, his smile a little straighter this time. To Hobbs, he added, and to the bench that tolerated us. To benches, Anna echoed softly, letting the word do its quiet work. His mother watched him with a love that had learned not to press. We'll send a package to your Hobbs, she said. What do the British like? Winning, her mother said. And jam. Jam we have, his father said, which was almost true. Winning, we'll see too. They ate pie. Tom took the smallest slice, and then a second, equally small at his mother's insistence. When a fork clattered too near his ear, his shoulder jumped and then settled immediately, as if he'd rehearsed that calming. He kept one hand on the table's edge now and then, fingertips pressing and releasing, like a man testing whether a thing would hold. Every time his touch tightened, Anna's knee found his, and each time the pressure in his jaw unwound a turn sooner than the last. Will you come Sunday? Her mother asked, and Anna opened her mouth to intercept the question. Give him time. Don't ask him to be seen, but Tom answered before she could. Yes, he said simply. If I'm late, it's because I'm trying to find the right door. I hear the place saves seats. His mother's eyes filmed. His father cleared his throat. Whole pew's been practicing for months. When the twins' patience wore thin, signaled by Kate applauding nothing in particular and Lily patting her own face as if to keep it from falling off, Anna stood. Bedtime for the sovereigns, she announced. Tom pushed back his chair instantly, then hesitated, as if crossing the room in front of this many eyes required permission. She offered it with a nod he didn't need and handed him Lily. He cradled his daughter as though the air had thickened so she wouldn't break, and Lily, satisfied with the physics of this arrangement, patted his cheek twice in approval. Kate clapped like a conductor bringing the symphony in on time. Upstairs, murmurs, the quiet thunder of water in the basin, small feet resisting sleep on principle. Downstairs, the kitchen changed pitch. His mother and hers moved with a well-practiced economy, covering dishes, sorting leftovers into repurposed jars. His father stacked chairs with the reverence of a man who understood how a day sat down when it was done. The house exhaled. When Tom came back, he paused in the doorway, hair mussed by tiny hands, a damp crescent on his shoulder where someone's good night had been industrious. He looked younger by a year and older by 10. Anna passed him a towel without fuss, and he took it the way he took everything tonight, with thanks he didn't make a speech of. You all right? She asked, not as a test, but like a shelf you set a mug on to see if it wobbles. He considered. Working on it, he said. The work, it helps when there's a seat with my name on it. She nudged his chair with her hip. Then stop standing like you mean to leave. He sat. The table had lost some dishes and gained elbow room. Cups made rings on the cloth like small calendar marks for a thing completed. Her mother pried a final bit of pie loose and tried to give it to him. He passed it to his father. His father passed it back around the circle until it found Kate's empty high chair tray, where it sat like a joke waiting for a better audience in the morning. Good nights came in a slow tide. Coats fetched and scarves wound. Hats clapped onto heads, hugs exchanged in the doorway, where cold made everyone lean closer for warmth. Tom's mother pressed a peppermint into his palm like she had in church. His father's hand on his shoulder said the things he wasn't ready to yet. Anna's mother kissed his cheek and whispered something that made his eyes blink faster, then kissed Anna's too and pressed her forehead to hers for a second longer than usual. When the door closed and the quiet found them, Anna stayed where she was, palms flat on the table. The candle in the window burned a steady inch. She could hear the twins settling upstairs, the house answering them with a creak like a scent. Tom lifted his plate and hers, set them in the dry sink, and turned back. His gaze tapped the doorway, the window, the hall, and then returned to her. He tugged his chair an inch closer until their knees met under the table. Saved me a seat, he said, not joking now. I always will, she said. He let that sit. Then, as if granting himself permission, he leaned forward and set his forehead briefly against hers. It wasn't a kiss, it was a laying down. When he drew back, some tightness had gone out of his mouth. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" "For making the room arrange itself in a way I can handle." She almost laughed because she'd moved a chair and a napkin, and he made it sound like she'd rolled a stone away from a door. "Then stay," she said simply. He nodded, stood, and reached for the dishpan. She rose too. They worked side by side, sleeves cuffed, hands in warm water that smelled of lye and lemons. Now and again a dish knocked another and made a bright sound. Each time his eyes flicked up, each time they found her and stayed. The candle in the front window had burned itself down to a brave little stub. It made a puddle of wax in the saucer and a soft, patient light on the parlor wall, as if it were practicing dawn. Upstairs, the house lay still, joists resting, stairs remembering footsteps, the faint tick of the hall clock finding its way through the dark. Beside her, Tom slept on his side facing the door, one hand under the pillow, the other open on the quilt. Anna woke to the sound of his breath changing. It went from steady to staccato, from here to somewhere else. He drew in air with a small, rough sound, half gasp, half word, and then another. His shoulders tensed under the blanket as if bracing for a blow. She lifted her head, the room coming into focus with the quick clarity of a mother listening for cries in the night. "Tom," she said, not loud, testing the name against the dark. His legs kicked free of the sheet. He flung an arm across the bed, searching for a rifle that wasn't there, fingers closing on nothing. A sound came out of him that made her chest seize. It wasn't a scream yet, but the beginning of one. "Down!" he barked, a command dragged up from a place with wire and winter and guns, his voice wrong in their room. He lurched upright, tangled. The quilt fought him, and he fought back like a drowning man shredding water. "Tom!" She was already on her knees, catching his wrists before he could pitch forward. She didn't grip hard. She learned quickly his body answered gentleness faster than force. "Tom, love, it's me, Anna. Home." She brought his hands down to the blanket. "Feel this," she murmured. "Your mother's stitching, the one she did by the stove a few years back. See? You teased her for the crooked corner." She pressed his palm flat to the quilt, then guided it to the bed frame, to the nick he'd made age ago, moving a trunk, to the cool brass of the lamp. "Wood, brass, thread, you're in our room." His eyes were open and not seeing. A sob burst out of him then, raw and wordless, and the scream finally found its path. It ripped the quiet in two. Down the hall, one of the twins whimpered, the other stirred and mercifully settled again with a sigh like a feather changing its mind. Anna didn't look away from him. She couldn't afford to. "With me," she said steadily. "Right here. Tom, look at me." His hands found her forearms and clamped, not to hurt but to anchor. He panted, throat-working, the sheen of sweat on his brow, even in the cold. "I can't!" He swallowed hard. The words came in a rush he couldn't shape. "I can't get them out. The wire, the bench, Harris." The names collided, fragments breaking on his teeth. She brought one of his hands to her cheek and pressed his palm there. "Skin," she said, because naming ordinary things sometimes opened a door. "Warm, alive, that's me." She leaned in until his knuckles felt her breath. "Listen, kettle's cold, clock's tick is slow and bossy, the candle's trying to outlast the night. You are home." The next breath he took slowed by a fraction. His eyes found the line of her face and followed it like a path. "Anna," he said at last, and her name sounded like water. She nodded. "Anna, the late one, right on time." The corner of his mouth tried to lift and failed. Another tremor went through him, smaller. He bent forward until his forehead touched her shoulder. His hands were shaking so hard that her own arms trembled from the echo. She slid one palm to the back of his neck and pressed a steady weight. "That's it," she whispered. "Back home." He shuddered, then sucked air as if it might flee. "I'm sorry," he said into her nightgown, the words wrecked and earnest. "I'm sorry, I woke you. I scared." His head jerked toward the door, toward the small beds down the hall his mind would not stop counting. "I scared them." "They're asleep," she said, because truth was a mercy. "They're sailors in their own little boats. You and I are watching the water. That's all." He sat there, breathing like a man climbing out of deep water onto a dock that might not hold. The shaking ran its course the way thunder does, loud, then less, then memory. He eased back, In the faint hallway glow, she could see the salt on his cheeks. He rubbed them away with the heel of his hand, quick and embarrassed, as if tears were contraband he might be searched for. "I should be better," he said, voice hoarse. "It's not decent to bring that place in here. I keep meaning to leave it at the door." "The door can't hold that much," she said. "Let it sit here between us. We're stronger together." She reached past him and turned up the lamp just enough to gentler the shadows. It made a little island of light on the quilt. The room stepped closer around them. He swallowed again, throat clicking. "I heard car backfire, and then it was there. I was there." He dragged a hand through his hair. "I knew I wasn't. Both were true. That's the worst part, the split." He glanced toward the window as if expecting wire to have grown where the glass was. It had not. Only the familiar smudge from small hands tracked across the pane. Anna kept her voice even. "Then we steady one truth until the other remembers to sit down." She stood long enough to fetch the cup from the washstand, filled it at the pitcher, and came back. Small sips. He obeyed like a man grateful for orders. The water shivered in the cup between his hands, then steadied. When he lowered it, she took it and set it on the table with a quiet that meant to prove quiet existed. "I don't like who I bring home at night," he said abruptly, staring at the quilt so he didn't have to stare at what he said. "I spend my days trying to be a husband and a father. Then I close my eyes and I'm a man who—" She rested her forehead against his for a heartbeat. "You bring the same man. He just changes jobs after dark. That's not his fault." She held his gaze until he risked meeting it. "We'll face the dark together." He winced, as if the sentence had found a bruise and pressed. Then he gave a shaky laugh that surprised both of them. "You always think you need me to save you," he said, not quite teasing. "There I am, holding your place, the boy on the schoolyard bench, glowering at anyone who dared sit there." The laugh softened. "I never told you. Half the time it was the other way around. Sitting beside you was the saving I needed." She wanted to answer lightly, but the truth deserved its dignity. "I know," she said. "I didn't then. I do now." She slid her fingers between his and tightened her grip just enough to be felt. "You saved me by being there. I save you the same way. No uniforms, no heroics, just together." He looked down at their joined hands as if they were a new tool he had to learn the name of. Then he nodded once, sharp and grateful, and squeezed back. A few moments later, a small voice floated in from the hall, Lily's, muzzy with sleep. "Mama?" Another higher, as if echoing the moon. "Home? Kate?" Anna started to rise, but Tom's hand touched her wrist, hesitant. "Let me," he said. "Are you sure?" He nodded, stood, and for a second wobbled on old seas. She steadied him with a touch at the hip. He crossed to the doorway, and she watched him pause, one last brace out of habit, then go down the hall with steps that learned quiet as they went. She heard the creak of the girl's door, the whisper of his voice. "It was a bad dream, Bugs," he murmured, the nickname falling out of him like it had been waiting behind his teeth. "I had it. Not you." A small pat. Lily, she knew it without seeing, then a soft, delighted clap from Kate, muffled by blanket. "Shh," he said, gentler than she had ever heard him speak, and the tiny claps turned into the small thrum of a child settling. When he came back, the room had grown warmer by the space of those minutes. He sat again, nearer this time, as if the bed had moved in the interval. The tremor had left his hands. His eyes looked wrung out and human. "Thank you," he said, a phrase too small for the work they'd just done. "For what?" She tucked the quilt around his thigh where it had slipped. "Sitting up with my husband? For not asking me to be better yet." He glanced at the window, where the candle's reflection held steady alongside the glass's ghost. "For the light. For knowing the quilt stitch to name. For the—" He blew out a breath. "Ridiculous patience you've kept coiled somewhere behind your ribs." "I'm late to everything," she said. "It buys patience I don't deserve." That undid him into a real smile, crooked and beloved. He lay back, slower this time, his body accepting the bed inch by inch. He kept her hand when he went, refused to break the contact like a swimmer who knows better than to let go of the rope. "Should we blow the candle?" she asked. He thought, then shook his head. "Not tonight. Let it keep watch. For the fellows still wandering. For me, if I forget the way again." "Then we'll keep it," she said. She reached to turn down the lamp. The small island of light narrowed and pooled. Grieving and gratitude made neighbors on her tongue. She swallowed both and lay on her side facing him. They stayed awake a while, not talking. The clock set one soft foot after another. Somewhere outside a dog barked once and then thought better. When at last his breathing deepened, it did so without that knife-edge catch she'd heard an hour ago. Sleep came back like an apology. Just before she drifted, he spoke into the space between them, the words barely moving the air. "Saved your seat," he murmured, and for the first time since he'd come home, it sounded less like a defense and more like a vow he could keep without fighting anything. "I'm in it," she answered, the old answer finding its new use. She did not pretend the night would never bring terrors again. Morning would find them walking because movement sometimes taught the body it had crossed a border. Maybe to the old bridge over the creek where boards talked underfoot and water made a sound like thinking. For now, the house breathed. The candle burned to a faithful nub, and two people lay within reach of each other, saving the other's place until the light arrived in the morning. They left the twins with his mother after dinner, 2 kisses each, 1 for each cheek, and a promise that if Kate applauded bedtime, Grandma would clap along and call it a triumph. The afternoon was already pulling itself thin toward evening when Anna and Tom stepped off the road and followed the rutted path toward the creek. Frost laced the grass where the sun couldn't quite reach. The sky looked scrubbed, more bone than blue. They walked without talking for a while. Tom kept to the edge of the path, the habit of skirting open ground sitting in his body like a lesson learned too well. Now and again his hand found the small of her back, not to urge or steer, but to check, to count, to confirm that she was where he meant her to be. She didn't mind the inventory. If anything, it felt like proof he was still practicing presence. The bridge appeared as they topped the low rise. Old timber, weather-silvered, 2 plank rails, and a deck that undulated with the creek's long memory. She could not remember a version of herself that did not know this bridge. It belonged to their childhood like gravel and scraped knees. They had fished off it with string and bent pins, dared each other to spit into the current, leaned over the side so far once that Tom's mother had swatted both of them. Today, the boards greeted them with their usual complaint. Each step called up a music of groans and soft knocks, an old hymn sung by wooden nails. The creek shouldered by below, winter swollen, and the color of tea left too long. Thin ice clung to the margins, the brittle kind that broke like candy when a stick touched it. Somewhere upstream a dog barked exactly twice and then decided better of it. Tom stopped at the crown of the span and set his hands on the rail. He didn't grip, not at first. He let his palms rest there flat, as if greeting the bridge before asking it to hold him. Anna took her place beside him and copied the gesture. The wood was cold enough to sting. Sap smell and creosote rose up when the wind turned. "Do you ever feel like my body made it home, but the rest of me is lagging a mile back?" She blew out a breath that had waited all day to be let go. "Yes," he nodded, as if the word were a plank he could step onto. "Between," he added. "Like there's a bank behind me I can't get back to, and a bank in front of me that doesn't believe I've arrived." His mouth tugged as if catching a splinter of humor in his own sentence. "Whole life I've been good at crossing things. Fences, fields, the street when I shouldn't. This," he tapped the rail twice. "I don't know the trick for this." She kept her gaze on the water for a few beats. The current made a kind of thinking sound as it shouldered a fallen limb. A leaf spun in a small eddy, considering its options. "I don't know the trick either," she said at last. "I wish I did. I can't drag you. I tried pulling letters and prayers and pies and cleaning and—" She shook her head, a small embarrassed laugh escaping. "Turns out there isn't a rope long enough." He huffed, and the sound warmed the air between them. "You do make a persuasive pie." "I'm glad it has its place," she said, and bumped his shoulder with hers. "But it doesn't build bridges, not by itself." They stood in the mutual honesty, which was more comfortable than pretense but still required effort, the way holding a baby does even when you love it more than your arms. "I went to church," he said after a moment, "and sat in the seat your mother saved. My legs knew how to be there. The rest of me kept counting exits. In my head, I said the words along with the pastor because my mouth remembered them without asking me. I felt like a man doing a good impression of sitting." "I watched your jaw," she admitted, a little smile not mocking. It unclenched 3 times during the sermon and twice in the hymn. He turned his head. You counted my jaw? I count things, she said. Not because I'm worried you'll break, but because sometimes numbers feel like handholds. He seemed to try the idea on and found it fit. His hand slid around the rail and held it properly for the first time, fingers whitening and then easing. If I say I'm tired of people telling me I'm lucky, he ventured, voice careful, do I sound ungrateful? No, she said. You sound like a person who knows luck isn't everything. He was quiet. The wind lifted and let go of his hair. Downstream, a patch of sun made a moving coin on the water, then spent itself. I feel wrong in rooms, he said, like I'm wearing a coat that fits somebody else. Trouble is, outside doesn't feel right either. Somewhere between the door and the road, between the road and here. He tilted his chin at the creek bank. Between that bank and this one. She let herself look at him full on then. The higher cheekbones, the new seam near his eye, the way the skin over his knuckles seemed thinner than the last summer he'd helped her haul in laundry. She reached for his hand and threaded her fingers through his. He flinched, but only because the cold made his bones protest. Then he held back with his whole palm, persuasion and plea. I can't promise to pull you across, she said. If I yank, we both fall in, and then your mother will get the switch she saved for our childhood and prove it still works. That won the smallest grin, which she wanted very much to count. But I can stand with you, as long as it takes. I won't let go. He swallowed, throat working. What if that's a very long time? Then it's a very long time, she said, and surprised herself with how light the sentence felt once it was said. She hadn't realized how heavy not saying had been. We have candles and kettles and 2 small girls who believe clapping cures most ills. We'll be late to the crossing if we must, but we'll arrive together. He blinked quick, and she saw the moment he accepted the mercy of not having to be hurried. He leaned his forearms into the rail now, spine unwinding by degrees. I don't know what you need from me, he confessed. I don't know what husband looks like anymore. The one in my head feels like a story. She let the words move through her and settle, then answered the only way she knew to be fair. I need what is, not what was. She gestured toward town, small under the winter light. The roof leaks on the north side. The elm will want pruning. The twins will learn to jump and break jars and also hearts when they sing off-key in the kitchen. They need the person who will be with us in all that. If his shoulders are square at first and his eyes check the door and he likes to sit where he can see the room, then that's the seat we save. Save me a seat, he said softly. Reflex and vow nodded together. I have, she said. At the table, in the pew, in the bed when you wake in a country you hate, on the bench by the window when you watch for the postman even though he's already come, on this bridge. He turned his hand to lace their fingers tighter. The bridge answered with a long, approving creak. You always were good at saving places. I had excellent training, she said. There was a boy who did it for me until it became habit. The dog upriver tried one bark more and gave up. The day leaned closer to evening. The cold sharpened until it drew a pink at the tip of her nose. She tucked her free hand into her coat pocket and found, as if by enchantment, a smooth acorn and a peppermint. Kate's generosity, no doubt. Lily's too, if praise could be shared backward. She set the candy on the rail between them without remark. He noticed, smiled a little, and did not take it. Not yet. It was enough that it waited. When the car backfires, he said, voice leveler now, my body does what it was taught. Then my mind tries to catch up. Sometimes I can make them agree. Sometimes I can't. I don't want the girls to see the wrong one. They'll see both, she said, and they'll learn the difference the way children do by laying their hands on things and hearing what sound they make. Lily will pat your cheek when it goes iron. Kate will clap at you for doing nothing at all and call it a show. We will tell them what the sounds mean. She touched his sleeve. We will tell you, too, when you forget. He pressed his lips together, then let them soften. Sometimes I'm angry, he said, pushing the confession across the rail like a coin. At nothing and at everything. At soup too hot and at kindness that makes my skin itch. At benches, at wire. At the shape the past makes in a man. Okay, she said. I can be angry at soup with you. I can take turns with the itch. I can glare at a bench until it behaves." She tilted an eyebrow toward the planks under their feet. "This one knows my look." That coaxed a genuine laugh out of him, quick and surprised, like a fish showing silver before it goes under again. She kept her face turned to the creek so he wouldn't feel observed. The sound drifted down the water like a thing with business of its own. They fell quiet again. A small flock of starlings stitched itself across the sky and then unstitched into the hedge. The light did that winter trick of seeming to dim all at once. She felt him shift, a half step toward the town, as if testing whether his legs understood the direction. "Shall we?" she asked. He looked downriver, then upriver, then at her. She watched the inventory happen and did not rush it. Finally he nodded. "One board at a time," he said. "One board," she echoed and moved with him. The first 3 planks groaned more than the rest, always had. He placed his feet with care on them, almost ceremonious. At the 4th, the sound mellowed. At the midway seam where the bridge's 2 halves met, he paused. She waited, warmth traveling from her hand to his the way heat seeps into a cup. He shifted his weight forward, and the old timbers sang their assent. When they stepped off onto solid ground, it felt less like arriving and more like accepting that arriving can be practiced. They didn't let go of each other on the path back. He didn't walk the edge this time. He kept to the center with her. When the lane came into sight and a car rattled by at a distance, he only flinched the smallest amount. She counted and did not say the number out loud. At the gate to his parents' yard, the kitchen window glowed square and honest. Inside, 2 small heads bobbed by the table, one patting the air for practice, one clapping refractory goodnights into shape. The candle in their own window a street over would already be lit, the way it had been and would be until it didn't need to be. Tom stopped with his hand on the latch, looking back toward the bridge as if to make sure it hadn't slid downstream while he wasn't watching. It stood where it always had. He took a breath. "Thank you for the walk," he said. "And any time," she said. "I'll be late to some of them." He smiled, small and true.
Chapter 13. 1948, The Shadow Between Us. The whistle blew before he reached the gate. Tom had timed his walk to arrive a few minutes early. Habit from days when getting there first meant an extra breath before the shift, but the shriek split the morning apart anyway. It was only the factory whistle, high and thin and ordinary as a kettle. His chest locked as if a wire had drawn tight through his ribs. He stood there with his lunch pail swinging dumbly at his side until the sound wound down and left only the dull clatter of men's boots and the clink of someone's thermos against a belt buckle. "Lieutenant," called Hank Miller from the gatehouse, tipping his cap like a salute. "Good to see you back." Tom forced his mouth to shift into something that looked like thanks. "Morning, Hank." The word lieutenant hung there between them like something shiny in a window. Hank had never called him that before the war. None of them had. Now the town had it for him the way they had a nickname for the butcher or the mailman. He could tell himself it was respect, and sometimes it warmed him, but this morning it felt like a jacket that didn't fit the way it once had. He stepped through with the others. The building was as he remembered it. Long brick walls, windows smudged with years of dust and vapor, the smell of oil and hot metal already leaking from the doors. Outside, the air held the last of the night's cool. Inside, the heat met him like a wave off a foundry. The floor boss, Earl Benton, spotted him at once. Benton had a face that looked built to frown, all angles softened by factory grit, but he stuck out a hand, his other palm clapping Tom's shoulder with gentle care. "Well, look who decided to bring his hands back to honest work," he said. There was a grin in it, but his eyes kept slipping, measuring. "It's good you're here." Tom closed his fingers around Benton's. He remembered this handshake. He remembered the scar along Benton's thumb from an accident with the press 3 summers ago, a white line across weathered skin, memory he could hold. Memories of summers spent earning money to help his family get by. "Good to be back," Tom said. They walked together to the line. He passed men who called good morning and slapped his back, a couple of the younger boys watching him with something like awe, like he'd turned from a piece of the town into something made of the poster in the post office window. At church last week, Mrs. Valdez had taken his hand in both of hers and said, "Our brave boy," and then had cried all over his knuckles. The American Legion had asked him to come say a word at their next meeting. Someone left a pie on their porch with a note and 2 hand-drawn flags from the neighbor kids. All of it kindness, all of it a burn he couldn't quite stand near. "Same station if you're up for it," Benton said, nodding at the section where the stamping press ate sheet steel and gave it back in neat punched shapes. "Your hands always had the right rhythm." Tom's throat worked. He nodded and set his lunch pail down on the shelf where he used to keep it. The shelf still had a notch where he'd dropped a bolt bucket and dented the wood. He touched that mark with 2 fingers like it might be a blessing, then picked up his gloves. The press loomed, harmless as a barn if you didn't think about what it could do, if you didn't look at the warning sign stenciled in red, or the guardrail that always sat just slightly loose no matter how often someone tightened its screws. It had a sound that belonged to it. The heavy gasp of the piston, the slap of sheet, the bang as the die thudded home. The first piece slid toward him, and his hands remembered what to do before he did. Feed, align, foot pedal, release. He breathed on the count of the cycle. By the 10th piece, the noise began to blend. The bang became another bang, which became an echo of something that wasn't this room. Someone down the line dropped a wrench, and the clatter skittered across the concrete like a ricochet. The smell of oil was layered with the sharpness of hot metal, and then with something else, acrid, smoke-thick, a memory that didn't belong here at all. The air in the factory wasn't winter, but sudden frost ran along his spine the way it had when a guard had slammed the barracks door and the cold came in like a blade. The press exhaled on top of his own breath, and his boot found the pedal too early. The die came down with a shocked punch, and everyone jumped because mistakes sound different, even inside a cave of noise. "You good, Tom?" Benton called, without looking like he was calling attention. He had a way of talking to a man as if they were discussing the weather on a porch. "Fine," Tom said, and hated the way it snapped out of him. He kept on. The press flinched and flinched through him. A siren started up somewhere outside. No, not a siren, a truck's brakes squealing their thin metal protest, and he had to close his eyes a moment because the sound was wrong, wrong, wrong. The shape beneath his hands was a stamped bracket. It might have been a mess tin. It might have been a tin cup. Men had tapped those against wood, their hollow chime rattling along the boards when rations were withheld, making the guards shout to shut them up. He could taste grit between his teeth. Somebody laughed at the far end of the line. Just a joke, nothing. And the laugh folded itself into a cough and into a shout and into the memory of a man screaming under mortar fire. And for a moment the metal in his hand was not a bracket at all, but the edge of a crate he was trying to drag across a floor slick with mud while his breath sawed and sawed like it belonged to someone else. He missed his count. The press punched down into emptiness and jarred the whole station. Tom jerked his hand back hard enough to bruise his shoulder on the post behind him. "Hey," said Benton, there without seeming to have crossed the space. "Take 5." "I'm all right." The words came out through clenched teeth. He set the next piece, jaw set, boot hovering. "Take 5," Benton repeated. Not loud, not asking. Tom's heels slipped off the pedal. He stepped aside and stripped his gloves. They left his hands pale at the knuckles. He heard himself breathing in the old rhythm used to keep the panic a thumbprint smaller than it wanted to be. In for 4, out for 6. He could do that. He could walk that line in the dark and not trip. The door out to the yard was a rectangle of blue morning at the far end, little bits of dust in the air catching the light. He headed for it, keeping to the wall where the vibrations were less, counting his steps because numbers were safer than thoughts. Outside, the world looked too bright, like someone had scrubbed it with lye. He leaned his palms on the cool iron of the stair rail and let his head drop. The air tasted of autumn and coal smoke from the yard across the way where they kept a pile for the boiler. A train whistle, far off, played one long note. He felt it go through him like a low beam vibrating a floor. Tom, Benton again. He had the gift of appearing without urgency, boots quiet on concrete, voice the same as when he asked a man if he'd tried the peach pie at Wilma's. "Thought I'd step out too," Benton said, coming to stand beside him, not crowding. He took a tin of tobacco from his pocket, turned it in his hands without opening it, put it back. Noise can get to a man. Always could. Tom nodded, the lie already on his tongue. I'm fine. It's nothing. Must be the heat. He swallowed it. I can put you in the crib for a while, Benton went on. Tools, inventory, couple hours in the shipping office too if you've a mind. Quieter. It's work needs doing. He turned his face out toward the alley so Tom wouldn't have to look at his eyes. Just till your ears and hands settle back in. Pride rose, bitter and familiar. It said other men manage. It said you came home when plenty didn't. Stand up and carry it. He could feel the town behind that pride. The men who met him on the sidewalk and asked no questions because they didn't know how. The boys at the drugstore counter who turned to watch him with their milkshakes paused halfway up. The women who had pressed notes into Anna's palm after church with recipes and sympathy and the same soft-eyed look. He saw the little velvet case on their mantel with his ribbons in it. He could still hear Mrs. Valdez calling him brave. The word scraped. Relief came up behind the pride like a chair in a room you hadn't noticed, sturdy and there when your legs gave out. The thought of the crib, cold steel laid in neat rows, numbers on tags, the low hum of a fan, felt like the first square of shade under a tree. He made himself breathe. If you need me there, he said, trying to make it about the factory and not himself. He kept his eyes on the alleyway, where a cat moved along the fence and balanced on a narrow slat as sure as if it were the ground. Benton didn't let the pause become something. I do, he said simply. We'll try it. No rush about coming back to the press. It'll be there tomorrow same as it was today. Tom nodded. The knot in his chest uncoiled only a fraction, but it was enough for air to move. He rubbed his forearm where the old trauma from a guard's rifle butt would ache when rain was coming. Some days he pretended it had come from falling off a ladder. Today he didn't pretend anything. They walked inside together, and Benton peeled off toward the office to make the shift official like it was just a thing on a clipboard. Tom drifted to the tool crib and stood for a beat inside the narrow-caged room. The fan turned slow above him, its blades whispering rubber on dry air. Everything here had a place. Each wrench hung under its number. Each bin had the right bolts. 5/8 here, 1/4 inch there. The only bang was the soft bump of drawers sliding. Men came and went with request slips. Need a drift pin. Need a new chuck key. Mine fell into the pit. Tom handed them out. He checked off boxes. His hands worked, and the rest of him, head, chest, the part of him that had never quite come home on the train, sat back on some inner step and watched. The first hour passed that way, then the second. The shop's big noises droned into a distant surf he could ignore. Through the mesh, he saw sunlight slip in a square across the far wall and move the length of a riveter's compressor. A boy came by, a new kid, hair still more farm than factory, and stopped halfway through asking for a 10-inch adjustable. Sir, he blurted, then flushed. I mean, Tom. Sorry. Tom slid the wrench through the opening and let the kid off with a nod. The boy's ears still glowed when he turned away. Hero, the word didn't sit any easier for being in a child's mouth. At noon, he took his pail out to the loading dock. A couple of the men smoked and passed around a news sheet. Ray Jackson nudged a place open for him on the step. Got a seat, Ray said, if you want it. Tom sat. He ate his sandwich in careful bites and chased them with coffee gone lukewarm. The dock boards creaked under their weight. A truck rolled by on the street, its engine rattling loose in its frame, and he kept his shoulders loose on purpose. When the truck backfired at the corner, something flinched behind his ribs anyway, but his hands stayed on his knees. You gonna be up at the Legion next Tuesday? Ray asked, like a man asking if he'd be at bowling. They're doing a supper. Said they'd like to hear you tell about it. Ray scratched his cheek with a dirty knuckle. Doesn't have to be the rough parts. Folks just want to, know. Tom looked at the street. A woman pushed a pram, one hand on the handle, one shading her eyes. The baby's blanket was yellow. He imagined the sound of the little breath inside the carriage, soft and saw-toothed with sleep. He set his sandwich back into the pail carefully, as if it were something breakable. I'll see, he said. It was the safest thing you could say when you meant you didn't know how to step into a room and be two people at once. The afternoon was better in the way a quiet room is better than a loud one. Not because anything is solved, but because you can hear yourself think. He finished out the shift with numbers and parts and the whisper of the fan. At the whistle, men scraped back stools and stretched and joked the way men do when they've earned fatigue honestly. He cleaned the crib counter, aligned the pencils, closed the logbook. Benton met him at the door on his way out. "Tomorrow?" he asked. Tom nodded. "Tomorrow." He stepped into the late sun and felt it settle on his shoulders. On Main Street, a couple across the way slowed when they saw him and gave that smile people give a man they've already decided something about. He lifted a hand because it was the sort of man he wanted to be and kept walking. He tried to inventory what had happened, the way he had cataloged the bins. A whistle, a flare in the chest, an hour of drowning, 2 hours of breathing. He had not run. He had stepped outside. He had said yes to a smaller noise even when the larger one called him coward. He counted those not as victories. Victory felt like the wrong word for anything these days, but as marks in a ledger he'd keep for himself and for the ones waiting at home. The town might have its stories about him, with medals and brass and words polished to a shine. He had his own, a man who sorted bolts and did not leave when a truck backfired, a man whose hands still remembered work and whose feet could find the door before the room swallowed him whole. At the corner, he paused, looking toward the street that would take him past Wilma's diner and the barber and the post office, with its posters about war bonds that no one had bothered to take down yet. He could feel in his bones the weight of a chair at his kitchen table, the scrape of it across the floor as it moved nearer another. He drew one long breath and let it out. Then he set his lunch pail swinging and took the turn toward home. Sunday morning broke with the faintest warmth of spring pressing against the windows, though Tom felt none of it. He had been awake since before dawn, body restless in the stillness of the house. The twins' soft breathing carried down the hall, but even that comfort only deepened the ache inside him. He had tried the factory, tried to step back into the rhythm of pounding hammers and shrieking saws, and the sound had buckled his knees. A foreman's pitying look still burned behind his eyes. War hero, they whispered in town. Brave soldier. A man who came home with ribbons. But in the factory yard, he had been nothing more than a trembling shadow of himself. Now the church bell tolled, heavy and sure. The sound rolled across town like a command. He rose, dressed, and walked alone, needing the distance. The streets were hushed, save for the scuff of his shoes. He passed shop fronts with flags hanging limp, doorways where neighbors sometimes called out greetings. Today they only nodded, glances flicking to the metal pinned at his chest as if it explained him, as if it made sense of the hollow that had come home in his place. He slipped into the church before most. The air smelled of beeswax and pine, pews lined like soldiers in review. He chose the back row, near the door, where no sudden noise could trap him. His hands found each other, clenching so tight the knuckles blanched, as though he could hold himself steady through grip alone. His eyes moved, restless, stained glass, pulpit, rafters. Every creak of the building prickled his nerves. The congregation trickled in. Voices rose, children shuffled, hymnals thumped. He kept his eyes down, but he felt the weight of their stares. Returned veteran, Anna's husband, the man who survived. Some offered nods, a few smiles, one or two whispered, "Welcome home." He gave short jerks of his head, too brittle to risk speech. And then, predictably, she was late. The doors whispered open during the second hymn, and Anna hurried in with the girls, cheeks flushed, hair slightly out of place from the rush. Lily clutched her hand. Kate tugged impatiently at her skirt, both craning their necks to find him. He saw them before they saw him, his 3 anchors in a stormed sea, and the tightness in his chest shifted, painful but grounding. Anna's eyes found his. She gave a quick, apologetic smile and ushered the girls down the aisle. When they reached the back, she paused, whisper breathless, "Saved me a seat?" He swallowed, nodded once, and slid a fraction to his right. The words jammed in his throat, but she seemed to hear them anyway. She settled beside him, smoothing her dress, and the girls climbed between, small knees knocking against the wood. Their weight pressed into him, warm, alive. For a fleeting instant, it felt almost like before. The preacher, Reverend Carter, raised his voice above the rustle of the room. Tom tried to listen, tried to let the rhythm of Scripture steady him. But every cough, every shuffle of boots, every squeak of a pew hinge snapped him taut. His shoulders coiled, eyes cutting to each sound. When a baby let out a sudden cry, his heart lurched against his ribs. Beside him, Anna's hand slipped across the bench, brushing his. Not grasping, not demanding, just present. He flinched at first, then stilled, letting her palm rest against his fingers. The warmth spread slowly, like light through shutter cracks. The girls fidgeted. Lily leaned against his arm. Kate whispered questions about the hymn number. Their presence pulled him into the moment. He bent slightly, whispering back, "Page 63. His voice rasped, barely audible, but Kate beamed at the secret exchange as though it were treasure. Around them, the service carried on. Parishioners glanced back now and then, eyes full of recognition or curiosity. Some he knew saw him as a badge of pride for the town, a proof their boys could fight in return. Others perhaps wondered what shadows he dragged with him. He kept his gaze forward, jaw clenched, refusing to let them see the tremor in his hands. When the congregation rose to sing, he stood stiffly. The hymn's opening chords rolled from the organ, rich and swelling. He opened his mouth, but no sound came. Words tangled in his throat, drowned by memories of shouted orders, of voices crying out in languages broken by pain. He stared at the page, letters blurring. Anna sang softly beside him, her tone imperfect but steady, guiding the girls. Her voice, fragile and firm all at once, was the only thing that didn't set him on edge. He forced breath through his lungs, shaping a single line. The note cracked, but Lily glanced up at him with wide eyes, and he tried again. By the second verse, he managed a low hum. It wasn't much, but it was more than silence. As the sermon began, he lowered himself back into the pew, grateful for the chance to sit. Reverend Carter spoke about healing, not just bodies, but souls, about scars carried unseen, the kind that weighed more than broken bones. Tom's chest tightened. He wondered if the words were chosen with him in mind. Perhaps they were. The Reverend had always been kind, but pity threaded kindness too easily, and Tom could not yet tell one from the other. He felt Anna shift closer, her shoulder brushing his sleeve. "Saved me a seat," she whispered again, so quietly only he could hear. This time he managed the ghost of a smile, not wide, not easy, but real enough for her to see. The rest of the sermon passed in fragments. He caught phrases, grace, endurance, hope, but the details slid past. His mind snagged on images, barbed wire fences, the rattle of boots, faces gaunt with hunger. He squeezed his hands together harder, grounding himself in the press of her beside him, the warmth of their children leaning against his side. When the final hymn rose, he stood with them. His voice stayed locked inside, but his lips shaped the words. Anna's voice carried the space between. And when the benediction ended, he waited a moment longer before moving, unwilling to jostle through the crowd. Neighbors came by, offering handshakes and greetings. "Good to see you back, Tom. We're proud of you, son." He nodded, forcing the polite half-smile he had practiced. The girls chattered, tugging at their mother's hands, and Anna answered with her usual brightness, shielding him from longer conversations. At last, they stepped into the sunlight. Tom drew in a breath that felt deeper than any taken inside. The air was clean, touched with lilac. The bell tolled again overhead, and though his shoulders jumped, he stayed rooted. Anna glanced up at him, eyes searching. He looked away, scanning the street, the carriages, the distant hills. Always scanning, but he stayed. That mattered. As they walked home, Kate skipped ahead, asking if they could have biscuits with supper. Lily trailed closer, slipping her hand into Tom's. He looked down at her small fingers, soft and certain, and for a moment the tightness in his chest eased. Behind them, Anna smiled faintly, as though she knew the fragile victory this morning had cost him. And though he couldn't yet say it aloud, Tom knew she had been right. He had saved her a seat, not just in the pew, in all the broken places where he still needed her to sit beside him. Evening settled across the house with the quiet rhythm of home. The supper dishes had been cleared, the twins were in their nightclothes, and Anna hummed softly as she tucked them in. Tom stood by the window, hands in his pockets, watching dusk bleed into night. The day had gone better than some. He'd endured church, managed a few polite conversations without fleeing. By rights, he should have felt steadier. But beneath his skin, something still pulsed too fast, too loud, like a drum no one else could hear. The twins spilled into the sitting room a little later, chasing each other with the careless energy of children who should have been asleep already. Kate had snatched up a toy truck from the floor, its tin wheels rattling as she held it high out of Lily's reach. They laughed, a sound pure and ordinary. But when Kate dropped it, the little truck struck the wood with a sharp metallic clang. The sound ripped through him like shrapnel. Tom flinched hard, heart leaping to his throat. His breath caught, chest seizing. The crash of metal wasn't a toy anymore. It was a mess, tin clattering against concrete. It was a rifle butt slamming against bars. It was 1,000 sharp noises that meant danger, hunger, punishment. His vision tunneled, edges gone dark. "Stop it!" he barked. His voice lashed through the room harsher than he meant, breaking the laughter clean in two. Both girls froze. Kate's eyes widened, bottom lip trembling, while Lily's small hands slipped instinctively into her sister's. The truck lay on the floor, harmless, yet Tom's fists were still clenched as though the noise itself had been an attack. He saw their faces, the sudden fear there, the way they looked at him not as father but as something unpredictable, someone to tiptoe around. The sight landed heavier than any blow he'd ever taken. His throat closed on the words. He turned abruptly, pushing past the doorway into the porch, needing air, space, distance from the looks in their eyes. The night met him cool and damp. He gripped the railing, knuckles whitening, and dragged breath after breath through his lungs. Inhale, exhale, count. He could still feel the echo of the clang inside his skull. He told himself it was nothing, just a toy dropped, just the sound of home, not war. But his body didn't believe him. His body had never come back. Behind him, the door creaked. Anna stepped out, shawl wrapped loosely over her shoulders. She didn't come close at first, only leaned against the frame, arms crossed, watching him. "You scared them," she said quietly. Not an accusation, just the truth laid bare. He shut his eyes, shame pooled deep. "I didn't mean to. I know." Her voice softened but didn't lose its edge. "But they don't." The porch boards creaked as she moved nearer. He felt her presence at his side, close but not touching. For a moment they stood like that, silence between them heavy with the sound of crickets and the faint rattle of wind through leaves. "I'm trying," he said at last, words dragged from somewhere raw. "God knows I'm trying. I believe you." She drew the shawl tighter. "But trying isn't enough when they're looking at you like that. When I'm—" Her voice faltered. She turned, eyes on him now, unflinching. "I need a husband, Tom. Not a ghost pacing through the house. Not a man who jumps at every shadow and shouts at his children." Her words struck like hammer blows because they were true. He wanted to argue, to tell her she didn't understand, that she couldn't possibly know the grip of memories that didn't let go. But the fight drained out before it began. His shoulders slumped, the railing taking more of his weight than he wanted to admit. "I don't know how to be either," he whispered. The confession scraped raw as it left him. "Not the soldier they praise in town. Not the husband you need. I don't know what's left of me to give you." Anna's eyes softened, though tears glinted in the porch light. She reached out then, fingertips brushing his arm, grounding him. "Then start with what you do have. Sit with us at supper without snapping. Walk with me to church even if you can't sing. Hold your daughters without looking like you're afraid of yourself. That's all I'm asking." He shook his head, jaw tight. "It sounds so simple when you say it." "It isn't simple," she answered, voice steady now. "But it's living, and we're still here. We're waiting for you to come back to us, however long it takes." For a long while he couldn't answer. He stared into the darkness beyond the yard, where fireflies blinked and faded. Inside, he heard the twins murmuring, their voices small, cautious. That hurt most of all, that they had to be cautious around their own father. At last, he turned back to Anna. "I'll try again," he said. The words felt thin, but they were all he had. She searched his face a moment longer, then nodded. "That's all I ask tonight." They stood there until the crickets grew louder, until the air cooled enough to make her shiver. He draped his arm around her shoulders, hesitant, unsure if he still had the right, and when she leaned into him, even just slightly, the tension in his chest loosened by a thread. But when they went back inside, the toy truck still lay on the floor, and the sight of it twisted something inside him. A reminder that the cracks were there, spreading through glass that might never be whole again. The screen door's spring had a way of singing when it closed, 3 thin notes and a sigh. Tom oiled it that morning anyway, as if smoother metal might smooth the rest of him. The twins were out front, chalking suns on the walk. Anna knelt with them, skirt tucked under, hair slipping loose in a way that once made him think of summer, and now made him think of breath he couldn't quite catch. When he came down the steps with his lunch pail, she glanced up. Not a question in her eyes. Not a demand, just a steady look that reached him the way a hand on a shoulder does. "I'll be home before supper," he said. "I know," she said, and turned back to draw a stick figure with 2 long arms because Kate insisted that's how hugs should look. He walked to the factory along the same route he'd walked since he was 16. Shoe soles scuffed the same ruts, the same telephone lines stitched the sky. Yet nothing held the same. He spent the day in the tool crib where the noise was a hum instead of a hammer, where numbers on bins behaved themselves. He checked out wrenches and drift pins, wrote neat digits in a ledger that didn't ask if he was whole. At noon, he ate on the loading dock again. Ray Jackson nudged his knee. "Legion supper Tuesday," Ray said, like a friendly announcement. Tom nodded without promising. It was dusk when he turned the last corner home. Mr. Dwyer, their next-door neighbor, was sweeping his porch, long, lazy strokes that pushed dust into little ridges before catching it again. Dwyer had a limp from a mill accident years before the war, and the limp gave his sweeping a careful rhythm. He raised a hand. "Evening, Tom, evening!" Dwyer leaned on the broom and squinted toward the church steeple, which cut a neat wedge from the soft sky. "Some of us meet Tuesday nights," he said, as if mentioning the weather. "Downstairs at the church. Coffee that tastes like it's been around since the flood, and cookies if Mrs. Carter remembers to hide 'em from the choir. We talk, or we don't." He looked back at Tom without pressing. Fellows who've seen a piece of the world they'd rather not have. Tom's grip tightened on the pail handle. "I'm all right," he started, the words too practiced. "Most of us say that too." Dwyer's mouth twitched. "Doesn't make it untrue. Doesn't make it the whole truth either." Tom found a scuff on the step and stared at it. "I don't need doctors." "No doctors," Dwyer said. "Mostly bad coffee. Reverend sits in the corner and keeps his mouth shut unless we ask him to pray." After a beat he added, quieter, "First week I sat by the door, makes a man feel like he can breathe if he has to stand up." Tom let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He gave a non-committal jerk of his chin and climbed his own steps, Dwyer's broom scratching again as if to brush away what had been said. Tuesday came whether he wanted it or not. The day turned itself over and over. Work, chalky sun, the ledger's calm, black lines. After supper, Kate begged for one more story and Lily for one more glass of water. He obliged both, because small requests were something he could still grant. When the house quieted, he stood in the back room staring at his cap hanging on the peg. He didn't remember taking it down. He only noticed he had it in his hands when Anna came to the doorway. "Fresh coffee at Wilma's," she said softly, a smile that didn't push. "If you feel like walking." He looked at her, at the hope she covered with casual talk, at the fear she didn't. He set the cap on his head. "I might take a turn," he said. He passed Wilma's without going in, watched the curve of steam inside the window, the soft rise and fall of voices. The church stood a block farther on, red brick dull in the evening. Down the side stairs the air grew cooler. Down the last step it smelled like mop water and old paper and something sweet like the tail end of last Sunday's fellowship hour. Voices murmured, not many. He could leave. He could tell Anna the coffee had been closed up early, that he'd tried. The basement door was propped open with a brick. That made it worse. No barrier to push, but also no excuse. Inside, folding chairs formed a loose circle, cheap metal catching the light. A percolator hissed on a table beside a plate of sugar cookies dusted with someone's careful hand. Reverend Carter sat a little off to the side with a Bible closed on his knee, head bowed as if he were listening to a conversation under the floor. 5 men had already taken chairs. He knew 2, Sammy Marks from the grain elevator, smaller than Tom remembered him, and Earl Benton's cousin, Walt, who had once run track and now had a cane leaned between his knees. The others wore the look Tom recognized from a mirror, a face learning how to hold itself. Dwyer glanced up and tipped his chin at the empty chair nearest the exit. "Evening," he said, nothing in his tone that would have scared a rabbit. Tom sat. He placed his cap brim up under his chair and kept one knee on the seat as if to remind his body the chair was still there. Nobody asked him to introduce himself. No one asked him to tell where he'd been. Walt cleared his throat. "We say our names sometimes," he offered, "and what kind of day it's been." He smiled without showing teeth. "My name's Walt, and it's been noisy." A low ripple of understanding went around the circle. Sammy spoke next. On the sidewalk, the air lifted in his lungs like it had remembered how. Street lamps had come on, halos around their heads. Crickets made their own kind of percussive racket, steady enough to be background and not threat. He walked home counting the pools of light between the dark, 1, 2, 1, 2. And somewhere along the way he realized his jaw had unclenched. Anna was at the kitchen table with a mending basket, thimble shining when it caught the lamp. She looked up, needle paused. She didn't ask how was it, what did you say, did you cry? She asked, want tea? Not yet, he said, voice low. He pulled out the chair beside her and sat, knees brushing. The scrape of wood on wood made the smallest sound. It didn't make him jump. There were 6 of us, he said, surprised to hear the words move without sticking. 7, counting the Reverend. She nodded, eyes on his face, not the needle. Did you? He shook his head, listened. That's a start, she said. She threaded the needle again and, without looking, nudged his chair an inch closer with the side of her foot. It was the smallest of moves. It changed the whole room. Later, when the house had gone to sleep and the wind tried the porch once and left it be, Tom lay awake staring at the ceiling. He thought of the door propped with a brick. He thought of the chair by the exit that no one had to fight him for. He thought of coffee cups warm in rough hands and of sentences that didn't need to be finished to be understood. He didn't promise himself anything as big as getting better. He didn't make a vow. He only pictured the stairs down to the basement, cool air on his face, the smell of paper and mop water and cheap cookies. He pictured his feet finding those steps again. The next Tuesday, when evening bent the light in the same way and the screen door sighed its 3-note song, his hands reached for his cap without asking his mind's permission. He didn't rehearse what he would say. He didn't rehearse leaving early. He just opened the side door at the church and felt for the first time that the air down there wasn't thinner. It was enough. He sat by the door again. He still didn't speak, but he was there. And when the percolator sighed, he didn't flinch. The supper table had grown quieter these days. Once it had been a place of laughter, of the twins' endless chatter spilling over each other, of Anna's teasing reminders that he never salted food enough, of his own dry quips that earned her eye rolls. Now the air felt like glass, thin, fragile, ready to shatter at the smallest slip. Tom sat rigid in his chair, spoon balanced in his hand. The potatoes on his plate steamed faintly, their smell heavy with butter. Across the table, Lily and Kate whispered to each other, their giggles soft, as though they'd been coached to be careful. Anna's hands moved with practiced rhythm, spooning green beans onto their plates, keeping conversation alive in small measured doses. He tried to match her ease, but every sound still came sharp, too sharp. The clink of fork on plate, the squeak of the chair leg on wood, the wind rattling a shutter outside. His nerves tugged taut, ready to snap. Kate reached for her milk. The cup wobbled dangerously, then steadied. He exhaled through his nose, forcing his hand not to tighten on the spoon. Then it happened. A spoon slipped from Lily's hand and clattered to the floor. Metal on wood, a sound like steel striking stone. His body reacted before thought, shoulders jerking, legs tightening to stand, breath rushing sharp. The old instinct surged. Find cover, assess the blast, shield the men. His pulse hammered in his ears. But his chair didn't move. His feet stayed planted. The walls didn't collapse around him. No barked orders, no gunfire, no barbed wire. Just the dining room, the table, his family staring with wide eyes. Lily ducked under the table, muttering a quick apology, blonde hair tumbling over her face. Kate whispered something about clumsy fingers. The ordinary rhythm of supper continued, unbroken. And he was still there, still seated. For a long moment, Tom couldn't breathe, not from panic but from the sheer fact of it. His chest rose and fell slow, deliberate. His hand trembled faintly where it rested near his plate, but it stayed. He stayed. He glanced up. Anna was watching him. Her fork paused midair, her gaze steady and unreadable. Slowly, softly, something shifted in her expression. The tightness around her mouth eased, and her eyes warmed with recognition. Not pity, not fear. Recognition. She reached beneath the table, nudged her chair an inch closer to his. The scrape of wood against wood was quiet but deliberate. "Room enough for the two of us," she murmured, almost casual, as though commenting on the weather. The twins giggled, thinking their mother's words a joke they didn't understand, and bent over their plates again. But Tom heard the weight behind the words, felt it settle in his chest. His throat tightened, not with panic this time, but with something he hadn't let himself feel in a long time. Hope. He managed a crooked smile. It was small, strained, but real. For the rest of the meal, he didn't flinch at the scrape of forks or the clatter of plates or the laughter that began to bubble from the girls again. He noticed only one thing, that he was still seated, still present, and that Anna had shifted close enough that her shoulder brushed his when she reached for the bread. A small victory, but his, all the same.
Chapter 14, 1952, The Empty Silence. The morning arrived clean as a washed sheet, sky rinsed to a thin blue that promised a mild day. Anna meant to be ahead of it. She always meant to be. The kettle had only just begun to whisper when she remembered the girls' hair ribbons still soaking in a saucer of bluing by the sink. She fished them out with the back of a spoon, shook droplets to the floor, and laid the ribbons across the stove's warm edge to hurry them dry. 8:05, Tom said from the doorway, not looking at the clock, somehow knowing. He held a shoe in each hand like a man caught with the evidence. "We're in the red, ma'am." "If your watch would learn to be kind," she said, biting a stubborn hairpin between her teeth. "Turn those shoes into something a human child can wear." Kate hopped from foot to foot, one sock inside out, humming the spelling list she'd taken to chanting like a hymn. Tomorrow, tomorrow, becaus, because. "Window," Lily offered, quieter, testing the sound. WINDO. "Seat," Kate said and cackled at her own joke, catching Anna's eye as if to make sure she'd landed it. "Seat doesn't need spelling in this house," Tom said, kneeling, fingers quick and sure, doing double knots with a tug that would withstand recess. "It's policy." His voice was easy, almost light, and that flickered through Anna like sunlight across a wall. 3 nights ago, a spoon had hit the kitchen floor and he had stayed in his chair. He still startled at the slam of the back door or the snap of a dish towel, but he had stayed. She kept that fact like a pebble in her pocket, turning it over and over with her thumb whenever the day snagged. "Lunch pails?" she asked. "Stowed," he said, tipping his chin toward the table where 2 tins waited with wax paper parcels inside. He'd cut the sandwiches on a diagonal because the girls believed triangles tasted better. An apple sat beside each, skin shining where he'd rubbed them on his sleeve. A curl sprang loose over Anna's brow. She licked her thumb and tamed it, then whisked the barely dry ribbons from the stove and tied Lily's first, blue on blue, fingers smoothing the bow until it mirrored itself. Lily squinted up at her, solemn. "Will Miss Jarvis call on me for because if I don't raise my hand?" "She calls on everyone," Anna said, softening the answer with a smile. "But you have because down to its bones." Kate, already tied and tidy, bounced in place. "Mr. Halcombe lets us sit up front if we wave big enough," she announced, as if this were news. "Second row is fastest." "It's also least likely to make you seasick on that old bus," Tom said, standing. He brushed a thumb along Anna's cheek where flour had ghosted her skin. She hadn't even noticed it there. "You've got bread on you, Baker." "I'm multi-purpose," she said, tugging his cuff straight. His eyes held hers a second too long, a small acknowledgement passing between them that the morning was behaving, that nothing in the walls was rattling. She pretended not to see the way his gaze still flicked. Clock, doorway, window, back to her, as if counting exits had become a kind of prayer. "Coats," she said, clapping twice. "Books. Teeth." "We did teeth," Kate said, indignant. "We shined them with toothpaste until they squeaked." "They squeaked," Lily confirmed, serious. The kettle finally found its voice. Anna poured a splash into a cup for Tom, too hot to drink, the way he liked it if he couldn't have strong. He set it down untouched. Time had their backs against the wall now, and opened the door. Outside, the world lay in clean shapes, the neighbor's porch posts casting long shadows on the walk, a white chicken pecking at nothing by the Dwyer's fence, frost melting from the edges of the yard where the sun had reached last. The gravel at the road's edge winked with tiny bits of mica. A breeze slid through, cool enough to raise a prickle on Anna's forearms beneath the thin sweater she'd grabbed instead of a proper coat. They set off at a small trot, books thumping, lunch pails bumping knees. The girls burbled their lists for the sheer joy of getting them right. "Bicycle," Kate said, perfectly pleased with herself. "BICY? CLE, Lily finished, proud to be the net under her sister's high wire. "Show off," Anna said, but her heart warmed at the sound. She adjusted Lily's collar as they walked, then smoothed the back of Kate's hair where a wildness had already escaped the ribbon. At the corner they could see down the straight length of County Road, dust lying low like a thought. Tom shaded his eyes with one hand and listened before the bus had a chance to announce itself. He always heard things before she did now. The war had sharpened his senses into knives. "Wave time," he said. The girls planted their feet at the roadside and windmilled their arms with righteous purpose. Anna joined them, laughing despite the quick hop of time in her chest. The bus's yellow nose appeared over the slight rise, chugging, windows already crowded with morning faces. Mr. Halcombe's cap rode low on his head like a small storm cloud. He lifted his fingers from the wheel in a salute that belonged to Tom as much as to the day, then ground through the gears until the bus came to a tidy sigh before them. "Morning, Halcombe," Tom said. "Morning, folks," the driver answered, opening the waving door. His eyes creased kindly at the girls. "Second row's got your names on it, as usual." "See?" Kate whispered as if she'd been right all along about the nature of the universe. "Hands on the rail," Anna said, because she always did, and the girls obeyed, small fingers marching up the metal pole. Lily climbed first, careful, counting the steps under her breath. 1, 2, 3, and slid into the second bench. Kate scrambled after, faster, claiming the aisle spot so she could narrate the world to Halcombe as it rolled by. They turned to face the window automatically, noses nearly pressed to glass. Anna knew the picture they made because she had seen it every weekday for months. 2 identical bows, 1 shade askew, 2 smiles that matched only until you looked hard, 1 pair of eyes quieter than the other. She never tired of it. It steadied her. Tom rapped his knuckles lightly against the metal of the bus step, a superstition he'd picked up since coming home, or perhaps something from before. She didn't know. He lifted his hand to his brow, 2 fingers like a promise. "Save me a seat for later," he called, voice easy enough to make it a game. Kate blew both parents a kiss big enough to have to be caught with both hands. Lily pressed her palm to the window. "We will," she mouthed. Anna reached up and matched her palm to Lily's through the cool glass. It made a faint hollow sound, skin to pain. She felt the shape of her daughter's hand like a stamp. "Tell Miss Jarvis we approve of mercy on spelling tests," Anna said, projecting past the engine's grumble. "And no running at recess unless your shoes beg for it." "Our shoes beg," Kate said, eyes laughing. "They always beg." "Be kind," Tom added, a ritual that had become theirs. "Mind the little ones." "We are the little ones," Kate protested, outraged on principle. "Mind yourself, then," Tom said, grin lopsided. Mr. Halcombe gave the horn a polite blip, apology to the street for stealing its quiet, and closed the door. The bus pulled away with a grunt that shook the dust free from the ditch grass. For an instant, every face inside turned toward the 2 of them standing there. Then the bus cleared the corner and became a square of yellow receding down the straight road, morning light laying itself across the roof like a hand in blessing. Anna let her arm fall. Something loosened in her chest and left her hollow in the good way. The way a bell is hollow so it can ring. Beside her, Tom exhaled, the sound small but honest. "Lunch pails will come back empty," he said, as if he could see forward a few hours and mark it true. "Kate's will," Anna said. "Lily will have saved half a cookie for me and forgotten it in her desk." They turned back toward the house, their pace unhurried now that the bus had taken the morning with it. The neighbor's chicken decided they were harmless and resumed pecking. Somewhere a dog made conversational noises at a passing car. The day lay in even stripes, work, errands, soup to start after lunch, a mending basket that never emptied. She'll have the spelling bee posted by Friday, Anna said, thinking ahead because she always did when her hands were empty. Lily will pretend not to care and then win it. Kate will applaud like she's being paid. Tom's mouth tipped at the corner. I'll bring them 3-corner cookies from Wilma's either way. Insurance against injustice. Bribery, Anna said, mock stern. We're raising statesmen. Then we should start small. He bumped her shoulder with his. Coffee before you go conquer the world? Laundry mountain first, she said, picturing the basket like a small, surly hill in the back room. Then conquer, maybe. They climbed the porch steps. The screen door made its 3-note song in a sigh. Tom steadied it with his hand without thinking so it wouldn't slap. She saw that, tucked it with the pebble in her pocket. The kitchen smelled of toast and the honest labor of mornings. She rinsed 2 cups, set the kettle on again, and watched the thin thread of steam take its time. Tom pulled the note from the icebox, Anna's list, written last night when sleep was a stranger, and read it like orders. Starch at the dry goods, eggs if Mrs. Valdez's hens were generous, a stop by the post to see if a letter had come from Helen about that second-hand coat. He folded the paper once and tucked it into his breast pocket. I'll come by at noon, he said. Tool crib's quiet today. I can steal 15. Steal 20, she said. I'll pretend I didn't see. He kissed her temple, brief, almost formal. She leaned into it anyway. When he'd gone, the house felt too big for a moment, all its corners showing. Anna moved through it with her sleeves rolled, making order because order made the next breath easier. Beds smoothed, crumbs lifted from under the toaster with a damp finger, the table wiped in long, patient strokes. The hair ribbons' ends curled as they cooled where she'd left them by the stove. She coiled them around her finger and thought about how the girls' bows would be crooked again by the first recess bell. On the back stoop, she pinned a row of small socks to the line, each clipped heel a flag. The sky went on being blue in that thoughtless way skies have. A crow scolded from the elm and then thought better of it. Somewhere far off, she couldn't say where, the bus would be letting out children. One stop and then another, doors folding and unfolding like breath. She stood with the basket's rim pressing into her hip and told herself the same simple thing she'd been telling herself for months now, a sentence she wore thin with use. Ordinary is a gift. Don't apologize for wanting it. The kettle had just begun to shriek when the pounding came at the door. At first, Anna thought it was the girls, forgotten something, maybe a reader or their lunch pails. She moved quickly across the kitchen, smiling, ready to tease them for their scatterbrained rush. But when she pulled the door open, it wasn't Lily or Kate. It was Martha Lane from down the road, apron still dusted with flour, her face ashen beneath the brim of her bonnet. Anna, Martha gasped, clutching the doorframe as though it might hold her steady. There's been an accident, the bus out on the county road. The words refused to settle into sense. Anna's breath caught, her fingers frozen on the doorknob. Behind her, the kettle screamed louder, filling the silence her own voice could not. Then Tom was there, stepping in from the back hall, eyes narrowing at the sight of Martha's trembling hands. What happened? His voice was firm, though Anna heard the thread of fear already pulling taut. Martha's lip trembled. The bus. It collided with a truck, just past the bend by Miller's Creek. They're saying it's bad. The kettle shrieked on. Anna's body moved without her permission, snatching it from the stove, slamming it down, steam hissing into nothing. She heard herself ask, thin and sharp, "The girls?" But Martha only shook her head, helpless, tears spilling down her cheeks. Tom didn't wait for more. He grabbed his coat from the hook, pressing a hand to Anna's back. "Come on," he said, already moving her toward the door. "We're going." The truck ride was a blur. Tom's old Ford rattled over ruts and gravel, the engine straining as though it too knew urgency. Anna clutched the door handle with one hand and pressed the other to her chest, trying to steady the wild pounding of her heart. The world outside blurred, fields, fences, winter bare trees streaking past. All she could think was of Kate's laugh at breakfast, Lily humming her spelling words under her breath. She had kissed them both, hadn't she? Had she? The memory slipped and stuttered, like a photograph half burned. Beside her, Tom drove as if the wheel were an anchor holding him upright. His jaw was locked, his eyes fixed straight ahead, the cords in his neck rigid. Once, when the siren's wail grew louder, he pressed the accelerator harder, the truck leaping forward. Anna wanted to speak, to say something, anything, but her throat wouldn't open. As they crested the hill near Miller's Creek, the sight struck like a blow. Twisted metal lay strewn across the road. The yellow side of the bus peeled open like a toy crushed in a giant's fist. A truck sat jackknifed against the ditch, its hood crumpled, steam curling upward. The air smelled of gasoline and smoke, and everywhere, people, neighbors, farmers from nearby fields, officers in uniform, medics kneeling on the frozen ground. Sirens blared from the ambulance wagons, red lights flashing against the gray afternoon. The sound split Anna's ears, unnatural in their quiet countryside. Tom pulled the truck to the side and leapt out before the wheels had stopped turning. Anna followed, her legs buckling as her shoes hit the gravel. The world tilted, but she forced herself forward, eyes searching for 2 small braids, for a familiar coat, for anything. Children sat in rows on the grass, some crying, some wrapped in blankets, faces pale with shock. Mothers rushed among them, voices breaking as they called names. Anna's heart lurched with each face she didn't recognize, with each child who wasn't hers. "Kate! Lily!" she screamed, her voice cracking raw. Heads turned, but not theirs. She stumbled forward, scanning the cluster of children again and again, as if by sheer will she could make her daughters appear. Tom moved differently. He didn't shout. His eyes scanned the scene with the desperate precision of a soldier counting the living. He strode past the medics, past the cluster of officials shouting orders, heading straight for the shattered bus. Anna followed, skirts catching on the wreckage. The side of the bus was torn wide, seats upended, school books scattered across the road. A child's shoe lay in the dirt. She clapped a hand over her mouth, gagging on the taste of smoke and blood that seemed to hang in the cold air. A medic blocked Tom's way, lifting a hand. "Sir, you can't!" "They're my daughters," Tom said, the words hard, unshakable. His voice cut through the chaos like steel. The medic faltered, then nodded, letting him pass. Anna stumbled after him, but Tom turned, catching her shoulders. His grip was firm, almost rough, his eyes burning. "Stay here," he ordered. "I'll find them." She wanted to protest, to insist she could not stand idle while her babies might be. No, she couldn't finish the thought. But the look on his face stopped her. It was the same look he must have worn overseas, the face of a man who had walked through fire and returned marked by it. He would search, and she would let him because he knew how to move in the ruins. So she stood, trembling as Tom climbed into the wreckage, calling their names in a voice that shook the frame of the bus itself. "Lily! Cat! Daddy's here." No answer, only the crackle of broken glass under his boots, the groan of twisted metal. Anna pressed her hands to her stomach, rocking forward. She whispered prayers she could barely form, half-remembered psalms, desperate bargains with God. Around her, mothers clutched children, fathers argued with officers, neighbors wept. But all Anna could see was the gaping wound of the bus and her husband's figure moving through it, searching. When he emerged, his face was ashen, jaw clenched so tight it seemed he might shatter his own teeth. He shook his head once, only once, and Anna felt her knees give way. Martha Lane caught her before she struck the ground, holding her upright as the sirens wailed on. Tom's eyes met hers across the chaos, and for the first time since the neighbors' pounding on the door, she saw fear. Not the battle-ready steel of a soldier, but the raw, desperate fear of a father who had not found his children. "Keep looking," he roared to the men around him, his voice breaking. "Don't stop until—" His words caught. He couldn't finish. Anna clung to Martha, the world tilting, the sirens splitting her skull. Somewhere in the din, she thought she heard Kate's laugh, Lily's hum. She spun, searching, but it was only the wind moving through the wreckage. At last, one of the medics hurried over, his hands raised to steady Tom, his voice pitched low but urgent. "Sir, ma'am, they've already been moved. 2 girls, fair hair, second-row seats, alive when we pulled them out. They're on the way to county hospital now." Anna's breath came in a sob that bent her double. She clutched Martha's arm, trembling so hard she thought her bones might splinter. Alive, alive. Tom stood frozen as though the words had struck him harder than any shell. Alive. Yet his fist stayed clenched, his body taut, like he didn't dare trust hope. Anna stumbled toward him, grabbing his sleeve, kneading his weight beside her. "We have to go," she whispered, her voice hoarse. We have to get to them!" He blinked as if surfacing from underwater, then nodded sharply. His arm came around her shoulders, hard, protective, almost crushing, and together they turned back toward the truck. The road to the hospital stretched ahead like a gauntlet. The sirens still wailed behind them, but Anna no longer heard them. All she heard was the medic's voice repeating in her mind, the words she clung to like a lifeline. "Alive when we pulled them out. Alive." The county hospital sat square and sensible at the edge of town, red brick shouldering a white-painted portico. Tom pulled up crooked beside the emergency entrance and killed the engine before the truck finished shaking. The doors burst open on their own hinges as if the building itself were bracing. Inside, the air smelled of carbolic and steam. A radiator hissed along the wainscoting. Somewhere deeper a bell rang, sharp and insistent. Light hummed overhead, a faint electrical singing that made the corridor feel longer than it was. A nurse in white stepped toward them, hands lifted to slow what she must have seen 100 times, parents arriving with the look of people running without moving. "2 girls," Tom said, voice even and too calm, like he was reading a report. "Fair hair, 2nd row," as if the detail could conjure them. Lily and Kate. The nurse's eyes flicked to Anna. "Come with me, ma'am." To Tom she added, softer, "You too, sir." She did not say if you wait or please sit. She turned and they followed, shoes whispering over scuffed linoleum. The hallway opened into a holding area where the world separated into bright and dim. On the bright side, swinging doors, a blur of white coats, the wet squeal of a wheel, a clatter of metal basins. On the dim, rows of wooden chairs, a table with yesterday's paper folded to the sports page, a clock ticking with an indifferent hand. The nurse directed them to the chairs. "We pulled names from lunch pails," she said, as if handing them a mooring line. "Your girls came in together." She stopped herself there, lips pressing closed around whatever came next. "The doctor will speak with you." Anna sat because her knees had become unreliable. Tom remained standing, hands on the back of the chair beside her, as if he could hold it down and keep the room from lifting, tilting, floating away. He stared through the swinging doors at motion cut into pieces, an elbow, a flash of hair, a tray. Anna wanted to stand with him, to match his height against whatever came, but the seat beneath her felt like the only solid thing in the building. A boy came through the doors on a rolling gurney, eyes glazed, a blanket pulled to his chin. His mother hurried beside, murmuring his name over and over as if repetition could braid him back together. A nurse guided them past. Behind, a smaller child clung to his father's pant leg, thumb planted in his mouth, eyes big as coins. Anna thought inanely, "We should tell him thumbs carry germs because the mind does what it can to keep from falling." The clock on the wall stuttered forward and stopped and stuttered again. Time unthreaded into string she could not gather. A janitor passed with a mop and a bucket, his expression deliberately neutral. Somewhere a door shut softly, as if the hand that closed it had mercy. Tom shifted and the chair under his grip creaked. He leaned down just enough that she could hear him. "Alive when they left?" he said, repeating what the medic had given them like a verse he refused to let slip. "We'll hold to that." She nodded because there was nothing else to do. A doctor appeared, moving with the efficient slowness of a man who knows his words will break something. He was clean-shaven, a gray thread at his temple, his white coat sleeves rolled once at the wrist. There were faint red marks where his gloves had been. He looked at Tom, then at Anna, and his kind eyes confirmed what his hands already had. "Mr. and Mrs.," he said, and Anna was grateful he didn't try a last name. In a town like theirs, he likely knew it. Mercy was in not using it. "I'm Dr. Keene." "Lily and Kate," Anna said. The names came out without breath. She tacked them to him like labels, toy brave. "They sit 2nd row. Lily has a cowlick here." She touched her own hairline. "Kate's ribbon never stays." "Doctor." Keene's mouth tightened, not with impatience, but with tenderness. He knelt beside Anna's chair so his face would be level with hers. "They were brought in quickly," he said. "You're older." He paused, measuring, then let that go. "Your Lily came with a head injury. We took her straight back. Kate had injuries to her chest. We did what we could." He swallowed, and for a moment she hated him for needing to. "I'm sorry." Anna's body reacted before her mind did. A sound tore loose, small, high, awful, and then the room tilted. The chair saved her from the floor, from the cold, from the act of falling. She folded forward, pressing her palms over her mouth, because to let the sound keep going would pull the walls down. She heard Tom say nothing. The quiet in him was not emptiness, but force. She knew that quiet. He had brought it home with his duffel and his scars. He held it like a shield in front of them both. When she lifted her head, Dr. Keene was standing now, facing him. "Lily fought hard," the doctor said gently. "We tried to ease her pain. Kate, it was very fast," he added, as if granting a kindness he had a right to give. They weren't alone. Anna seized on the only thing she could touch. "Let me see them," she whispered. "Please." "Of course," Dr. Keene said. We'll make it as gentle as we can." He signaled to the nurse at the desk without taking his eyes off them. "Give us a moment," he said, "and I'll come back for you." He stepped away. The nurse brought a glass of water in both hands. Anna stared at it as if it were a foreign thing, then took it and held it without drinking. Her hands shook, the surface quivering, a tiny weather. Tom lowered himself into the chair beside her like a man sitting into a trap. He still hadn't moved much. He was the negative of movement, as if any shift would rearrange reality into something worse. He stared ahead, jaw set, knuckles pressed white against his knees. Somewhere down the hall, a child cried out "Mama," and Anna flinched so hard the water leapt the rim and wet her wrist. She set the glass on the floor between her shoes. It made a small sound, a tap too polite for a day like this. She turned to him. His profile could have been carved. "Tom," she said, and the name didn't carry. She tried again, softer. "Tom." He kept his eyes forward. "If I had gotten there sooner," he said, and she heard in it the useless calculus that would now be his companion. If the driver had seen, if the truck, if the bend. Each if was a stepping stone over water that wasn't there. "Don't," she said, and it came out with more steel than she knew she had left. "Don't." She pressed her fingertips to his sleeve. "We will see them." He blinked then, just once, as if her touch had pulled him back from a slope. He dragged in air that sounded too loud in his chest and nodded. "Doctor." Keene returned without hurry, without delay. "This way," he said. They followed him through the bright doors. The light there was both kind and cruel, revealing only what it could. A nurse drew a curtain around a small white room, arranging even that small mercy as if arranging a bouquet. "Take your time," she murmured, and left them alone. After, when the curtain had been opened again and the world admitted back in with its humming light and its ticking clock and its radiator hiss, Dr. Keene guided them gently to the dim side of the hall once more. Words were said. Papers, arrangements, the pastor, family. They nodded because that is what people do when presented with tasks in a place where tasks feel like betrayal. They found themselves back at the row of wooden chairs. Anna sat because sitting was what her body remembered. Tom didn't sit at first. He stood in front of the empty chair beside her like a sentry, then circled it, then carefully, deliberately, lowered himself into the one on the other side, as if proximity itself had rules now he could not break. He stared at the empty place where he would have sat and where, God help them, two small bodies could not. He stared as if the chair might take pity and speak. The hum in the lights kept time. A nurse passed and hesitated, then reached into her pocket. "This was with the effects," she said. In her open palm lay 2 hair ribbons, one neatly tied and one bowed wrong, as if it had wiggled out of patience even in a drawer. A faint iron scent clung to the cotton. "I thought you'd like to hold them." Anna's throat closed to a pinhole. She took the ribbons and placed one on Tom's open hand. He held it as if it were a weight he could lift. They did not pray aloud. She could not find words big enough. He did not trust words yet. But their breaths arrived and left in turn, the two of them in a small eddy while the hospital's larger river moved around them. When Reverend Carter appeared at the end of the hall, hat in hand, he paused before coming closer, as if he had learned that grief has a boundary you approach as you would a skittish animal. "I came as soon as I heard," he said. He sat not between them but across, taking the chair that faced their two. He said nothing more. The presence was the prayer. Minutes, hours, time had no courtesy to announce itself. At some point, Tom leaned forward and set his palm on the empty chair's seat. The gesture was small and enormous. He left it there, spread as if keeping a promise. Anna watched his hand, the way it trembled and then steadied, and understood. He was saving something he could not keep. a place, a space, an absence honored like a right. She leaned toward him until her shoulder found his arm. The wooden chairs creaked in small complaint and then accepted their weight. The lights hummed on. The clock moved its indifferent hand. They did not look away. The church doors loomed ahead of her, wide and dark, their iron handles cold beneath her fingers. Anna stood rooted to the steps, the weight of the morning pressing her into the wood. She could hear the swell of the organ already, slow, solemn notes spilling into the street, carrying with them the scent of lilies and the low murmur of gathered voices. She was late. She had meant not to be, had promised herself she would walk in on time like any decent mother should for her children. But her body betrayed her. Every step felt as if it would shatter something inside her. Inside, the pews were already full. Faces turned as the doors groaned open. Townsfolk she had known her whole life. Neighbors who had brought casseroles, children who had played in her yard, women who had rocked her twins when they were babies. They filled the sanctuary with a hush of pity and sorrow. She wanted to run, to flee from their eyes, from the unbearable truth that had drawn them all here. And then she saw him. Tom sat in the very front pew, back straight as if he were still in uniform, his shoulders squared against the weight no man could truly bear. Before him, 2 small coffins rested in a sea of flowers, white wood, polished smooth. Too small, far too small. His hand was on the bench beside him, palms spread flat against the varnished wood as if holding something in place, holding space, her heart constricted, even now, even here, saving her a seat. It undid her. Her knees buckled, and for a moment she clung to the edge of the doorframe, unsure if she could force her legs to move forward, but she had to. She drew in a breath, stepped into the aisle, and the whole room seemed to blur around her. She saw only him. Tom did not turn his head, but she knew he felt her. His jaw tightened, his gaze locked on the coffins. Still, his hand remained there, steady, waiting. She walked down the aisle like it was a mile of broken glass, each step splintering her from within. When she reached him, her hand brushed his on the bench. He shifted just enough for her to slip beside him. Their shoulders touched, rigid, bound by grief. He did not look at her, nor she at him. Together they faced forward, eyes on the small boxes that held all their laughter, their songs, their futures. The preacher's voice rose, words of hope and eternal rest. But they washed over her without sinking in. Anna's hands twisted in her lap, cold and trembling. She wanted to weep, to scream, to fling herself across those coffins and refuse to let them go. But she could not move. Tom's stillness anchored her, though she felt the storm raging in him. His hand pressed so hard to the wood she thought it might splinter. When the choir sang, she heard Kate's voice in her head, bright and off-key, singing louder than the others in Sunday school. When the preacher prayed, she remembered Lily's quiet whispers at bedtime, prayers tangled in imagination, asking God to keep angels busy with kittens and sunshine. The memories clawed at her chest until she bit her lip raw to keep from crying out. Beside her, Tom shifted once, the faintest tremor passing through him, and then his hand slid from the wood to cover hers. It was a soldier's grip, firm, unyielding, the kind of hold that meant survival. She clutched back, desperate, her nails digging into his skin. They did not speak. They could not. But the gesture said what their mouths could not form. We are still here. We are still side by side. When the final hymn ended, the congregation stood, rustling with coats and hushed sobs. She and Tom did not rise. They sat, frozen, hands locked together, staring forward as the pallbearers moved to lift the small coffins. Only when the boxes passed before them did Anna find the strength to whisper their daughters' names. The sound broke her, and she leaned against Tom's shoulder, her body trembling with silent sobs. He did not move, did not bend, but his hand on hers grew tighter. They followed the coffins out into the cold daylight. The sky had broken to a pale blue, sharp and indifferent. At the gravesite the ground was raw, 2 rectangles of earth cut into the frozen soil, dark against the frost. The smell of turned dirt mingled with lilies carried from the church. Anna's breath puffed white as she stepped closer, her legs nearly giving way at the sight. 2 small holes, side by side, waiting. Her girls had once shared a crib, then a bed, then a pew, always shoulder to shoulder. Now, even in death, they would not be parted. Tom stood tall, his coat collar turned up against the wind, his face unreadable stone. Only his hand found hers again, anchoring her in the bitter air. Reverend Carter spoke softly, his Bible pages trembling in the breeze. Anna caught little of it. Psalms, assurances, promises of reunion. The only words that cut through were the ones he spoke directly over the coffins. "Let the little children come to me." Her vision blurred. She wanted to shout that they already had come, too soon, far too soon. But the words lodged in her throat, and all that escaped was a sob she buried in Tom's sleeve. The ropes groaned as the coffins were lowered. The white lids slipped from view, swallowed by the earth. Anna gasped, clutching Tom's arm as though she could pull them back up by sheer strength of will. He didn't move, didn't cry, but his jaw was clenched so tightly she thought it might break. His silence was the sound of a man at war with himself. When the first clod of dirt struck wood, Anna's knees buckled. Tom's arms circled her waist before she could fall, holding her upright. He didn't look down at her, but his grip told her he would not let her go. Not here. Not now. Not ever. Neighbors stepped forward to lay flowers, the girl's Sunday school teacher leaving 2 worn hymnals, the covers soft with use. Anna barely saw them. All she saw was the dark earth rising, the white disappearing. At last the crowd thinned. Only family, the preacher, and a few close friends remained. The silence grew wide, broken only by the scrape of shovels. Tom's hand stayed locked in hers, stiff and unyielding. When it was done, when the ground was smoothed and the markers placed, Anna knelt. She pressed her palm to the cold mound, whispering their names again, softer this time, like a lullaby. Tom stood behind her, his shadow long across the graves. After a long silence, he lowered himself beside her. His hand, rough and scarred, came to rest over hers on the earth. Together they stayed like that, side by side, the whole town watching but invisible. For the first time that day, Anna turned to look at him. His eyes were red-rimmed, his face hollow, but he met her gaze. No words passed between them. None were needed. 2 seats had been taken from their table, 2 voices gone from their house, 2 lights snuffed out. But for this moment, with hands pressed to the same ground, they clung to the one thing left, each other. They lingered until the last shovel had stilled and the last mourner's footsteps faded down the cemetery path. Cold seeped through Anna's coat as she knelt by the mound, her hand pressed flat to the earth as though her touch could warm it. Tom's hand stayed over hers until finally he rose and drew her gently with him. The walk back to the truck was silent. Neighbors glanced at them, some with wet eyes, some with helpless looks that begged permission to say something, but no one spoke. People knew there were no words big enough for the day. The drive home was worse. Gravel spat beneath the wheels, the engine throbbed in the cold, and every bump on the county road jolted Anna's body, as though grief had moved into her bones. She stared out the window, watching fence posts blur by. Tom drove stiffly, both hands locked on the wheel. Not once did he reach across the cab to touch her hand as he used to on long rides. By the time they reached the house, the sun was low, painting the windows orange. It should have been the hour the girls came running up the walk, shouting about lessons and playground squabbles, the smell of supper drawing them inside. Instead, the yard was still, the porch empty. Tom cut the engine, but neither of them moved. It was Anna who opened the door first. The hinges creaked like something complaining at being disturbed. Inside, the house waited exactly as they had left it. The shoes by the door, the school books stacked on the table, 2 chairs askew from the morning rush that day. The air was stale, heavy with the ghost of their chatter. Anna moved automatically, straightening the books, touching the laces of the shoes as if by habit she could conjure the small feet that belonged in them. Her throat closed tight, and she left the shoes undone. Tom hung his coat on the hook, then stopped, staring at the dining table. 2 chairs stood empty, side by side. They had been small enough that their feet had never quite reached the floor. He walked over, pulled one out, then pushed it back in with slow precision. His jaw worked, but no words came. Anna set her hand on the back of the other, aching to say something. They should stay here. We should leave them as they are, untouched, a shrine. But the words tangled in her grief. She only looked at him. Tom turned away first. He crossed the room and went out to the porch, his boots striking the floorboards with measured steps. The door creaked shut behind him. Anna sank into one of the empty chairs. She folded her hands on the table, staring at the wood grain, tracing patterns as if it might reveal an answer, but all it showed her were lines that led nowhere. Through the window, she saw Tom sitting stiff in the rocking chair, staring into the yard. His profile was stone. Once, she would have gone to him, pressed her head to his shoulder, and let silence be comfort enough. Tonight, she could not move. The distance between them was more than walls and glass. The house grew darker. Shadows climbed the walls. Neither lit a lamp. When at last Anna rose to go to bed, she paused at the door to their room, listening for his steps behind her. None came. She lay down in the half-light, staring at the ceiling, her hands stretched across the sheet to the place he should be. On the porch, Tom rocked once, twice, then stilled. His eyes stayed fixed on the yard, but Anna knew, if she had opened the window, if she had dared, that he was dreaming the same dream she was. He saw children running up the path, heard their laughter spilling over the fence, smelled supper waiting. But when he blinked, the yard stayed empty, and in the silence of their house, grief began its quiet work, making weather of them. Sudden storms, long droughts, two lives side by side, but divided by absence that had no name.
Chapter 15. 1953, a new light. He hadn't meant to be outside. The back steps had just been there when the house grew too tight and the rooms started pressing their corners in on him. He'd opened the door, felt the cold wrap him like wet cloth, and sat down anyway, coatless, without thinking. The boards under him were gritty with old paint and frost. Through the bare tangle of garden stakes and dead tomato vines, the field beyond lay glazed and colorless, the sky the same dull pewter as the tin bucket turned upside down beside the porch. Tom rubbed his hands together and then braced them under his thighs to keep from shivering. He welcomed the sting. It lessened the other ache, the one with no edges. Breath made clouds that lifted and dissolved. He watched each one go, counting them because counting used to keep the panic off. In the camp, he'd counted spoonfuls, footsteps, knots in the wall. Now he counted branches. The screen door whispered and creaked. He didn't turn right away. He knew her gait the way he knew the shift between gears on an old truck, one quick step catching up to the next. She pulled the door to carefully, as if softness might make the noise gentler by degrees. The springs complained anyway. "You're going to freeze," Anna said, not scolding, just setting the fact on the top step between them. He felt her settle beside him. Her coat brushed his shirt sleeve. The back of her hand, warm from the kitchen, grazed his arm. "Here," she said, and worked his sleeve over her fingers until she found his wrist and wrapped both her hands around it. "I'm all right," he said. The words circled once in the cloud of his breath and vanished. They sat without talking. The cold had a sound when you listened. The tiny skitter of something brittle rolling on wood, the distant crack of a tree giving up a frozen twig. Wind worried the clothesline. One wooden clothespin turned on its spring like a slow second hand. From here he could see the stump along the fence where the girls had once balanced, arms windmilling, daring each other to be brave. He could see the bald patch the tire swing had chewed in the grass. He could see too much without seeing anything at all. She drew a breath and let it go. "I couldn't find you," she said. "You weren't in the bedroom, not in the front room. I thought maybe." She didn't finish the thought. She didn't have to. Sirens had become thoughts now. They went off without sound. He rubbed his thumb across the rough seam of the step. A nailhead pressed a circle into his palm. "Wanted? Air." She made a small hum in her throat that might have meant she understood, might have meant nothing. He felt her lean until her shoulder found his, and then she stayed, a raft in a current. He shifted just enough to shoulder her back, anchoring. They had made it through the first terrible weeks by not saying the obvious things. He'd chopped wood until his hands blistered, and then healed, and then blistered again. She'd baked loaves no one could eat, filling the rooms with warm, yeasty smells that made their stomachs turn. People had come and gone with covered dishes and careful mouths. The house had learned the trick of being quiet while full. After the casseroles, emptiness arrived like a guest who never left. He knew she had cried with her face in the towels to muffle the sound. He had learned to lie still beside her in the dark and count the breaths between the waves of it, offering his hand but not words. Words, when they came, were sideways. "There's a loose hinge on the pantry," she would say, and he would answer, "I saw the hinge." "It might snow," he'd say, and she'd answer, "We're low on salt." Now she said, voice low, "It's been 3 months." He nodded. His throat was too tight for speech. "You know what's today?" she asked. He did, and he didn't. Days slid. Some mornings the calendar was a wall he couldn't climb. He swallowed. "Tell me." Her gloved thumb rubbed the inside of his wrist, a small sparking warmth. "Today the school would have hung the winter drawings," she said. "The ones with chalk snow and the coal for eyes. Miss Avery always puts them in the hall. I ran into her at Canfield's. She said there were 2 blank spaces. She left them, on purpose." Anna's mouth worked against a tremor he could feel through the little bones of her hand. "I didn't know if that was kindness or cruelty," she said. "Maybe both." Tom tightened his jaw until it throbbed. The hallway came at him anyway. The corkboard, the uneven tape, 2 empty rectangles waiting for something that would never arrive. He shut his eyes. Even behind lids, whiteness. He tried to breathe around it. "We don't say their names," Anna said, so soft he wasn't sure if she was telling him or asking. "I keep stopping right before, like there's a cliff right there, and if I say them, I'll fall." She tipped her head until her temple touched the side of his jaw. "I'm tired of stopping." He was too. He was tired of skirting, of stepping carefully around the things inside their own house, as if grief were glass set out on the edge of a table ready to drop. He nodded, slow. "You first," she whispered, and he closed his hand over hers. He wasn't ready, and then he was. He heard his own voice say the first name, aching and tender. He said it like a prayer and like an apology and like the start of a song he'd forgotten he knew. He felt her breath hitch, felt the tremor run through her into him, and he said the second name because once the edge was behind you, the fall was just falling, and there was no use fighting gravity. For a moment there was only their breathing, staggered, and the cooling of his spoken words as they turned to white and then nothing. Then she said both names again, different on her tongue, not less hurt, but less hiding. She said them in a string, and he said them back, and for a minute they built a small bridge with them, plank by plank, across a piece of empty air. Anna wiped at her cheek with the back of her glove and laughed a raw laugh that had no humor in it. "Listen to us," she said. "Out here without coats, talking like fools in January." Her breath steamed. "They'd tell us to go inside. They'd boss us." "They would," he said, and felt the ghost of a smile pull at the corner of his mouth. He could almost hear the high voices. "Don't sit on the cold steps, Daddy. You'll get a chill." He'd have teased them then. He could hear that too. The memory made his chest hurt. He let it. She was quiet. Then, like someone listening at a door and deciding to knock, she said, "Tom? I want..." She stopped and started again. I don't even know if I am allowed to say it without it sounding wrong." She tried for a breath that didn't splinter. "I want to be a mother again. I want a house with crayons on the table and socks in the hamper that aren't ours. I want to risk wanting." A flock of dark birds lifted off the hedgerow at the fence line and went north altogether, as if a signal had passed through them. He watched the stitch of them against the gray. Wanting had teeth. It could bite down and not let go, but he had never known her to be cowardly with her own heart. "You don't want to replace," he said. Not a question. The word itself tasted wrong. There were no replacements. There were only absences and whatever you built beside them. "No," her voice steadied. "Not to erase, to continue, to let love do what it does, if it can." She turned her face so her mouth was near his shoulder seam. "Do you think that's betrayal?" He opened his hands and, because he had no coat to offer, he covered her gloved fingers with his bare ones. "I think," he said slowly, looking at the stump where the girls had balanced, "we know something now, about how fast a thing can vanish, about what matters." He glanced at the kitchen window. Through the wavy glass he could see the table, the place the 4 of them had once sat, the place he and Anna had learned to sit at again without choking. "I think wanting another life to sit with us isn't betrayal," he said, and felt the truth of it as he said it. Felt the way the words arranged themselves inside him and made a little space. "It's honoring what we had, what we have." She made that small hum again, different now. "I was afraid you'd say no," she said, "or that you were thinking it, but wouldn't say. and then we'd start to harden around the not saying. He thought of the camp again, how the men who hardened most completely turned brittle and broke. He thought of wood in winter, how the ones that flexed survived the storm. "I don't want to harden," he said. "I've been trying not to." She drew back enough to look at him. Her eyes were red at the rims. She had flour on her sleeve. He noticed absurdly that she must have wiped her hands there without thinking. He wanted to put his thumb to that spot and rub it into the cloth like a blessing. "Then we'll be brave," she said, "and foolish, probably, and terrified most of the time." He huffed something that was almost a laugh. "That sounds like us." He glanced toward the yard and then down at their feet, side by side in the dusting of frost on the step. It looked like a chalk outline of a plan. "We can see Dr. McKay," he said, the practical part of him rising the way it always did once a decision's shape came clear. "Ask what he thinks. About scar tissue. About everything." He cleared his throat. "I'll come. Every time." Her mouth softened. "I know." He hesitated, then said the quietest truth. "I'm afraid." "Me too." They let that sit between them like a third hand on the step. It didn't shrink by being named, but it seemed less a fog and more a thing with edges. He could work with edges. He hooked his heel behind the riser and rocked once, as if testing the strength of the wood. If it doesn't happen," he said, surprised to hear the words before they were fully formed, "we'll still have done this wanting together. We'll still have kept the door open." She nodded, a movement he felt in his own neck through the places they touched. "We'll open it," she said, "and keep it open." He slid his hand under her arm. "Come inside," he said. "You're shaking." "You are too," she said, and pressed close as they stood. She tugged at his shirt sleeve, and he let himself be tugged, first one step, then the next. The screen door sighed them through. Warm air and the smell of something faintly sweet, maybe the last of the apples they'd tucked away in the pantry, met them. He shut the door behind them, this time on purpose. In the kitchen, he paused. The table sat square and patient, chairs tucked in neatly, the two chairs against the wall where they'd moved them, unable to look at the emptiness it suggested. He left his hand on the back of the nearest chair and felt the worn groove his palm had made over years of sitting. Anna unwound her scarf and set it on the table, eyes moving over the room like someone reading. He pulled the two chairs out and turned them back toward the table. The scraping sound was small and enormous. He could feel her looking at him. He didn't look up right away. He put his hand on the top rail and let his thumb find the old nick where a plate had dropped years ago. "Not because we're certain," he said. "Because we're willing." She came to him then and put her hand over his on the chair. "Because we're willing," she echoed. The words were an answer and a vow and something like relief. Outside, wind rattled the clothespins again. Inside, the house felt as if someone had pushed a stuck window up a little and let in air. Tom stood with his hand under Anna's hand and let the feeling come. Terror. Hope. A braided rope. Something you could hold. He remembered the names again, both of them, and said them inside his head without flinching. Then he looked at the chairs they'd turned toward the table, at the space it made. He couldn't see it filled yet. He didn't try. He stood with Anna and listened to the quiet. It sounded less empty. "We'll go see McKay," she said after a while, practical now, like him. "Tomorrow, or the next day. We'll see." "We will," he said. She leaned her head briefly against his shoulder, the weight of it familiar and new all at once. "Thank you." "For what?" "For saying their names," she said. "For saying yes." He nodded, feeling the tightness in his chest shift and loosen. The decision didn't erase anything. It didn't even dull the edges. It just placed something alongside the sharpness, something that might grow. "Tea?" he asked. "Tea," she said. He found the kettle and filled it and set it on, and while the water thought about boiling, he set 2 cups on the table, side by side, and left a space for another. Not a promise, a possibility, a place to something down when it arrived. The years slid past with a kind of weary patience, calendar pages filling and falling as though the seasons were carrying them forward without asking. Tom marked them anyway, each square crossed in his careful hand. He was never one to keep a journal, but the act of tracing the days became its own steadying ritual, as if counting them might soften the ache of waiting. The doctors had said it sometimes happened, that grief and time could leave a body reluctant, that they might never hold another child. For a long while it seemed true, and then almost when they had stopped expecting, it didn't. Anna's pregnancy came like a fragile miracle, a tangle of contradictions, every laugh laced with fear, every quiet moment shadowed by memory, and yet underneath it all, a trembling, stubborn hope. He went with her to every appointment. He didn't trust himself not to. Each time, she shrugged into her coat, tugging the buttons as though she could make herself look composed, and each time he was already waiting at the door with her scarf in his hand. In the clinic's narrow waiting room, he stood when she stood, sat when she sat, holding her coat over his arm like it was his post. He memorized the doctor's words with a soldier's precision. The measurements, the warnings, the flicker of heartbeat heard through a machine that made Anna's eyes widen with something between terror and awe. She reached for his hand then, every time. Her grip was fierce, and he never flinched. At night, the stillness of the house pressed hardest. He had taken to setting out 2 chairs in the kitchen before bed, one for Anna in case she couldn't sleep and wandered down for tea, and one more he placed deliberately beside hers. Sometimes he rested a hand on the empty seat back before going upstairs. "It's waiting for you," he whispered once, half to Anna, half to the unseen life they prayed would make it here safely. Some nights she followed him down. He would find her bent over the table, elbows propped, face in her hands. "I can't breathe right," she confessed once, voice ragged. "Feels like if I hope too much, I'll lose it." Tom pulled a chair beside her, the new chair, the one he'd been saving, and sat without a word. Silence stretched between them, not heavy this time, but sheltering like the hush of snow before dawn. At last he said, "Then don't hope for everything. Just hope for this breath, then the next one. I'll hope for the rest." Her laugh trembled, half a sob, but her shoulders eased. She leaned into him, and he wrapped an arm around her, steady as the oak beams above their heads. As months passed, the townsfolk noticed. Old Mrs. Carver at the market patted Anna's arm, whispering prayers. The preacher shook Tom's hand longer than usual, saying, "You'll be a fine father again." Tom nodded, throat tight, because again was the hardest word. In the quiet afterward, when neighbors drifted away, he would catch Anna's eyes. They didn't speak of it, but both knew that joy carried a shadow behind it. The twins' names lingered at the edges of every conversation. Sometimes, as Anna folded a tiny blanket gifted by her mother, Tom saw her lips move soundlessly, as if speaking to girls who weren't there. One night he found her on the porch steps, the air sharp with spring chill. She was barefoot, staring at the yard as if expecting 2 small figures to dart across it with laughter. "Do you think they'd want this?" she asked, voice small. He sat beside her, drawing her feet into his lap to warm them. "I think they'd want us to keep going." Her eyes shone, tears not falling. She nodded, pressing her lips together, and rested her head on his shoulder. They stayed there until the stars blurred, and when he carried her back inside, tucking the quilt around her on the couch, he noticed the 2 chairs still waiting in the kitchen. He left them there side by side, the promise of a family not replaced, but continued. The storm broke the same night Anna's labor did. Tom woke to the sound of thunder rolling so close it rattled the window glass, and Anna's hand clutching his, her breath coming sharp and fast. "It's time," she whispered, her face pale and determined all at once. For a moment he just looked at her, disbelief rooted in him. Then the truth surged through, and he was up, fumbling for her coat, though she waved him off, insisting she wouldn't wear it. The midwife had already been warned. Clara Hayes arrived not long after, her cloak dripping with rain, face calm as if she'd walked through storms all her life. The night stretched into something outside of time. Each contraction bent Anna forward, her hair damp with sweat, her fingers gripping the edge of the bed. Tom knelt beside her, counting with her, breathing with her, grounding himself in the rhythm because it was something he could do, something he could fight alongside her. "You're stronger than the storm," he murmured once, brushing back her hair. She squeezed his hand hard enough to make his knuckles pop. Hours blurred. The lamp hissed low. Thunder groaned beyond the shutters, and Clara's steady voice kept them both tethered. "Breathe." Again. Almost there. When the cry finally came, a high, fierce wail, it cut through everything. Tom's chest clenched, broke, and filled all at once. He laughed, but it came out half a sob, and Anna, exhausted and tear-streaked, laughed with him. Clara laid the child in Anna's arms, the storm still raging outside, and Tom leaned close, brushing a trembling finger against the damp curve of his son's cheek. The baby's skin was so small, so impossibly alive, that Tom felt something in him settle and quake at once. Anna looked up at him, her eyes wide with wonder and exhaustion. "A boy," she breathed. "A boy," Tom echoed, his voice breaking. He bent low, so his words were only for the new life between them. "We've been saving your seat," he whispered. The baby's cry softened into little hiccuping breaths, and Anna's eyes fluttered shut in relief. Tom stayed there, one arm braced around her, the other hovering close, as if he could guard the fragile life that had just entered the world by sheer will. Outside, the storm roared on, but in that small room, the sound no longer frightened him. It was just weather. Inside, they had something stronger. The house had gone quiet again by morning. The storm passed, leaving the world washed clean, the air sharp with the scent of wet earth. Sunlight angled through the curtains, falling across the quilt where Anna lay propped against pillows, her hair damp at the temples, her face pale but peaceful. The boy slept curled against her chest, his tiny breaths rising and falling like the ticking of a new clock. Tom sat in the rocking chair, his elbows on his knees, unable to take his eyes off them. He had not slept, though Clara had urged him to rest. He couldn't, not when there was something so breakable and perfect before him. He kept waiting for the sound of footsteps that weren't there, for the voices of Lily and Kate bouncing down the hall. The ache pressed against him, sharp as ever, but beside it was something else, something that steadied his hands even as they shook. "We should give him a name," Anna whispered, her voice breaking the stillness. Tom looked up. Her eyes were on him, soft but insistent, and in them he saw both the girls and something new, something that asked to be chosen, claimed, cherished. They said names quietly, as though testing each one against the silence. None of them seemed right. Too heavy, too borrowed, too far from what this child was meant to carry. Then Anna spoke one that lingered between them, bright and simple. "Samuel," she said. "Sam." Tom rolled it in his mind. Samuel. The pastor had once preached that Hannah, barren and heartbroken, prayed with all her soul for a child, and when the Lord answered, she named him Samuel, "because I asked the Lord for him." It meant, heard by God. Tom felt the weight of that story settle over him now, not just as an answer, but as a reminder that God had listened to their prayers too. His throat thickened. He nodded slowly, tasting the name again. "Sam," he said softly, trying it on the air. "Our boy." Anna smiled, tired and radiant, and reached for the paper card Clara had left on the nightstand. With careful strokes, she wrote the name, Samuel Whitaker. She set it between the framed photographs of Lily and Kate that stood on the dresser. The sight undid him. For a moment he could not breathe, seeing all three of them gathered there, the daughters who would never grow older, the son who had just entered the world, bound together by ink and memory. His chest ached, but he let it. He owed it to all of them to feel the whole weight. He took his son into his arms then, easing down into the rocking chair. The boy stirred, lips puckering, and Tom whispered to him, words that came without rehearsal. "There'll always be room for you, Sam. Creek bridges, church pews, front row bleachers. Wherever you go, I'll save your seat." The baby's eyes blinked open, unfocused, but Tom swore he caught something steady in them. He rocked slowly, the rhythm as old as his own childhood, and Anna watched with a soft smile that made the whole room seem lit from within. The days began to find a new music. Not loud or sweeping, not the laughter of two girls racing through the yard, but softer, steadier, like the hum of a hymn carried low under breath. There were tiny socks on the line now, fluttering beside Anna's dresses. The squeak of the rocker joined the evening chorus of crickets. The kitchen, once hollow with silence, learned the sound of bottles tapping against the counter, the sudden hiccup of an infant cry that brought them both running. Tom discovered he could measure time not only in hours or days, but in the weight of his son in his arms. At first, Sam fit inside the crook of one elbow, fragile and impossibly small. Weeks later, he stretched longer, his cries louder, his fists finding Tom's shirt with surprising strength. Each change startled Tom with both joy and a pang of fear, that he might blink and miss something, that he might lose what he'd been given. Anna, too, found her rhythms again. He would catch her humming at the stove, rocking on her heels as she stirred, the same tune she'd once sung to Lily and Kate. Sometimes her voice broke, and Tom would step close, his hand brushing hers, and she would steady. Other times she laughed, soft, grateful laughter that had been gone too long, and the sound filled the house with warmth. One evening, near dusk, the table was set with simple food, bread, soup, and applesauce in a chipped bowl. Tom sat waiting, Sam dozing in his cradle nearby, the lamplight painting gold across the wooden floor. Anna was hurrying, as she so often was. He could hear her footsteps upstairs, the creak of a drawer, the quiet fuss of fabric. When at last she came down, cheeks flushed, apron askew, Tom looked up and patted the chair beside him. "I saved you a seat," he said, the words carrying more weight than their easy sound suggested. She paused in the doorway, her gaze falling on him, then on their son sleeping close by. Something softened in her face, and she crossed the room, slipping into the chair with a sigh. "I knew you would," she said. The simple exchange pressed against Tom's chest, deeper than any prayer he could have managed aloud. For a moment the house itself seemed to exhale, as though its walls had been holding their breath with them. And in that breath, in that pause between sorrow and tomorrow, Tom understood. They would never stop grieving the girls, but neither would they stop living. Love, somehow, had made space for both.
Chapter 16, 1971, Laughter Between Rows. The bleachers shimmered like fish scales in the June sun, and Anna caught her own reflection, blurred and breathless, in the aluminum as she hustled up the steps. The town field smelled like cut grass and dust and the paper sweetness of concession stand lemonade. She'd misjudged the time again. The zipper had stuck on the orange cooler. Then Mrs. Hafford had waved her down by the mailbox to ask about church potluck pies, and the truck had taken 2 tries to wake. Each small delay had stacked like chairs until her chest felt tight with the old, foolish worry. What if he looks for me and I am not there? On the infield, a line of boys in loose jerseys kicked at the chalk, caps askew, knees knobby and brown from summer. The number 7 on the back that belonged to their son jerked like a second heart when he bounced on his toes and scanned the stands with a serious, searching face. Anna felt the years compress. The too quiet house at noon, the ache of empty bedrooms, the careful hope of later years, into that one motion of a child looking for his people. Tom stood near the top row, hair gone silver at the temples in a way that still surprised her in the right light, and patted a space on the bleacher between a folded sweater and a scorecard. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. His smile was easy, his hand warm against the cool metal. "Saved you a seat," he said when she slid beside him, the words soft enough they were meant for her alone. Her apology rose and died on her tongue. He reached for the strap of the cooler and set it at his feet, as if he'd been waiting to do that too. Down on the field, number 7 saw them. His shoulders dropped, his mouth opened with a grin, and he lifted his glove in a broad wave that made 2 of the smaller boys turn to see what he'd seen. Anna lifted her hand back, palm stinging with a relief that felt like a small prayer answered. "Made it before the first pitch," Tom murmured, a smile pinning the gentleness to his face. "By my count, that's early." She bumped him with her shoulder and squinted toward the diamond. The home ump stood crisp in a black cap. Coach Nolan hunched over in the third base box, hands on his knees. The far fence bore a faded sign advertising a mechanic who retired 15 years ago and never replaced the board. The public address system crooned into static. "Welcome to opening day, folks. Let's keep it friendly." The hum of the crowd. 30 people who had been at each other's weddings and funerals and knew which kids still put sugar on their tomatoes rose like a patient tide. "You drove slow?" Tom asked it lightly, but she heard the check underneath. "I did," she said. She always did, now, past the bus stops and the curves and the intersection out near the nursing home where the county road slung its shadow long and late afternoon. The habit sat in her bones. Some days it felt like a blessing, other days like a rasp. He reached down and squeezed her hand, thumb tracing the ring he'd slid there decades ago in a church full of borrowed flowers and summer heat. The batters took their practice swings. Wood popped against air and echoed against the tin roof of the dugout. Tom's hands stilled at the sound, just a breath catch, nothing he couldn't move through, and Anna let her fingers rest over his, so the sound had to pass through both of them to reach his mind. They counted the strikes together, the way they had learned to count hard moments without giving them more weight than they deserved. "Number 7, called the announcer, and their boy stepped to the plate, tapping the bat once against the toe of his cleat like Coach had taught him. He was all elbows and concentration. He tugged his cap brim down and looked, not at the pitcher, not at the catcher's mask or the umpire's chest, but toward the bleachers, toward them. She watched the way his jaw worked, hinged like he was biting back something he wanted to tell them. The boy had always been that way, full of a feeling he needed to share before it grew too big inside him. "You've got this," she whispered, knowing he couldn't hear it but saying it anyway. Tom didn't speak. He had always saved the right words for when they could be used, and instead nodded as if he were sending strength down the line painted in chalk to their son's small, serious bones. First pitch. The boy didn't swing. The catcher popped up like a cork. The ump's hand stayed low. Ball 1. The second came inside, and he flinched, polite about it, like he didn't want to inconvenience the baseball by getting in its way. She saw the pinched look starting around his mouth, the one that said he understood he was small, and the world liked to call that a problem. Anna curled her fingers into the hem of her skirt to keep from standing, to keep from racing him out of every too small moment. Tom leaned in. "He'll settle." She trusted that voice more than she trusted her own heart. It had learned how to be calm on nights when the nightmares came like trains that never ran on schedule. It had learned patience sitting up with fevers and bad colds and one long, slow recovery he never asked her to name. It had called her back to herself when grief would have emptied her until there was nothing left to set on a chair. Strike 1. The bat flashed too late, a bright idea chased down by reality. Number 7 stepped back, lifted his chin toward the stands the way the brave do when they are trying not to be small. The third pitch came true, waist high and honest. He swung and met it clean. The sound wasn't loud, but it was correct, and the ball skittered sharply past the mound. Coach Nolan's voice broke like a young man's on the word go, and their boy ran. The throw came on, then tailed. The first baseman stretched too soon. The ball pinballed off leather and rolled under the bench. A tangle of cheers rose that sounded to Anna like water finding a place to go. Safe. She exhaled, and her laugh felt like it had dust in it. He did it. Tom grinned, lines bracketing his eyes. He didn't shout. He cupped his hands and called, "Good eyes!" The way he had been told 1,000 years ago by some coach whose name neither of them could now summon, and their boy on first looked down to smother a smile so as not to be rude to the pitcher who had his own mother watching. Between pitches, something shifted inside Anna as if a locked door eased on its hinges. Milestones, she thought. It sounded like a word made of stone, of fixed points hammered into ground that could otherwise slide. First tooth snug under her pillow, and a dollar bill tucked there before dawn. First fever that took them both to the edge of sleep and back. First morning he fell asleep in church, head tipped onto her shoulder, strands of his dark hair damp against her blouse. First day of school when he had turned to look for them at the doorway and she had been late. She'd arrived in time to catch his second glance, and Tom had touched the small of her back and said easily, "There you are." They'd waved together. He had loosened his little grip on the lunch pail and gone inside. Today felt like that, like catching the second glance and making it count. "Coach'll send him," Tom said, watching the measured lead their boy took off first. "He's quick." "He still trips over the laundry basket," Anna said, but she could see it. The spring in the legs that had spent afternoons in the yard turning base paths into chalk ghosts. Tom had hammered stakes into the dirt for pillowcase bases, and the boy had run figure eights until they all forgot how to measure time in anything but circles. The pitcher threw to the plate. Their boy broke for second, a little late because he double-checked the sound of their voices the way children sometimes do, trusting that sound more than signals. He launched anyway, cap bouncing, knees flashing white. The throw came, true this time. He slid, awkward, hopeful, sending dust up in a brown halo. Safe again. He popped up and brushed dirt off his jersey with an earnestness that hurt. "He's going to be filthy," Anna said. "He's going to be proud," Tom answered. He was, and his pride, shy but thick as the river in flood, turned what might have been a small thing into something that moved the shape of the whole day. Between innings, a cluster of boys trotted toward the foul line to toss the ball in lazy arcs. Number 7 peeled off and jogged to the chain link where parents leaned. He stopped just shy of the metal, mindful of rules he respected when a coach might be watching. "Ma!" he called, not loudly, but like the syllable carried his whole life up to this day inside it. "You brought the water?" She held up the bottle, already unscrewing the lid. "Of course." He reached through the diamond of fence and took it, his fingers cool and grubby and real against hers. Up close, she could see the patch of dust on his cheekbone, the run of freckles like someone had tapped him there with the head of a paintbrush, the seriousness that lit and went soft when he looked at her. There were moments she saw the shadow of 2 other faces in his, traces of a future that wasn't and a past that insisted on being remembered. Yet the boy in front of her drew the world to a point where it fit her hand. "You made it," he said. A quiet statement that was not accusation but tally. Then, because he had inherited goodness from somewhere, he added, "Thanks for coming." "I always will," she said, and believed it with a tenderness that made her throat ache. She tucked a stray curl back under the bend of his cap. "Play hard. Have fun." "Don't overthink it," Tom put in, the corner of his mouth quirking like a man who was quoting advice he'd learned the cost of. Their boy nodded like he was collecting sentences in a pocket and jogged back to warm-ups, lips moving as if he were saying them to himself. They settled again on the bleacher. The metal held the memory of the morning's cool. The light slanted, brushing the field with long shadows that made the bases look like white islands in a shallow sea. Somewhere behind them a baby cried, milky and outraged. 2 girls shared a paper cone of popcorn and argued in whispers about whose turn it was to hold the napkin. A father tried to make his laugh quieter out of respect for the other team. "How's your heart?" Anna asked without moving her gaze from the diamond. "Good." Tom's answer was plain. He didn't make promises he couldn't keep, not to her and not to himself. "Better when you're here." "You're sweet," she said. He made a rough sound that meant thank you and you. That's enough at the same time, and she smiled because she knew all the translations. In the third, their boy fielded a grounder at second that came at an odd hop and looked like trouble. He trapped it to his chest, fumbled, gathered, and still had time to flip to first with a flourish that made his own knees knock. The dugout exploded in a cheer so big it needed to go somewhere, and it came running toward the stands. Tom slapped his palm lightly against his knee as if to meet it halfway. Anna laughed and put both hands to her mouth in a shape that tried to hold the sound. "Look at him," she said, eyes wet for no good reason except every good reason. "Look at him." "I am," Tom said. "I am." He would not be little for long. She knew this like she knew every corner of the house without looking. There would be other fields and bigger crowds and late nights that weren't about fever but about keys and curfews and the complicated ways a boy pulls away to test the stretch of love. There would be disagreements and apologies, the whole choreography of family as the years tilt. But today, on a small-town field with a scoreboard that flickered, a boy in a too large cap found second base and his way around to home by way of the people who had promised him a chair and kept the promise. When the inning ended, Number 7 jogged toward the dugout, glanced up, and lifted his glove again in a quick salute. The sun caught the bill of his cap and lit his face, and Anna thought, without fanfare or fear, "We are still here." Tom shifted his scorecard and nudged her elbow, eyes crinkling. "You know," he said, easy as a sigh, "if you keep arriving like this, folks will talk." "Oh, they already do," she said, reaching for his hand and not pretending otherwise. "Let them. We've got our place." He squeezed back, and for a moment she felt the old train of memory run through, the one with the 2 bright windows and the things they had lost, and then it was gone, swallowed up by the field and the boy and the chair that had waited for her, warm from the afternoon and from the man who kept saving it, an ordinary kindness, a milestone you could sit on. Below them, the ump called, "Play!" and everything small and large began again. The sun had already climbed high by the time Anna pulled on her gloves and knelt by the garden rows. The earth here was darker than the fields, rich and stubborn, smelling of rain even though the last shower had passed days ago. She tugged at a sprig of crabgrass tangled between the tomato vines and felt the familiar tug in her back, a reminder that the years wrote themselves in muscles long before they showed up in hair or skin. Behind her came the steady tap of a hammer striking wood. Tom's rhythm had changed with age, less urgency, more deliberation, as if he meant to converse with the fence post instead of conquer it. She could hear him counting under his breath, the way he always did when he lined things straight. Each blow was measured, followed by the scrape of the nail box and the faint grunt when he shifted his weight. "You know," she called without looking up, "you missed your window to hire a young man to do that." "Why would I?" Tom answered, his voice carrying over the yard like it always had. "What would I do with myself if I wasn't out here proving I still can?" Anna yanked another weed free and held it aloft like a trophy. "You could sit on the porch and tell me where I missed spots. That's what most husbands your age do." The hammer paused. She imagined him squinting at her with that half-smile that had outlasted war and work and worry. Then the strike came again, clean, final. "And deny you the joy of my company out here? I wouldn't be so cruel." She snorted, tossing the weed into a growing pile. "Joy," he says. "I can think of other words." His laugh rolled toward her, warm and easy. She heard the fence creak as he leaned his weight on it, testing its hold. A pause followed, then the crunch of boots on gravel as he walked closer. When he stopped beside her, his shadow fell across the tomatoes, stretching long and thin. "Need a hand?" he asked. She squinted up at him, one brow raised. "With pulling weeds? You'd last all of 2 minutes before you decided hammering was better." "Maybe," he admitted, crouching down anyway. His knees cracked loud enough to make them both wince. "But I'd look noble trying." Anna passed him a cluster of dandelions. "Noble isn't the word." They worked side by side in companionable silence. Bees hummed at the edges of the patch, darting among the blossoms. The air carried the faint tang of manure from the neighbor's pasture, undercut by the sweetness of basil she'd planted near the back row. The soil warmed her palms through the thin cotton of her gloves, grounding her in a way no sermon ever had. When Tom finally spoke again, his voice was lower, thoughtful. "Remember the first year we planted this garden? How could I forget?" She brushed dirt from her knees. "You bought seed packets like we were starting a farm, and I was too tired to argue. Half of it didn't sprout. The other half I nearly killed with too much watering." His mouth twitched, self-mocking. "Your mother came by, looked at the drooping stalks, and told me to keep my day job." Anna chuckled, the memory vivid. Her mother in her house dress and apron, hands on hips, scolding Tom with more affection than severity. "You took it well." "I took it like a man trying to impress his wife," he corrected. "If she said I drowned the beans, I just nodded and hoped she'd forgive me on your behalf." Anna leaned back on her heels, studying him. His hair was nearly white now, cropped short to hide the thinning, but the shape of him was the same as it had always been, broad-shouldered, steady. She realized, as she often did in quiet moments, how much of her life had been built around the sound of his footsteps and the curve of his shadow. "You did impress me," she said softly. He looked up from the weed in his hand, eyes crinkling. "By killing beans? By trying," she said. "By always trying." For a heartbeat, neither of them moved. Then Tom pushed to his feet with another pop of his knees and went back to the fence, hammer swinging in an easy arc. The post took the blows with a solid thunk. Anna returned to her work, heart lighter than before. Minutes stretched into an hour. The sun climbed higher, pressing sweat into the lines of her neck. Her gloves were black with soil when she finally sat back and pressed her hands into the small of her back. Tom, too, had slowed, his shirt clinging damp against his shoulder blades. Yet when their eyes met across the garden rows, there was something almost playful in the fatigue. "You showed up late to help again," he called, wiping his brow with the back of his wrist. "I was out here a good 10 minutes before you." 10 minutes? She rolled her eyes. "That's hardly late." "By my clock, it counts." He leaned against the fence like a man declaring victory. "You've been late since the day I met you. Some things don't change." She tossed a clump of weeds at his boots, grinning when he sidestepped neatly. And you've been a smart aleck since the day I met you. Some things don't change." His laughter filled the yard. He came around the rows toward her, still chuckling, and reached down to tug her up from the dirt with a firm grip. "Truce," he said, brushing soil from her sleeve. "You're still the better gardener." "And you're still the better fence mender," she allowed. "Between the two of us, the place hasn't fallen apart." Tom glanced toward the house, its white paint dulled but holding, the porch sagging just slightly where too many seasons had weathered the boards. "Not yet," he said. Then he squeezed her hand. "Not while we're still here." Anna followed his gaze, then looked back at the garden. Rows of green sprouted where once there had been only dust. It wasn't perfect. Rabbits still stole lettuce, storms still battered stalks, and weeds always came back no matter how often she pulled them. But it was alive, and it was theirs, and that was enough. She leaned her head briefly against his shoulder. "Come on," she said. "If we don't stop now, I'll never get this dirt out from under my nails." Tom slid his arm around her, steadying her as they headed toward the porch. "Saved you the best spot on the swing," he teased, and she swatted him lightly with her hat, laughing as the garden lay quiet behind them. Evenings were her favorite, though she never admitted it aloud. They came wrapped in a hush that didn't belong to any other time of day. The garden, fussed over until it felt weary with attention, rested in the soft dark. The fence posts Tom had hammered stood like sentinels, shadows long and loyal across the yard. Inside the house, the dishes were dried and stacked, the table wiped clean, and the lamps turned low. All that remained was the porch, the swing, and the sound of crickets bowing their tiny fiddles into the night. Anna stepped through the screen door, the springs whining in complaint before slamming it shut behind her. A coolness brushed her arms, lifting the hair on her skin. She drew her shawl closer and found Tom already waiting. Seated on the porch swing with his hands draped over his knees, a mug of tea steamed on the small table at his side. Next to it, another mug sat untouched, waiting. "You started without me," she teased gently, lowering herself onto the swing. He nudged the second mug closer with the edge of his knuckle. "Didn't start, just made sure it was hot. Saved you a cup." Her lips twitched at the familiar play on words. "Always saving me something." She took the mug, felt its warmth seep into her palms, and let the steam fog her glasses for an instant. The swing creaked as Tom set it rocking. Not much, just enough to keep the boards underfoot whispering. They watched the last strip of orange drain from the horizon, the sky deepening into that velvet blue that never lasted long enough. The first stars pricked through, shy and tentative. Anna sipped, savoring the faint bitterness softened by honey. "The boy'll need new shoes before the summer's out," she murmured, more to the night than to him. "Did you see the hole near his toe today?" Tom chuckled low in his chest. "I saw him try to hide it like we wouldn't notice. Let him wear them another week or two. It'll remind him to pick up his feet." She smiled into her tea. "You're cruel." "Efficient," he corrected, rocking the swing again. Then his voice softened. "He's growing fast." Anna glanced sideways at him. The porch light gilded his silver hair, caught the lines around his eyes, and made her heart ache with something both tender and fierce. "Faster than I'm ready for," she admitted. "Every time I blink, he's older, taller, quieter." Tom leaned back, his arm stretching along the back of the swing until his fingers brushed her shoulder. "That's how it goes. They grow. We grow old. The trick is to keep up as best we can." She let her head rest against his arm, listening to the rhythm of his breathing. The silence between them was not empty. It brimmed with years of words already spoken, promises kept, and griefs endured. They had learned how to share quiet without letting it weigh. A cicada whined in the trees. A neighbor's dog barked once and fell silent. Somewhere across the fields, a train whistle moaned, carrying a note of longing that reached even here. Tom's hand shifted, brushing her shoulder lightly as though he knew the whistle could drag her backward if left unchecked. "You ever think about it?" she asked softly. He didn't pretend to misunderstand. "Every day," he said. Anna closed her eyes briefly, her fingers tightening around the mug. "Does it still hurt?" "Yes," he said simply, "but not the same way. It doesn't hollow me out anymore. More like a scar. You feel it when the weather changes, but it doesn't bleed." She let out a slow breath, the truth of it easing into her bones. She'd thought the same, but hearing him say it steadied her. Some nights I still set an extra place without thinking. I know, Tom said. I see. Anna turned to look at him then, her eyes tracing the familiar slope of his jaw, the curve of his mouth. The man beside her had borne battles in fields far away and in nights much closer, and still he sat here with her, drinking tea, keeping watch over the small, ordinary miracle of their life. "You're my anchor," she whispered. He gave her a faint, crooked smile. "And you're mine." The swing rocked gently. Anna let the quiet come again, listening as the crickets pressed their chorus into the night. Her mug emptied slowly, the warmth lingering long after the tea was gone. When Tom stood to take the cups inside, she stayed where she was, watching the stars grow brighter. He returned with a blanket and draped it across their laps as he settled back beside her. The gesture made her throat tighten, so simple, so practiced, and yet still enough to make her feel chosen. "You cold?" he asked. "No," she said honestly. "Not anymore." He slipped an arm around her shoulders and drew her close until her head rested against his chest. His heartbeat was steady beneath her ear, a rhythm she had carried with her since youth. They swayed with the swing, in no hurry to move, in no hurry to sleep. The night stretched before them, tender and quiet, as though it too wanted to keep them a little longer. And Anna thought, with a gratitude too deep for words, this is what all the years were for. Thanksgiving came with the familiar chaos that Anna both dreaded and cherished. By mid-morning, the kitchen smelled of roasted turkey and buttered rolls, the kind of scents that clung to hair and aprons and lingered for days. Every surface seemed to groan under the weight of pies, casseroles, and bowls of potatoes. Her apron bore the evidence. Flour streaked across the fabric like battle paint, cranberry juice spattered near the hem. She had planned to be ready early, but of course she wasn't. The crust for the pumpkin pie had torn, the cream for the whipped topping refused to stiffen, the bread basket tipped at the last moment, scattering rolls like startled pigeons. She had laughed, half despairing, as she chased them down, only to find Tom leaning in the doorway with that maddeningly calm expression. "You're running late again," he'd said, voice full of humor. "And you're in my way," she'd retorted, swatting at him with her flour-dusted hand until he backed out, chuckling. By the time she carried the last steaming dish into the dining room, the house already hummed with voices. Cousins sprawled on the couches, uncles debated football, and the neighbor children dashed through the halls like their shoes were greased with butter. The table stretched longer than it had any right to, a patchwork of mismatched chairs pulled from every corner of the house. Laughter tangled with the scrape of serving spoons and the hiss of cider being poured. At the head of the table, Tom stood tall, silver hair catching the light, his presence both steady and commanding. Their boy, no longer little but not yet grown, hovered nearby with a pie balanced carefully between his hands, waiting for his cue. Anna slipped in, breathless, carrying the gravy boat as though it were a crown jewel. Her apron was dusted white, her hair falling in stubborn wisps from its pins. She felt every eye glance toward her, though no one paused their chatter. This was her place. Arriving last, apron-stained, but bringing the missing piece. Tom caught her eye, and with a grin that crinkled the corners of his face, patted the empty chair at the head. "Saved you a seat," he teased, his voice pitched just enough to carry across the room. The cousins chuckled, and her son groaned with affectionate exasperation. "You two never change," he said, sliding the pie down onto the table and slipping into the chair beside them. "Nor should we," Tom replied smoothly, placing a steadying hand on Anna's back as she lowered herself into her chair. "Tradition is tradition." Anna shook her head but couldn't fight her smile. She smoothed her apron across her lap and tried to catch her breath as the room quieted, one ripple at a time, until the laughter softened into expectancy. All eyes turned toward Tom, who cleared his throat with deliberate weight. "Before we dig in," he said, "let's give thanks." The family bowed their heads, hands joined across the table in a crooked chain that somehow still held. Tom's voice carried steady, a prayer as familiar as the rhythm of grace before every meal, yet richer now with the timbre of age. "For food before us, for friends beside us, for love between us," he began. His pause held a reverence that stilled the room. "For those we miss and those we still hold close. Lord, we thank you. Amen. The chorus rose, overlapping and strong. Immediately, the table erupted back into motion, dishes passed hand to hand, voices tumbling over each other, children clamoring for the first slice of pie. The gravy boat made its rounds. Someone spilled cranberry sauce and blamed it on the dog, who was indeed lurking beneath the table in hope of scraps. Anna leaned back slightly, taking it in. The chaos, the noise, the small messes, it was all a kind of music, a testament to survival. Their son reached for the mashed potatoes, his long arms stretching awkwardly but confidently, and Anna saw in him the boy who had once looked for them on the ball field. Now he carried pies, served cousins, and offered seats without needing to be told. "You're staring," Tom murmured beside her, low enough that only she heard. "I'm remembering," she whispered back. His hand found hers under the table, calloused fingers curling gently over her palm. They sat like that for a moment, grounded in the warmth of family gathered, in the noise that reminded them both that life had gone on. When dessert came, laughter had risen to a roar. The children teased each other, uncles argued about whose pie was best, and neighbors lingered with stories that spilled over like gravy on the good tablecloth. Anna carried the last dish from the kitchen, a plate of cookies forgotten in the shuffle, and set it down amid the clutter of plates. Her son jumped up instinctively, pulling out her chair before she could sit. "Still late," Tom said with a smirk, patting the seat again. "And still saved," she countered, lowering herself with a grin. Their boy rolled his eyes but leaned in close, voice low with affection. "You two really never stop. I've heard that back and forth a million times." Anna pressed a kiss to his temple before he ducked away, embarrassed but smiling. She caught Tom's gaze across the table, and in that glance was the quiet acknowledgement of all they had weathered to reach this loud, joyous room. And when the family bowed their heads again for grace over dessert, Anna's heart swelled with the thought, this is what it means to keep the seats warm. Even after the last cousin had bundled out into the cold with leftovers under one arm and promises to visit soon hanging in the air, the room still seemed to hum with laughter. The chairs stood askew, crumbs scattered on the tablecloth, and the dog lay beneath the table as if waiting for one more scrap to fall. Anna moved slowly through the dining room, gathering plates, stacking them in careful towers. Her apron was stained with more than flour now, gravy smudges, cranberry streaks, and the faint shadow of pumpkin pie. She felt bone-tired in the pleasant way only holidays could bring. "Leave it," Tom's voice came from the doorway. His jacket hung open, his tie loosened, his hair ruffled from grandkids' hands. He looked like the picture of a man whose day had been well spent. "If I leave it," she said, setting another plate on the stack, "I'll dream of dirty dishes chasing me down the hall." He chuckled. "Then I'll guard the hall." Relenting, she set the last plate down and untied her apron. "Tomorrow, then." "Tomorrow," he agreed. He held out a hand. "Come sit." She let him lead her to the living room where the fire had burned low but still glowed in the hearth. On the coffee table sat a stack of photo albums, old leather spines, edges softened by years of hands flipping through them. Tom had already set two open, their pages catching the lamplight. "I thought we'd end the day with company we can handle," he said, lowering himself into his chair with a small groan. He patted the cushion beside him. "Saved you a seat." She sank down beside him, curling her legs beneath her, and laid a hand over the nearest album. The leather was cracked, faintly warm from his touch. She opened to the first page and was met with the faded photograph of two girls sitting cross-legged in the yard, hair ribboned, grins wide enough to spill out of the frame. Her breath caught, as it always did, but the sharp edge of grief had dulled with time. Now it came softened, carrying both ache and gratitude. She touched the picture lightly, fingers hovering just above the glossy surface. "They were so small," she murmured. Tom leaned close, his arm brushing hers, "smaller than I remember most days." He traced the outline of one girl's cheek, then the other's, as though memorizing them again. Anna turned the page slowly, her hand trembling just slightly. More photographs, birthdays, school days, summers at the creek. Each face seemed frozen in a kind of endless joy. She felt the pull of memory, but let it come, let it rest beside her instead of crushing her. "They'd have loved today," she said softly. "They would," Tom agreed. His voice thickened just for a moment. They lingered on the pages longer than they needed to, not out of sorrow but reverence. When finally they turned to the next album, the shift was gentle but profound. Baby pictures of their son, chubby fists curled tight, eyes wide, mouth open in a half-formed smile. Anna's lips trembled into a smile that came from deep inside her. "Our boy," she whispered. Tom's hand rested on hers, steadying her as she brushed her finger over the photograph. "He saved us," he said simply. She swallowed hard. "We saved each other." They turned more pages. First steps across the worn rug in the living room, first birthday cake smeared across his cheeks, first day of school with a too large backpack. Each picture carried not only memory but evidence, proof that love had gone on, that life had not ended even when grief had told them it must. Tom lingered over a photograph of the boy asleep on his chest. His eyes grew moist, but he smiled faintly. "I remember that night. I didn't dare move, afraid I'd wake him." "You didn't move for hours," Anna recalled, laughing softly. "I thought you'd gone stiff." "Would have stayed there all night if I had to," he said. The weight of that truth pressed sweetly between them. They turned another page. School portraits, baseball uniforms, awkward teenage smiles. With each photograph, they were reminded of the passage of time, but also of the resilience that had carried them here. Finally, Anna closed the album and rested her hand on top of it. The room was quiet, but for the ticking clock and the low crackle of the fire, she turned toward Tom, her voice low and certain. "We kept their seats warm," she said. Tom's eyes shone, reflecting both the firelight and the weight of all their years. He covered her hand with his fingers rough and warm. "We did," he whispered. His smile trembled but held. And they were never empty, not really. For a long moment they sat together, the photo albums spread before them, the fire fading to embers. Anna leaned into him, resting her head against his shoulder, his arm wrapped around her, anchoring her as it had through war, loss, and the slow march of years. The house was quiet, but their hearts were full. Looking back no longer broke them. It stitched the past and present together, tender and whole. And as Anna closed her eyes, she thought the seats had never been just chairs. They had been promises, held and kept all the way into silver hair and golden years.
Chapter 17, 1976, anchored beside her. The wire sings first. It's the same thin metallic whine that used to rise when the wind dragged itself along the fences at night, a sound like teeth on a tin cup. Then the dogs, out there beyond the lamps, bark once, twice, and the floodlights swing. Boots grind cinders. Someone shouts in a language he learned by necessity, and the syllables come at him like thrown stones. Tom runs, but his legs won't move. The ground is syrup. The siren starts, and every rib in his chest becomes its own cage. He's counting again, boards in the bunk, breaths between whistles, steps to the latrine and back, because counting used to give the dark edges. Breathe in. 1. Breathe out. 2. Hold. 3. Don't think of faces. Don't think of home. Don't think of... He wakes with the shout still in his throat. The room is dark, but not empty dark. A rectangle of street lamp glow on the ceiling, the soft hum of the icebox down the hall, the winter wind feeling for the window sash. Sheets are twisted around his calves, tight as wire. His shirt is plastered to his back. The cold sweat makes the air feel like it has fingers. Tom jerks upright before his mind is caught up, palms braced, breath sawing. The first thing his eyes find is the dresser with its unremarkable clutter. Comb, loose change, the tin of salve for cracked knuckles. Then the low-backed chair with Anna's sweater folded over it. Then the framed photograph on the wall, skewed by a narrow shadow. The three of them on the front steps last spring, his boy half grinning, one arm slung around his mother, the other around his father like he couldn't decide who to lean on harder. "Tom!" Her voice is there before her hands. She always does it that way now. Sound first, touch second, because they learned the hard way what grabs in the dark can do. "I'm here." Anna's palm finds his shoulder, warm, anchoring. Her thumb moves once along the seam of his undershirt as if tracing a map she knows by heart. He feels how small her hand is against him, and the ridiculous urge to cover it with his own, to prove it's not going anywhere, threatens to upend him. He swallows and tastes copper. He can't hear the dogs anymore, not really, but the sound of their memory hovers like a cloud of gnats he can't quite brush away. "You're home," she says, and the words are soft the way you speak to a skittish horse, each syllable held out like an apple in an open palm. He wants to agree. He wants to say it with her until the sentence becomes a floor under his feet. Home, bed, quilt with the uneven stitches she claims are on purpose. Nightstand with the nick in the edge from when their son was 3 and thought a spoon made a good hammer. The faint smell of ashes from the stove banked low. No wire, no cinders, no lights that burn all night just to keep men from remembering what the dark looks like. But the room tilts again, and for a breathless second he feels the bunk under him, the dried piss in the hay, the heavy quiet of hundreds of men trying not to cry. Sometimes it is a fact you can hold. Sometimes it is a word that slides right through your fingers. Sometimes I don't feel it, he says, and the shame of it makes the words smaller than he meant them to be. Her hand stills, then presses, gentle pressure, a reminder, not a demand. That's all right, she says. It takes a second, some nights. He makes himself look at the window. His own breath fogs the glass and then ebbs. The world stays where it is. No light swings back. No shadow moves. He thinks of the fence 20 yards from the barracks, how it hummed when the wind came off the eastern fields, how the first winter's snow dusted it like confectioner's sugar right up to where the metal began, as if even weather understood the line. You don't have to fight anymore, she adds, and there's no hint of scolding in it, only the stubborn tenderness she seems to have in store for exactly and only him. He closes his eyes because her voice does something to the panic, makes it small enough to set down. The bed dips as she shifts closer. A moment later, the solid weight of her legs pins the twisted sheet near his shins, and he feels the ridiculous relief of being held in place by domesticity. He lets out a sound that isn't quite a laugh. I was running, he says. I know, she answers, but your feet never left the mattress. He takes another breath. The first came shallow. This one finds the low part of his lungs. He pulls the sheet free and smooths it, not because it needs smoothing, but because the motion calls him back into his hands. His fingers are blunt, scarred, reliable. They can fix a fence post. They can rub a knot from a boy's shoulder after too many throws. They can hold a fork, a book, a wife. Did I wake him? Tom asks, because the guilt is always there on the edge of the quiet. The teenager down the hall who shouldn't have to know what his father's sleep sounds like. She shakes her head, hair whispering against the pillow. Doors shut. He's a rock when he wants to be. The old urge to go check anyway rises. The same impulse that used to make him pace the perimeter in the last hour before dawn, listening for what changes right before the light arrives. He stays where he is. He has learned, slowly and then suddenly, that trusting the report of another pair of eyes is its own kind of courage. I hate this, he says, and it's raw, because he doesn't tear the feeling into manageable pieces first. The way it arrives. I don't think about it for days, or sometimes weeks, and then it's like, he gropes for a word that won't make her shoulder flinch. Like the door blows open. Anna's fingers curl at the base of his neck, the way she used to do in the church vestibule when the crowd pressed too close after service and his back began to see the exits. It doesn't mean you're back there, she murmurs. It means your mind is trying to hand you something it can't carry alone. He breathes. The clock on the dresser ticks. 2 houses over, a dog answers a different dog and the conversation drifts away. His heart slows enough that he can feel individual beats instead of a single panicked rattle. He opens his hands and then closes them again. The skin sticks a little where sweat cooled. I heard the wire, he says, half to fix the memory in place, half to shrink it. It always starts with the wire. She's quiet for a moment, as if choosing carefully among 1,000 possible replies. Then let's give it a different sound to follow, she says at last, so matter-of-fact he almost smiles. Count the things you can hear now. He huffs a breath that's a shade from laughter. The clock, your breathing, the wind worrying the window. He tilts his head. Is that the icebox? And the house settling, he adds, because there is a particular creak in the second beam when the temperature drops, and he knows this house like he knows his own hands. What about the thing you can't hear, she asks. He knows what she means. He waits for the floodlights hum, for the guards' boots, for the dogs. They don't come. He nods. The nod seems silly in the dark where she can't see it, so he says, more clearly than he feels, it's quiet. That's right. Her palm slides to his sternum, firm. Then we give your bones permission to believe it. If a chaplain had said the same words in a circle of men, he would have rejected them as too neat. Out of her mouth, they are simply true, as if she has rewired the sentence in her own hands until it matched something she could give him. He thinks of the chair by the bed that she always keeps clear, the one she uses to sit and pull on socks in the morning when the floor's too cold. She never piles clothes on it. It is a small discipline she wouldn't call by that name. It matters. It says, there is a place to sit down in this room that isn't the edge of the bed, where you might have to stand up again fast. Do you need water, she asks. A light? He shakes his head, and then, because talk helps, adds, no. If I turn the lamp on, I'll see the wire anyway. All right. She shifts again so her shoulder fits more cleanly under his arm. Then we'll stay in the dark together. He lets himself sink back against the headboard. The wood is familiar against his spine, nicked where he once swung his belt buckle too wide, still varnished smooth in the center from years of use. He tries out the sentence she gave him earlier, tastes it again, this time on purpose. I'm home, he says. Yes, she answers. You're home. He takes the risk of turning his head and pressing his mouth to her hair. It smells like the cheap shampoo she favors over anything that pretends too hard. He breathes it until his chest expands without catching. The picture on the wall glows faintly in the corner of his eye. The three of them on the steps, his son's shoulder a fraction higher than his own. Anna's hand on the boy's back, his own hand on both of them. He imagines that hand now, set not as guard but as anchor. Go back to sleep if you can, she whispers, as if rest is a place he could choose to travel to. He doesn't trust sleep, not completely. It has tricks. It drags him places he didn't buy a ticket for. But he trusts the weight of her thigh over his shin, the steadying line of her arm across his chest, the way her breath feathers his collarbone and marks time better than any second hand. He nods, a movement he turns into a yawn so he won't have to see her wince at the way the admission feels. If it comes back, he says, the words thickening as the first drift tugs at him, wake me sooner. I will, she promises. And if you wake first, wake me. You don't have to stand at the door by yourself. He lies there listening, not to wire, not to dogs, but to house and woman and winter. His mind makes one last small inventory, the chair, the photograph, the nicked headboard, and then something else he didn't know he was holding loosens. He will tell her more in the morning. He will try to use plain words and not make a map out of distance. He will sit on the porch with coffee and say out loud that sometimes the light in their kitchen looks like the floodlights, and sometimes it doesn't, and not feel foolish either way. He will stand in a circle in the church basement soon and test whether saying the same things to men who have their own wires helps. He will be a father that a boy can hear and not be afraid of. For now, there is the quiet. For now, there is the simple, inadequate sentence that holds anyway. You're home, she says again, softer than before. And for once, the word arrives where he can reach it. He breathes it in until the sound of it fills his chest the way sirens once did, and he lets the weight of the quilt, and of her, and of the house itself push him down into a sleep that, for a while at least, doesn't ask him to run. The morning came gray, with a slow drizzle that softened the edges of the yard, the kind of rain that didn't really soak you unless you stood in it too long, but left the air smelling of wet wood and earth. Tom liked days like this. Clouds gave him cover. Sunshine sometimes felt too sharp, too unforgiving. He stepped out onto the porch with his coffee, the screen door sighing shut behind him. The boards creaked the way they always had, a tune written by years of footsteps. He settled into his usual chair by the small table, its paint peeling at the corners. The mug warmed his palms, but the rest of him felt restless, unsettled from the night before. He had dozed again after Anna soothed him, but the sleep had been shallow, twitching with the edges of dreams. Now, in the dim morning, the images clung like cobwebs, barbed wire glittering with frost, the sound of boots on gravel, the sharp whistle that meant everything could change in a breath. He closed his eyes, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and tried to push them back where they belonged. The screen door opened again. Anna slipped out, shawl draped around her shoulders, hair pinned hastily. She carried her own cup of coffee, steam curling in the damp air. She sat opposite him at the little table, settling with the ease of someone who had sat there 1,000 mornings before. For a while they just listened to the rain on the roof, the steady dripping from the gutter, the far-off low of a cow in the neighbor's pasture. "You were up early," she said finally, her voice quiet. "Couldn't settle," Tom admitted. He turned his mug in slow circles, watching the steam twist. "The dreams." His words trailed off. Anna waited. That was something he both relied on and envied, her ability to let silence sit until it was ready to move. He took a breath, tasted metal at the back of his mouth, and said, "I keep thinking they'll fade, that one day I'll wake up and it'll be just another chapter. But they don't. They're still sharp, sometimes sharper than yesterday." Her hand reached across the table, warm against his. Her fingers slid over his knuckles, steady, patient. She didn't squeeze, didn't press, just rested there. "I'm afraid," he admitted, the words spilling before he could pull them back. "Afraid it'll never leave me, that I'll always carry it, that no matter how many years go by, it's still going to be there in the dark, waiting." The confession hung heavy between them, a weight he had never put into words before. Saying it out loud felt like ripping a bandage from skin that had never healed. Anna's eyes softened, though they never looked away. She brushed her thumb lightly against his hand, as if to remind him she was flesh and bone and here. "That's all right," she said, her voice sure in a way his could never be. "You don't have to get rid of it. You don't have to be rid of it to live. I'll be right beside you, no matter what you face." Something in him wanted to protest. He wanted to argue that she didn't understand, that he didn't want her burdened by ghosts that weren't hers. But another part, the deeper, more honest part, knew her words weren't empty. They were the same vow she had made decades ago, at an altar when the war hadn't yet carved its marks. She had never broken it. He looked at her across the worn little table, at the steam rising from her cup, at her hair gone silver at the temples. The woman who had laughed with him in youth, wept with him in loss, held him through nights when he clawed at shadows. Her words weren't just comfort. They were the ground under his feet. "I don't want you carrying it," he said hoarsely. "I'm not carrying it for you," she corrected gently. "I'm walking with you while you carry it. That's different." He swallowed hard, his throat tight. Rain pattered on the roof, the rhythm steady as a heartbeat. The fear didn't vanish, not at her words. But it shifted, less a monster crouched in the dark, more a shadow that could be named. He let her thumb trace another small circle against his skin, and something in his chest loosened. "I'm so tired," he whispered, more to the rain than to her. "I know," she said. "Rest when you can, and when you can't, I'll sit up with you." For a long time they just sat there, rain misting the edges of the porch, their hands joined across the worn little table. The world outside their yard might have gone on in noise and hurry, but here it slowed, quieted. Here, his confession didn't make him weak. It made him less alone. He lifted her hand to his lips, pressed it against the rough stubble of his cheek. She didn't flinch at the dampness that rose in his eyes. Her words stayed with him, not just as comfort, but as anchor. "I'll be right beside you, no matter what you face." The house was dark again. Rain had cleared in the afternoon, leaving the night brittle and cold. The wood stove in the kitchen ticked as it settled, and somewhere upstairs a board popped like an old man's joint. Tom lay on his side, eyes open, staring at the faint outline of the dresser. He had tried reading before bed, the book slipping from his hand as drowsiness came, but sleep had turned treacherous again. It had ambushed him with flashes of wire and boots, then abandoned him half-shaken. He must have cried out. He felt the soreness in his throat now, the echo in his chest. Beside him, Anna's hand had already found his arm, grounding him in that quiet, wordless way she had perfected. "You're home," she had murmured again, voice low, and eventually he had steadied enough to breathe. But a sound in the hallway caught him, the faintest scuff, a pause, then another step. He knew it instantly, the sound of someone trying not to be heard. "Come on in," Tom said quietly, his voice rough. The door creaked open a fraction. His son stood there, a lanky outline against the spill of moonlight from the hall window. Barefoot, hair sticking up from sleep, the boy looked at once too young and far too old. I heard you." His voice cracked like he hadn't meant it to. "You were shouting. He stopped, glanced at his mother, then back at his father. Are you all right? Tom sat up slowly, pushing a hand back through his damp hair. Anna's hand lingered on his shoulder, but she didn't speak. She just gave him that look, gentle but expectant, that told him this was his moment. "I'll be all right," Tom said. His own words sounded thinner than he wanted. He rubbed his palms together, trying to gather something truer. "It's not gone, son. The things that happened, they don't vanish, not even after years. Sometimes they come back when I close my eyes." The boy stepped inside, the floor cold enough to make him wince. He leaned against the doorframe, arms folded across his chest like a shield. "But it's over. The war. All of it. Why does it still? Because scars don't ask your permission to stay." Tom's voice grew steadier as he spoke. He had never said it so plainly, not even to himself. "The body heals, but the mind remembers, sometimes louder than I'd like." His son's brow furrowed, eyes dark with worry. "Does it hurt?" Tom thought of wire humming, boots pounding, voices barking in the dark. He thought of nights waking with his heart galloping and no clear path back to calm. Then he thought of mornings on the porch with coffee, of Anna's hand across his, of his son's grin at second base, dirt smudged across his cheek. "Not the way you think," Tom said. "It's not pain like a broken bone. It's more like a shadow. It falls across me when I don't want it to. Some nights it feels like I'm back there even though I know I'm here." The boy shifted, bare toes curling against the floorboard. Will it ever stop? The question hit harder than any dream. Tom wanted to say yes, wanted to promise that time would erase everything. But lies were another kind of wound, and he would not leave one in his son's hands. "I don't know if it will," Tom admitted, "but I do know this. It won't beat me, and it won't take me from you. I'm here. I'll always be here." The boy's throat worked as he swallowed, his gaze darting toward Anna, who nodded softly, as if confirming the words. He let out a shaky breath. "It's just, I've never heard you like that before. I didn't know it was still so bad." Tom patted the edge of the bed. "Come here." The boy hesitated, then crossed the room and sat, lanky knees jutting. Tom rested a hand on his shoulder, felt the tension in it, the youth and strength still coiling beneath the boy's skin. "You don't have to be afraid of it," Tom said gently. "I don't want you thinking your father's broken beyond repair. I've got scars, yes, but scars mean you've healed too. They tell the truth. Something happened, and I lived through it." The boy looked down at his own hands, turning them as though expecting to see something etched there. I don't want it to come for you again." Tom's chest tightened at the rawness of it, the love hidden inside the clumsy phrasing. He squeezed his son's shoulder. "It won't. Not the way you fear. It's only memory now. Loud sometimes, but just memory. And you need to know this. No matter what, you'll never have to carry on alone. You'll always have me right beside you. Seat saved, always." That earned the faintest ghost of a smile. The boy ducked his head, embarrassed but warmed. "Even when I'm late?" Tom chuckled, the sound low but real. "Especially then." From behind them, Anna shifted, her face softened in the lamplight. She didn't add words. She didn't need to. The sight of her, steady and patient, stitched the moment together. The boy yawned then, sudden and wide, betraying his age. Tom ruffled his hair, feeling the damp heat of sleep still clinging to him. "Back to bed, son. Morning comes early enough." The boy lingered, eyes searching his father's face one more time, as though memorizing it in this moment of raw honesty. Then he nodded, slipped off the bed, and padded toward the door. Before he stepped into the hall, he turned back. "I'm glad you told me." Tom swallowed against the lump in his throat. "Me too." The door clicked softly shut. Silence returned, but it was different now. Not the heavy silence of shame, but the lighter quiet of something released. Tom lay back down, Anna curling close against him. Her whisper came like a thread through the dark. "You did right." "I hope so," he murmured. "You did," she said again, her hand resting over his heart. For the first time in a long while, Tom believed her. The church basement still smelled the way it always had, like old coffee and floor wax and hymnals that had soaked up a century of winter coats, cinder block walls, fluorescent lights that hummed in a way he didn't love, though he'd learned to let the sound pass through him. Folding chairs made a circle on the scuffed linoleum. Someone had set out a plate of store-bought cookies, fig bars and lemon wafers, and the metal coffee pot on the card table sent steam into the cool room. "Evening, Tom?" Walt raised 2 fingers from where he sat, his knuckles swollen around a cane. Earl nodded without looking up, the brim of his cap shadowing his eyes. A younger man, Larry, hovered by the bulletin board pretending to read the flyer about coat drive drop-offs. "Evening?" Tom answered, taking the chair he always took, 2 seats left of the door, back to the wall. Habit, not fear, he told himself, though he knew the line between the two could be thin as twine. The circle settled. Pastor Dan cleared his throat. "Same as always, no pressure to speak. Coffee's hot, we're here for one another." He let the words rest. No one came to this room for speeches. Walt started. He always did. "Had one of the night ones this week," he said, voice gravel and smoke. "The kind where I can't move and there's a siren, but I can't tell if it's here or there. Doris woke me with a wet rag on my neck. I told her I was fine. She said I was lying and brought the rag anyway." A ripple of understanding rolled the circle. Walt swallowed. "I took the rag." Larry spoke next, quiet but fast, as if the words might outrun his nerve. "I drove past a field the other day, frost on the wire fence. Looked like. He let it trail off. No one asked him to finish. Pulled over and waited it out. Felt stupid after. Felt better too." Earl said nothing, but when he leaned forward, one large hand braced on his knee, Tom saw the glint at the corner of his eye. Earl didn't cry, not in public, but his body sometimes confessed on his behalf. Tom kept his gaze on the coffee urn and counted the breaths between the sputters. The first time he'd come to this room, he'd said exactly 2 words, "I'm Tom." The second time, none. He'd kept coming anyway. He figured showing up was a kind of truth-telling. "I am still here. The dark didn't take me. I intend to keep going." Pastor Dan let the quiet breathe, then glanced around. "Anyone else?" Tom felt the room tilt the way it had tilted the night before when he woke, the way it did on mornings, when the light from the kitchen hit wrong, and for a second his mind misfiled it. He had promised himself a kind of honesty after that first porch coffee with Anna, the one where she took his hand and refused to let him call survival a failure. The promise had sat on his tongue all day, heavy as a coin. He set his cup down. His hands looked old around it, broad and scuffed, a constellation of small scars across the knuckles. He folded them together so they wouldn't fidget. "I." The first word snagged. He cleared his throat. "I think I will." Chairs creaked as men resettled, not leaning in, not crowding him, just making space the way you do for a person stepping onto an uncertain plank. "I don't talk much about it," Tom said. Not the part after. I say I was away, and that's true enough. I say I came home, and that's true too." He stared at the seam where 2 linoleum tiles failed to meet. It felt safer than eyes. But there was the part in between, the camp. I haven't said that part out loud here. The hum of the lights seemed to thin. Even the urn held its breath. "I remember the wire," he said. "It sang. Not music, a whine. When the wind came off the fields, it carried that sound through the bunkhouse. The dogs didn't bark much, not at night. Their paws, you could hear their paws if you were awake, and I often was." He worked his jaw and found it tight. He unclenched it. "I counted. Boards in the bunk, breaths between whistles, steps to the latrine and back. I learned to think in numbers so I didn't have to think in faces." No one shifted. No one stared at the floor in embarrassment. Their stillness felt like a roof, not a lid. "I remember being hungry in a way that made me polite," he went on. "Funny thing, I didn't have room for anger about it. Anger takes energy. When the bread came, I thought about how to make the next swallow last longest. I thought about Anna laughing with her head tipped back. I thought about a chair by the window in our kitchen, the one from the kitchen set that my parents gave us when we got married. I told myself I'd sit in that chair again and look at the nick in the table from..." His voice thinned at the edges. He steadied it. "From when I was a boy and figured anything was a hammer and everything was a nail." Walt's cane tapped once on the floor. By accident, maybe, or on purpose. Either way, the sound answered him. "I didn't think I deserved to come home more than any other man," Tom said. "Some didn't, and I've carried that like a heavy coat in August. You can set it down, but you forget and pick it up again." He let the metaphor hang. "Most nights for a long time I stood watching my head, even after I didn't have to. Doors looked secure, and still I checked them 3 times. Light fell wrong across the kitchen, and I'd be gone for a breath or two and not know where I'd been." He finally risked looking up. Walt's jaw had settled into that stubborn line men get when they're holding something in place on behalf of someone else. Larry's mouth bent, not in pity but in recognition. Earl's fingers, those thick, capable fingers that could fix a tractor in the dark, trembled against his knee. "I have a wife," Tom said, and he felt the steadiness come right back into his voice just saying it. "And a boy who needs a father, not a ghost. I keep thinking there's a way to put it down once and for all. Maybe there isn't. Maybe what there is this." He opened his hands to the circle, saying it where somebody can nod and not look away. Earl's cough came raw. He swiped a hand hard across his eyes like he was angry with them for leaking. "You ain't by yourself," he said, and the grammar made it truer. Larry made a noise that could have been a laugh or a sob. With men, it was often the same sound. Pastor Dan exhaled, a small sound of relief or prayer. "Thank you," he said simply. No layering of meaning, no attempt to dress it up. Tom felt something unhook under his ribs, not relief exactly, but the pressure changed. The weight redistributed, as if men had come alongside a burden without making a show of taking it. He realized, in that exact moment, that he had always spoken about we when it came to the war. We landed, we marched, we were hungry. But about the afterward he had said, I wake, I run in my sleep, I can't find the right light switch fast enough. The pronoun had trapped him. He felt at ease now. We remember, we get up anyway, we stand in church basements and tell the truth. Walt shifted his cane to the other hand and reached out the free one, not to grasp, not to squeeze, but to let it hang within reach if Tom wanted it. Tom did not take it, not out of pride, but because he didn't need to. The offer itself did the lifting. They sat like that a while, the circle breathing, the urn hissing itself empty. A car door thumped somewhere above them, then the faint, quick steps of someone crossing the vestibule. The upstairs door, heavy oak with a stubborn latch, gave its usual complaint. From the ceiling, muffled, came the clatter of hymnals being shifted on a shelf and a woman's voice, apologetic and bright, saying she was sorry she was late. Tom's mouth tilted. He could pick out Anna's footsteps from a block away if he had to. Pastor Dan glanced toward the stairwell, smiling. "We'll close with prayer," he said and did, a short one that asked for sleep and mercy and nothing grander. Chairs scraped. Men stood, some slowly, some with the stiffness of long habits. Earl put his cap back on. Larry ducked his head at Tom in that shy way of his, a nod that was really a thank you. Walt tapped his cane twice, a signal they all understood as approval. Tom took his time with his coat, one sleeve, then the other, making sure the collar wasn't folded under. He poured what was left in his cup into the sink and rinsed it with water that ran too cold. He didn't rush the stairs. The climb felt right. Basement to hall, confession to air. At the top, the door stuck the way it always did in damp weather. He put a shoulder into it. Not forceful, just familiar, and it opened on the fellowship hall where the evening light had gone soft and honey-colored. Tables stacked against the far wall, a rag on the piano bench, the smell of sugar and coffee. Anna was there, hair slightly awry, gloves tucked into the pocket of her coat, cheeks pink from the chill. Late as ever, but smiling like she hadn't missed a thing. "How'd it go?" she asked, not breezing over it, not tiptoeing either. He didn't answer right away. He just looked at her and felt, with a clarity that surprised him, how the room had changed by the fact of her standing in it. The heaviness in his chest didn't vanish, but it found a place to sit down. "I said it," he told her. "About the camp, not all of it, enough." Her mouth softened, pride warming her eyes. She reached for his hand, and he gave it, palm to palm, cold fingers finding heat. "Good," she said, "let's go home." He glanced back down the stairwell, where the murmur of men drifted up like a low tide. Then he looked at the woman in front of him. Late, yes, but exactly on time for what mattered. He felt the smile come without effort. "Lead the way," he said, and when she turned toward the door, he fell in step beside her, the space at his right filled in the simplest, surest way he knew.
Chapter 18. 1979 Quiet House. Full Hearts. The kitchen clock ticked like a gentle scold while the oven breathed heat into the late afternoon. Anna moved between stove and counter in the old dance of 3 steps here, 2 there, checking the roast chicken, basting the carrots, wiping at a spill that kept reappearing as if the counter had decided to sweat with her. The potatoes were nearly done. The rolls demanded 5 more minutes, and exactly 5 more minutes would turn into 12 if she didn't mind them. She had planned to be early, to have the table laid and the candles set and the lemonade cold, to create an hour in which time could act like something obedient. But then the note she meant to tuck into their son's suitcase went missing, and the thread knotted when she tried to sew the loose button on his good shirt. And Mrs. Thou Hafford caught her at the mailbox to press a quilted potholder into her hands as a going-off gift. Little delays stacked themselves like plates in her arms. She checked the rolls. "Another minute," she told them, though they offered neither protest nor promise. Behind her, the back door squeaked and thumped. Tom's steps crossed the porch. She could tell his mood by the weight of his tread, and today it landed light, brisk, as if he were practicing steadiness instead of feeling it. He leaned in the doorway, one shoulder against the frame. The shirt he'd chosen for supper was the blue one that made his silver hair look intentional, like something a man put on. "You're cutting it close," he said, smiling so the words couldn't prick. "He's been peeking at the clock like it might give him an extra hour if he stares hard enough." "I know," she said, more breath than voice. "The rolls, the note, the button." She lifted the needle left on the counter to show her evidence and pricked her thumb with the point. "Ow!" Tom crossed to her, took her hand, and looked at the tiny bloom of red as if it were a field injury. He set her finger under the faucet and twisted the handle with his other hand. Cool water ran over skin and worry alike. "We won't start without you," he said, simple as a weather report. She nodded, letting the faucet run a second longer than necessary because the sound called a little order into the room. When she shut it off, the kitchen returned to its familiar noises. The hum of the refrigerator, the clock's patient counting, the scrape of a chair against wood from the dining room where their son was, no doubt rearranging placemats to bleed off nerves. "Take the chicken," she said, slipping a mitt over his hand and opening the oven. Heat shouldered out. Tom reached in and set the roasting pan on the stove with a care that would have made a surgeon nod. "I'll get the rolls." He stood guard over the bird while she slid the tray of browned circles onto the stovetop. They gleamed with butter like small suns. "Smells like home," Tom said. "It is home," she answered, and felt a small shock at how the words landed. True, immediate, and already a little tender with loss. She wiped her hands on her apron, smoothed her hair, and walked the plates to the dining room. Their son stood by the sideboard, pretending to examine the salt shaker as if it had plans he needed to approve. He dressed in the shirt with the mended button and slacks that didn't quite fit yet. Too long by a whisper. The hem just above the ankle, the way boys wear them at the edge of becoming men. His hair wouldn't lie flat no matter how he bullied it. On the chair near the door sat a pair of bags already zipped, the luggage like animals that had been tamed. "Looks good," he said, meaning the table but glancing toward the kitchen. "Thank you," she said, meaning everything else. They sat, each in the usual place, Tom at the end near the window so he could see the yard, their son facing the hallway as if he might need to jump up for one more thing, Anna opposite Tom where she could catch both of their faces like light. 2 empty chairs holding memories of the past. She lifted the serving spoon, froze, and then blurted, "Wait." She spun back into the kitchen, snatched the lemonade from the icebox, and heard her boy chuckle behind her, low and fond. "Some things don't change," he said when she returned, though he softened it immediately by coming half out of his chair to take the pitcher from her. "Here, Ma, let me." "Thank you," she breathed. She caught Tom's eyes over the rim of the pitcher. He tapped the empty chair beside him with 2 fingers, a private signal, and she felt the little flare of relief she always did. They would not begin without her. They never had. They bowed their heads at Tom's quiet grace, short, sure, the lines of it familiar as the creases in the tablecloth. "For food and for this hour," he said, "for the road ahead and the roof that waits. Amen." "Amen," the boy echoed. They ate. Conversation moved in spurts and trickles, the way talk does when everyone is measuring words against time. Tom asked practical questions that let a man keep his dignity. How many miles tomorrow? Which dorm? The name of the roommate, a boy named Ezra from 2 towns over. Whether the trunk would close on a second blanket. Anna found herself remarking on small things as if they were the scaffolding that would hold her upright. how the carrots had kept their shape, how the breeze had turned, how the mailbox needed a little oil on the hinge. Their son answered them both, long leg jiggling under the table, appetite present but borrowed from memory, as if he were trying to eat enough to last. "Coach says I can try out for the fall team," he said between bites, then flicked a nervous glance at Tom. "It's nothing if it doesn't pan out." "It's something even if it doesn't," Tom said, no hesitation. "Try because you want to, not because you owe a scoreboard." The boy nodded, relief loosening his shoulders. He reached for another roll and buttered it with the attention of a man practicing calm. "All right," he added, glancing at Anna as if it were a promise he could hand her across the gravy boat. "You'll call when you can," she negotiated gently. "Words are heavy on paper when you've got 2 exams and a job at the library." "Library job?" Tom's eyebrows went up. "I'm on the list," the boy said, a little proud. "Might shelve books between classes. Pays enough for books they won't let me keep." They laughed, and the laughter grew legs and moved around the table, easing the tight air. Anna watched her son's face, how it still held the curve of boyhood at the cheeks even as the jawline sharpened, how his eyes flicked quickly between them like a swimmer checking his bearings. She wanted to memorize him, to take mental notes she could refer to when the house turned and she needed to find her way. When plates were more empty than full, she reached into her apron pocket and laid the lost and found note by his fork. "For your suitcase," she said, trying for casual and missing it. "Read it when you get there." He glanced down, smiled as if he could see the ink through the fold, then tucked it into his wallet instead. "That way I won't lose it," he said, showing her he had inherited at least one useful sense. After the last bite and the final compliment about the chicken's crisp skin, Tom delivered it with the solemnity of a judge. Their son stood. "I'll load the car," he said, and the sentence ran a finger along the edge of the moment, making it sharp. "I'll wrap leftovers," Anna said, standing too quickly, the chair legs squealing in protest. "You'll want a bite when you get there." They moved in a practiced choreography through the kitchen. She slid cooled chicken into containers, he labeled with tape and pencil. Their son ferried foil-covered parcels to the porch like a courier delivering peace. When the last dish was stowed and the kitchen had been coaxed back into order, the 3 of them stood for a breath in the doorway, unwilling to fracture the small circle they made. "Time," Tom said quietly, not hurrying it, only naming it. Out at the car, the evening air held a breath of cut grass and far-off rain. The trunk took the suitcases with a metallic sigh. Anna fussed with an invisible thread at the hem of his sleeve. He endured it with the patience of a good son at a threshold. "Call when you arrive," she said, "and if the roommate snores—" "I have earplugs," he grinned. "You already put them in the side pocket." She had. She had also tucked in extra socks, a tin of salve, a photo of the 3 of them from last spring, and one of the girls taken on a sunny day years ago. She hadn't told him about that last one. Some things were better found on a second day when homesickness folded itself neatly and slid into a drawer. Tom clapped the boy's shoulder, pulled him in with that quick, fierce motion that men use when words would embarrass them both. "Work hard," he said into his son's hair. "Remember who you are." "I will." The boy's voice wobbled and then steadied. He hugged his mother longer, her cheek pressed against the place where his heartbeat ran strong. "I'll be back before you miss me," he tried, and then, more honestly, "I'll miss you before I leave the driveway." She laughed and swallowed tears and straightened his collar one last time. "We'll keep your room the way you left it," she said, as if that could hold him here by a sleeve. "Mostly." He opened the driver's door, then paused, half in and half out, as if caught between 2 clocks. "You sure you don't want me to wait till you're seated?" he teased, nodding toward the porch. Tom answered for her, voice light but lined with the old pledge. "Don't you worry, son. I've got a seat saved for her." The boy's smile spread, recognition but not repetition, a new chapter written in the same hand. "Right," he said softly. "I know." He got in, turned the key. The engine caught, a sound that felt both faithful and disloyal. He rolled down the window, hand lifted in a wave that trembled at the edges. Anna stepped closer, fingers brushing the metal frame as if to bless the thing that was taking him away, and somehow carrying him toward them too. "Go on," she said. "Go make us proud. And if you can't, Come home and let us feed you." He laughed, and the laugh stayed in the air after the car had turned at the end of the drive and the taillights winked past the hedge. They listened until the sound thinned and then dissolved into the crickets and the far-off train that always blew its lonely note toward evening. Back inside, the kitchen held the ghost of heat and the smell of lemon from the wiped counters. 3 plates sat by the sink. She washed 2. The third she dried slowly and set back in the cabinet, leaving a space on the rack as if the plate itself had gone to college and would be back at holidays. The table looked too big. The silence felt like a room-making room. Tom came up behind her, slid his arms around her waist, and rested his chin on her shoulder. "Emptier," he said into her hair. "And richer," she answered, surprised at how true it sounded in her mouth. Pride had weight you didn't expect. It sat in the chest like a full bowl. They stood like that until the clock ticked them forward. When they finally moved to the porch, Tom patted the spot beside him on the step without looking down, the way a man does when muscle remembers what promise feels like. Anna sat, leaning into him as if the house itself had shifted and he was the plumb line. Out beyond the garden, the evening turned its colors down low. A chair, empty at the end of the table, waited for tomorrow and the next day and every day after that. The house had never been this quiet. Anna noticed it in small, startling ways. The absence of shoes scattered by the door, the stillness of the hallway where laughter and slammed doors had once echoed, the way the kitchen clock seemed suddenly louder without her son's footsteps pounding through the room on his way out. Even the dog seemed confused, padding from room to room as though someone had misplaced the boy and forgotten to fetch him back. For the first few days after the car pulled away, Anna busied herself with cleaning. She changed his sheets, though they were already clean, dusted his bookshelves, reorganized the pantry. She caught herself setting 3 plates at supper out of habit, then flushed with foolishness and tucked one back. Tom noticed, though he didn't say much. Instead, he made coffee every morning without fail, set her cup in its usual place, and sat with her while the silence of the house stretched and settled. At first, she hated that quiet. It rang in her ears, pointed out every absence, but gradually she began to realize it could hold other things too. One evening, after supper, Tom leaned back in his chair, wiping his hands on a rag. "Come for a walk?" She almost said no out of habit, out of the comfort of routine, but something in his tone nudged her. "All right." They stepped out into the evening air, the sun already low, painting the fields in long stripes of gold and shadow. The cicadas had begun their chorus. They walked without hurry, side by side down the dirt lane. At first they said little, but after a while words began to unspool. Small things, ordinary observations, then stories from years ago, laughter bubbling up at half-forgotten memories. Anna found herself talking about painting again. She hadn't lifted a brush in years, not since the girls were small, not since the busyness of raising children had claimed her hands. "I don't even know if I remember how," she confessed. "You'll remember," Tom said, glancing sideways at her. "It's like riding a bike." She gave him a look. "You haven't ridden a bike in 30 years. You'd fall flat on your face." He grinned. "Then I'd get back up and wobble until I remembered." "Same with you." The next afternoon, Anna rummaged in the attic and found the old box of paints and brushes, stiff with dust but still serviceable. She carried them to the porch and spread them across the table. The first stroke on canvas felt clumsy, like learning a language she once spoke fluently. But by the second and third, the motions came easier, and her shoulders loosened. She painted the lilac bush by the gate, its blooms already fading, but in her strokes they bloomed fresh again. Meanwhile, Tom claimed the shed. He had always tinkered with wood, fixing chairs, mending fence posts, but now he began to shape it into something more. Anna heard the steady thump of his hammer, the rasp of his plane, the whir of his saw. He smelled of sawdust when he came in at supper, and she teased that he looked happier covered in shavings than he did in Sunday best. "They behave better than neckties," he said, brushing curls of wood from his sleeves. Days settled into a rhythm, her at the porch table with brushes and jars of cloudy water, him in the shed with his tools. Sometimes she painted him through the window, head bent, arms steady, back broad and sure. Sometimes he drifted to the porch, standing over her shoulder with mock-serious critiques. "You missed a spot," he'd say, pointing at a blank space she had deliberately left. "It's called negative space," she'd retort. "Looks unfinished," he'd mutter, but his smile gave him away. One evening, as the sun sank and Anna cleaned her brushes, Tom emerged from the shed carrying something heavy. She watched him with suspicion. He had that boyish grin that meant mischief or pride, and often both. He set the object on the porch with a soft thud. It was a chair, simple in shape, sturdy, sanded smooth, but not stained yet. Its back curved slightly, as if it had been made with comfort in mind rather than show. Anna wiped her hands on her apron and stepped closer, brushing a palm over the cool wood. "You made this?" "I did," he said, trying for modest but glowing all the same. She turned it, testing its weight, the way it balanced on the boards. "It's beautiful, Tom." He shrugged, though the corners of his mouth twitched upward. "It's for you." Her eyes lifted to his. "For me?" "Figured you'd need a spot for painting. Or just for sitting." He reached out and tapped the seat lightly. "It'll wait here till you're ready." Anna laughed, startled by the tenderness tucked into the tease. "Still saving me a seat after all these years?" "Always," he said. She lowered herself onto the chair, testing it, and found it fit her as though he had measured her without her noticing. She ran her hands over the arms, the grains smooth beneath her fingers. For a moment, the ache of her son's absence pressed hard in her chest, but it was softened by the weight of what was here. Her husband, steady and present, building something not just to fill time, but to keep them together. "Thank you," she whispered. Tom only smiled, settling on the step beside her, their shoulders brushing as the first stars came out. The house was quieter now, yes, but it was not empty. It was waiting like the chair for all the life they still had to sit in it. The church fellowship hall smelled faintly of coffee and floor polish, with a hint of popcorn from the youth group fundraiser the night before. Streamers in faded autumn colors hung limp across the ceiling, and a string of Christmas lights, borrowed early out of season, ran along the windows. Someone had dragged out the old record player, and the scratch of the needle gave the music a warmth no radio could match. Anna stood near the punch table, watching the swirl of couples across the floor. Some were spry, some shuffled with more enthusiasm than rhythm, but all of them smiled. She smoothed her skirt, blue with tiny white flowers, and took a sip of punch. It tasted too sweet, like it had been mixed by someone eager to please. Tom appeared at her side, hands in his pockets. His good shirt was tucked in, but his collar leaned sideways. He had combed his hair, though sawdust still clung faintly to his cuffs, stubborn as ever. He followed her gaze to the dance floor, his mouth twisting into something halfway between amusement and dread. "Quite the crowd," he said. "Don't tell me you're afraid," Anna teased, setting down her cup. "I'm not afraid," he said, though he shifted on his feet. "Just cautious, it's been a while." "You mean since the last wedding we went to," she reminded him. "And you survived that." "I did," he admitted. "Barely. Your toes still sore?" She laughed, the sound bubbling out before she could stop it. "That was over 30 years ago. You can't keep using the same excuse." The record skipped, then caught again. A familiar melody filled the room, slow and rich, carrying the echo of youth in its chords. Anna felt it before she named it. The song had been popular when they were first married, the one they had danced to on a summer night in a borrowed hall, when the world was wide and the war was still just a rumor at the edges of their lives. She glanced at Tom. His expression had softened, the lines around his mouth easing as the notes rose. He looked at her, caught her gaze, and without another word held out his hand. Her heart stuttered in her chest. He hadn't asked her to dance in years, not like this, not with that deliberate tilt of his chin. She slipped her hand into his. His palm was rough, familiar, and warm. "Come on," he said, "before I lose my nerve." The floorboards creaked underfoot as he led her to the center of the room. Couples shifted to make space, smiling as they passed. Anna tried not to think of who might be watching, tried not to count the ways her body had changed since those early dances. But when Tom turned to her, his hand settling gently at her waist, she forgot all of it. The music wrapped around them, steady and sure. Tom's steps, however, were less so. He started too big, then too small, nearly tripping over his own boots. Anna bit her lip to stifle a laugh. "You're hopeless." she whispered. I warned you, he said, grinning sheepishly. Rusty hinges. Rusty, she echoed. You sound like the barn door. Better than sounding like the mule, he shot back, and she laughed. They swayed more than they danced, but the rhythm found them anyway. She rested her cheek against his shoulder, breathing in the faint scent of soap and sawdust. His hand at her back was steady, his grip on her hand firm, and though his steps faltered, his presence did not. The record hissed, spun, and carried them around the room in a slow, imperfect circle. Anna closed her eyes. For a moment she could almost see the younger versions of themselves, the boy with sharp shoulders in an ill-fitting suit, the girl with a ribbon in her hair, both of them so eager to believe in forever. You know, Tom murmured, his lips brushing her temple, after all these years, I'm still saving your spot on the dance floor. Her throat tightened, tears pressing at the corners of her eyes. She tilted back just enough to meet his gaze. You're still terrible at it, she whispered. He chuckled, his laughter vibrating against her. That's true, but at least I showed up. She shook her head, smiling through the blur in her eyes. Early, as usual. Maybe, he said, leaning closer so only she could hear. But I always wait for you. The song wound to an end, the last notes trembling into silence. The couples around them clapped politely, then turned to laugh and talk. Tom squeezed her hand, guiding her gently off the floor. Anna's heart was still racing, not from the clumsy steps, but from the simple, stubborn truth of him, showing up, waiting, saving her place. She looked at him as they walked back toward the punch table, and for the first time since their son left, the quiet waiting at home didn't feel empty. It felt like a room waiting to be filled with this. Laughter, music, the steady, awkward rhythm of love still alive. The cemetery always seemed quieter than the rest of town, even when the wind blew hard through the trees. Anna supposed it was the way the land sloped, the stone markers absorbing sound instead of throwing it back. She carried the basket of flowers carefully in both hands, their colors muted by the gray sky, mums mostly, sturdy enough to last in the autumn chill. Tom walked beside her, a small rake slung over his shoulder. He said little as they followed the narrow gravel path that wound between the headstones, but his silence wasn't heavy. It was the kind of silence that came from long practice, the kind where words weren't needed to prove presence. When they reached the familiar plot near the old oak, Anna stopped. The bark of the tree had thickened with years, roots pushing the ground uneven around its base. 2 headstones stood side by side, worn but still legible. She set the basket down carefully, knees creaking as she lowered herself to the grass. Tom crouched nearby, pulling the rake through the blanket of crisp leaves that had gathered around the stones. The sound was steady, almost soothing. When he finished, he brushed the tops of the markers with his hand, tracing the carved letters the way he had 100 times before. Anna pulled out the small scissors she had tucked into her basket and began trimming stems, arranging flowers in the vases at each headstone. The mums bent easily under her hands, yellow and orange against the gray. She pressed them into place, fussing longer than she needed to. Seats still waiting, girls, she whispered, her voice catching just slightly. Don't worry. Tom glanced at her, his eyes soft. He didn't speak, but he reached across the space between them and rested his hand on her knee. The warmth steadied her, even as the ache of absence pressed sharp beneath her ribs. Anna sat back on the grass, tucking her skirt beneath her. Tom lowered himself beside her with a grunt, stretching his long legs out in front of him. Together they looked at the stones, at the names carved deep, at the years that had ended too soon. I always think I'll have the right words, Anna said softly. But when we get here, they all feel small. Tom leaned back on his elbows, the rake resting across his knees. Small words are sometimes the truest ones, he said. She nodded, her throat too tight for reply. The wind stirred the branches overhead, sending a scatter of leaves across the grass. One landed on her lap. She brushed it away gently. For a long time they simply sat. The world seemed suspended, the usual chatter of birds muted, the distant hum of traffic fading to nothing. The silence wasn't oppressive, it was shared. Finally Anna spoke again, her voice steadier now. Do you think they know that we're here? I think so, Tom said after a moment. I think love leaves its mark on both sides. He reached out, his fingers brushing hers. And I think they'd be glad to see we kept coming, kept their places. Her eyes stung, but she smiled faintly. "You always save me a seat," she murmured. "I suppose we've been saving theirs, too." Tom nodded. "Doesn't matter how long it's been. A seat's still there." The quiet stretched again, but it no longer felt empty. Anna leaned gently against him, her shoulder brushing his arm. His presence was solid, grounding, a reminder that grief and love had grown together in their marriage like vines on the same trellis. Eventually, the chill began to seep into her bones, and Tom noticed before she said anything. He stood slowly, brushing leaves from his trousers, and offered her his hand. She took it, letting him pull her to her feet. The flowers stood bright against the gray stone, small bursts of life left behind in memory's keeping. Anna lingered one last moment, brushing her fingertips across the carved letters. "Seat's still waiting," she whispered again, more firmly this time. Tom's hand closed around hers. "Come on," he said gently. "Let's go home." Together they walked back down the gravel path, the sound of their steps steady, in rhythm. The cemetery faded behind them, but the promise lingered. Seats saved, love held, hearts full even in absence.
Chapter 19, 1998, A Promise Kept. The doctor set the word down as carefully as a glass of water. "It's cancer." The room received it without a sound. The wall clock kept sweeping, the vent kept whispering. The paper beneath Anna's skirt crackled when she shifted, the small, apologetic noise she always made in exam rooms. Tom felt the word widen, though it had arrived so small. He tightened his hand around hers, and she tightened back. An old exchange, automatic as breath. The doctor, young to Tom's eye, mid-40s maybe, with a tie that had bicycle wheels printed on it, did not rush. He folded his hands loosely over the chart, glanced from Anna to Tom and back again, as if the three of them were carrying something between them that needed balance. "The biopsy from last week confirms it," he said, voice gentle but not soft enough to float away. "We'll need a few more tests to understand the stage and the best path forward. I want you to know, we do have options." He paused. "We'll walk through them together." Tom's mouth felt dry. He swallowed and tasted the sharpness of the antiseptic wipe the nurse had used on the blood pressure cuff. He kept his eyes on Anna's hand in his, on the band of gold that had worn a shallow groove into her skin, on the small pale crescent where she always forgot sunscreen. The ring was warm, his palm was damp. He did not let go. "What happens next?" Anna asked. Her voice sounded like it does when she asks about a bill or a cracked window pane. Steady, practical, the tone that had measured their household for decades. Tom felt both proud of and frightened by that steadiness. "First a scan," the doctor said, turning a page in the chart. "We'll schedule it for as soon as we can, tomorrow or the next day. Then we'll meet again and talk through surgery, medication, radiation, some combination. We'll also set you up with our nurse navigator. She'll help coordinate appointments." He spoke in sentences that were meant to land like stepping stones. Tom heard them, but could not yet trust his feet. He learned in the camps to count when the dark pressed close. Now his eyes flicked up and found ceiling tiles. 12 across, maybe? 4 deep? He counted the tiny perforations in the acoustic panel until they blurred. He made himself stop. "Side effects?" Anna asked. "We'll go over those in detail once we know the exact regimen," the doctor said. He reached for a brochure and stopped, rethinking, then slid it aside. "Today, I'd like you to have the headlines only. We'll fill in the paragraphs when you've had time to breathe." Time to breathe. The phrase landed with a thud inside Tom. He realized he had been holding his air since the first words. He exhaled and it scraped his throat on the way out. The doctor glanced toward the door. "I'll send in Carol to line up the scans," he said. "Take a minute." He stood, then paused, something human escaping the professional choreography. "I'm sorry you're here for this, and I'm here with you in it." He meant it. Tom knew the difference between a sentence spoken because training required it and one spoken because a person had chosen it. When the door clicked shut, the room changed size. The clock grew louder, the framed beach print above the sink, 2 blurred chairs facing an impossible blue, looked like a joke someone in purchasing had made accidentally. Anna turned her hand in Tom's and laced their fingers. She didn't look at him right away. She looked at the place where the doctor had been, then at the floor, then finally at the line of his jaw like she could read the tremor there. "Well," she said softly, "there it is." He nodded because words were hard to find that wouldn't topple. He thought of all the rooms he had been in where bad news had sat like a fourth person. Chaplain's office, kitchen table with a telegram, a late-night hallway at the hospital when their daughters were small and burning with fever. This room felt new and the same. "I wish it were me," he said before he could edit it into something more useful. Anna's mouth tilted. "It is us?" she said. She lifted their joined hands until his knuckles touched her cheek. "It always has been." A knock, the nurse slipped in with a clipboard and a practiced smile that was not bright enough to offend. She moved gently, as if the air were fragile, and spoke in a low, efficient voice about appointment times and prep instructions. Tom wrote them down even though she handed them copies. Anna nodded at intervals, asking 2 questions Tom would not have thought to ask, and one he would have but could not catch hold of. "Do you have someone to drive you tomorrow?" the nurse asked. "I do," Anna said. In the hallway, the world resumed its usual noise. Phones rang, shoes squeaked, a child somewhere laughed and then complained about a sticker. Tom guided Anna with a hand at the small of her back. He still did that, even though she knew the way. The woman at the front desk spoke the language of copays and calendars. Tom stood a half step behind and tried not to read pity in her careful tone. He failed. He let it go. Outside, the late afternoon had gone thin. Early fall, the kind of day that looks warm through glass and then bites your wrists bare between sleeve and glove. The parking lot glittered with mica in the asphalt. Tom thumbed the key fob and the car blinked twice like it was sorry to be included. They did not speak until they were both inside. He helped her with the seatbelt even though she could do it herself, the small click more ceremonial than necessary. His hands shook, just enough that he had to try twice with the buckle, and he was grateful the dash vents blew warm air that he could pretend was the reason. He didn't start the car. They sat, side by side, the center console between them with its pile of coins and old receipts, and a pencil that had chewed marks on it from a time 2 summers ago when the radio had been broken and his nerves had needed something to do. A line of sparrows hopped under a bush near the curb. Beyond the lot, the world continued with people picking up dry cleaning, a bus wheezing to its stop, a teenager dragging a trash can to the curb, with all the drama of youth. Tom felt suspended, as if their car were a snow globe someone had just set down after shaking. "I keep thinking I'm supposed to say the right thing," he said at last, "and all I have in my mouth are the wrong ones." Anna turned in her seat to face him more fully. The light caught the silver in her hair. Her eyes were clear. "Then don't say them," she said. "Sit with me instead." "I can do that," he said. He could. He put his hand out and she put hers into it without looking. He held it the way you hold something that will not break but feels like it might slip if you're careless. He stared at the windshield and saw his own face faint in reflection. A man older than he thinks he is, jaw set in lines he didn't choose, eyes alive and frightened. He forced himself to look at the real world beyond it. A lanky man in scrubs jogged across the crosswalk. A woman ran after a paper bag that had decided on flight. It struck Tom that the ordinary had not been altered by their news, only their address inside it. "How scared are you?" he asked, because honesty had become a discipline between them, learned the hard way and kept because it worked. "Yes," she said, and that was somehow better than a number. "And not," she let out a breath, "I'm scared of hurting. I'm not scared of being loved through it." He made a noise he didn't recognize, half laugh and half ache. "I can do that," he said again. "I can love you through it." "I know." She reached with her free hand and tapped his wrist where the pulse stood. "You already are." They let the silence fill in around them, not as an enemy this time, but as a chair pulled up close. Tom thought of the guys in the church basement, of how saying a thing aloud did not erase it but rearranged its weight. He lifted their joined hands, pressed her knuckles to his lips. He did not try to pray the way his mother would have wanted. He said inside himself the plain sentence that had kept him alive more than once: "Keep steady." When he finally turned the key, the engine caught, ordinary as ever. He checked the mirror and backed out slowly, like a man driving with a sleeping child in the back seat. At the exit, he waited for a gap that did not require bravery. On the road, he kept to the right. He did not turn on the radio. At the first light, Anna spoke without looking at him. "Let's make supper when we get home." "You don't have to," he started. "I know," she said. "I want to." She paused. The light changed. He eased them forward past the pharmacy and the grocery store and the little park where children climb metal slide that shone dull in the late sun. The road stretched ahead, familiar and newly dangerous. He kept her hand in his as long as the turns allowed, unwilling to let go of anything he could still hold. They didn't talk much on the drive home. Anna kept her hand in his, resting it on the console between them, her thumb tracing small, absent-minded circles on his skin. Tom gripped back whenever the silence pressed too hard, grounding himself in that steady pressure. When the house finally came into view, white paint needing touch-up, porch light flickering as it always did, Tom felt a rush of relief, as though the simple sight of it could keep the doctor's words from following them inside. He parked carefully, his hand still wrapped around hers until the last possible moment. Inside, the familiar scent of their home met them. Wood polish, old books, a trace of flour from Anna's baking earlier in the week. The place looked unchanged, and yet everything felt altered, as if the walls themselves had overheard the diagnosis. Tom set her coat on the hook by the door, but Anna was already moving toward the kitchen. "You sit," he said quickly. "Let me." "No." She turned, her eyes steady, her voice firmer than he expected. "I'll make supper." "Anna." She shook her head, cutting off his protest with a look he knew too well. The one she'd used when their boy was small, and Tom had doubted she could lift the heavier bucket, or when neighbors whispered after the accident with the girls. It was the look that said, "I'm not asking." Tom's throat tightened. "At least let me help." "You can sit," she repeated gently. "That's helping enough." And she meant it. She wanted to keep the rhythm of their life steady, at least for tonight. He obeyed, though it felt wrong. He lowered himself into the chair at the table, the one with the slightly uneven leg he'd meant to fix for years but never had. From there, he watched her move about the kitchen. She tied on her apron, humming under her breath, the tune wavering but determined. Her hands worked automatically, chopping onions, pulling meat from the refrigerator, setting a pan on the stove. Tom watched the curve of her shoulders, the surety of her movements, and something inside him ached. The doctor's word, cancer, still echoed, but here she was, setting out plates as if the only battle tonight was against undercooked potatoes. He blinked hard, suddenly aware of the heat behind his eyes. Anna glanced back over her shoulder. "What are you looking at?" "You," he said simply. She gave a soft laugh. "Well, don't look too hard. You'll see how badly I chop these carrots." But she smiled as she said it, and that smile steadied him more than the strongest prayer. The room filled with familiar sounds, the sizzle of meat hitting the pan, the scrape of the spoon, the tick of the clock. Tom felt time slow, each small sound grounding him, reminding him of how many evenings had passed in just this way. He thought of all the times he had taken it for granted. He promised himself he would not again. Anna moved deliberately, not quickly. It took longer than usual. She fumbled once with the salt, and the pan smoked more than it should, but she didn't let it rattle her. She carried each dish to the table one by one, placing them with care. When at last everything was ready, Tom reached automatically for his fork. But Anna held up a hand, eyes mischievous though her cheeks were flushed from the stove. "Wait," she said, feigning seriousness. "I know I'm late setting it all down." She patted the edge of his plate. "But I saved you some, don't worry." The words landed heavier than a jest should, threading back through years of their rhythm, of chairs and promises and saved seats. Tom let out a breath that was half a laugh, half a sob. He reached for her hand across the table, squeezing hard. "You always do," he said, voice rough. For a moment, neither of them moved. The plates steamed between them, but their eyes held. Tom wanted to memorize the sight of her right then, apron wrinkled, hair coming loose, determination and tenderness mingled in every line of her face. Finally, she nodded toward the food. "Eat," she said. "It won't taste any better for waiting." They bowed their heads as they always had. Tom spoke the prayer this time, though his voice shook. "For this food, for this home, for the hands that made it, thank you." "Amen," Anna whispered. They ate, slowly, quietly, with pauses that were not quite comfortable but not unbearable either. The stew was too salty, the carrots uneven, the bread a bit hard on the edges, but Tom thought it was the best meal he had ever tasted. Afterward, when Anna stood to clear the plates, Tom rose too. She tried to wave him back down, but this time he didn't listen. He gathered dishes and scrubbed while she dried, the two of them moving shoulder to shoulder at the sink the way they always had. When the last plate was put away, Tom turned to her. He wanted to speak the fears that knotted inside him, wanted to say, "I can't lose you," wanted to promise her more years than either of them could guarantee. But she leaned lightly against his arm, tired but smiling. "See," she murmured, "we're still us." And somehow, in that small kitchen, with the scent of stew still clinging to the air and their hands damp from dishwater, Tom believed her. The house had not been this loud in years. Boots clattered in the entryway, small voices shrieking at the dog, coats piling into a heap that would take all evening to untangle. Tom stood in the doorway to the living room, half amused, half dazed, as his son shepherded his brood inside. "Shoes off. No, not in the middle of the rug. Hang on. Yes, you can pet the dog, but don't pull his tail." Two little girls darted past Tom, pigtails flying. A smaller boy toddled after them, his hands sticky with something. Gum, maybe, or candy, and Tom stepped back just in time to avoid a smear across his trousers. Their son caught his eye and grinned, the same grin Tom remembered from years ago when he'd swung a bat too hard and sent the ball flying into the neighbor's window, sheepish and proud at the same time. "Sorry, Dad," he said, breathless as he set down a bag of groceries. "We come with noise, whether we mean to or not." "Noise is fine," Tom said, and meant it. From the kitchen, Anna's voice carried. "Bring them in, bring them all in. Supper's nearly ready." She was in her chair by the window now more often than not, her strength already flagging some days, though she tried to hide it. Tonight, though, she was bright-eyed, apron-tied, cheeks flushed with excitement. Tom knew she had been planning this visit for days, setting out the chipped but favorite plates, folding napkins, cutting extra slices of bread. The children barreled toward her. She opened her arms, and they crashed against her knees with the force of small, devoted hearts. Tom watched the light on her face as she smoothed their hair, kissing one forehead, then another. For a moment, the word cancer felt far away, crowded out by squeals and questions. "Grandma, can we sit by you?" one of the girls asked. "Of course," Anna said, patting the chair beside hers. "Seats all waiting." Tom swallowed hard. Their son came up beside him, clapping him gently on the shoulder. "She looks good," he said quietly. "She's stronger than I am," Tom admitted. Dinner was chaos. Bread passed too quickly, spilling crumbs everywhere. The little boy tipped his cup, and Tom was out of his chair in an instant, catching it before juice spread too far. His son laughed, shaking his head. "Still quicker than me, Dad." Anna just smiled, spooning potatoes onto the children's plates. "Don't worry, we've got plenty more." Tom sat back for a moment, watching. The table was full again. The chairs creaked under shifting bodies, voices overlapped, and the air itself seemed thicker with life. He thought of all the quiet meals he and Anna had shared in recent years, the two of them side by side with more silence than words, and felt both grateful for those and aching with how much he had missed this sound. "Tell us about school," Anna urged the girls. "Do you sit in the front row? Do you save seats for each other?" The older one nodded solemnly. "Always." Anna's smile trembled, but she held it. "Good girls." Their son leaned across the table, catching Tom's eye. "They'll remember this, you know, all of this, you and Mom." Tom felt his chest tighten. He wanted to say something back, something wise and sturdy, but words stuck. He only nodded, letting the moment rest between them. After supper, the children scattered through the house, discovering old toys still tucked in corners. The dog trotted behind them, thrilled by the commotion. Tom found himself on the floor at one point, helping build a block tower while Anna sat nearby, laughing as the little boy knocked it down again and again. Every time Tom glanced at her, he saw the way her eyes lingered, drinking it in as though storing each detail for later. The curve of a granddaughter's cheek, the sound of small feet thudding upstairs, the sight of her son leaning in the doorway, just as Tom himself used to. When the night drew long and the children's yawns grew frequent, coats and shoes found their way back into a jumble at the door. Their son kissed his mother's cheek, then pulled Tom into a hug that lasted longer than usual. "Call if you need me," he said. Tom nodded, his throat too thick to answer. And then the house was quiet again, the echo of laughter still clinging to the walls. Anna sank into her chair with a soft sigh, her eyes shining. "Every seat," she whispered, almost to herself. "Every seat filled with love tonight." Tom sat beside her, taking her hand, and knew she was right. The hospital bed had been set up in their bedroom a week ago, its metal frame a sharp intrusion against the warm wood furniture they had lived among for decades. Tom hated the sight of it, hated the whir of its motor when he raised or lowered her, hated the way it announced things he wasn't ready to accept. Anna had fought hard for years against the cancer, meeting it with the same quiet stubbornness and grace that had carried her through every trial of their life together. And yet, when she lay nestled beneath the quilt his mother had stitched many years ago, it softened the bed, made it theirs again. The room was dim, lit only by the lamp on his nightstand. The curtains were open to the night, and the moon spilled in like a quiet witness. Tom sat beside her, his hand clasping hers, thumbs stroking the thin ridge of her knuckles. Her skin was pale now, her breath shallow but steady, each one an effort he could hear. He watched the rise and fall of her chest, counting without meaning to. Every time she exhaled, he found himself holding his own breath, waiting for the next. Anna stirred, her eyes fluttering open. They looked at him, still clear, though ringed with fatigue. "You're still here," she whispered. "Where else would I be?" His voice cracked. She smiled faintly. "You could have fallen asleep in the chair." "I don't sleep well without you," he admitted. Her fingers shifted against his, a weak squeeze. "Always so serious," she murmured. "I'm allowed to be serious," he said, but the words trembled. He bent closer, unable to hold the distance between them. Her face was thinner now, silver hair spread across the pillow like a crown. He thought of every moment she had been late, weddings, dinners, church pews, family suppers, and how he had teased her, how he had saved her a seat every time. The rhythm of it threaded their whole life, from the day he first said it as a boy until this room, this night. "You were never early for anything," he whispered, his forehead lowering until it nearly touched hers. "Not once." Her lips twitched. "That's true." He felt his throat tighten, heat rising in his eyes. "So don't you dare be early for this." His voice broke on the last word. For a long moment, the only sound was the slow tick of the clock on the dresser. Her breathing rattled faintly, but her gaze never wavered from his. She reached with the last of her strength, brushing the edge of his jaw with trembling fingers. "This time," she said, her voice thin but certain, "I'll save you a seat." The words cut him open and stitched him back together in the same instant. His chest heaved, but he bent lower, pressing his lips to her hand. Tears slipped freely down his cheeks, dampening her skin. He wanted to argue, wanted to beg her to stay, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, he held her hand tighter, as if his grip could anchor her here a little longer. They stayed like that, his forehead against her knuckles, her hand resting in his, the night stretching quiet and fragile around them. Tom thought of every seat they had saved for each other, every place they had filled together. He thought of how, even in this, she was still keeping her promise, still finding a way to meet him at the end of the row, smiling, waving him over. He whispered her name into the hush of the room, a prayer, a plea, a vow, and she smiled, weak, fleeting, but real. Her smile lingered only a moment before her eyelids drifted shut again, as though even the effort of holding them open had asked too much. Tom didn't move. His forehead rested against her hand, his fingers clasped tight around hers, as if loosening his grip would be the same as letting her slip away. The clock on the dresser ticked steadily, indifferent. Outside, the branches of the oak scraped lightly against the window. A train horn carried faintly through the night, long and low, like someone calling a name across a distance too wide to close. Anna's breathing was softer now, shallow, each rise and fall of her chest more fragile than the last. Tom listened to it with a soldier's vigilance, every exhale a relief, every pause a knife in his chest. He had lived through nights when he wasn't sure dawn would come, when silence meant death just beyond the wire. But this silence he feared most of all. "Stay," he whispered, his lips brushing her knuckles. "Just stay." Her hand lay small in his, skin paper thin, warmth fading. He lifted it against his cheek, cradling it there, rocking gently though he didn't mean to. His tears dampened her palm, tracing lines into the quilt beneath. The minutes stretched. Sometimes her chest rose, sometimes it seemed to hesitate before remembering. Tom leaned closer, his mouth near her ear, his words tumbling out in broken fragments. "Do you remember our first dance? I stepped on your shoes? You laughed so hard we had to stop? Do you remember the church potluck, when you made me carry 3 pies because you swore one wouldn't be enough? Or the time you ran so late for the bus that I shouted I'd save you a seat, and you still made me wait another 5 minutes before you came running? You were always late, Anna. Always." His voice cracked. "Except this. Don't be early for this." Her lips parted slightly, a shallow breath stirring. Her eyes flickered open, only for a heartbeat. He saw it, the faintest curve, a whisper of the smile that had been his compass all their years. Then, with a sigh that sounded almost like a word, his name maybe, or just the exhale of release, she was gone. The room didn't change. The lamp still glowed, the clock still ticked, the oak still brushed the window pane. But something in the air shifted, subtle and vast, as though the center of it had quietly slipped away. Tom stayed seated, their hands still joined. He didn't flinch at the stillness, didn't let go when warmth left her fingers. His thumb kept moving over her knuckles, slow and steady, as if he could coax life back by refusing to admit it gone. He whispered into the hush. Old promises, old words that had carried them through decades. Tears blurred his sight until the room swam. He pressed his lips to her hand, holding it there, unwilling to lift his head, unwilling to release her back into the silence. Hours might have passed. He couldn't tell. The house remained still, the night deepening beyond the windows. Only when the first gray hint of dawn edged the curtains did Tom finally stir. He drew in a shaky breath, lifted her hand to his lips once more, and laid it gently back upon the quilt. But he did not stand. He remained seated beside her, whispering into the quiet, keeping vigil with love and grief woven together, unwilling to leave the place he had promised her all along. The seat beside her was his, always had been, always would be. Chapter 20. 2001. All the seats are full. He began with the shirt because the shirt required fewer decisions. White, pressed days ago by hands that were steadier then. He eased his arms into the sleeves and felt the cotton cool against his skin, a small mercy on a morning that had woken heavy and close. The button at his collar balked. He worked it through with his thumbnail the way he'd done for years, then stood a long moment with his fingers at his throat, not ready for the tie. The mirror over the dresser gave him the man the town would see, tired around the eyes, jaw set from too much clenching, hair thinned to a soft, stubborn halo of silver. He lifted the comb and drew it through what was left, then returned to the dresser top where items had gathered like quiet witnesses. His watch, the wedding ring he rarely took off, a handkerchief folded small, Anna's brush with 3 strands of silver still caught in it. He touched the brush with the back of his fingers and felt the breath catch high in his chest, too thin to be useful. The tie lay there, the navy one with small wheat sheaves stitched along it. Her birthday present to him the year their boy left for college. "For Sundays," she'd said, pressing it into his palm like a joke that was also a blessing. He looped it, went through the familiar motions, and then, as always, got the second pass wrong. The knot sat crooked and off-center, a small, ridiculous failure that would have drawn her to him from across a room. "Hold still, soldier," he heard, the memory voice as clear as if she were standing on tiptoe behind him. He saw with the cruel fidelity of the mind her hands, sure and quick between his collar and his throat. The flip, the slide, the slow tug to snug it down. She would smooth it with her knuckles and step back, chin tilted, inspecting the whole man like a project she'd decided to keep. "There," she'd say. "Now I can be seen with you." Tom tugged once, trying to recreate her pressure. The knot straightened enough to pass. He slid the watch over his wrist. The leather had molded to him over decades, creaking faintly, and tucked the handkerchief into his pocket. He almost took her brush and then didn't. He was afraid of dislodging those strands. In the kitchen, the light fell in a pale square across the table, and for a moment he stood with his hand on the chair she favored, thumb worrying at the nick near the front edge where a plate had landed hard the night their bread burned, and they'd laughed until their ribs hurt. He could hear it still, that laughter, as if the house had kept it in the rafters for mornings like this. He put the kettle on out of habit and then turned it off before it woke the place with a whistle. He wasn't strong enough for that memory sound yet. He moved slowly through the motions because slowness was a way of saying the day would not rush him. He lifted the jacket from the peg by the door. He checked his pocket for the folded program their son had brought last night from the church. Her name in clean black letters under the date. A hymn she loved, a scripture she'd chosen when choosing, felt like standing in a field and pointing at stars, trusting someone else to write them down. He could have ridden with his son. He could have let himself be delivered at the door, collected and folded into the pew without the walk. But the morning asked for the long way, and he obeyed. He locked the door, and then unlocked it again, the way he always did when neighbors might come by with casseroles and didn't need the barrier. On the porch, the world smelled of damp leaves and last-cut grass. The bell in the church tower, 3 streets over, tolled the quarter hour. Too bright a sound for so heavy a thing, and yet it steadied him. Bells had a job. They did it. He turned left at the end of their walk, not right toward the church, and took the path that skirted the field. The fence ran there still, though it had leaned into age the way men do. One post bowed, another tilting toward its neighbor as if conferring. When he was a boy, the wire had been new and sang when summer heat rose off the ground. Now it wasn't wire anymore, but rough sawn boards he'd helped replace in his 40s when the old farmer asked for hands. He had set 3 posts himself, tamping earth, measuring sight lines, with the fussy care of a man who wanted straight lines where he could have them. He reached the oldest span and stopped. 2 posts stood closer than the others, shouldered by a crosspiece scabbed with old nail heads. This was the place. He didn't need the scar of his initials, carved there with a pocket knife so small it had taken him 20 careful minutes, to tell him. The ground held the shape of familiar feet. He set his palm on the top rail. Weather had opened the grain into long, gentle splits, and the wood under his hand felt warmer than he expected. He slid his fingers along until he found the notch where a boy's tin lunch pail had knocked the board, denting it, found the shallow groove where a girl's shoe had rested, toes pointed outward as she swung them and talked. Peanut butter and honey had dripped there once, a slow amber bead that had drawn ants while the 2 of them argued about whose turn it was to trade half a sandwich for the only apple. He could taste the sweet stick of it on his tongue, feel the grit of dust from his palm mixing in because children will not be clean even when trying. "You're late," he had said then, 1,000,000 years ago, when she'd come running down the lane with a ribbon half-tied in her hair and one knee sock puddled at her ankle. He'd slid over on the rail and patted the spot his bony backside had warmed. "Saved you a seat." "I knew you would," she'd thrown back, breathless and certain, as if he were the sun bothering to rise and not a boy so smitten he could barely hold his own elbows together. How many secrets had they wedged into the space between those posts? The ones you tell only because you're both staring at the same far horizon and pretending it's listening. He had said he would enlist if the letters kept coming, and she had not flinched. She had said sometimes she feared her laugh was too loud for church, and he had sworn the rafters needed it or they'd sag. He had promised, as boys do with more heart than sense, that he would always wait for her. He could trace the path of those words into the rest of his life and never find where they ended. Tom let the rail take some of his weight, the way he had when he was 16 and uncertain what to do with a body that had outgrown him. The wood creaked companionably. Down the fence line, a sparrow dropped from a branch and hopped along the board as if conducting an inspection. Sun made a thin coin of light on the grass. The breeze worried at the hem of his jacket. In that small, unremarkable place between field and street, the morning gave him a pocket of time he could hold. "I'm going on," he said quietly, and felt half foolish for addressing Wood. He wasn't, not really. "I'll be there before the bells get tired of it." She liked the second hymn, you know the one. The knot in his tie pulled when he swallowed. He reached up and eased it with 2 fingers, not because it was too tight, but because the gesture called back her hands, the way they'd tuck and square and make him presentable. A splinter raised against his thumb as he slid his palm over the rail. He didn't pull away, not immediately. The sting was small and honest. He pressed the pad of his thumb to his tongue, tasted iron, and smiled without much humor at the indignity of the body. It leaks whether or not you approve. He could have stayed there until the sun washed the fog from the ditch and the sparrow gave up on him. Instead, he did the thing he'd learned to do when standing at the edge of a long moment. He counted. Not to shrink it, not anymore, but to give it shape. 5 breaths with his hand on the board, 5 with his hand on the post, 5 with his hand flat at his side so he'd remember to release what he didn't need to carry forward. 1. Peanut butter on the rail, sand in his teeth, her ribbon tied wrong, the smell of her soap. Cheap, cheerful, a little like oranges. 2. The bus groaning to a stop and her foot on the bottom step, turning to shout back that she'd see him after supper if her mother didn't have a list as long as her arm. 3. A winter afternoon when they'd perched with coats on and watched their breath braid together, his hat pulled down to his eyebrows, her laughter startling crows from the oak until the sky itself seemed noisy. 4. The day before he left, the way her hand trembled only after he'd turned away. 5. The morning she came back along the same lane in white, late of course, veil crooked, eyes astonishing and stubborn, and how he'd patted a spot on a different seat then, the church pew, and told her the same sentence like it was a sacrament. He lifted his hand, laid his palm once more on the top of the post, and pressed as if to leave a print the world could not keep. "I'll see you there," he said to the fence and to the field and to the boy he had been and the woman who had made a life of sitting down where he saved. When he turned toward the church, the street had begun to populate itself with small-town signs of a day beginning. Mrs. Hafford at her mailbox, damp curls set in their morning frame, the Grogan boys wobbling past on bicycles that would never be oiled properly, Pastor Dan's old Buick easing into a spot by the parsonage with the caution of a man who loves his transmission. Tom lifted a hand to those who caught his eye and let the ones who didn't keep their distance. Grief made people odd. He didn't hold it against them. At the corner he paused again, less from reluctance than from ceremony. The bell tolled the half-hour. He adjusted his jacket, then his cuffs, then the knot of the tie a final time. The navy sat right enough. He patted his pocket for the program and felt the square solidity of it, the way a name on paper can be both anchor and knife. "Save me a seat," he said, so soft he wasn't sure whether he had made sound or only breathed it. He stepped off the curb and set his body toward the red brick front of the church that had taken their news for over half a century. Births and deaths, songs sung well and badly, prayers answered and not. As he went, he felt the peculiar peace of a man who knows what he has to do and has chosen it already. The fence behind him held the morning the way old things do, without comment, without fuss. He did not look back. He did not need to. The day would go as days go, hymns and flowers, hands on shoulders, 2 strong coffee in paper cups, and he would sit where he had always sat in the place that had fit them both. He lengthened his stride by an inch, not quite hurry, not quite ease, and let the church doors grow larger with each step. The knot sat straight. The comb had done what it could. His hand found his pocket, and the handkerchief there felt like preparedness rather than surrender. "Hold still, soldier," he heard again, and he obeyed, not by stopping, but by squaring himself to the hour and moving into it. The church smelled of lilies and beeswax, the sort of scent that seemed determined to press itself into the folds of a man's coat, lingering long after he left. Tom stepped inside slowly, as though the very air were thicker here. His shoes echoed faintly against the wood floor, but even that seemed too loud, too out of place for the hush that had settled over the sanctuary. Anna's casket lay at the front, polished oak with soft white roses nestled atop. It was strange how a box could command such gravity, how its presence could draw every gaze, still every movement. Tom's eyes fixed on it the moment he crossed the threshold, his throat tightening until he had to swallow against the ache. She should have been sitting beside him. That was the thought that pressed hardest against his ribs as he made his way down the aisle. For decades, they had walked this very stretch together. Sunday mornings, weddings of friends, christenings, funerals. Her arm would loop through his, sometimes gently tugging when his stride grew too long. She had always insisted he walked too quickly. Now, without her, every step felt too slow, like he was dragging the weight of his life behind him. Their pew was waiting, 3 rows back on the right-hand side. Not claimed, not reserved, but theirs all the same. Everyone in the congregation knew it. He reached the spot and lowered himself carefully, his joints stiff, his breath uneven. The cushions sagged beneath him, creaking with a familiarity that nearly undid him. His hand drifted instinctively to the empty place beside him. The smooth wood of the pew felt cool against his palm, but in his mind it was warm. Warm with the weight of her skirts brushing against him. Warm with the press of her shoulder whenever she leaned close during sermons to whisper some half-teasing comment. She had never quite mastered whispering. Her voice always carried just enough to earn a look from the preacher. He could almost hear it now. The first hymn began, voices rising around him, filling the vaulted ceiling with sound. Tom tried to join in, but the notes caught in his chest. His voice broke halfway through the first verse, and after that he let the others carry it. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the hymnal propped against the pew ahead, the black notes blurring as his eyes stung. "Rock of Ages, cleft for me," the congregation sang, and in his heart Tom heard Anna's voice threading through the harmony, clear, unwavering, even when she was a girl beside him, fidgeting with the hem of her dress. He used to tease her for going sharp on the high notes. She would elbow him, smiling, never once ashamed. When the hymn ended, the pastor stepped forward. His words were gentle, measured, but Tom barely heard them. Words about Anna's kindness, her laughter, her habit of running late to nearly everything, even church. There was a ripple of laughter from the congregation at that, a soft easing of grief into warmth. Tom's lips curved faintly, though the ache in his chest only deepened. Yes, she had been late, always making him wait outside the door while she searched for her hat or her gloves or simply forgot the time altogether. He'd teased her endlessly for it, but he had never minded, not truly. Because when she did arrive, breathless and apologetic, the world felt complete again. He shifted slightly, his hand never leaving the empty space beside him. He thought of all the Sundays he had pressed his palm against her knee beneath the hymnal rack, steadying her fidget, or the way her hand sometimes sought his when prayers grew long. That place was not just empty, it was full of memory, of years stitched into the wood grain. His son sat farther down the pew, close enough to keep watch but not close enough to crowd. The boy, no, the man, though Tom still caught glimpses of the child he once was, leaned forward at one point, as if to ask if his father was all right. Tom gave a small nod, though the truth was more complicated. He was not all right. He doubted he ever would be, but he was here. The service wound on. Prayers, scripture, stories told by friends. Each one was a piece of Anna, carried in by someone else, offered like a gift. Tom listened, sometimes smiling, sometimes pressing his eyes shut when the ache grew too sharp. When a neighbor spoke of Anna's hospitality, of the way she never let anyone leave her table hungry, Tom saw her in the kitchen again, apron dusted with flour, laughter spilling as she scolded him for sneaking biscuits before supper. He nearly chuckled aloud at the memory, catching himself just before the sound escaped. When another recalled how she had comforted a grieving widow years back, sitting beside her in the pew for weeks on end, Tom's throat burned. That was Anna. She never let anyone sit alone. She always saved a seat. The final hymn rose, "It is well with my soul." Tom closed his eyes, letting the words wash over him. He could not sing, but he mouthed the chorus, lips shaping the truth he longed to believe. It is well with my soul. And still, through it all, his hand rested on that empty place. It was more than habit, it was vow. The benediction was spoken. People shifted, rustling in their seats, preparing to rise. Tom did not move. He stayed seated, his gaze fixed forward, his hand firm against the pew's smooth surface. The wood beneath his palm was solid, unyielding. But in his heart, it was her hand he held, her presence, her promise, the life they had woven together across years too full to number. Even here, even now, he saved her seat. And in that silent gesture, Tom felt both the ache of absence and the weight of love that could not fade. Sam had expected to find his father standing with the others, moving slowly toward the doors as the ushers guided the congregation out. Instead, when he turned back from speaking with Pastor Dan, he saw him still in the pew, head bowed, shoulders quiet beneath his jacket. At first, Sam thought his father was simply praying. That would have been like him, lingering in the silence after the hymn, letting the words sink deep. But as Sam walked closer, weaving past murmuring neighbors and the shuffle of children's feet, something in the stillness caught at him. "Dad?" he said softly, not wanting to startle him. Tom didn't move. His hands still rested on the space beside him, fingers curled slightly as if holding something invisible, something precious. Sam's heart lurched. He stepped closer, laying a tentative hand on his father's shoulder. The fabric was warm, but beneath it there was no answering stir, no shift of muscle or breath. "Dad?" he whispered again, firmer now. Nothing. The truth pressed in like a tide, swift and undeniable. Sam sank down beside him, his own knees bending into the familiar pew. He laid both hands on his father's arm, gripping tight as if by sheer will he could keep him here. But Tom's head stayed bowed, his posture almost peaceful. It was as though he had simply chosen to remain in this place, in this moment, beside the seat he had kept for so many years. Sam's throat closed. He lowered his forehead to his father's shoulder, the tears coming hot and unbidden. Around them, the church grew quieter, voices trailing, footsteps hesitating as people realized something had shifted. But in that small circle of silence, it was only Sam and the father he had always known, steadfast, faithful, saving the place beside him until the very end. After a long moment, Sam lifted his head. His voice shook, but he forced it steady enough to speak into the hush. "It's good," he murmured, words breaking around the edges. "It's good they're together." He pressed his palm over his father's hand, still resting on the pew, and felt the weight of what had been passed down to him, not just grief, but legacy. The promises Tom and Anna had made to each other, the rhythm of love carried through late arrivals and saved seats, through loss and laughter and all the years between. Sam sat there until his tears slowed, until the sound of quiet weeping in the back pews told him others understood too. Then he drew a breath, lifted his head, and turned to face the pastor and those who lingered. "We'll wait," he said, voice steadier now. "Hold off a few days on burying Mom. They'll go together, side by side." Pastor Dan nodded, eyes shining. A murmur rippled through the gathered family, not of protest but of assent. It was right. Everyone felt it. Sam turned back to his father one last time, brushing a hand across his shoulder, memorizing the peace etched into those lines that had borne so much. Tom had kept his final promise, holding her seat even beyond the reach of breath. And Sam knew, when the day came for him too, he'd find them both waiting, a place already saved at the table, side by side. At first, Tom thought he was only dreaming. The weight that had pressed his chest for years, decades really, was gone. No tightness, no ache. He drew a breath and felt it fill him completely, clean and strong, the way it had when he was a young man running across fields in spring. He opened his eyes. Light surrounded him, brighter than noon but soft as dawn. It wasn't blinding, it welcomed. The church pew was no longer beneath him, nor the scent of lilies cloying in the air. Instead he stood, whole and tall, his back straight, his stride sure. His hands no longer shook. His knees didn't creak when he shifted his weight. Tom looked down at himself and almost laughed. Broad shoulders, steady legs, hands unspotted and strong. The years had fallen away like a coat he no longer needed, and then he heard it, laughter, not from far off but ahead, carried on the light like a familiar song. Voices called his name, not in pity, not in mourning, but in joy. Each syllable was alive, vibrating through him until his heart leapt to meet it. He began to walk, though it felt more like being drawn forward. The ground beneath him wasn't dirt or stone or carpeted aisle. It was something firmer and lighter all at once, holding him up with ease. The light stretched ahead, and in it he thought he saw shapes moving, shadows resolving into figures. "Tom!" The voice was clear now, ringing like a bell. Small figures darted ahead, 2 girls, their dresses fluttering, hair flying as they ran toward him. He knew them before they reached him, knew the sound of their laughter, the way their feet hardly touched the ground. He broke into a run. No limp, no falter. His stride matched theirs. And then they collided, arms around his waist, their faces pressed to him, their laughter spilling like music. "Daddy!" they cried together, voices bright, echoing the way they had in life when they came racing down the hall for supper. "We saved you a seat!" His throat closed with a joy so fierce it almost hurt. He lifted them both, strong again, spinning them as they giggled, their laughter wrapping around him like the purest hymn. Tears blurred his sight, but for the first time in years they were tears of nothing but joy. He set them down gently, drinking in every detail. Their hands, small but sure, their eyes alive and bright, their faces free of shadow or sorrow. They tugged at his arms, leading him forward, their voices tumbling over each other in excitement. "Come on, Daddy!" "She's waiting!" "Hurry!" Tom's heart leapt at the words. He let them guide him, their fingers entwined with his. The light ahead grew brighter still, and through it he saw the outline of a table stretching wide, filled with people, laughter and the hum of life overflowing. But before he reached it, he saw her, Anna. She stood at the head of the table, radiant, her silver hair now dark again, her face smooth but still her own, eyes shining with the same mischievous kindness he had loved for a lifetime. She was young, yet more herself than ever. She lifted a hand, tears glimmering as she smiled. "I told you I'd save you a seat," she said. The girls tugged him forward, but Tom barely felt his feet. He reached her in an instant, his arms wrapping around her, hers around him. The years fell away completely. The sorrow, the waiting, the long nights of absence and ache, all of it dissolved in the strength of her embrace. For the first time since boyhood, Tom felt utterly whole. Tom's arms lingered around Anna, unwilling to release her, even though he knew now he never had to. The girls pressed against them, laughter like bells, their small hands holding his as though they'd never been parted. He drew back just enough to see them all at once. Anna radiant, the daughters whole, the light spilling golden over their faces. Ahead stretched the table, long and wide, set beneath branches that glowed as if the leaves themselves held fire. Every chair was filled, faces he remembered dimly from childhood, comrades whose names had been carved into his memory, neighbors long gone. Yet somehow, no seat was crowded, no one left standing. It stretched on, endless yet intimate, as if made only for them. The girls tugged at his hands. "Come on, Daddy," they urged. "Your place is waiting." Anna slipped her arm through his, guiding him forward. "It's just here," she said, voice trembling with joy. "Beside me, where you've always been." And there it was, an empty chair, its wood warm, carved smooth, waiting. Tom looked at it and felt the years roll back. A boy on a fence rail with a half sandwich, a young husband at a bus stop, a father at a ball game, an old man at a kitchen table. Every seat he had ever saved for her, every empty space he had kept warm, led here. This was the last seat, the first seat, the only seat. Anna's hand tightened on his arm. "I told you I'd save you one." His chest beamed with the sweetness of it. He lowered himself into the chair, the girls settling close, Anna's hand slipping into his. The table stirred with voices, laughter rising like music. Plates were set before them, cups filled, blessings spoken without words. Tom glanced at Anna. Her eyes caught the light, shimmering, and in them he saw everything they had carried: grief, joy, waiting, reunion. All of it redeemed, nothing wasted. He squeezed her hand, not to keep her near, but to share the truth already alive between them. "We made it. We kept our promise." The girls leaned into him, their laughter echoing as though the years had never passed. Anna turned, pressing her lips softly to his temple, and whispered, "Welcome home." Tom looked down the table, across the endless gathering of faces, and knew with sudden, quiet certainty. At last, all the seats were filled, and this time, none would ever be empty again.
We hope you have enjoyed The Seat Beside Me. Please check out our other audiobooks,